Sharingan, Flying Thunder God, Nine Tails. When the powers and bonds from the world of Naruto collide with that of Douluo, what kind of clash shall unfold? Not mindless, not endowed with innate soul power, nor harboring hatred towards the spirit hall in its early stages. Let us delve into the tale of Tang San as it reaches its mid-phase. Chapter 1. Who can remain unaffected in youth? Come on, just do it. Left, right, Alibaba. Spiral heaven, ascend. Damn, stupid little brother. Showing off in front of your big brother, Taolong exclaimed, flicking his wrist as he gazed at the victory screen of the Naruto game on his phone, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. TSK, he mused, he was still too inexperienced. A dignified 7th Hokage, and yet he had been reduced to half health by a mere brank hero. In reality. Reality. Taolong sighed, glancing out at the bustling traffic beyond his window. The lively streets were filled with people, all seemingly in jubilant celebration, while he felt as though he was the only one hiding away indoors. Often, he felt like a parasite, existing within this body without direction, goal, or dream. Only in the realm of the second dimension, amidst countless novels and anime, did Taolong truly experience joy. He envied the characters' unfettered freedom, cared for their triumphs and failures, and could immerse himself in a myriad of roles, relishing their joys and sorrows. What lingered most in his memory were the years spent studying ancient texts, learning to turn away and let classmates fetch oranges for him. He had even mimicked a naive child, gazing through thick lenses at the sun, feeling that it was merely so. Yet, upon his first encounter with web literature, he had plunged into the abyss, unwilling to turn back, enduring the most arduous years of high school, until now. For all these years, Taolong's favorite worlds had been Naruto and Douluo. Since the age of 15, every birthday wish had been to traverse into these realms and experience the thrill of vengeance and camaraderie. TSK, as if I could survive even a single episode in my current state of mediocrity. I might as well stay here, embracing my happy solitude with a soda. With that, he opened another bottle of cola, drew the curtains, and prepared to await updates on the Douluo anime. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Taolong, outside the curtains, the world had suddenly plunged into darkness, as if a being had pressed a light switch. Only a few scattered places remained illuminated. His home was among those few. In the aftermath, the world would come to refer to this event as the Day of Starry Night. 5 known stars marked the spots of light amid the perpetual night, where people had inexplicably vanished. 3 days later, all records regarding these stars were erased from every nation's archives, leaving no memory of their existence on this blue planet. Taolong had once read about a waterbed in some obscure novels, though he had never lain upon one. He now felt that even the most luxurious waterbed could not compare to the comfort he currently experienced. Time drifted by, and the days of enveloping darkness, though exceedingly comfortable, eventually came to an end. The night had bestowed him with dark eyes, only for the light to blind him. Taolong was overwhelmed by a sense of utter disarray. Initially, he believed he had merely fallen asleep from fatigue, dreaming sweetly. Yet, to his astonishment, he witnessed the entire process of his own birth. Oh no, that hideous creature couldn't possibly be him. Even more bizarre was how this entire event felt like a cut scene. With him, as a player, a mere spectator unable to interact. He watched as the infant emerged, as an elderly woman used a pair of fiery red scissors to sever the umbilical cord. It was his first glimpse of a placenta, far more beautiful in real life than the images depicted in his previous medical textbooks. Why was all of this happening? Was it a dream? Yet he could not move. Damn it, what kind of cutscene was this? He hadn't secretly watched anything. Outside, he feigned bravado, but inside, he was panicking immensely. Taolong felt fear, confusion, and a desperate struggle. Yet he couldn't even comprehend his current state or location. He instinctively sensed that the little child before him held great significance. Thus, for fleeting years passed. In that span, Taolong witnessed the child's entire journey from birth to growth. The first cry, the first bedwetting, the first utterance of mama, the first time standing with support, and the first playful moments with a little girl. This was the ordinary trajectory of a typical family. Though the child was not born into wealth, he was enveloped in parental love and protection, living a life filled with more happiness than many. He would continue to grow, inheriting his father's legacy, marrying, and facing the trials of life, including the loss of parents and the birth of children. He would undoubtedly become a good father, for his own father loved him dearly. How beautiful it all was, except for himself. Taolong sighed after 4 years. He understood this was not his world. After all, These people didn't even have a competent older brother. More importantly, he realized his existence was intricately linked to that boy's life, and his presence would inevitably prevent that boy from living a fulfilled life. As the 5th year began, a plague swept through the boy's small village, ravaging it for 3 months. The village was surrounded by soldiers clad in full armor, not allowing even the dead to leave. On a fateful night, the child's parents held him close as they departed from this world. Taolong could only watch, helpless, as the family faced death with calm acceptance. The child, in utter weakness, pleaded with his parents, "Please, don't leave me." Those utterly ordinary parents smiled in response, embracing their child. The boy closed his eyes as they drifted into eternal slumber. In that moment, Taolong loathed his own existence. He suddenly realized that to survive, he must become that child. He would have to be a despicable parasite, invading the boy's body, usurping everything, and living on. He hesitated as a young man of the 21st century. He did not consider himself particularly noble, yet he possessed a moral conscience. He believed he had caused the demise of that family. If not for him, perhaps this absurd plague would never have come to pass. After all, no one in the village had feasted on wild game, nor had anyone returned from travel. How could such a plague have emerged? The source of the plague must be himself. O foolish humanity! Even without you, the ephemeral life of mayflies remains fixed. Do you feel regret or guilt? Then inherit his life, replace him, venture into another realm, and find me some amusement. Once more, the endless night enveloped him, and Taolong witnessed the spectacle of the world extinguishing its lights before a sharp pain struck the back of his head, plunging him into unconsciousness. Chapter 2. Douluo, Continent. The otherworldly Taolong, is everything done, Shaosan? If so, let us head over to Grandpa Jackass for a meal. On the summit of the mountain, a boy with a delicate countenance, dark eyes, and black hair, holding a strand of blue silvergrass, gazed at another figure seated cross-legged, a smile curving at the corners of his mouth. Xiaolong, when did you arrive? Must you always make such a startling entrance? On the mountaintop, Tang San, also with a head of glossy black hair, rose from the ground, looking helplessly at Taolong. Let us go, let us go. I've concocted some delectable new dishes with Grandpa. Be sure to bring some back for Uncle Hao. Taolong paid no heed to Tang San's words. He simply found that no matter the expression, his idol was incredibly endearing. As a devoted fan, successfully pursuing his idol into another world was surely an unprecedented feat. More than a year ago, Taolong awoke from a warm embrace, the sole survivor of a plague, and was adopted by the old village chief, Jack, from a neighboring Holy Soul village. Over the past year, he demonstrated remarkable talent, teaching the village children to read and assisting the chief with all the village's financial transactions. His greatest contribution was the invention of many novel delicacies, rich in flavor and aroma, which brought a measure of fame to Holy Soul Village as a culinary destination. Coupled with records of soul saints being born there, the tourism industry flourished, greatly enhancing the villagers' quality of life. Except for Tang San's family. After all, one cannot expect a prominent figure to tolerate the antics of soliciting customers at their doorstep. As for the lingering feelings of being an outsider, Taolong could never forget that voice. He finally understood that none of this was mere coincidence, nor was he simply struck by lightning to cross over. Behind all the events to date was a master, determining everything and creating it all, including his arrival in this world, Douluo Continent. What could he do? Whether one was a drifting fish or an ostrich, Taolong only wished to live well in the present. Other matters were beyond his control and had to be temporarily set aside. Upon truly taking over his new body, the new life package of a transmigrator opened up. Unlike the cultivation methods of the Tang sect that Tang San possessed, Taolong comprehended the method of chakra refinement from Naruto. Chakra encompasses both physical and mental energy. In the series of extraordinary experiences, he had previously strengthened the soul of this homebody from Blue Star. Since his rebirth, Taolong's chakra cultivation had made no progress. Yet he never slackened his efforts, understanding that it was not due to his own shortcomings, but rather dictated by the rules of this world. After reaching the 10th level of soul power, one must acquire a soul ring to advance further and wield corresponding powers. Moreover, Taolong did not believe that the master would find amusement in a useless person. Lacking a beautiful fiancée, to annul their engagement was one thing. But surely they wouldn't deny him the chance to cultivate. After all, without some talent, who could surpass this seemingly harmless young boy? Right, Xiao San? Tang San gazed at Taolong, perplexed, thinking how difficult it was to understand this little boy, who seemed to be going off on another tangent. Taolong smiled, offering no explanation. For who wasn't he a single man in their mother's womb, with an actual age of around 30? We're leaving. If you don't hurry, I want to wait for you. Today's dish is tofu pudding. Let us see if you're a proper savory enthusiast or a wicked sweet tooth. Taolong turned and dashed down the slope, his chakra-enhanced physique granting him the physical prowess exceeding that of an average adult, swiftly covering 100 meters in the blink of an eye. His speed has increased again. Tang San activated Ghost Shadow Misty Steps, hastening to keep pace. He couldn't fathom how, even if his physical abilities matched, Taolong could find the most efficient path in such a short time. More than once, he began to suspect that he might not be the only outsider in Douluo continent. Running ahead, with his back to Tang San, Taolong's originally handsome face morphed into an alluring visage, a transformation sparked by his eyes. The depths of his gaze were tinged with a blood-like red. The original pupils vanished, replaced by a black tomo. The Sharingan, one of the most esteemed bloodline limits in Naruto. Even the most basic tomo grants the user formidable dynamic vision, illusion capabilities, and significant resistance to mental attacks. This had once been the power Taolong yearned for. After all, the Uchiha clan was renowned for their beauty. With the hand seals completed, he could declare, Sharingan, activate, and effortlessly overpower his opponents. In this moment, he truly embodied the legacy of the clan that birthed legendary figures. Taolong's Sharingan, akin to Tang San's purple extreme demon eye, did not belong to a martial soul, yet possessed immense power. In contrast, the Sharingan leaned more towards the strength derived from bloodline inheritance. Moreover, this body seemed exceptionally compatible with the power of the Sharingan. Taolong could easily activate and deactivate it, unlike some who struggled under its weight. It felt as though these eyes were meant to belong to this body. Yet, Taolong found himself once again in a quandary. Despite knowing he could not change what had already transpired, he still struggled to overcome that mental barrier. Xiaolong, slow down, we're almost at the village. Seizing the moment while Taolong was lost in thought, Tang San caught up and matched his pace. Returning to his senses, Taolong found himself at the village entrance, where a stone tablet bore a handprint, believed to have been left by a soul saint, thus giving the village its name, Holy Soul Village. Xiao-san, if you become a titled Douluo, Grandpa Chief wants to name the village after your title. What would you call it? Taolong inquired. Me? Tang San shook his head. I don't know. Perhaps just my original name would suffice. Over the past year, he had listened to Taolong speak extensively about martial souls and occasionally fantasized about standing at the pinnacle of this world. He wondered if he would ever have the chance to return to the Tang sect. A name, perhaps Xiao San Village? Ha! Then no girl would want to marry into it. Taolong jested. What's wrong with Xiao San? The villagers call me that. Tang San shrugged, exasperated. Believe me, don't. It would be better to name it after a martial soul. Martial soul? Xiaolong. I've heard that in previous years, the children in the village awakened to useless martial souls that could not be cultivated. To others, they may be useless martial souls, but in the hands of our young master San, they will surely soar. There are no useless martial souls, only useless people, Xiao San. Taolong suddenly recalled a phrase from a game in his past. Indeed, this statement held little problem, except where money was concerned. There are no useless martial souls, only useless people. Tang San increasingly felt that this boy, who had miraculously survived, possessed an extraordinary mindset. At this age, who wouldn't he dream of awakening a dragon martial soul to soar alongside the sun? Little did they realize that the essence of wielding a martial soul lay with the soul master themselves. All right, Xiao San, we're heading home. I'm nearly starving. Let us go. I hope you're a delightful savory enthusiast. Taolong pulled Tang San along as they made their way to the village. Under the sunlight, the two children stepped into the village, akin to entering the threshold of a new world, where all legends would begin. Chapter 3, Douluo, Continent, The Otherworldly Taolong. Part 2, Grandpa Jack, I brought Xiaosan back. From a distance, upon spotting the small house and the bent figure bustling in front, Taolong called out loudly. Oh ho ho! Xiaolong, Xiao-san, come here quickly. See what delicious dishes Grandpa has prepared. The elder chuckled warmly, watching the two approaching figures. Having served as the village chief for half his life, these two children were the most spirited he had ever encountered. Jack lived an ordinary and comfortable life, yet as he approached old age, he held on to one hope, that the village would produce another powerful soul master. In a humble village like Saint Soul Village, the emergence of a soul master brings immense pride to the entire community. If the soul master possesses a sense of nostalgia, the villagers' lives would undoubtedly improve significantly. Old Jack set the breakfast on the table. Ever since adopting Taolong, he believed his little grandson to be a genius. After all, how many children can devise such an array of imaginative dishes? The impoverished merely seek to fill their bellies. Yet these culinary creations attracted numerous wealthy visitors, enhancing the lives of everyone in the village. Come on, Xiao San, the moment of destiny has arrived. Here I have a spoon of sugar and a spoon of salt. Choose wisely, young man, for you shall ultimately pay the price for your decision. Taolong exclaimed, pulling Tang San onto the table, spoons in both hands, staring intently at him. Is it really that serious, Brother Long? Tang San replied, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face as he glanced at old Jack. Hoping that Grandpa Jack could reign in this peculiar child, old Jack remained cheerfully standing by. When he first adopted Taolong, the child had been listless, appearing deeply affected, until he met Tang San. He vividly remembered the excitement on his little grandson's face the day he learned that a boy named Tang San, of similar age, lived in the village. Their first encounter led Taolong to rush to Tang San's home, only to be kicked out by Tang Hao, that drunken scoundrel. From that day onward, Taolong transformed. He grew cheerful and clung to Tang San daily, always remembering to save a portion of the delicious food for him. The innocence of childhood friendship, old Jack mused. Xiao San, what are you saying? Do not underestimate the significance of this spoon of sugar and salt. Do you know how many people dedicate their lives to such choices? Taolong insisted, his hand holding the salt trembling, urging Tang San to make his decision. Ultimately, Tang San chose the salt, and under Taolong's appreciative gaze, he praised Grandpa Jack's culinary skills. Tang San later reminisced, had he chosen the sugar, Brother Long would have certainly shaken the salt onto his legs. Thank you, Grandpa Jack. I am full now, and I should head home. If I delay, my father will worry. After finishing his meal and tidying up, Tang San prepared to leave. Hey, Xiao San, wait for me. I need to pack a portion for Uncle How to try as well, Taolong said hastily, eager to catch up. Xiao San, there is no rush. Your grandfather has some matters to discuss with your father. Let's go together, old Jack added, considering that Xiao San and I are soon turning 6. Grandpa must be preparing for the soul awakening ceremony. Taolong chuckled, quickening his pace, not wishing to keep the formidable figure waiting. Hearing their conversation, Tang San returned to the bench, realizing he could bring home a delicious treat for his father. His family was perhaps the poorest in the village, and he could only indulge in such delicacies thanks to Brother Long. After finishing his meal, Taolong wiped his mouth, picked up a bowl of tofu pudding, and followed Tang San home. Before a somewhat dilapidated house, Tang San halted Taolong, signaling him to lower his voice. Brother Long, Grandpa Jack, please be quiet. My father may still be asleep. Upon hearing this, old Jack grew furious. What? That drunken fool has been drinking again? Tang Hao, come out here. What kind of behavior is this? A burly man emerged from the house, and while Tang San and old Jack remained unfazed, Taolong was drenched in cold sweat. Dear Grandpa, in this day and age, only you would dare address this imposing figure so casually. Ha ha ha, Uncle Hao, look. This is our new creation, tofu pudding. Please give it a try. Taolong beamed with the brightest smile, reminiscent of someone encountering a skilled player in a competition. Tang Hao glanced at the boisterous child who constantly followed his son, although he had kicked him out on their first meeting due to his noise. He had to admit that the boy's culinary inventions were quite remarkable. During his travels, he had rarely encountered snacks that could rival them, simple yet delightful. Thus, Tang Hao accepted the tofu pudding, turning to return inside, his appetite overshadowing any concern for others. Hey, Tang Hao, did you not hear me calling you? Honestly, you must pity Xiao San. Old Jack glared at Tang Hao, unable to comprehend how such a drunkard could raise such a fine boy. Tang San chuckled awkwardly to ease the tension, watching as his father walked away before inviting Taolong and Grandpa Jack into the house. Taolong, understanding old Jack's intent, remained silent in the corner. Old Jack, still fuming, did not enter but shouted, Tang Hao, listen well. Next month, a soul master will visit the village to conduct the soul awakening ceremony. All children of suitable age must attend, including Xiao San. Inside, Tang Hao paused, then replied, understood. Old man, don't delay cooking. The rest is up to you. With that, old Jack bid farewell and took Taolong home. Xiao San, remember to find out whether Uncle Hao prefers salty or sweet flavors. Tell me tomorrow, and do not forget. Goodbye, Brother Long, Grandpa Jack, safe travels. Tang San smiled, saying goodbye to the duo. Entering the house, he felt a twinge of curiosity about his father's preferences. Inside, Tang Hao seemed unbothered. Finishing breakfast with a drink and glancing at the entering Tang San, his expression complex. Xiao San, have you turned 6 this year? Tang San looked at the empty bowl, paused, and then replied, yes, father, after this month I will be 6. Do you know what the soul awakening is? Do you wish to participate? Tang Hao inquired, slightly surprised by his son's age. I know, father. Brother Long has told me much about soul masters, and I am eager to possess my own soul. Tang San gazed at Tang Hao. It had been a long time since they had shared such a conversation. That little rascal told you that? Yes, father. I will surely awaken a formidable soul and will not bring shame upon you. Tang San clenched his small fist, determined. After nearly 6 years in this world, he could not revitalize the Tang sect in his past life. In this one, he would raise the Tang sect's banner anew. The author makes their first appearance. Dear readers, in the absence of any notoriety or promotional efforts, if you are fortunate enough to click on this story and read a few chapters, feeling intrigued about the developments to come, please leave some trace of your presence, such as a vote. Though we may be strangers, let our paths intertwine through this tale, and may we walk alongside each other for a time, such is my wish. Please refrain from resorting to pirated versions filled with advertisements. A little support would be greatly appreciated. Chapter 4, Douluo, Continent. The otherworldly Taolong 3, Tang Hao fell silent. A formidable soul? Huh. No matter how powerful a soul, it cannot shield one from misfortune. Even the mightiest soul master may flee in despair like a defeated hound. Better to live as an ordinary person and pass through life peacefully. Dad, do you think Brother Long will awaken a powerful soul? He survived the plague. Surely he won't awaken a worthless soul. Tang San remained oblivious to Tang Hao's emotional shift. To him, his father had always been this way, disheveled and taciturn. Tang Hao sighed, pondering the essence of life. What must one do to seize their fate? Xiao San, remember the soul awakening. Do not let it interfere with your father's cooking. Understood, father. A month later, the children, keep up. When you meet the soul master, be obedient and do not cause any trouble. Understood? Old Jack, stooped and weary, walked ahead, followed by fewer than 10 children of appropriate age for awakening their martial souls. Among them were Taolong and Tang San. Little San, does Brother Hao prefer sweet or savory? After so many attempts, how can you not figure this out? Taolong clung to Tang San, troubled by the question of which camp Tang Hao belonged to. Brother, I've told you countless times, father enjoys his meals plain, never adding salt or sugar. Tang San replied, exasperated, unable to comprehend the importance of such trivial matters. Ah, you silly fool, Taolong retorted, feeling frustrated over the past month as he specifically prepared both sweet and savory dishes for Tang Hao, who only cared for his wine. Is there even a faction for tofu pudding? Noticing Taolong's slight gloom, Tang San diverted the conversation. Brother, what type of martial soul do you think we will awaken? Taolong smiled. I have no idea what I will awaken, but you might end up with a formidable martial soul. Why is that? Is it because of my handsome looks? Tang San asked innocently. It's because you have no shame, rendering you invincible. Taolong rolled his eyes. As they spoke, they arrived before a grand hall where a richly dressed man stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Master, I apologize for the wait. All the children for the martial soul awakening are here, Old Jack said as he approached the man, bowing respectfully. Let us begin quickly. I'm pressed for time. The man replied coldly. Old Jack hurriedly complied, turning to the children. This gentleman is the battle soul master from Notting City. He will guide you in awakening your martial souls. You must cooperate well to strive to become soul masters. Every year, it's the same few lines about becoming a soul master. It's not that easy, the man interrupted Old Jack, forming seals with his hands to unleash a beam of light that opened the grand hall's doors, leading the children inside. Wow, I didn't know this tool could perform seals. Taolong marveled at the man's actions, which differed greatly from what he had seen in his past life on his phone. The special effects were impressive, surely not inexpensive. Standing in the center of the hall, The man addressed the children. All right, children, line up. My name is Su Yuhao, a level 26 Great Soul Master, and I will be your guide. Tang San stood to the side of the line, feeling somewhat anxious, listening intently to Su Yuntao's words. Meanwhile, Taolong found it rather dull, thinking, oh, it's just a renowned tool man. Who doesn't he know that? He wished for the proceedings to hasten. Hey, that little girl who came along seems exceptional. She is only 6. Isn't that against the rules? Once Su Yuntao finished his instructions, he signaled for the children to step forward and begin their awakenings. The spectacle was quite beautiful, with a halo surrounding them, and Su Yuntao summoned his own martial soul, a lone wolf, accompanied by a white and yellow glow signifying 2 soul rings, which piqued Taolong's interest. With a roar from Su Yuntao, the awakening officially commenced. Ugh, this wolf is truly ugly, he remarked. Weapon martial soul, scythe, no soul power. Weapon martial soul, ho, no soul power. Useless martial soul, little red flower, no soul power. And a blue silvergrass, a standard form of a useless martial soul. Finally, it was Tang San's turn. Taolong, who had been chatting excitedly, quieted down, eyes wide open, knowing that the next moment would mark the pinnacle of Su Yuntao's life, though the latter remained oblivious. Tang San stepped up, raised his right hand, and revealed a beautiful, elegant blue silver grass that looked no different from what the previous little girl had awakened. Only Taolong closely observed Tang San's left hand, where a small hammer appeared for an instant before Tang San clenched his fist and withdrew it. Taolong chuckled, realizing that from this moment on, little San would use the Haotian hammer in his left hand to protect the blue silvergrass in his right. Su Yuntao, however, felt a tinge of regret. He had believed this child possessed a steadiness that others lacked and could succeed, but he was mistaken. Next, wait, Brother Tao, let him test his soul power. Taolong called out. Hearing Taolong's voice, Tang San snapped back to reality, eager to plead, Uncle, please let me try. Su Yuntao, gazing into the eyes of the remaining 2 children, found himself at a loss, unsure if he should regard them as siblings or uncles. Yet, as a competent tool man, he acquiesced to Tang San's request. Very well, let us test it. It won't take much time. And next time, call me Big Brother. Okay, thank you, Big Brother. Tang San responded quickly, adorably, and began testing his soul power. What followed utterly astonished Su Yuntao. The crystal ball used for testing soul power erupted with a dazzling glow, akin to a 250-watt lamp. This was indeed innate full soul power. At this point, Taolong felt compelled to voice his thoughts. As a former medical student, he truly could not comprehend why the inhabitants of Douluo continent had such misconceptions about the term innate. We had all lived 6 years in the mundane world. Who among us had not trained to reach a full soul power of level 10? Previously enlightened by Taolong, Tang San had come to some speculations about his inability to advance in his Shintian skill, and now those speculations were confirmed. His inability to progress was entirely due to the world's rules equating Shintian internal strength to soul power, thus trapping him at the level 10 bottleneck. Chapter 5, Douluo Continent, Otherworldly Taolong, Part 4. After Su Yuntao announced the innate full soul power, he waited for Tang San to approach him with a look of astonishment, which never came, leaving him momentarily perplexed. Fortunately, Taolong stepped in. Brother Tao, what exactly is innate full soul power? Su Yuntao smiled satisfactorily. Innate full soul power refers to... Wait, I apologize, Brother Tao. I think it would be better to discuss it after my awakening is complete, all right? Su Yuntao felt a lump in his throat, suddenly a bit irate. But remembering that although Tang San possessed astounding soul power, he had a useless martial soul, he lost interest. With a wave of his hand, he said, No point in saying much, you are the last one. Hurry up, I have other places to attend. Taolong briskly stepped forward, not intending to prolong Su Yuntao's discomfort, but rather anxious for the proceedings. Little San had good parents, while he was a lone soul drifting into this world. The martial soul awakening would determine his true qualification to compete among the masses. As the light flashed, Taolong felt himself lift off the ground, a sensation of comfort washing over him, reminiscent of the waterbeds he had seen before. He wondered if such a thing existed in Douluo. Then came a wave of chills. With a surge, a crimson light erupted from Taolong's body, causing Su Yuntao to stagger back in shock. In that instant, he saw a ferocious beast lying down, its gaping maw dripping with saliva, ready to swallow him whole. The poor lone wolf martial soul had long been startled away. After enduring the initial discomfort, Taolong finally discerned his martial soul and, imitating Tang San, clenched his left fist. The beast's form became clear, and behind it, a nine-tailed fox appeared. Su Yintao exclaimed, "Hey, the name Fox is rather unappealing." Taolong laughed heartily, and in that moment, he truly felt empowered enough to overturn the entire world. "This is my martial soul," he declared. "I shall name it the Nine-Tailed Fox, for its 9 tails signify auspiciousness." Yet, why did Xiao Long's martial soul exude such an air of malice? As if it were the embodiment of all the world's malevolent thoughts. Tang San stood aside, and as the 9-tailed martial soul manifested, the Haotian hammer in his hand uncontrollably emerged, startling him so much that he quickly concealed it behind his back. Fortunately, the other 2 individuals in the hall were too preoccupied to notice his actions. As Su Yuntao was pushed back in astonishment, Tang San hurriedly retreated a few steps and sat down abruptly, summoning blue silvergrass with his right hand while his left hand remained hidden behind him, feigning a fragile demeanor. "Is your martial soul the Nine-Tailed Fox?" Su Yuntao asked, still in shock. "Oh, Tao Ge, I've told you, demon fox sound dreadful. Just remember it as the Nine-Tailed Fox," Taolong chuckled. With the might of Karama and the nature of chakra, misunderstandings were easily formed. However, those familiar with Naruto knew that in its youth, Karama could evoke a flood of adoration. Regrettably, my Karama seems to have merely become a martial soul. Taolong sensed carefully but found no sign of consciousness in the 9-tailed martial soul. It appeared to have only inherited its strength. Perhaps this is for the best. After all, I lack the skill of verbal evasion, Taolong sighed. Regardless, he could now, in some sense, be considered a Jinchuriki. "Young man, what is your name?" Su Yintao interrupted Taolong's thoughts. "I am Taolong, you say? Come, let's test your soul power." With that, Su Yintao handed the crystal ball to Taolong. Given the grand display of the martial soul awakening, could he possibly be another with innate, full soul power? Su Yintao's heart brimmed with anticipation. Unlike Tang San's blue silvergrass, Fox tribe martial souls possess a remarkably high potential. It was rumored that within the current spirit hall, there existed a prodigious talent with a celestial fox martial soul. If he could awaken a talent of similar caliber, promotions, wealth, and marrying a beautiful maiden would no longer be a dream. Taolong observed Su Yuntao's increasingly twisted smile, unable to decipher his thoughts, and placed his hand upon the crystal ball, preparing to test his soul power. The moment he made contact, an alluring force emanated from the crystal ball, drawing the chakra from within Taolong's body. So this is the case. Chakra is regarded as equivalent to soul power on this continent, Taolong mused. At that moment, the 9-tailed martial soul suddenly stretched and rose. Taolong felt the remaining chakra within him resisting the crystal ball's pull, the 2 forces tugging at one another, resulting in a stalemate. Soul power level 7. Isn't he supposed to possess innate full soul power? However, a level 7 was still a rarity among prodigies. Su Yuntao felt a twinge of disappointment and asked, "Taolong, would you consider joining the Spirit Hall? They will protect you and elevate you to the pinnacle of strength. With your talent, you shall surely become a hall master in the future." "Hey, Tao Ge, I'm still too young for that. I wish to play with my friends for a few more years before considering such matters," Taolong thought to himself, not wanting to reveal his true soul power level. This was also why the 9-tailed martial soul resisted. After all, if he were truly an individual with innate full soul power, the Spirit Hall would not let him slip away easily. A level 7 soul power, while considered talented in this barren land, was insufficient to attract the attention of the Spirit Hall's higher-ups. Even with new martial souls emerging across the continent, only a select few could ultimately become strong. Well then, when you truly engage with the path of soul masters, your perspective will undoubtedly change. You're always welcome to seek me out then, Su Yuntao concluded, not pressing the matter with the young child, believing he would eventually seek protection when faced with life's hardships. With that, he turned and exited the hall. Outside, old Jack anxiously awaited, perplexed as to why the last 2 children had taken so long. Upon seeing Su Yuntao emerge, he hurriedly inquired, "Master, do we have any children in our village who can become soul masters this year?" "Indeed, we have 2. one of whom possesses innate full soul power. Innate full soul power, old Jack exclaimed in delight. What a pity. The martial soul is blue silvergrass, do you understand? Blue silvergrass. Old Jack experienced a roller coaster of emotions, glancing at Taolong and hastily asking, Little Long, what martial soul did you and Little San awaken? Taolong grasped the old man's hand, yearning to disclose that this village had birthed the world's most exceptional prodigy. Grandfather, I awakened a beast martial soul, the nine-tailed fox, with a soul power of level 7. And Little San, the one with innate full soul power, has awakened blue silvergrass. That's you. Old Jack looked towards Tang San. Tang San smiled shyly and said, Yes, Grandfather Jack, I awakened blue silvergrass. Oh, Little San, I did not expect your talent to be so remarkable. What a pity you have such a father, without a good martial soul inheritance to pass on to you, Old Jack sighed. Taolong stood aside, feeling a twitch of discomfort. The old man's standards were quite high. The martial soul of the great Hao is only slightly inferior to my Karama, I would say. Master, is it really impossible for Little San to cultivate as a soul master? Old Jack, unwilling to abandon any child, asked Su Yuntao with determination. It is possible, but he will achieve little greatness in his life. Su Yuntao replied gently, not outright denying the possibility. In that case, Master, this year we have 2 children. May we apply for an additional spot for a working student? Old Jack inquired. That is not an issue. The previous villages did not have a single qualified child. Giving you 1 spot is a minor matter, Su Yuntao assured him. By the way, your grandson has commendable talent. He could join the Spirit Hall, making his future endeavors significantly easier. Old Jack's heart soared with joy upon hearing this. Just as he was about to agree, Taolong tugged at his sleeve. The old man, recognizing that the little one had his own intentions, pondered, Well, Taolong is different. I have no authority to decide his life for him. Master, I am grateful for your consideration, but this child is my adopted son. Some matters I prefer to let him decide when he grows up. Old Jack respectfully declined Su Yuntao's offer. Adopted? Could it be from the plague 2 years ago? Su Yuntao seemed to recall something. Indeed, this child has endured great hardships. Yet he is also fortunate, Old Jack replied. Very well then, we can discuss this again in a few years. There is no rush. No one on this continent can rival the Spirit Hall at present. Su Yuntao had not anticipated the profound struggles faced by this remarkably talented child and chose not to dwell further, turning to leave. The 2 children stood nearby, listening to the adults recounting Taolong's miraculous escape from disaster. One suddenly recalled the incident and was unable to let go, while the other, unsure how to console him, fell silent. Old Jack, observing the somber atmosphere enveloping the 2 boys, remarked, Gentlemen, may I invite you to a celebratory feast today at noon? Sure, Grandfather. I happen to be quite hungry, Taolong replied cheerfully, not wishing to disrupt the rare joyous occasion. Thank you, Grandfather Jack. But I must first return home to prepare a meal for my father and inform him about my martial soul awakening, Tang San added, being the only one to remember the alcoholic old man. That fellow Tang Hao truly. Little San, if he dares to stop you from attending the Soul Master School, just tell Grandfather, and I'll break his legs. Old Jack felt a surge of anger at the mere thought of Tang Hao's existence. While others boasted of exemplary children like Tang San, he could only endure the perpetual frown on his face. Grandpa Jack, Brother Long, I'll be heading home now. Farewell. Tang San did not believe that the elderly man could truly harm his blacksmith father, yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts, instead offering an awkward smile as he slipped away. Long Tao also doubted that Old Jack could inflict any harm on the formidable Tang Hao, whose legs were among the most robust on the entire Douluo continent. All right, Grandpa, Uncle Tang Hao would never trouble his own son. You should return home to prepare dinner while I see if I can find some adorable little chicks or rabbits in the woods. With that, Long Tao stealthily made his exit in another direction. Hey, Lil Long, be careful. Come back soon. Old Jack looked around and found himself alone, shaking his head as he sauntered away. Meanwhile, Long Tao was not genuinely seeking out cute chicks or rabbits. After all, wild game could be detrimental to one's health. Feeling he had distanced himself sufficiently, he ventured into a thicket, eagerly summoning his martial soul. Come forth, Nine Tails. A radiant red light illuminated the area as a majestic, robust nine-tailed fox materialized. Long Tao's eyes transformed into vertical slits akin to those of a fox, his nails elongated and sharpened. and a predatory grin spread across his face. Moreover, he sensed a significant enhancement in the quality of his chakra, although his martial soul state increased his consumption. It also accelerated his recovery speed. More importantly, Long Tao suddenly darted to the left, his right foot striking down to capture a shadow. A mere green snake. How laughable. Did you think you could ambush your Grandmaster Long? In previous times, absorbed in excitement, Long Tao might not have noticed the snake's approach. However, just moments ago, he had distinctly felt a wave of malice creeping up from behind. The Nine Tails' ability to detect hostility? Quite an impressive radar function indeed. It's akin to having X-ray vision, haha. Long Tao laughed heartily, realizing that while he lacked soul rings and could not unleash soul techniques, the unique abilities inherent to his martial soul were always at his command. Now what about you? Long Tao opened his left hand, having discovered upon awakening that, like Tang San, he possessed a twin martial soul. With no one else around, he could finally examine what his second martial soul was and whether it could stand alongside the Nine Tails. Emerging from a golden glow, his left-hand martial soul appeared, more subdued and solid compared to the flamboyant entrance of the Nine Tails. A kunai. Not just any kunai, but one with 3 interlocking dagger-like points. Its handle inscribed with the 4 characters, Sword of Enduring Love. This is the kunai unique to the 4th Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique. The thought of the Flying Thunder God filled Long Tao with reverence as he cradled his second martial soul in his hands. Among all characters in the Naruto series, the one he admired the most was the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. A commoner with no lineage or legacy, he rose to become Hokage before the age of 25 through sheer talent and charisma, standing among the elite in the ninja world. Had he not been taken too soon by the author, would Orochimaru and Pain have dared to invade Konoha? Ah, the signature weapon of my idol. Long Tao imagined the spiral flash super wheel dance beckoning him, realizing that strength was temporary, but charm was eternal. Since fate has granted me this kunai, I shall ensure the Flying Thunder God technique regains its former glory in this world. With the Flying Thunder God in hand, I shall traverse all baths freely. Who could possibly impede me? The overall appearance of the kunai resembled a traditional Chinese halberd, a hallmark of Minato. Henceforth, I shall name it the Minato halberd. From this day on, may it serve me well. Long Tao caressed the Minato halberd with the gentleness one would use to touch tofu. Upon grasping it, he discovered it was surprisingly light, yet its weight was astonishing, and the sharp tips appeared exceedingly lethal. Thus, another top-tier weapon, martial soul, had emerged on the continent. Long Tao suddenly raised his hand and hurled the Minato halberd, then placed his left hand against a nearby tree. In an instant, he vanished, reappearing beside the marked tree, and with a single sweep of the halberd, the tree was severed cleanly. Chapter 7. Setting sail in that fleeting moment, Long Tao had teleported to retrieve the Minato halberd and executed the action with fluid grace, completing it in the blink of an eye. The inherent ability of the Minato halberd was to mark locations and instantly reappear at the marked or halberd-occupied spots. Hey. The black flash of Douluo has been born. Long Tao, now half-squatting, maintained the pose of having just severed the tree, grinning in self-satisfaction. Then with a thud, he collapsed face-first onto the ground. Have I exhausted my soul power? Damn it. The sensation of depleting soul power was truly unpleasant. No, this must be overexertion. After a while, Long Tao regained consciousness and rose from the ground. Fortunately, the creatures in the forest displayed little curiosity and were not drawn by the sound of the tree crashing down. Otherwise, the great master Long Tao might have met his end there. Time to head home. Long Tao picked up the now deflated snake skin he had earlier stepped on and staggered toward the village. Meanwhile, at Tang San's home, Dad, I awakened a plant. Tang Hao was exhilarated. Just like your mother asks. No, wait, it seems a bit different. You haven't fully awakened yet. How underwhelming. Back to your room. Dad, I also have a hammer. Tang Hao was taken aback. Ah, my dear son, quickly show your father your hammer. Twin martial souls. How splendid the blue-silver grass was. How formidable and invincible the hammer was. Son, promise your father that throughout your life. You shall use your left hand's Haotian hammer to protect your right hand's blue-silver grass. Tang San nodded in agreement. After a prolonged silence, Tang Hao saw hope in his son. With twin martial souls, Tang San was destined for greatness. Thus, he would ensure that his frail body would safeguard his son for a time. I remain unwilling. I refuse to accept it. No matter what, I shall not allow our son to tread the same path I did. Upon returning home, Long Tao startled old Jack. Child, what happened? Why do you appear so disheveled and drained? Old Jack hesitated, but felt compelled to look after his grandson, as he was still quite young. Grandpa, I merely tested my martial soul and overexerted myself. This snake is my trophy, Long Tao replied, bemused, realizing he had never noticed before that old Jack possessed a vivid imagination. Oh, you child, hurry and tidy yourself up. Dinner will be ready soon. I made braised rabbit heads today to reward you. Braised rabbit heads? Grandpa, you didn't invite Tang San, did you? Long Tao inquired. I did, but little San had to take care of his old man and couldn't come. Today us rabbit heads are all yours, old Jack said kindly, smiling. Grandpa, promise me that we won't eat rabbits anymore, as they are so adorable. Long Tao's heart ached, thinking, little San, this is all for you. I want to even eat rabbits anymore. You mustn't forget your brothers when you find a wife. All right, I'll heed your request. Old Jack felt a twinge of confusion. His grandson had always liked them, so why the sudden change? But your awakened martial soul is a fox, not a rabbit. Yes, but some people are rabbits. Nonetheless, gazing at the table laden with succulent rabbit meat, Long Tao extended his hand and tore off a rabbit leg. The familiarity with food renders wastefulness disgraceful. Indeed, it is quite delectable. As the afternoon air turned cool, old Jack and Taolong rapped upon the wooden door of the Tang family. Tang San, alerted by the sound, opened the door. Grandpa Jack, Brother Long, what brings you here? Have you eaten yet? Little San, I have come to invite you to my home. Everything is prepared with Brother Long, old Jack replied. All right, Grandpa. Please wait a moment. I shall call my father. Tang San turned and entered the house. Tang Hao, listen closely. Come out immediately. We need to arrange for the two children to attend the Soul Master Academy. You must come, or you shall prepare to starve today, old Jack shouted into the house. Enough noise, old man. At your age, you should refrain from meddling in others' affairs. Tang Hao grumbled as he emerged from the wooden house, clearly displeased. For the past few years, it was old Jack's incessant meddling that irked him. Every visit seemed to come with a lecture. Do you think I wish to concern myself with you? However, this matter pertains to little San's future, and I cannot allow you to hinder the child's progress. Old Jack punctuated his words with a thump of his cane. Uncle Hao, just come along with San. We have prepared a feast, and Grandpa has even arranged for some wine. There will be plenty. Taolong chimed in, noticing Grandpa's exuberance. If there is wine, then let us go, Tang Hao conceded, deciding against further argument with old Jack. Since a decision had been made, allowing Tang San to attend school as an ordinary child was indeed the best choice. As the summer sun lingered, the four men gathered around a table, relishing the rare leisure, delectable food, and wine. Little San, Brother Long. Master Su Yuntao has agreed to grant us 2 slots for work-study students in our village. In 3 months, you will be able to attend school. Strive to become true soul masters. Old Jack looked at the 2 children with satisfaction. After years of serving as village chief, the prospect of new soul masters emerging in the village filled him with hope. If time allowed, and if the 2 children could achieve the rank of soul sage, then Holy Soul Village would undoubtedly flourish. Pondering this, old Jack felt a renewed sense of optimism regarding the village's future, even finding Tang Hao, who had been incessantly drinking, more agreeable. 3 months, you say? Tang San was elated, for this time frame would allow him to learn some forging skills from his father. Once he forged the materials, he could begin crafting the hidden weapons of the Tang sect. Grandpa, rest assured, Brother San and I shall leave our mark upon the continent. Soon, our village shall be renamed Taolong Village, and it will be remembered for generations. Taolong, having stealthily sipped a couple of mouthfuls of wine while old Jack was distracted, felt emboldened. The homemade brew was akin to Huangjiao, with a relatively low alcohol content. However, Taolong was feeling lightheaded. Taolong, the heir of the flying thunder god and the 9 tails, afflicted with the red-eye disease, shall stand atop this era's tide. Mark my words. You little fool. Unaware of your own limitations, Tang Hao remarked, showing no respect. He had heard from Tang San that this kid's martial soul was merely a fox, with innate soul power at only level 7, a mere novice. Uncle Hao, do you doubt me, or do you doubt Tang San? Taolong asked with a mischievous grin. My son is certainly exceptional. You still have much to learn, Tang Hao replied, raising the wine jug. Merely dining lacks excitement. Uncle Hao, How about we make a wager? I will compete with Little San, and if I win, you must agree to assist me with a favor. Should Little San win, I will cover all your wine for the next 3 months. What do you say? Taolong stood up from the table, a smirk on his face, his gaze fixed on Tang Hao, filled with provocation. Chapter 8. The first display of the Flying Thunder God Kid. You wish to challenge Little San? Very well. If I find myself short on wine in 3 months, I shall dismantle old Jack's house. Tang Hao assumed the intoxicated youth was merely tipsy, and an opportunity so freely presented should not be dismissed. He did not believe that Tang San, with his innate full soul power, would lose to Taolong. Brother Long, I will not hold back, Tang San stated, accepting the challenge. In truth, he had been curious about Taolong's true strength for quite some time. Old Jack stroked his beard, reminiscing about youth. Ah, how splendid it is to be young. However, little ones, a friendly match is fine, but do keep it within limits. And, Tang Hao, given your age, do not try to weasel out if you lose. Old man, you should return and check if there is enough wine in the house. Then, Little San, let us wager the title of the strongest and engage in battle, Taolong declared, looking at Tang San, inviting him to compete. Outside the courtyard, the four found an open space, with Taolong and Tang San standing at opposite ends. Little San, the moment the leaves of that tree fall, our contest shall commence. What say you? Certainly, Brother Long. I shall not hold back, he replied confidently. Likewise. Thus, the two fixed their eyes on the chosen tree. As evening approached, a gentle breeze wafted, creating a pleasant atmosphere. Yet, the breeze was insufficient to dislodge the lush green leaves. Ahem, Little San, perhaps we should change our approach, Taolong suggested, casually picking up a stone. The stone hit the ground, marking the beginning of their match. With that, Taolong hurled the stone towards Tang San with force and propelled himself forward. Brother Long, I see through your intentions, Tang San thought, disregarding the errant stone, adopting a stance to prepare for the attack. Taolong, with his right fist clenched, aimed directly at Little San's face. Having been an ordinary recluse in his past life, he possessed no fighting technique. The crux of this contest lay in the application of his martial spirit. As Tang San faced the glaring openings in Taolong's attack, he crouched, evading the strike, stepping back with his right leg, harnessing his leg's power to deliver an uppercut in response. Taolong, however, did not evade. His left hand reached for Tang San's collar, and the moment he grasped it, he was sent flying. Smack! Taolong rubbed his face, utterly dazed, as he rose from the ground, mumbling incoherently. In the distance, Tang San was equally taken aback. He had not anticipated Taolong's combat awareness and skills to be so lacking. As Taolong felt a twinge of sensation in his face, he could envision the extent of his swelling without needing a mirror. Setting aside his hands from his face, he thought, Little San, the true battle has only just begun. 9 tails. A crimson glow surged forth as Taolong summoned his martial spirit. The bruises on his face healed at an observable rate. With newfound strength in his legs, he lunged forward, leaping into the air to kick at Tang San. Brother Long, you are a target in the sky. This contest shall be mine. Tang San prepared to evade Taolong's attack, readying a decisive move. Little San, you have lost. What? Both Tang Hao and Tang San exclaimed simultaneously. In midair, Taolong suddenly vanished, reappearing before Tang San, his right hand raised in a claw-like form, poised to pierce his neck with sharp nails. I have lost. Tang San gazed into Taolong's vertical pupils, bewildered. Had he truly lost? He had yet to summon his martial spirit. While blue-silver grass may hold little value, he hadn't even employed Tang's sect techniques yet. Was this truly how he would be defeated? In a moment of regret, Tang San lamented his decision to conserve his strength and avoid revealing too much, thinking he could win through skill alone against Taolong, who appeared to be a combat novice. Haha, I graciously accept your defeat. Uncle Hao, Little San has conceded. You cannot go back on your word. Taolong retracted his martial spirit, knowing full well that Tang San's reluctance to accept defeat was understandable. In truth, few could accept being bested by the Flying Thunder God. Standing aside, Tang Hao, unlike old Jack, who was cheering and applauding, grasped the deeper implications of the match, feeling a mix of confusion and understanding. First, there was the formidable presence of the nine-tailed fox spirit, which instilled a sense of pressure that was anything but ordinary. Moreover, the instantaneous movement displayed by Taolong was perplexing. He should not yet possess a soul ring. So how had he achieved that? The secrets this child harbored were no less than those of Tang San. You have won this wager. Now, tell me what you desire, Tang Hao stated, not intending to delve deeper into matters he was already well aware of regarding Taolong's origins, which he knew were closely tied to Tang San. As long as he was not affiliated with the Spirit Hall, this air of mystery and strength was something he welcomed. Uncle Hao, let us postpone this favor until after I begin school. I hope you won't go back on your word and run away, Taolong implied. Tang Hao furrowed his brow, halting Tang San, who was about to inquire further. Tang San, we shall return home. All right, father, Tang San replied, perplexed yet compliant, deciding to defer his questions about Taolong for another day. Meanwhile, the onlooker, old Jack, was thoroughly entertained, albeit somewhat confused by the events unfolding before him. He attributed everything to the wonders of Soul Masters, understanding only that his grandson had emerged victorious. It appeared that Xiaolong's talent surpassed that of Tang San, whose spirit was merely blue silvergrass. A pity, he mused. Grandfather, shall we head home? Let's go. Does your injury still hurt? Not anymore. My spirit can heal wounds. Impressive. Isn't it? Truly remarkable. No wonder you are my grandson. You will undoubtedly become a prominent soul master in the future. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the old man and the child, with the latter supporting the former, cast elongated shadows in the fading light. On the other side, upon entering their home, Tang San eagerly inquired, Father, why did you pull me away? Do you know how Brother Xiaolong suddenly appeared before me? I do not know, Tang Hao replied. But Tang San, you must understand that everyone has their own secrets. Even with close friends or family, one should not pry indiscriminately. Furthermore, the secrets of soul masters are not to be disclosed lightly, for they pertain to life and death. You too must remember what I have told you. I remember, Father. Do not use my second spirit in front of anyone, and do not add soul rings to it. Tang San comprehended, much like he concealed the matters of the Tang sect. He could not expect anyone to be entirely open with him. That was an impossibility. Brother Xiaolong had survived a plague. What an extraordinary boy he was. However, next time, I shall not lose. Chapter 9. Nodding Academy. 3 months later, Taolong, Tang San, and old Jack strolled along the cobblestone streets. Xiaolong, Xiao San, once you arrive at the academy, be sure to heed your teacher's guidance and help one another. I hope that by the next time I see you, you have both become true soul masters. Grandfather, rest assured, Xiao San and I will become the mightiest of soul masters, Taolong declared. As long as Uncle Hao helps me secure a formidable soul ring, I shall demonstrate my prowess at Nodding Academy. A week prior, while Tang San was out early practicing, Taolong had stealthily made his way to Tang Hao's residence and knocked on the door. Uncle Hao, wake up. I need your assistance. Taolong called out. Impudent brat. Do you wish to be thrown out? Tang Hao retorted, awakened and irritable, just as he was about to act on his annoyance. Taolong then presented a flask of wine. Uncle Hao, wait. Look, I have brought you some fine wine as I have a favor to ask. Tang Hao accepted the wine, recalling the wager he had lost. What is it that you require my help with? Crafting something? No. Uncle Hao, I seek your assistance in obtaining my first soul ring, Taolong stated. How can an ordinary person like me assist you? Tang Hao's expression shifted as he regarded Taolong. On the day of my awakening, I saw Tang San, and he possesses a hammer-like spirit. The existence of dual spirits requires both parents to have inheritable spirits of equal quality. Surely, that hammer is derived from you, Taolong said, his demeanor turning serious. Child, do you still wish to leave this door today? Tang Hao was taken aback, astonished that a 6-year-old child possessed such knowledge. The soul power within him began to surge, imposing an overwhelming pressure on Taolong. I dare to come because Tang San is my good brother, and I too possess a dual spirit, Taolong responded, facing the pressure as his 9-tailed fox spirit manifested. Concurrently, he opened his left hand, revealing the Watergate halberd. This is my second spirit, the Watergate halberd. Your ability to defeat Tang San on that day was due to this second spirit, wasn't it? Furthermore, you also possess innate full soul power. It had been years since Tang Hao had experienced such astonishment. 2 dual spirit wielders had emerged from such a small village. Was this truly the hand of fate? Uncle Hao, please assist me in acquiring my first soul ring. Once my strength is formidable, I will be there to support Tang San whenever he requires help, and I shall offer him discounts. Taolong earnestly implored again. Tang Hao's lips twitched. So, you intend to charge for your assistance? However, Should they truly succeed in their training, there was a possibility of contending against the Spirit Hall, which had Bibi Dong, reputed as the strongest pope. Two dual spirits might indeed stand a chance against the Spirit Hall. Moreover, it would merely require a simple act on his part, a fitting prize for this child as silence. Very well, I shall assist you. Once you arrive at Notting Academy, I will seek you out. Remember what you have promised. Thank you, Uncle Hao. Taolong beamed, knowing that with the great Uncle Hao's aid, his first soul ring was practically assured. Now, regarding the matter of your dual spirits, I shall keep it confidential. Whether or not you inform Tang San is yours to decide, Tang Hao concluded before returning to his slumber. The child understood. Taolong watched as Tang Hao entered his house, then turned and closed the door behind him, departing. As they spoke, the trio arrived at the grand gates of Notting Academy. One imposing sight, truly deserving of its reputation as a soul master academy, Taolong remarked, having grown accustomed to the humble dwellings of his world, now beholding architecture that rivaled that of his previous life. Come, from now on, you shall study here, old Jack said as he led the two children forward. Hey, what do you think you're doing? This place is no place for country bumpkins like you. A guard blocked their path, speaking rudely. Excuse me, young sir. We hail from Holy Soul Village, and these children are this year's work-study students. Could you kindly inform us of the necessary procedures? Old Jack chuckled nervously. A straw hut can produce a golden phoenix? Two at that, even if they are genuine work-study students. Do not think I am unaware that a village can only have one quota. You imposters should have verified your facts before coming here. The guard wore a disdainful expression, accustomed to bowing to the faculty and students of the academy, now relishing the opportunity to assert his authority over those he deemed inferior. Such individuals are both laughable and pitiable. Just as old Jack was about to present the credentials provided by the Spirit Hall, Taolong stepped forward and said, Guard, I apologize, but we arrived in haste and did not bring any gifts. Gifts? What could you poor wretches possibly offer? The guard sneered. I thought I'd bring a flower to give to your mother, but alas, I have no flower and you have no mother. As his words fell, Taolong summoned forth his nine-tailed spirit, unleashing a fierce roar that caused the guard to collapse in fright. Meanwhile, Tang San discreetly concealed his first crafted hidden weapon. The silent sleeve arrow, as he had prepared to shoot, it had Taolong not intervened. Taolong initially intended to endure the situation, but upon experiencing it firsthand, he found the little guard at the gate to be even more detestable than he had imagined. He did not wish for old Jack to suffer any further, so he resolved to teach the guard a lesson. In essence, he was merely a petty individual. At that moment, another guard, struck by fear, hesitated to approach and open the grand door, leaving everyone frozen in place. Good sir, may I see the proof of your affiliation with the Spirit Hall? A gravelly yet magnetic voice resonated. The startled guard hurriedly stepped forward to open the door, respectfully saying, Master, you have arrived. Taolong and Tang San turned to see a middle-aged man with short black hair and a slender frame, appearing to be in his 40s, had somehow approached old Jack. He wore a long black robe, exuding an air of someone who has weathered many storms and faced harsh realities. With his hands clasped behind his back, his appearance was unremarkable, yet he possessed a distinct presence that set him apart in a crowd. Among the legendary figures, only one master exists on the Douluo continent, Yu Shaojiang. In all realms of martial prowess, people often fixate on the current titans of strength, neglecting experts like the master, who are the true catalysts for progress in the world. The proof is authentic. On behalf of the Academy, I apologize for the previous incident. The master examined Tang San's credentials with great scrutiny, as if genuinely concerned it might be a forgery. No need for apologies. It was the child who acted recklessly. We share the blame. I entrust the two of them to you. Old Jack quickly waved his hand, his heart warmed by the soul master's apology, enough to dispel any lingering displeasure. Tang San, Taolong, follow the master inside. I shall come for you when the term concludes. With that, old Jack turned and departed. Come in with me, the master said, a hint of a smile breaking through his otherwise stoic demeanor. He bent down and took Tang San's hand, subtly gesturing for Taolong to follow. What is this? Aren't I also a twin martial spirit? Why am I so unfavored by you? Taolong's desire for sarcastic commentary bubbled within him, but he decided against voicing it, feeling like a mere third wheel in the moment. Tang San, you go ahead with the master. I will see old Jack off. Ah, Brother Long, I too Tang San, taken aback by the master's distinctly different treatment of him, was about to follow when Taolong interjected. No, Tang San, you should go familiarize yourself at the academy. We shall split up. Taolong swiftly turned and ran away, leaving no room for Tang San to tag along. The master observed silently, secretly admiring the 7th-level soul power of this young lad. What is the matter? Is a 7th-level soul power unworthy of a name? You are Tang San. Come with me, the master instructed. Then, I must trouble you, Tang San replied, his hand still firmly grasped by the master, compelled to follow. Master? I am merely a guest here, taking advantage of the food and drink, the master said lightly. Tang San, you may call me master, for you must understand that the distinction between master and teacher is vast. Do not confuse them in the future. As they walked, the master paused, adopting a half-squat position, placing a hand on Tang San's shoulder, and added, unless you truly wish for me to be your teacher. Thus, the most infamous child abduction incident in the history of Douluo continent unfolded. Taolong, who had initially hoped to witness history, could no longer bear the intense emotional display, knowing full well that Tang San was not merely a 6-year-old child. His actual age was likely only a handful of years younger than the master himself. Grandfather, grandfather. Slow down, Taolong called as he caught up with old Jack around a corner. Xiaolong, why are you here? Is there a problem? Where is Tang San? Old Jack inquired. Grandfather, there's no issue. Tang San has gone ahead to the academy, and I came to see you off, Taolong replied with a smile, assisting the elderly man as they walked side by side. Honestly, I am not so old that I cannot walk on my own. There is no need for this, old Jack said, though his expression suggested he was rather enjoying the attention. In this lifetime, to have a grandson by his side, even his later years, felt like a blessing from the heavens. The value of familial bonds is immeasurable. It is their presence that allows us to escape the solitude, sorrow, and struggles of this bustling, unfamiliar world. Taolong turned his head and discreetly wiped away a tear when old Jack was not looking. Life must continue. At the entrance of Nodding Academy, Tang San stood waiting for Taolong. At this moment, Tang San was in high spirits. Though he had not voiced it, he had long been troubled by the perceived weakness of his blue-silver grass martial spirit. It was only upon meeting the master that he glimpsed the hope of transforming it into something formidable. Xiao-san, what are you thinking? Have you let the master take your soul? Taolong poked his head out from behind the bedding he was carrying, observing Tang San, who stood there like a pillar, lost in thought. Ah, Brother Long, you're back. I didn't even see you with that bundle. Tang San exclaimed, snapping out of his reverie, realizing Taolong had approached. Oh, I picked it up on my way back. The shopkeeper said it would be out of stock soon, so I was fortunate to act quickly. Don't worry, I bought a smaller set. It won't be enough for both of us to share, Taolong chuckled. Brother Long. You. Tang San sighed, clearly aware that Taolong was teasing him. All right, we can squeeze together. Now, take me to register, Taolong insisted. Let us go. I still need to complete my paperwork. We can do it together, Tang San said, leading the way. Hey, Xiao-san, have you long desired to share a dorm with me due to my good looks? Taolong teased, surprised by Tang San's focus on the path rather than the banter. Brother Long, while we were away from home, grandfather asked us to look out for each other. I worry that someone might covet your looks, and at a critical moment, I could come to your aid, Tang San replied. Your wit has improved, Xiao-san, Taolong remarked. Not at all. It's all thanks to your excellent teaching, Brother Long. After completing the registration process, they were informed they would be assigned to the dormitory designated for work-study students. Upon reaching the entrance of Dormitory 7, Taolong paused and said, Xiao-san, you go in first. Tang San knocked on the door and pushed it open. Inside Dormitory 7, all the students were work-study participants, regardless of age, soul power, or gender. Naturally, at this moment, all the occupants were boys. Hey, you two, are you the newcomers? A group of 7 or 8 children, previously engaged in playful antics, turned to face the 2 newcomers. One of the older boys, exuding a sense of authority, inquired. Greetings, we are work-study students from Holy Soul Village. I am Tang San, and this is Taolong. Tang San replied with a friendly smile. Hey, you're the leader of this dorm, right? What is your name? Taolong, uninterested in idle chatter, cut straight to the point. Listen, our Tang San is the boss of the village. It would be wise for you to relinquish your position and prepare a bed for me. Haha, it's been a while since I've encountered such brazen newcomers. My name is Wang Sheng, martial spirit, battle tiger. If you can defeat me, you can be the boss. If you lose, everything goes according to my rules. Wang Sheng sneered, determined to establish authority. Xiao San, he called you little three. I've even never called you that. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to tolerate it. Taolong said, already seated in the front row, eager to stir trouble. Tang San wore a look of innocence, bewildered by how his simple greeting had escalated into such a situation. Take this. Wang Sheng wasted no time and summoned his martial spirit, charging directly at Tang San. Well, I too dislike being called little three. Tang San assumed a fighting stance, marking his first battle since leaving Holy Spirit Village. Unfortunately, his opponent was rather inept, and within moments, Tang San subdued him effortlessly. Big brother, come sit down. We will soon prepare your bed, Wang Sheng called out, accompanied by a group of his peers. Responding to Taolong's commands, Tang San felt speechless. Hey, I'm the boss here. Why am I the one fighting while he enjoys the spoils? Is this 7 dormitory? Just then, a melodious voice echoed from outside. Taolong perked up, realizing that the main character, the one who devours braised rabbit heads, had finally arrived. Notting Academy is indeed a wondrous place. For decades since its establishment, it has not produced remarkable achievements, yet it diligently nurtures new soul masters. At this moment, it seemed to have accumulated a fortune, all of which unfurled as a wedding dress for Tang San. Here, he encountered the master, achieving success in his endeavors. At this moment, he also spotted Xiao Wu, bringing clarity to his heart. As for Taolong, well, he no longer needed to worry about going hungry in the future. Casually, he glanced at the new book rankings today. The Handsome Dragon, scrolled backward, initially thinking I wouldn't find myself there, but to my surprise, I spotted my name at the 142nd position, which brought a small thrill. However, there were numerous Douluo fanfictions in the new releases, each uniquely crafted. I even clicked into a few chapters. Everyone's creativity is remarkable. Is it not true that we share the sentiment of discontent with the slow updates of the anime, prompting us to pen our own stories? To be honest, I hadn't anticipated the high quality of the Douluo anime at first. It suffers from painfully slow updates, with excessive recaps each episode, leaving the actual content woefully short. It truly leaves one wanting more. Thus, I hope everyone takes care of their health, as we stand shoulder to shoulder, setting a modest goal to endure until the Douluo anime concludes. Chapter 11, Nodding Academy, Part 3, Following the Source of the Voice. The group of lecherous boys in 7 dormitory found themselves captivated. What a girl she was. Her skin was delicate, her face a rosy hue, and her long black hair was styled into a scorpion braid. Her legs were slender yet strong. She epitomized vivacious charm. Xiao San, wipe off your drool. She's speaking to you, Taolong admonished with a look of exasperation. Hello. This is indeed 7 dormitory. My name is Tang San, he replied instinctively. Then turned to Wang Sheng beside him, inquiring, is it permissible for boys and girls to cohabit here? Wang Sheng responded, Boss, 7 dormitory is specifically designated for working students. Besides, we are all still just kids. I didn't expect so many working students this year. Come on, boss, don't forget our rules. Feeling a bit awkward, Tang San hesitated to bully such a lovely girl. Hello, I am Xiao Wu. As in dancing, she introduced herself, flashing her signature sweet smile, which left the boys utterly mesmerized. Tang San remained slightly dazed. Taolong, unable to contain himself, pointed at Tang San, declaring, Xiao Wu, hello, this guy's our boss. In 7 dormitory, we have a rule. If you defeat him in a duel, you become the boss. If you lose, you become his wife. What wife? Xiaolong. You're talking nonsense. Tang San blushed, quickly covering Taolong's mouth and explaining Xiao Wu, it's like this. New roommates need to demonstrate their martial spirits and strength through a friendly match. I don't have one nonsense. If I lose, I have to be Tang San's wife. Taolong muffled through Tang San's hand. Xiao Wu stood at the door, unable to hear Taolong clearly. Upon hearing of a duel, the girl instantly became excited. My martial spirit is a rabbit, the very cute kind. If I win, I become a boss, right? Indeed, but you seem to have the advantage. My martial spirit is blue silvergrass, which is the food of your spirit. Tang San, who rarely interacted with girls in the village, suddenly felt a surge of nervousness. Xiao Wu giggled, setting her uniform aside. You're quite amusing. Are you ready? I want to hold back. With that, she raised her knee and aimed a kick at Tang San's chin. In an instant, The two were locked in a fierce exchange, and those around them instinctively cleared a space, exclaiming in awe at the spectacle. Taolong was particularly engrossed. Xiao Wu, aim for Tang San's weak spots. You promised to go all out. Xiao San, what are you doing? Are you trying to take advantage of girl? In the heat of battle, Tang San felt exasperated, blocking Xiao Wu's front kick while attempting to create distance. Xiaolong, stop saying nonsense. How am I taking advantage of her? And which side are you on? Cuteness is justice. Brothers are like limbs. One must know when to sever ties. Watch out, look above you. Taolong shouted. Of course, Tang San did not look up. He knew Taolong, being the kind of person who loved to spectate, would not behave seriously in such a situation. Xiao Wu smiled radiantly, tossing her braid behind her and delivering a straight kick towards Tang San. Tang San chuckled, thinking she resembled Xiao Long in her flawed techniques. This match is mine. But unexpectedly, Xiao Wu feigned a kick, evading Tang San's grasp. She swiftly maneuvered behind him, locking her legs around his shoulders and leaning back like a spring, sending Tang San flying. Did I lose again? Tang San soared through the air, questioning his existence. He thought it absurd that he could not even defeat this little girl. His record now stood at 2 losses and 1 win. However, he couldn't deny that the sensation of her legs around him was quite pleasant. Taolong helped the fallen Tang San up and whispered into his ear. Was it exhilarating? Tang San, caught off guard by the remark, felt his ears flush red. Ignoring Taolong, he turned to Xiao Wu. I lost. Could you tell me what technique you just used? Beauty strategy, of course. Xiaolong. Tang San finally lost his patience, glaring at Taolong with gritted teeth. I suddenly need to use the restroom. You all continue chatting, Taolong laughed, sensing the situation turning awkward, and made his escape. Ah, that Xiao Long loves to joke. Please don't take it to heart, Xiao Wu. Earlier, you mentioned, what was it? It's called soft techniques. Well, since I won from now on, you all must listen to me. Boss sounds terrible. From now on, call me Sister Xiao Wu. Understood? Xiao Wu quickly embraced her role, announcing to everyone. Yes, Sister Xiao Wu. The unnamed underlings of 7 dormitory chorused in unison. Tang San thought to himself, if it weren't to save face in front of Xiao Wu, I would have retaliated against Taolong already. Oof. After Taolong exited, he shed his meek demeanor, preparing to strike back, lingering just outside the door of 7 dormitory. Excuse me, are you from 7 dormitory? A teacher-like figure approached, carrying a blanket. Ah, yes, I'm in the same dorm as Tang San, 7 dormitory, Taolong replied. Perfect. This blanket is entrusted to me by the master to deliver to Tang San. You came with him, right? Could you please give it to him? Of course. I will thank Tang San on your behalf. Taolong took the blanket, exclaiming, wow, this blanket is meant for 2 people. It's much heavier than mine. He bounced the blanket in his hands. Master, truly, I'm nowhere near your level. I shall refer to the master as the ultimate support. Xiao San, the master sent you a blanket. Hurry and open the door. Taolong called from outside the dormitory. The door swung open, and Tang San received the blanket, still fuming and unwilling to engage in conversation with Taolong. Taolong sighed, the master is so kind, even sending you a blanket. Poor Xiao Wu and I. We don't know what we'll cover ourselves with tonight. Tang San immediately retorted, Xiao Long, didn't you buy one? What are you worrying about? Taolong spread his hands in exasperation, realizing he had forgotten. It seemed only Xiao Wu was left without a partner. His share was far too small, unable to accommodate the 2 of them. Xiao Wu, on the other hand, appeared quite cheerful, as both she and her peers were engaged in their studies. While he was left out, the surrounding boys, displaying keen perception, offered their own supplies, yet Xiao Wu, being a girl, evidently preferred something new. She turned her gaze towards Tang San, who was clutching his bedding tightly, trembling slightly. Tang San, let us squeeze together, Taolong suggested, having swiftly moved 2 beds together. Indeed, Tang San, you should heed the dorm leader's advice. A little squeeze is indeed beneficial for your health. Come, help me make the bed. Brother Xiaolong. Chapter 12, Nodding Academy, Part 4. In the end, Tang San succumbed without any resistance. So delightful, Taolong mused, observing Tang San's reluctant compliance. Tang San shot Taolong an annoyed glance, feeling as though since arriving at this academy, Taolong had awakened some peculiar trait, constantly putting him in awkward situations. Brother Xiaolong, we've all finished our tasks. Should you reveal your abilities as well? Indeed, Taolong, we still do not know what your martial soul is. Wang Sheng inquired. Taolong, who was enjoying the spectacle, momentarily froze. You're called Taolong? Then let my sister, Xiao Wu, test your skills. Xiao Wu appeared eager, as if not yet satisfied with the earlier bouts. My martial soul is the nine-tailed fox, awakened at the 7th level of soul power, Taolong declared. As for fighting, I concede. I cannot even defeat Tang San, let alone you. Tang San wore a perplexed expression. Did I lose to thin air that day? Perhaps I should spar with Wang Sheng instead. What do you think? All right, Xiao Wu replied, losing interest upon hearing that Taolong could not even best Tang San. Wang Sheng, you fight him. Understood, Sister Xiao Wu. With that, Wang Sheng summoned his martial soul, the battle tiger, and assumed a fighting stance. Taolong's lips curled into a smile as his nine-tailed fox martial soul manifested. He raised his head slightly, fixing his gaze on Wang Sheng. A wave of nervousness washed over Wang Sheng. After all, he was a tiger. How could he fear a mere fox? With a roar, he lunged forward, eager to strike first. Taolong did not evade or defend. Instead, he met Wang Sheng's assault head-on, engaging in a vigorous melee. If Tang San and Xiao Wu's confrontation was a blend of technique, soul power, and strategy, an exhibition of two martial masters, then the clash between Taolong and Wang Sheng resembled a battle of ferocious beasts, tit for tat, raw and violent, leaving the onlookers in awe. As the fight progressed, Taolong grew increasingly exhilarated. In his previous mundane life, he had never engaged in a confrontation. His last encounter with Tang San had been a fluke, aided by the flying thunder god technique. This time, however, he transformed from a hesitant and fearful combatant to a wild and eager warrior, pouring all his energy into overpowering his opponent. This sensation was entirely new to him, a bit akin to the time in college when the instructor had required them to euthanize a lab mouse. He could not forget the moment he steeled himself, gradually applying pressure, only to tense up in fear as the mouse struggled. Another punch was thrown, and both Wang Sheng and Taolong struck each other in the face. Taolong merely tilted his head, while Wang Sheng was sent flying. As he lay on the ground, Wang Sheng felt as though his entire body was falling apart. His soul power was nearly depleted. The encounter only served to heighten his anxiety and fatigue, as he realized he had been thoroughly dominated, from martial soul to soul master. Taolong stepped forward, seemingly unwilling to halt his assault. Brother Xiaolong, you've won, Tang San said, patting Taolong on the back from behind. Taolong instantly turned, his eyes locking onto Tang San with a predatory glint. Brother Xiaolong, Tang San shouted. Taolong paused, his body relaxing as he closed his eyes and withdrew his martial soul. Wang Sheng, I apologize. I haven't fought in a long while and got a bit carried away, Taolong said, regaining his composure as he helped Wang Sheng up. It's all right. I'm not hurt. You're quite impressive, Taolong, Wang Sheng replied. Just average. Taolong laughed heartily. Let us go. To make amends, I'll treat you all to lunch. Indeed, let's hurry. I'm quite hungry, Xiao Wu interjected, rubbing her stomach. Then, let us head to the school cafeteria. The group from Dormitory 7 followed the enticing aroma of food, primarily guided by Wang Sheng. By the way, Taolong, if you're so formidable, why don't you want to fight me? Xiao Wu's presence significantly increased their attention. To answer that question, you should inquire with Tang San. Taolong deftly shifted the query to Tang San. It's because Brother Xiaolong has no understanding of combat techniques. Facing you would result in utter defeat. Tang San retorted, having endured enough teasing for one day. Indeed. So, Wang Sheng, my earlier victory was merely a stroke of luck. Taolong seemed unbothered, perhaps reveling in the joy of matchmaking. Not at all. Generally, normal individuals do not possess the fighting prowess of Sister Xiao Wu or Tang San. I am a battle soul master. Engaging directly is my combat style. Wang Sheng waved his hand dismissively. Oh, we have arrived. The cafeteria of Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy was expansive, spanning 2 levels, with the first floor being significantly more affordable. It's enormous, Xiao Wu exclaimed. Well, it's quite similar to the small cafeteria at my previous school. Taolong assessed their surroundings. Due to the intense battle between Taolong and Wang Sheng, they arrived at the cafeteria relatively late, and the tables were only half filled. Tang San, Xiao Wu, Wang Sheng, order whatever you like. I brought my entire little treasury, Taolong declared grandly with a flourish of his hand. Wow, I want to hold back then. Thank you. Xiao Wu's fondness for Taolong surged. and she no longer bothered with formalities. "Brother Xiaolong, once I receive my salary, I will repay you," Tang San remarked, having come prepared with some provisions as a means to sustain himself until he could earn money through work-study. "Who among us brothers is keeping track? Let us see what delicious offerings we can find," Taolong encouraged, patting Tang San on the shoulder. "Remember to treat the lovely lady to something nice when you get paid. It's not easy being on your own." "Understood," Tang San nodded. As the group settled down, Tang San suddenly spotted the master descending from the second floor and rushed over. "Master, thank you for the bedding." The master nodded. "Have you tidied up? Have you eaten yet?" "I was delayed by some matters and just came to the cafeteria with my roommates," Tang San explained. "All right, after you finish eating, come find me," the master instructed, waving Tang San off before turning back upstairs. "Tang San, do you know the master?" Wang Sheng inquired upon Tang San's return. "Yes, the master is my teacher." "What? Do you realize who the master is?" Wang Sheng exclaimed, but his words were cut short. "Tang San, congratulations. In the future, if I have any questions, I'll be relying on you to ask the master," Taolong quipped, playfully stuffing a bun into Wang Sheng's mouth. "Once a student, always a father," Tang San remarked earnestly, casting a serious gaze at his roommates, hoping they wouldn't make reckless judgments about the master in the future. Xiao Wu observed Tang San's sudden seriousness, her perception of him shifting. "Wow, Tang San looks incredibly handsome when he is serious," Taolong idolized, gazing at Tang San with both hands clasped in admiration. "Brother Xiaolong." Tang San could no longer maintain his composure, feeling somewhat helpless. Taolong chuckled. "Congratulations, Tang San. Regarding this book, let us discuss its premise. The author, Shuai Long, aims to avoid writing mindless, gratifying narratives and aspires for a semblance of authenticity, akin to imagining oneself truly traversing back in time and contemplating what could be achieved. In the early chapters, the narrative follows Tang San closely, as it would be a missed opportunity not to observe the Shrek 7 monsters up close after arriving in Douluo. As for the female lead, I shall not divulge too much, for it is not a matter of wavering resolve, but rather that they are simply too enticing. Am I revealing too much? My head aches. The protagonist's name has been subject to countless jests. If given the chance to name him, what would you choose? Perhaps something audacious? Chapter 13. Fulfilling Promises After Dinner. I am so full. The school cafeteria is quite impressive. "Thank you for treating me," Taolong, Xiao Wu said, patting her belly in satisfaction. "Of course, it is only right. I will rely on you to come to my defense if anyone bullies me." "I have covered the meal expenses for you and Xiao San," Taolong replied, casting a knowing glance at Tang San. "Do you see, Xiao Wu is here. Will you still dare to misbehave?" Tang San responded, "You all go ahead. I still need to seek out the teacher." He promptly tidied up his dishes and departed the cafeteria. Having chosen Master as his mentor, did Tang San truly grasp who Master was? Wang Sheng, watching Tang San walk away, finally spoke the words he had been holding back throughout the meal. "It's all about fate." Master's profound understanding of Wuhuan theory might just illuminate a path for Xiao San's cultivation of blue silvergrass. Oh, that makes sense. Perhaps Master is the only one capable of studying the blue silvergrass Wuhuan, Wang Sheng realized, his previous assumptions overshadowed by Tang San's impressive demeanor, leading him to inadvertently overlook the fact that blue silvergrass is deemed a useless Wuhuan. "Shall we explore the campus? I am still unfamiliar with the route to the classrooms," Xiao Wu suggested, unperturbed by any negative thoughts regarding Master, as she remained unaware of his true nature. "All right, Sister Xiao Wu, I shall guide you," Wang Sheng nodded. The trio set off, with Xiao Wu leading the way, exiting the cafeteria. Despite being merely a primary academy, they meandered from south to north, conversing and laughing for a good half-hour. "Haha, I can't believe Tang San wet the bed at 5. Who would have thought?" Xiao Wu laughed so hard she could barely stand. Wang Sheng, standing nearby, found it hard to believe and refrained from joining in the laughter, aware of his inability to match Tang San's strength. He even pondered whether knowing so much might lead to dire consequences. Taolong, on the other hand, was in high spirits. Having discussed Tang San with Xiao Wu throughout their walk, he was confident that Xiao Wu would now have a lasting impression of Tang San. Meanwhile, in Master's quarters, Tang San, gnawing on a chicken leg and contemplating bringing some back for his roommates, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine as a bone lodged in his throat, causing him to cough violently. Seeing this, Master felt a pang of sympathy. realizing the boy had likely not eaten enough at lunch. Eat slowly. Once you finish, I would like to see your other wuhuan, master instructed. With his mouth full, Tang San could only nod in response. Back in the dormitory, Taolong felt a bit bored. After Tang San's conversation with master, he presumed they would be off to hunt for soul rings the following day. What would his first soul ring be like, he wondered. Kid, come to the northwest corner of the academy. A voice suddenly called out to Taolong, instantly revitalizing him. I miss Tang San. I must go find him. Without looking back, Taolong dashed out of the dormitory, leaving his bewildered roommates behind. Already missing Tang San? Could it be? They exchanged glances, and the boys felt a chill. Indeed, as their mothers had advised, one must always protect oneself while away from home. Breathless and drenched in sweat, Taolong leaned against his knees, suspecting that Douluo had intentionally chosen the farthest corner from the dormitory, making his sprint exhausting. Uncle? Where are you? Kid, did that little distance tire you out? Tang Hao appeared, still in his usual disheveled state. Taolong rolled his eyes, then donned a bright smile and turned to ask, Uncle, did you specifically summon me for something? Is it about my soul ring? Tang Hao nodded. Tomorrow, that master will take Xiao San to hunt for soul rings. We will accompany them. If we come across a suitable one, we shall procure yours as well. Uncle, is that master your acquaintance? Taolong was speechless. It was clearly intentional. He had merely shared one useful piece of advice, and now he had vanished. Couldn't you have communicated that in the dormitory? He lamented, feeling overwhelmed. After engaging in a deep discussion with Master, Tang San returned to the dormitory, just as he was about to open the door when he overheard someone exclaim, Ha ha! Is it true that Tang San wet the bed? Even at 5 years old? Indeed, it is true. Taolong told me himself. They're from the same village. So it must be accurate. Tang San, why are you standing there? Why not come inside? Just then, Taolong appeared, noticing Tang San frozen in place, and asked, puzzled. Tang San wet the bed. Ha ha ha, came the exaggerated laughter from within the dormitory. Taolong's smile vanished. Damn it. Xiao Wu and Wang Sheng promised me they wouldn't tell anyone. Hey Xiao San, please don't act rashly. Give me some time to think. I can certainly come up with a clever defense. Taolong, now sweating profusely, took a few steps backward until he found himself cornered. Tang San said nothing, tilting his head as his eyes shimmered with purple light, and with his soul power coalescing, he lunged at Taolong. Help! Murder! A voice from within the dormitory questioned. Did I just hear someone scream for help? Must be your imagination. This is a school dormitory. 10 minutes later, Taolong knocked on the door. Wang Sheng opened it. My goodness, who are you? He said, staring at the pig-headed figure before him. Is that you, little dragon? Tang San grinned. You are Taolong? Wang Sheng looked back and forth between Tang San and the pig-headed figure. At that moment, everyone in the dormitory was captivated by the scene at the door, and Xiao Wu couldn't help but burst into laughter. I am Taolong. The tale of Tang San wetting the bed was my fabrication. I apologize to everyone. I have erred, and I repent. Please do not believe my tall tales in the future. Oh no, I'm in my ghost stories. Taolong bowed deeply, seeing Taolong's demeanor. The others chose to remain silent, save for Xiao Wu, who had completely collapsed in laughter. That night, under the sparse stars and a luminous moon, Tang San had invited Xiao Wu out, after which Taolong rose from his bed. Wang Sheng, wake up. What is it, Pigsy? Wang Sheng groggily opened his eyes to see Taolong. Well, my uncle is ill, and I need to take a few days off. Could you assist with my work-study responsibilities? I will treat you to something nice upon my return. Sure, take care of your uncle. And I want some pig knuckles. Wang Sheng nodded, clearly accustomed to such requests. Many thanks. Oh, and let me share a secret. Tang San and Xiao Wu are going on a date. Taolong expressed his gratitude with a bow, and then whispered conspiratorially into Wang Sheng's ear. What? Tang San and Xiao Wu are going on a date? Wang Sheng exclaimed, stirring everyone else in the dormitory awake. Chapter 14. The soul-hunting forest. By the time Tang San and Xiao Wu returned to the dormitory, it was already past midnight. Tang San, you are being unreasonable, leaving me in agony. Xiao Wu complained as she rubbed her shoulder. It was you who insisted on continuing, refusing to stop. What could I do? Tang San shrugged his shoulders. After asking Xiao Wu to help him with the cleaning, she unexpectedly requested a sparring session, prompting him to resort to hidden weapon techniques, delivering long-range attacks that left Xiao Wu quite displeased. As they opened the door, nearly 10 pairs of eyes in the darkness fixated on the two of them. Everyone, Why are you still awake? Tang San queried in confusion. Congratulations. Wishing Tang San and Xiao Wu a long-lasting union and early offspring. What nonsense are you spouting? Xiao Wu, being a girl, felt embarrassed and could no longer endure it. Tang San hurriedly clarified. Xiao Wu and I merely went out to spar. What are you all thinking? Yes, sparring, we understand, we all get it. You know nothing. Tang San thought to himself. I clearly saw everyone asleep before I left. What is going on? There's still one person asleep, Tang San observed, spotting Taolong. Xiaolong, quit pretending. Tang San gritted his teeth. Upon hearing this, Taolong slowly opened his eyes. Huh, why aren't you all asleep? Oh, Xiao San, why are you looking at me like that? Sighing, Tang San felt exhausted after the night's antics and still had to accompany the master the next day, leaving him with no energy to deal with Taolong. He walked to his bedside and collapsed onto his bed, falling asleep. After Xiao Wu scolded the others, she too was at a loss for further explanation and angrily went to bed. The night passed in silence. The following day, Tang San awoke early to seek out the master. Shortly after, Taolong also got up, first go to the administration office to request leave, then making his way to the northwest corner, eagerly awaiting the master's arrival. I'm at the academy gate. Xiao San is about to leave. Hurry over, or I want to take you with me. Taolong threatened, feeling the sting of retribution. Is there no justice in this? Master, I'm helping you find a daughter-in-law. And this is how you treat me? Oh, for goodness sake. Before Taolong could catch his breath upon reaching the academy gate, he was abruptly lifted by the scruff of his neck. As he turned to see who it was, he heard Tang Hao say, activate your fox spirit. We are set to depart. Thus began Taolong's most humiliating journey. Foolish tree, foolish tree, foolish, foolish, foolish. In the soul-hunting forest, Taolong and Tang Hao lay in ambush near the entrance. Uncle, can we negotiate a different approach? Must you carry me like this? Taolong rubbed his neck, recalling how he had struggled to keep his collar from strangling him. Tang Hao shot him a sideways glance. How was I to know my little San still wet the bed at 5? Taolong fell silent, wishing to disappear. After a lengthy wait without the arrival of Tang San and the master, Taolong grew bored and began to speak again. Uncle Hao, what do you think of that little girl in our dorm? Isn't she adorable? I think Xiao San and she would be a perfect match. Perhaps you should reach out to her family and arrange a betrothal. Tang Hao squinted, recalling his first sight of the girl, which indeed startled him. Xiao San and her make a fine pair. Truly, he is my son. That girl is quite nice. You should facilitate their union. And I'll find you a better soul ring. All right, Uncle Hao, just wait for your granddaughter. Taolong chuckled. Xiao San, remember, only soul masters with a hand order issued by the spirit hall can enter the forest to hunt soul beasts. Master, does that mean the soul-hunting forest belongs to the spirit hall or the state? Sure, I'll explain this when we return. In the distance, the master and Tang San had arrived at the forest entrance, presenting their hand order to enter. Taolong tightened his grip on his collar. Indeed, the next moment, Tang Hao lifted him again and followed suit. The master, after ensuring Tang San kept pace, burst into an awkward dance. Come forth, 3 cannon. Ha! The master's spirit is truly amusing. The dance is even more entertaining. This scene made Taolong laugh out loud, realizing his outburst. He quickly covered his mouth to stifle it. I'm not laughing. Tang Hao's face twitched. Speak properly. They can't hear you. The master's spirit is a mutated one. It's a pity it hasn't reached greater heights, but instead transformed into this state. Tang Hao remarked. Kid, you are far luckier. Your 2 spirits must also be mutations. As a dual spirit mutant, you should be the first of your kind on this continent. Being such an unfortunate soul, I cannot expect such good fortune, Taolong thought to himself. Afterward, 3 cannon led the way, and the master explained each type of soul beast they encountered to Tang San, while Taolong, concealed behind them and ready to activate his spirit, listened intently. The master was nothing short of a walking encyclopedia on soul beasts. Taolong admired inwardly, realizing he needed to fill his knowledge gaps about soul beasts in the coming years. In the middle of the night, as they settled down to rest, a pack of level 10 wolves suddenly attacked. With a wave of his hand, the master declared thunderous farts, earth-shattering 3 cannon. Indeed, one blast could determine the fate of the world. He then handed Tang San a mask. Turning to look at Tang Hao, who was behind him, Taolong noticed Tang Hao pinching his nose. Do you really need to pinch your nose as a title, Douluo? Are you just doing it to show me? Ugh. So infuriating, but I have no choice. I must breathe deeply and hold it in. Being angry will only harm my body. After taking a deep breath, Taolong held his breath. The wolves were driven away, but then a wave of toxic gas approached, heralded by a dark green, triangular-headed soul beast with a forked tongue, radiating hostility. Is it repulsed by the stench? Taolong thought sarcastically. Mandala snake, the master exclaimed, shielding Tang San behind him. The snake had large, fan-like protrusions on either side of its head, resembling fish fins. It maneuvered around the large trees, assessing its potential meal for the night. Run, master. Take Tang San with you. I'll hold 3 cannon back. Another 2 toxic blasts were unleashed. The mandala snake, a fierce beast, had no patience. And after enduring Tang San's assault, the master instructed, if anyone were bombarded with 2 farts, they would follow you to the ends of the earth. Taolong lamented internally. Indeed, the mandala snake did not relent, biting down on 3 cannon. Fortunately, the master managed to retract his spirit in time, but he still sustained injuries. In a critical moment, Tang San stepped forward, executing a series of maneuvers that, utilizing his 10th level soul power and Tang Sec techniques, allowed him to counterattack and slay the venomous snake. Impressive. In my previous life, that would be considered a masterful operation, a flawless counterattack. Taolong was astonished. He knew Tang San was strong, but he never expected such power to erupt in a life-or-death situation. Thank goodness he wasn't Tang San's enemy. Winning that previous match had indeed been pure luck. Stealing a glance at Tang Hao, who had remained silent since the battle began, Taolong pondered and asked, Uncle Hao, you are indeed formidable. All of this was taught to Tang San by you, correct? Chapter 15. The Soul Hunting Forest, Part 2. Tang Hao nodded slightly in acknowledgement. He had observed the battle clearly and was curious about how his son had acquired such techniques, skills, and the source of his hidden weapons. In truth, upon seeing the mandala snake, he had prepared to intervene, but he wanted to test Tang San's courage. He never imagined Xiao San would slay the vile creature. These 2 children, how many secrets do they hold? Tang Hao shook his head. On the ground, the dying mandala snake lay still. Under the master's guidance, Tang San resolved to absorb it as his first soul ring. A yellow halo flashed, a century-old soul ring, and Tang San successfully absorbed it. Upon witnessing his son's success, Tang Hao's expression softened significantly. The master indeed possessed profound theoretical knowledge. Even he was unaware of how to cultivate the blue silvergrass. Truly, Xiao San was a fortunate child. Upon awakening, Tang San noticed the master lying on the ground, only to discover the wounds inflicted by the mandala snake. He hurriedly assisted the master in detoxifying and healing, sealing the meridians to prevent the poison from spreading. His heart swelled with emotion. The master, on the brink of death, was unwilling to voice his condition for fear of affecting Tang San's absorption of the spirit ring. Tang Hao and Taolong observed silently. Xiao San, you have revealed too much. How can I cover for you now? Uncle Hao, you have even taught Tang San how to handle poison. You are truly considerate. Ahem. This is merely the fundamental skill of a soul master. You will learn it in school as well. Tang Hao readily accepted the blame. Several hours later, dawn broke, and the master regained consciousness. Water. Tang San quickly fetched a bamboo tube to hydrate the master. I'm still alive? Master, you are very much alive. My father taught me a simple method to deal with poison. Seeing you unconscious, I took a gamble. Tang Hao maintained a stern face. Excellent, all I taught him. I simply forgot how to use it myself. How can you refer to the master as a horse? Master, please rest a bit. I'm fine, but you? Xiao San, have you succeeded? The master asked eagerly. Tang San nodded, summoning his martial soul, the blue silver grass, which had transformed into a deep blue hue, turning entirely black when activating his soul skill. Taolong and Tang Hao gazed upon the scene with admiration. Tang Hao respected the master, whose lowly strength belied his profound understanding of martial soul research. Taolong, however, comprehended the master's inner excitement. The master preferred to die rather than disrupt Tang San's absorption of the spirit ring, because Tang San's success would validate decades of his research. He would not be a laughingstock. That was his lifelong pursuit, his ideal, the very essence of his existence amid countless setbacks and humiliations. After demonstrating his soul skill, which had entangling and paralyzing effects, Tang San supported the master as they set off to return. Tang Hao and Taolong escorted them out of the forest. "Let us pause. We must find your spirit ring," said Tang Hao. "Thank you, Uncle Hao," Taolong exclaimed, but was swiftly grabbed by the nape of his neck. The two moved rapidly deeper into the forest. With a loud sound, Taolong sprang to his feet, breathless, nearly believing he was on the brink of death. "This is a deeper part of the forest, teeming with century-old soul beasts," Tang Hao remarked. "I will restrain my soul power and follow behind you. Choose and hunt the soul beast yourself." With that, he vanished from sight. Taolong had no chance to utter a word before Tang Hao disappeared. He could only silently express his frustration. "Grandfather, I finally understand you. I too wish to break his legs." Sighing, Taolong surveyed his surroundings, suddenly feeling a chilling silence. This was a forest, yet not even the sound of insects could be heard. Suddenly, a wave of malevolence surged from a distance. Taolong, clearly disinterested in discovering the identity of that soul beast, took off running. The overwhelming malice urged him to flee lest he meet his demise. Activating his innate radar-like ability, he realized that, except for the north, powerful malevolence lurked in all other directions. "What else is there to say?" he thought, dashing towards the north. "This kid, does he possess some unique perception abilities, or is he simply lucky?" Tang Hao observed Taolong's frantic escape. He had initially intended to let Taolong endure some hardship, yet who could have predicted that the lad would swiftly achieve success? Am I truly aging and in need of retirement? Feeling the depletion of his soul power, Taolong noted that, fortunately, his nine-tailed fox martial soul restored energy rapidly, making his flight effortless. If only I could freely activate my martial soul at school. Eventually, Taolong sensed no further threats and halted, uncertain of his location. He heard the sound of water in the distance. Hesitating momentarily, he cautiously approached the source of the sound. Before him lay a small waterfall, its cascade pooling into a serene lake. How beautiful! He marveled, concealed behind a large tree, admiring the picturesque scene. Though not as grand as the attractions he had visited in his past life, it possessed an enchanting charm reminiscent of tranquil streams and bridges. The forest came alive with sounds, vibrant and full of life. This sight was sufficient to cleanse the soul of worldly dust. As Taolong gazed into the lake's center, he spotted a sapphire-blue fox soul beast lounging atop a protruding rock, seemingly in a light slumber. Its fluffy tail enveloped its body, exuding an irresistible cuteness. Taolong's heart stirred. He concentrated, summoning a Watergate trident in his left hand, closing one eye to aim, and released it towards the blue fox. With a whoosh, the blue fox abruptly opened its eyes, standing to face the incoming projectile. Despite knowing it would miss, it prudently retreated a few steps. As expected, the shot went astray, embedding itself in the rocky wall. The blue fox scoffed disdainfully, glancing towards the direction of the trident's launch. "A human? It feels weak yet delectable." Taolong observed the blue fox, which, upon standing, revealed a muscular physique, no longer appearing delicate and cute. It had been hidden beneath its tail, but now, its limbs were taut, showcasing sharp teeth. The blue fox exuded the strength of a warrior, regarding Taolong with an elegant gaze, resembling a fierce yet graceful warrior. Taolong, emboldened, leaped down from the tree. The blue fox began to gather soul power, not merely a brute in close combat. Elegance was key to its beauty, as even female foxes appreciated such finesse. Targeting the human in midair, the blue fox unleashed a decisive strike. A blue light arrow aimed directly at Taolong's forehead. "Hearts are more delectable than brains," it mused. In a blood-red haze, Taolong watched the spiraling light arrow disturb the surrounding air, creating a vortex. Right? During my time at the academy, I could attempt the spiral technique. After all, he practiced chakra, and while unsure of other ninjutsu, the spiral technique was certainly within his grasp. A flying thunder god without the spiral technique was incomplete. Chapter 16. The first spirit ring. In the moment the light arrow was about to pierce Taolong's forehead, he vanished. The blue fox was startled, and, simultaneously, its shadow beneath its feet elongated. What is that above? The Watergate trident, which had previously been at the fox's feet, now appeared in Taolong's grasp as he held it aloft, preparing to strike down upon the blue fox's head. The blue fox let out a shriek, instinctively shielding its head with its tail, gathering soul power in a desperate attempt to block the impending blow. Taolong's eyes widened. His speed was still insufficient. Though he observed the blue fox's movements, his body could not keep pace. Gritting my teeth, severing the fox's tail to make a scarf would be nice. With a swift motion, the trident sliced through the air, much easier than anticipated, akin to a powerful punch that missed its target, causing Taolong to lose balance momentarily. The blue fox cried out in agony. For its kind, the pain of a severed tail surpassed that of a pierced heart. Yet, the blue fox had survived countless battles. Honing its instincts, it lunged at the airborne Taolong, aiming for his neck. Taolong retracted his trident for defense, blocking the blue fox's sharp teeth, but its other paw pierced through his shoulder. Ah! Taolong screamed in pain, left with no recourse as the blue fox propelled him into the lake. As one person and one fox descended further into the depths, the blood stained the surface of the lake, while Taolong found himself unable to summon any strength underwater. Lacking both experience in aquatic combat and any genuine combat expertise. After sinking a short distance, the blue fox withdrew, its hind legs coiling with power before it kicked Taolong towards the lake's bottom. How many opponents had met their demise at the hands of this creature in the water? That strange weapon had also been reclaimed by the human, once he drowned. It will be time for a meal. What a regrettable transaction. My tail, that wretched human. The blue fox extended its severed tail above the water, fixating its gaze on Taolong, channeling its soul energy to staunch its bleeding. Taolong stirred his right hand. The pain had rendered him numb in that arm, but now he could move it. He understood the fox's intentions, feigning the role of a landlubber and continuing to sink. No, the blue fox narrowed its pupils. A drowning prey would never remain still. They would struggle and perish in agony. This human was up to something. Huh, this time, do you have a tail to shield yourself with? Taolong resurfaced above the blue fox, his left hand wielding the water spear as he struck downwards. The blue fox, watching Taolong vanish, exerted all its strength to evade. Yet this time, with Taolong above the water and it below, the blue fox, despite its aquatic agility, was still a fraction slower than when on land. Splash! Its head severed, blood gushed forth, and before Taolong could catch his breath, he plunged back into the water, where a massive hand seized both his and the blue fox's lifeless bodies. On the shore, Taolong panted heavily. Having executed the flying thunder god technique twice had already pushed him to his limits. Should that strike miss, it would mean his demise. Well done. This azure crystal fox possesses noble bloodline and around 500 years of cultivation. It should serve as the most suitable soul beast for you. Uncle Hao, do not relax. Quickly absorb the soul ring. Remember what Master told Tang San. Focus on your martial soul and maintain clarity. Taolong promptly sat cross-legged, eagerly gazing at the soul ring emerging from the blue fox's body. After a deep breath, he reached for the soul ring. A surge of power struck him, causing his entire body to warm up. Alongside the impact of soul power, a wave of spiritual energy surged towards him. This is the spiritual platform. Inner sight? It was unlike he had envisioned. He could only see the meridians of chakra and soul power flowing, while the spiritual platform felt like standing in a pitch-black void. The remnants of the blue fox's soul materialized, howling at him. Just as Taolong was bewildered, a pair of eyes appeared behind him, an ethereal, nine-tailed fox, gazing down upon the blue fox. With a swipe of its paw, the blue fox vanished into thin air. Subsequently, the soul power was completely devoured by the chakra. Taolong opened his eyes to find a halo of golden light encircling him. Centennial soul ring, absorption successful. Rising to his feet, he felt rejuvenated. The prior battle's exhaustion had vanished, and the wounds on his right shoulder no longer resembled mere puncture marks, but rather his muscles were actively mending, and the bleeding had ceased. Try your first soul skill, Tang Hao instructed. First soul skill, martial soul manifestation. Tang Hao. Oh, I misspoke. It's the nine-tailed cloak. Taolong chuckled as a layer of red chakra enveloped him, his appearance transforming to resemble that of a fox, complete with fox ears atop his head and a tail behind. Is this a soul skill that enhances oneself in all aspects? Quite fortuitous, Tang Hao nodded. Wait here. I will fetch something to eat. Uncle Hao. Tang Hao turned around. I don't want any oranges. Tang Hao looked at Taolong, furrowing his brows as if pondering whether the spiritual shock had rendered him daft, before he turned and entered the woods. Pretty exhausting. Taolong lay back on the ground, finally relaxing, his hand brushing against something soft. Upon inspection, it was the severed tail of the blue fox. So large. And this is merely a part of it. It could easily cover my entire body. How delightful. With Uncle Hao around, a nap should pose no issue, right? What do you think happened to Taolong? He looks so disheveled. Surely he didn't get into a fight, did he? Did those people from school bully him? Taolong gradually opened his eyes, realizing he was lying on the bed in dormitory 7. Little dragon, you're awake. Have some water, Tang San said, sitting beside him and offering a cup. Taolong attempted to speak, but found his throat parched, rendering him unable to utter a word. He accepted the cup and gulped down the water like a thirsty beast. Little dragon, we're not quite sure what transpired. It seems someone left you at the dormitory entrance and knocked before leaving. Oh, they even left 2 roasted pig legs, Tang San explained, observing Taolong's puzzled expression. Oh, I see. Give me one of the pig legs. You can share the other, Taolong replied. Tang San nodded, refraining from further inquiries, handing over a pig leg along with 2 steamed buns. Truly, my dear little San is so considerate, Taolong remarked, grateful for his efforts in finding him a partner. The other roommates, at Tang San's cue, ceased their questioning and rushed to divide the pig legs, as they were work-study students who rarely had the chance to taste soul beast meat and had long been salivating over it. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, Taolong turned to the ever-present Tang San and smiled. Little San, you should rest early. Today is my lucky day. Yes, little dragon, I have already tended to your shoulder injury. Be careful not to move it unnecessarily for the next few days, and rest well, Tang San advised. Little San, with your kindness, how could I ever bear to let you go? Taolong lamented. Tang San applied pressure to Taolong's right shoulder, saying, focus on healing. Do not speak to conserve your energy. Chapter 17. Arrival at the Martial Soul Hall. Hello, Sister Xiao Wu. The trio from dormitory 7 walked along the path, greeted by yet another wave of familiar faces. Xiao Wu, did you go to challenge someone? Why has the whole school suddenly heard of you? Taolong nodded politely to each greeting, only to be met with the occasional muttered insult as a sycophant. What do they know? It should be called a rabbit's leg. Taolong, while you were absent from school yesterday, someone came to provoke you, only to be soundly beaten by Tang San. Now they all call me Sister Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu boasted, reveling in her newfound authority. Little San, you're truly an exemplary tool, Taolong praised. Tang San felt overwhelmed, likening himself to a beleaguered caretaker, endlessly managing 2 troublesome youths. Yet considering their ages, Taolong might not even be younger than him. Indeed, a trio of misfits forming a lowly Shota ensemble. Xiao Wu, you mentioned your soul power has reached level 12. Have you gone to the Martial Soul Hall for certification? Tang San suddenly recalled and inquired. Huh, I haven't been to the Martial Soul Hall for certification yet, Xiao Wu replied, her spirits dampened upon hearing those words. Then let us go together today. I intended to go yesterday, but because of Little Dragon's situation, I was delayed. The teacher mentioned that after certification, we could receive a stipend each month, allowing us to save quite a bit aside from our living expenses. Tang San, unaware of Xiao Wu's emotional shift, considered the Martial Soul Hall's financial support for young soul masters a rather humane initiative, especially since he was currently quite impoverished and relied on Taolong for meals. Taolong scratched his head, thinking, Little San is such a fool. I can see that the girl is reluctant to go, so why is he so single-minded? However, he understood Xiao Wu's apprehensions. Hey, Little San, why don't you ask me if you think your little dragon is too weak, or if you feel I have too much money? Xiao Long, to obtain the certification from the Spirit Hall, one must at least acquire a soul ring. Tang San glanced at Taolong and suddenly recalled the latter's request for leave. Could it be that he too had gone to hunt for a soul ring? Taolong stood firm and introduced himself anew, a one-ring battle spirit master. A circle of golden light emerged, signifying his status as a one-ring spirit master. Congratulations, Xiaolong, a century-old soul ring. Tang San accepted this with remarkable composure, while Xiao Wu exhibited a hint of surprise. If Tang San could manage it, then how could Taolong also possess a century-old soul ring? Had they both emerged from the same village? Could it be the Spirit Beast village? Then, shall we head to the Spirit Hall together? I have heard that the most powerful hall master there is a spirit elder, and it would be a good opportunity for us to witness it ourselves. Taolong retracted his soul ring. Is the strongest truly a spirit elder? Xiao Wu asked hesitantly, seeking confirmation. Of course. Otherwise, do you think a small place like ours could possibly have a spirit Douluo? Rest easy, Oh no, give up on that thought. Taolong waved his hand dismissively. All right then, let us go together. Xiao Wu nodded in agreement. The Spirit Hall in Nodding City was the most basic branch, yet it was constructed with grandeur and elegance, serving as a landmark in the small town. As they approached the entrance, a flicker of distaste crossed Xiao Wu's eyes, and she instinctively lagged a few steps behind. Tang San, however, charged ahead, proving his identity to the gatekeeper before eagerly stepping inside. A penny is often hard to come by, isn't it, little San? Ever reluctant to owe anyone a favor or take something for nothing, Taolong mused as he pushed the door open, waiting for Xiao Wu before being the last to enter. The hall was adorned splendidly, though it was not a technologically advanced nation. The unique abilities and civilization brought forth by the Spirit Masters possessed an irresistible allure and a capacity to mesmerize. As Taolong stood still, lost in contemplation of his past and present, he was abruptly pulled by Tang San's arm. Xiaolong, are you just standing there to purify the air? Hurry and find a reception hall. With a sigh of resignation, Taolong followed suit, lamenting the lack of cultural refinement, highlighting the importance of compulsory education. Xiao Wu remained silently trailing behind the two, having not uttered a word since they entered. Taoge, it has been a while. You have become even more handsome. Taolong's gaze swept around until it landed on Su Yuntao. Su Yuntao was chatting with a young lady when he suddenly heard someone complimenting his looks and quickly turned to see the source. Hey, aren't you two the little ones from Holy Spirit Village? What brings you here? Su Yuntao recalled these uniquely spirited children, noting that only they called him Taoge. Taoge. We are here for an advancement assessment and to test our soul power, Taolong explained. Wow, this young lady is stunning. Is she Taoge's girlfriend? Truly the most beautiful person I have ever seen. The nearby female spirit master chuckled, amused by the child's candidness. How could such a beauty be burdened with errands? Let Taoge take us instead. All right then, the little brother has a point. Yuntao, you go ahead. I will wait here. The female spirit master gestured for Su Yuntao to hurry back. Su Yuntao nodded repeatedly, eager to spend more time with Taolong, given the latter's remarkable talent, which had drawn the hall master's attention for fostering a connection. However, he was also wary of offending the female spirit master. After all, who was he a bit of a sycophant? He took Taolong's hand and dashed up the stairs, directly pushing open a room door. Who is it? An elderly man with a white beard inquired, and upon recognizing the visitor, he said, Yuntao, how reckless of you. What brings you here? Master Masuno. This is Taolong and his classmate. They are here for their assessment. I must take my leave, excuse me. He patted Taolong's shoulder before departing. Taolong watched as Su Yuntao exited the room. Taoge, good luck. Wishing you early blessings. Su Yuntao's cheeks flushed as he scratched his head. I will do my best, and you must train hard too. He quickened his pace, fearing the female spirit master would grow impatient. The old man shook his head, looking at the three children with a warm smile. Hello there, little ones. I'm Masuno. Hello, Grandfather Mangekyō. The trio greeted in unison. Follow me. I will take you for your assessment. As they walked, Mangekyō explained the rankings and greatness of the Spirit Hall, but only Taolong listened with rapt attention. Tang San anticipated a more systematic and comprehensive explanation from the master, while Xiao Wu continued to maintain her silence, seemingly absent-minded. Grandfather Mangekyō, please begin. I will go first, Tang San interjected, having spotted the designated area. Based on his experience, elders often found joy in sharing stories, especially in front of an audience, and would continue until the listeners grew weary. Mangekyō shook his head and commenced the assessment. The results astonished him. This is blue silvergrass, a century-old soul ring, quite rare. Soul power level 13. The spirit is a rabbit, also a century-old soul ring. Soul power level 13. This is the nine-tailed fox, another century-old soul ring. Soul power level 15. Chapter 18. We are different. Did you all just acquire your soul rings? Mangekyō inquired with uncertainty. Not all, Grandfather Mangekyō. We received our soul rings long ago and have been training under our teacher to master our soul skills before coming for the assessment. Taolong clarified. No wonder, your teacher must have high standards for you. Mangekyō nodded in understanding. Tang San looked at Taolong, noting that the soul ring of the mandala snake had elevated his soul power by 3 levels, which was exceptionally rare. What soul beast ring had Xiaolong obtained to achieve such a remarkable enhancement? Taolong, aware of Tang San's astonishment, felt a unique sensation since the moment he acquired his soul skill. He recognized that he was unlike other spirit masters. Spirit masters hunt for spirits and acquire soul skills, breaking the shackles of cultivation while also taking a shortcut to power. After all, soul skills are merely a method of utilizing soul power and do not necessarily require a soul ring. Some spirit masters even create their own soul skills. However, for spirit masters, the investment in creating self-derived skills often yields disproportionately minimal returns, requiring a lifetime of effort without much success. In contrast, the soul skills embedded within soul rings are either passed down through the bloodlines of entire spirit beast clans over countless millennia, tested by the passage of time, or forged through the relentless battles of exceptionally gifted spirit beasts. Such soul skills, when compatible with one's spirit, can be directly acquired through hunting spirit beasts, surely a shortcut. Yet, Taolong was different. At least, that was the case for the nine-tailed beast spirit. The first soul skill, Nine-Tailed Cloak, was a power that existed in his past life and had not been utilized by the blue crystal fox. It could be said that the soul ring's effect on Taolong was more about unleashing the power of the nine-tailed beast, with the soul skills potentially being a manifestation of its original capabilities within the rules of Douluo continent. At present, this was the case. The chakra he had previously cultivated while being restrained had not been in vain. It was only after obtaining the soul ring that had been released. Otherwise, the blue crystal fox, no matter how powerful, would not have such a significant soul power advantage over the mandala snake. After each of them received a badge confirming their identity as spirit masters and a gold soul coin as this month's allowance, they exited the spirit hall. Once outside, Xiao Wu patted her chest and exhaled deeply. Tang San finally noticed Xiao Wu's discomfort and asked, "Xiao Wu, what's wrong? You seem to dislike the spirit hall quite a bit. Just now, when Master Susanoo invited us to join the spirit hall, you rejected it without a second thought. I have no desire to join the spirit hall. There are no good people in the spirit hall," Xiao Wu said bitterly, her eyes reddening. Turning her back, she added, "I will head back to the academy first," and ran off. Xiao Wu, Tang San was about to chase after them when Taolong stopped him, shaking his head. "Xiao San, from now on, do not mention the spirit hall in front of Xiao Wu. Oh, brother Xiaolong, do you know why Xiao Wu detests the spirit hall so much?" "I don't know." "No, I don't know. And I also understand why you will despise the spirit hall in the future. But can I tell you?" Taolong's expression remained impassive. The spirit hall even established a branch in such a small town, demonstrating its immense power and vast reach. Had he not read the script, he would never have believed that anyone could truly confront such a colossal entity. Indeed, those who are extraordinary cannot be measured by common sense. One day, when he becomes powerful, he will go to the spirit hall to assert his dominance. At that time, the men will be dealt with, and all the women will be spared. He. "Well, brother Xiaolong, I have things to attend to. You should return first," Tang San said. Taolong nodded, remembering that Tang San was about to conquer an entire blacksmith shop. He had no interest in the blacksmith's affairs and did not want to join the fray. "Come back early. I will buy some delicious food for a proper celebration tonight." The first year at the Nodding Junior Academy was quite relaxed, as the students were merely a group of 6-year-old children, akin to a kindergarten in another world, yet with more freedom. Each morning's schedule consisted of one theoretical class, covering knowledge about spirit masters, continental history, and later, information about spirit beasts. The other class was a physical education session, where the children were taught basic combat skills and techniques. The little ones, after tiring themselves from play, would occasionally listen to the teachers. Tang San and Xiao Wu, two prodigies, had long since lost interest in what the teachers taught and went about their own pursuits. Only Taolong listened with rapt attention, maintaining a vigorous curiosity about everything in the Douluo continent. If he had possessed such zeal in his past life, he would have already been a student at the Shoe Box Medical Academy. The regimented life at the academy gave Taolong a sense of familiarity. Although the daily tasks varied, he could more clearly perceive his progress. Every afternoon, Tang San would go to practice blacksmithing, while Xiao was nowhere to be found. Taolong would venture to the small hill behind the academy to practice his techniques, only to fail predictably. He couldn't even burst the simplest balloon filled with water. This frustrated Taolong, who only knew how to refine chakra but had yet to learn its practical application. Thus far, he could only spit water. In a moment of reflection, Taolong bought a kitchen knife and began training according to the 50-50 method, climbing trees and walking on water. For a time, the others in the dormitory were quite curious about why Taolong returned every day drenched. He had no reason to hide his intentions. He aimed to practice two extraordinary lightness skills, tree climbing and water walking. Wang Sheng and the others looked at him as if he were crazy. "Are you a fox, brother? We can understand a fox climbing trees, but have you ever seen one run on water?" Taolong pouted. "I have seen one. It's the one I raised." Tang San tried to accompany Taolong a couple of times, having read about similar techniques in the Tang sect records. Unfortunately, the technique he practiced could not achieve that. While he had not mastered water walking, he had significantly improved his swimming. Tang San shook his head and returned to hammering iron. Taolong fared no better. He would always stumble 3 steps into the tree and, when trying to walk on water, would end up wading in. He had never floated. Eventually, he experimented with various methods, binding his hands, sitting naked in the forest to listen to nature, or lying in water to feel its ripples. Even making a pilgrimage to a waterfall for a leap of faith. In the end, none of it worked. One day, his shoes fell apart. Looking down at the cloth shoes that old Jack had specially prepared for him, he realized they had officially retired after traversing mountains and rivers. Reluctantly, on the day his shoes broke, Taolong had to practice barefoot. "Damn, this tree bark is rough." Taolong gritted his teeth and closed his eyes, charging forward. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, he fell. Why doesn't he get hurt? Taolong opened his eyes and found himself firmly standing on the tree trunk. Carefully, he lifted 1 foot, taking a 4th step, then a 5th, until he reached the treetop. The fresh breeze at the treetop was far more pleasant than in the forest below. Next, he leaped toward the small river, akin to a stone plunging into the water, creating a small splash. The difference was that this human-shaped stone managed to stay afloat for 3 seconds before losing balance and sinking. Chapter 19. Sworn brothers. After the first academic year, Taolong finally learned how to walk on water. His barefoot lightness skill astonished everyone, leaving them wide-eyed. In retrospect, in this different world, the growth environment of plants and animals greatly influenced the adaptability of chakra and spirit power. Everything in the Douluo continent was affected by spirit power. Thus, even a simple pair of cloth shoes, which offered no assistance in cultivating spirit power, could disrupt Taolong's fine control over chakra at this stage. With school officially on break, Taolong arranged a time to return to the village with Tang San and then hurried to the market for a grand shopping spree. He bought clothing and shoes for his grandfather, some beneficial herbs, a large jar of fine tea, and ingredients for baking cakes. Being a recluse, aside from his culinary skills, he had little else to showcase. Upon returning to the academy, he found Tang San and Xiao Wu already waiting for him. "Brother Xiaolong, Xiao Wu is preparing to return to the village with us. She has nowhere to go during the break and finds staying at the academy too dull," Tang San explained. "Wow, Xiao San, just 7 years old and already bringing home a friend to meet the family," Taolong teased. "Xiaolong, what nonsense are you talking about?" Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed. Tang San had long since tuned out their banter. Over the past year, Taolong had teased him and Xiao Wu so much that the entire school believed they were a couple. Let us go, let us go. I'll let you taste my cooking." "Xiao San, are you ready?" Taolong gestured to the bags he carried. "I'm all set, brother Xiaolong." "Let me help you with your things," Tang San said, reaching for his belt to store Taolong's luggage in the spatial compartment. "How convenient. I must get one of those someday." Taolong envied the equipment. Unfortunately, the master had no second one available. Otherwise, he would have shamelessly sought to apprentice under him. After all, not having even a spatial ring was truly embarrassing for a transmigrator. The 3 of them traveled light, enjoying a pleasant journey. Along the way, Tang San narrated tales about the people and events in Holy Spirit Village, with Taolong chiming in occasionally. Xiao Wu, being the innocent and lively girl she was, easily spread joy to those around her. Taolong watched the interaction between Tang San and Xiao Wu with a smile, feeling a sense of satisfaction. He had never understood the feeling of matchmaking until now. If a day passed without him trying to bring them together, he would feel uneasy. Finally, they reached the village entrance. Taolong took his belongings and temporarily parted ways with Tang San and Xiao Wu to head home. "Come to my place for dinner after you're settled." Pushing open the door, the house was as neat as ever, except for the absence of that busy, stooped figure. "Grandfather is not here." Taolong set down his bundle. "So, that means Master Hao has already left." Sighing, Taolong prepared a pot of tea and went to begin making the cake. As the sun began to set, old Jack returned home, leaning on his cane, and from afar, he noticed the rising smoke from the kitchen. Opening the door, he saw Taolong standing by the stove. "Grandfather, you're back," Taolong exclaimed, running over to give him a big hug. The grandfather and grandson sat joyfully at the table, with Taolong sharing stories of his life at the academy over the past year and proudly displaying his spirit ring. Old Jack was taken aback to discover that Taolong had truly become a spirit master, his eyes glistening with tears of joy as his hands trembled with excitement. "Grandfather, I have brought back many things for you, especially these medicinal herbs. Please prepare them according to the recipe. They are beneficial for your health. Also, this money is what I earned as a spirit master. Please take it and take good care of yourself while I am away," Taolong said, holding the old man's hand, his face lit with happiness. Good. Little dragon has grown up and become a spirit master. I'm so proud of you," old Jack replied. "By the way, did you have something to do when you went out just now?" Tang Hao. He inexplicably left the village, leaving poor Tang San behind, Taolong noted, calculating the time and realizing it was time to assess his achievements. "What's this?" old Jack asked, noticing Taolong carrying something out of the kitchen. "Grandfather, this is a cake I made. Please taste this piece first. I'm going to take some to Tang San and Xiao Wu. Tang San must be feeling very sad right now. Go ahead, but remember to bring them back for dinner. I'll prepare something delicious for you all," old Jack replied as the sun began to set, casting a golden-red glow over the two small figures sitting side by side in front of the blacksmith shop. Suddenly, a shadow fell over them, and a delightful aroma wafted through the air. "Are the two of you planning to transcend into immortality while meditating here?" Taolong mused, his modest frame blocking most of the sun for the two children. He set down the cake along with 2 cups of hot tea. "Little dragon, when you're feeling down, eating something delicious can lift your spirits. Uncle Hao has left, but surely there must be something important behind his departure. When we grow up and become stronger, we'll be able to help him," Tang San said. "Thank you. Even though my father is gone, I still have you and Xiao Wu by my side," Taolong replied gratefully. "Eat up, it's getting cold. It would be a grave sin to let Xiao Wu go hungry," he added. "Sweet treats can stimulate the secretion of a neurotransmitter called dopamine, which excites the nerves and brings forth feelings of happiness and joy. Yet, humans are complex beings. Often, what alleviates sadness is not the sweetness of food, but rather the companionship of those who share it with you. Little dragon, let us take Xiao Wu to see the sunset," Tang San suddenly suggested. Taolong and Xiao Wu readily agreed, and Tang San took Xiao Wu's hand, leading them out of the blacksmith shop. Taolong smiled faintly and followed behind them. The trio arrived at the small hill where Tang San used to practice, gazing at the sunset's fading glow. Taolong intentionally lagged behind a bit, enjoying the sight of the two young lovers holding hands against the backdrop of the setting sun. He felt a sudden pang of envy. This was love, was it not? Meeting the right person at the right age, their hearts resonating from the moment they clasped each other as hands, without the need for grand oaths, destined to grow old together. For reasons unknown, Taolong's thoughts began to drift back to the past, recalling the myriad experiences of his former life, the faces and places he might never see again. His 2 decades of life felt like a beautiful bubble floating in the air, only to shatter in an instant. Taolong's heart began to ache. The beauty before him mirrored a lonely, filthy clown in the glass. He thought of his past self, of his parents whom he had long been too afraid to mention, and of the family of 3 lost to the plague. By the time the sun had completely set, he was in tears. Suddenly, 2 different hands reached out from the mirror, wiping away his tears. "Little dragon," Tang San gently called. Taolong was abruptly pulled back to reality. The sky was now pitch black, studded with stars, and fireflies floated around, casting a serene glow. Tang San and Xiao Wu's hands still rested on his face. Xiao Wu smiled sweetly. "Little dragon, you're so grown up now. Why are you still crying?" "Little dragon?" Taolong looked at Xiao Wu. "We had a pact, remember?" "Xiao Wu promised to be my sister," Tang San said earnestly. "Little dragon, may I ask if you would be willing to be our brother?" Taolong stared blankly at the 2 who reached out their hands to him, nodding his head vigorously. He brought their hands together and declared, "Tang San, Xiao Wu, if anyone gives you trouble, even if it's the Spear Hall's master, I will fight with all my might to bring them down. I once thought that I came to this world as your savior, but who would have known that I was the one who was saved by you? Thank you." Chapter 20. Graduation. The 6 years of study at the Notting Junior Academy flew by. Ever since the departure of the esteemed Tang Hao, Tang San became even more diligent, which in turn motivated Taolong. Over the next 5 years, aside from accumulating chakra, Taolong pushed himself to the limit, darkening his palms, and finally learned the Sharingan. He believed he had created a miracle, mastering his first ninjutsu despite having no prior foundation in the art. Throughout history, Taolong may well be the first to achieve such a feat. As for other ninjutsu, he had no leads for the time being. He could remember a few signature hand signs, but was uncertain if it was due to improper execution or a lack of something essential, as he received no response. This world also offered no means to assess his chakra attributes. Taolong's next goal was to master the big ball Sharingan, but even clad in the Nine Tails chakra cloak, he could only manage to control a spiraling orb the size of a volleyball, which was already his limit. During this time, Taolong's spirit power reached a bottleneck, and 2 months later, Tang San also reached the 20th level. Under the guidance of the master and the principal of Notting Academy, the four entered the soul hunting forest to capture soul rings for Taolong and Tang San. After carefully assessing Taolong's physical qualities and spirit characteristics, the master made a bold decision to hunt a 1,000-year soul ring for Taolong. Little dragon, your beast spirit, the nine-tailed fox, offers excellent enhancements to your body, far exceeding those of Tang San. If we can find a 1,000-year soul beast with a gentle temperament, there is a possibility of success. The four meandered through the forest, and finally, the master set his sights on a 1,000-year-old blade grass. The grass stood 3 meters tall, its edges sharp as a sword. With its lightweight and swift attack speed, its small area resulted in high pressure and strong penetration, easily capable of bisecting most soul beasts of similar defensive levels. Moreover, due to the difficulty in ingesting blade grass, it was not favored by many soul beasts, which meant it was left to Taolong. As a beast spirit master absorbing a plant-based soul ring, Taolong once again proved the master's theory correct. The 1,000-year soul ring absorption process, which the master initially feared would overwhelm Taolong's mental fortitude, was surprisingly smooth, akin to absorbing a 10-year soul ring. This piqued the master's immense curiosity. His second soul skill, rending, this skill sharpened the claws of Taolong's spirit form and granted a defensive breaking effect. Upon hitting an opponent, it would cause continuous blood loss and loss of soul power. Furthermore, the wound would be tainted with the malignant chakra of the Nine Tails, making it exceedingly difficult to heal. From now on, if anyone dares to challenge my handsomeness, I'll make them regret it. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, having taken a short leave, managed to secure her soul ring. This left Tang San worried. Xiao Wu, in the future, let us hunt for soul rings together. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. Little dragon, and I can help you. Taolong chuckled. With a senior brother of 100,000 years protecting her, we're not even enough to fill the gaps. Yet he remarked, indeed, you gave us quite a scare. Tang San was shouting to find you. Just where did you go to hunt for your soul ring? Xiao Wu stuck out her tongue. I'm sorry. I only went after being fully prepared. It won't happen again. As he spoke, he dashed forward, grasping Tang San's arms and shaking them back and forth. With a sense of resignation, Tang San confirmed that Xiao Wu was unharmed and ceased his inquiries. Time flew by, and their studies at Notting Academy came to an end. The trio returned to Holy Spirit Village, where Taolong left all his savings with Old Jack. Old Jack's smile remained vibrant, yet he had undeniably aged significantly over the past 5 years. He listened quietly, genuinely delighted by the achievements of Taolong and Tang San. On the night before their departure, Old Jack silently prepared Taolong's belongings and arranged their meals. At the village's entrance, he watched them depart, his heart heavy with emotion. Xiaolong, Grandpa cannot accompany you on your journey, but I will sincerely pray for your safety and happiness throughout your life. Do not worry about this old man. The villagers treat me kindly and frequently inquire about you. They envy me for having such a wonderful grandson. The other old fellows in the village often visit me just to enjoy the tea you send. I always add a little something extra to it. And those old tongues can hardly tell the difference. Haha. Take good care of yourself. Do not overexert and avoid dangerous situations. When you feel the need for rest, return to the village. Grandpa will prepare delicious food for you. Several miles outside the village, Taolong held the belongings Old Jack had packed for him, which included a thick coat wrapped around all the money he had sent to Old Jack over the years. Unable to contain himself any longer, tears welled in his eyes. streaming down his cheeks. Tang San and Xiao Wu stood by his side, both understanding the anguish of parting from loved ones. They recognized that Taolong had been suppressing his emotions for a long time, forcing smiles these past few days to spare old Jack's feelings. The reason we believe so firmly that separation is always for the sake of reunion is not because everyone will meet again, but rather from a fear of losing the courage to face farewells. Days later, in Soto City, the three walked together, their combination of handsome and beautiful figures turning heads as they strolled. In comparison, Tang San's ordinary appearance was overshadowed by the brilliance of the other two. The bustling Soto City bore some resemblance to the grand cities of Taolong's previous life, with a constant flow of traffic and pedestrians moving at a brisk pace. Suddenly, Taolong recalled something and addressed Tang San and Xiao Wu, saying, "Xiao San, Xiao Wu, you two go find a place to stay. It's fine if it's just one room. I can sleep on the living room floor. I'll grab some good food first, and we'll find you later. Off you go." "Hey, Xiaolong." Tang San had just raised his hand when Taolong vanished into the crowd. "Third brother, let us hurry and find a place to stay. Then after we eat, you and Xiaolong must accompany me to explore." Xiao Wu tugged at Tang San and ran ahead. Taolong traversed the bustling streets, ignoring the grand storefronts, seeking small, clean shops. As he turned a corner in an alley, he hesitated momentarily about which way to go when, suddenly, a figure rushed toward him and collided with him. Instinctively, he protected his wallet, watching as the slender figure crashed into him and fell heavily to the ground. "Are you blind?" The girl who had fallen had short hair, donned luxurious clothing, and possessed a delicate, fair complexion that made her appear like a princess from a foreign land. However, all of this was shattered by her abrupt and indiscriminate accusation. "I sincerely apologize. My eyesight is poor. My eyes are so small that they hardly compare to your nostrils. I didn't see you, my apologies." Taolong chuckled. "You," the girl shouted angrily. "Do you know who I am? You'll regret this." "Wow, I truly failed to recognize your nobility, Mississippi. Please forgive my rudeness." With that, Taolong extended his hand as if to help the girl up. Although the girl did not comprehend his words, she interpreted his gesture as a sign of submission and prepared to rise and teach this insufferable person a lesson. However, Taolong had already pressed his hand onto her head, forcing her to sit back down on the ground, then wiped his hand. "Just finished using the restroom and didn't wash my hands. This saves me some paper towel money," he remarked before striding away, leaving the girl in shock, sitting on the ground, seemingly unable to believe what had just transpired. Chapter 21, Soto City. The Rose Hotel, this was the place. Taolong followed the trace he had left on Tang San and Xiao Wu and, upon entering the lobby, was greeted by a scene of disarray. The front desk attendant approached upon noticing a guest. "I'm terribly sorry, sir, but we are fully booked today." "Oh, that's fine. Didn't a male and female soul master just book a room here?" "We are together," he replied. "Together?" The front desk attendant's mind wandered in a rather inappropriate direction, given the current times. Taolong's face twitched. "Let us try a different hotel." He knocked on a door, which was opened by Tang San. "Xiaolong, you're back." "Xiao San, why did you choose such a hotel?" "Xiao Wu doesn't understand." "Do you?" Xiao Wu emerged from the bedroom, saying, "Xiaolong, this place is quite nice with roses. But enough about that. What delicious food did you buy?" Tang San gestured in resignation, and Xiao Wu, in her innocence, seemed unaware of the implications of their situation. After their lunch, at Xiao Wu's insistence, they ventured out shopping. The streets were bustling with activity, and with Taolong as their financial supporter, Xiao Wu made numerous purchases, all totaling less than 1 silver soul coin, demonstrating her understanding of finances. Taolong, however, was indifferent. He had little use for money. Tang San needed it for hidden weapons, while Xiao Wu had no financial acumen. Thus, he often covered their expenses, as was fitting for an elder brother. As they strolled, they came upon a shop displaying the same emblem as that of the Spear Hall. "This shop seems to be related to Soul Masters. Let's go take a look," suggested Xiao Wu, bouncing ahead and pushing the door open. Taolong and Tang San entered the store, only to be greeted by silence. Save for a middle-aged man with a slightly trendy hairstyle lounging in a rocking chair, a book in hand, appearing to have dozed off. The moment Tang San stepped inside, he was captivated by a golden crystal, grasping it in his hand and examining it with barely contained excitement. "Sleep, sleep, my dear baby, Daddy's hands gently rock you." An unfamiliar melody filled the air, causing Tang San to set the crystal down in surprise and turn to Xiao Taolong stood beside the man, gently rocking the chair as he sang, his face radiating warmth and kindness. The shopkeeper, who had been pretending to sleep, could no longer feign it. He abruptly opened his eyes, glaring at Taolong with an intense gaze that exuded a formidable pressure. "Sir," Taolong innocently blinked. "I noticed you seemed troubled in your sleep, as though having a nightmare. So, I sang a lullaby that my father used to sing to me." The shopkeeper was none other than Flender, the head of Shrek Academy, a level 78 soul saint specializing in agility. Without uttering a word, he raised his hand, and Taolong felt a surge of soul power strike his chest, propelling him out of the shop. Flender then turned to Tang San and Xiao, who exchanged a knowing glance and shook their heads, indicating they did not recognize the individual who had just attempted to claim kinship. "How much for this?" Tang San awkwardly asked, reluctant to part with the precious item in his hand. 500 gold soul coins. Could it be that the academy requires funds? This young lad before me exhibits an air of discernment, yet Flander has already expelled them. Do they truly believe that donning spectacles renders me blind? Those three rascals. Taolong stood at the doorway, attempting to re-enter the shop, but encountered an invisible barrier. He grimaced and seated himself at the entrance. Tang San and Xiao emerged, with Tang San holding a crystal. "Elder Brother Long, why do you feel the need to provoke everyone? That boss we just encountered is no simple character. What if he truly retaliates and injures you?" Tang San chided lightly. "Oh, it's nothing. That uncle is clearly a lonely soul. We share a mutual understanding. Why would he harm me?" Taolong waved dismissively. "How much did you spend on your purchases?" Xiao inquired, perplexed. That boss was strange, initially demanding a fortune, then suddenly wanting nothing at all. She pondered. "Ha, what a stroke of good fortune. I knew the boss was a good person," Taolong remarked, patting the contemplative Tang San. Tang San nodded, deciding not to dwell on it. "Elder Brother Long, Xiao, let us head back to the hotel. I need to attend to this crystal first. Third brother, what is a crystal? What are we having for dinner?" The two completely unrelated questions left Tang San momentarily speechless. He sighed, deciding to return to the hotel first. That evening, after assisting Xiao San with the dragon whisker needle, the two boys slept on the sofa in the living room. As Tang San gazed at the night sky, he suddenly asked Elder Brother Long, "Are you not curious where I learned all these skills? Including the silent projectiles I previously gifted you and Xiao." You never inquired further. Xiao, innocent and exuberant, had asked many questions out of genuine curiosity, which was a normal reaction. In contrast, Taolong consistently accepted everything with a sense of entitlement, leaving Tang San bewildered. "Are you referring to hidden weapons? Is there something else? How troublesome." Your hidden weapons seem quite complex. I have no interest in understanding them. Whatever is useful, you will naturally provide to me. Why should I concern myself with such trivialities?" Tang San nodded, recognizing this as consistent with Taolong's character. "No, Tang San." Taolong coughed twice. "Let us get some rest. We have assessments tomorrow." "All right, good night, Elder Brother Long," Tang San whispered in response. "Hey, Third San, do you think Xiao has fallen asleep? You can sneak in if you wish. I will bury my face into the sofa and pretend I'm not here. This bedroom should be well soundproofed." Tang San said nothing, employing his Tang Sek techniques to precisely hurl a pillow at Taolong's face. Exhausted, he closed his eyes, ignoring whatever Taolong might have said. Taolong, noticing Tang San's indifference, exclaimed, "If you're not going, then I shall." Another cushion flew his way. Taolong chuckled, dodging with a swift movement, and then caught the pillow with his face, hitting the mark perfectly. The following day, the three companions journeyed southward, leaving Soto City in search of the Shrek Academy spoken of by their master. As they distanced themselves from the city, the path became muddy, flanked by towering trees and neat fields of grain. Xiao, perched on Tang San's back, sweetly exclaimed, "Third brother, how much longer? This long journey might wear you out. I would be heartbroken if you were fatigued." Tang San rolled his eyes. "You feel sorry for me? Then why don't you get down and walk?" Taolong, leading the way with a blue-silver grass stem clenched between his teeth, remarked, "Is this what it means to be a man? Complaining about such a short distance?" Tang San sighed. In truth, he felt no fatigue, but rather joy, merely indulging these two childish spirits. "Look, there's a village ahead. Shrek Academy should be just inside." As expected, at the village entrance stood a dilapidated table, leaning against a worn wooden board bearing 5 tattered characters, alongside a shabby green monster emblem. The entire scene reeked of poverty. Tang San and Xiao Wu began to doubt if they had come to the right place, while Taolong, having anticipated this, asked Tang San for a bottle of drink and snacks, which he then cleverly used to cut in line, handing them to a chubby soul master. Many had come to register, but the elimination process was swift. The elder behind the table collected fees, assessed bone age, and evaluated soul power and martial souls, swiftly dismissing one candidate after another. Taolong watched in amazement, realizing how easy it was to make money. Xiao Wu, however, noticed a muscular man beside the elder, none other than Dai Mubai. Isn't that the flirtatious tiger we encountered before? After exchanging glances, Tang San and Dai Mubai explained the situation to Taolong, who scrutinized Dai Mubai closely. With golden hair, peculiar eyes, and a robust physique, he resembled a grown man from a past life. Taolong's attention shifted as he spotted a familiar figure at the front of the line, the girl who had previously collided with him and bounced back. Could it be? Was she here? Her chest was not particularly ample. Could it be Ning Rongrong? No wonder she had such an imposing demeanor. Taolong discreetly glanced back, and indeed, a strikingly fierce girl stood at the end of the line. Zhu Zhuqing had also arrived. Third San, lend me a mask. Elder brother Long, what's the matter? Tang San retrieved a sturdy mask from his belt, crafted specifically for the trio. Taolong donned it, leaving only his mouth, nose, and eyes exposed. Do you see that girl ahead? She previously attempted to accost me due to my striking looks, but I managed to escape. Who would have thought I would encounter her again? Xiao Wu scoffed. Elder brother Long, she is so beautiful. How could she possibly accost you? I am quite handsome as well, you know. Tang San furrowed his brow, about to inquire further when their turn for testing arrived. The 3 little monsters passed with ease, and Taolong's thousand-year soul ring astonished everyone present, igniting a spark of battle intent in Dai Mubai's eyes. The elder nodded in satisfaction, turning to Taolong. You all qualify, but young man, why the mask? Good day, esteemed elder. I wear this mask because my beauty may induce feelings of inadequacy in others. The elder stared at him in bewilderment, assessing for a long moment before giving up on the idea of correction. Dai Mubai, take them inside. Hello, I am Dai Mubai, and I have met Tang San and Xiao Wu before. Earlier, I registered as Taolong. The 3 of us hail from the same village, Taolong acknowledged. Dai Mubai said little, focused on maintaining order, and with Zhu Zhuqing's arrival, he had little time for anything else. After directing the trio, he departed, likely in pursuit of a beautiful girl. Xiao Wu remarked indignantly. Oh, what girl could possibly be more beautiful than our Xiao Wu, right, Third San? Just now, there was a girl clad in black, equally beautiful, perhaps even comparable to Xiao Wu. As Dai Mubai glanced back, his expression shifted, likely heading off in search of her. Tang San speculated. Taolong placed a hand on his forehead. You are such a dense man. Oomph. Third San, why do your eyes wander to other girls all the time? Xiao Wu, displeased, kicked Tang San and turned away. Tang San was left bewildered, seeking assistance from Taolong. Taolong shrugged, having already upset Xiao Wu. He felt powerless to intervene. Delicious sausages for sale. Oscar's specialty sausages, affordable and tasty, fair to both young and old. Today we proudly present our guaranteed pass exam sausages. Come and try them. A soft, breezy voice called out. Following the enticing aroma, a man with a bushy beard and charming peach blossom eyes was peddling his goods. The disparity between his voice and appearance was striking. Tang San intended to purchase a few sausages to make amends with Xiao Wu, despite being unaware of his wrongdoing. Taolong intercepted him, cautioning against consuming anything indiscriminately before the examination. Little San, if you give Xiao Wu that, you'll be courting disaster. As Tang San hesitated, Dai Mubai approached with the last student, Zhu Zhuqing. Upon spotting Oscar, the sausage vendor, his expression darkened. He promptly warned Tang San, do not buy from that fellow. Why? Tang San puzzled, thinking a mere sausage couldn't possibly be lethal. You will understand in due time, Dai Mubai replied, leading them to the front. After explaining the situation to the instructor overseeing the second round of tests, the teacher nodded, take them directly to the 4th round. The crowd stirred with discontent, some voicing their grievances. Sir, on what grounds do they bypass the exam while we must queue? The middle-aged instructor glanced up, unperturbed, at Shrek Academy. We treat exceptional students differently. If your soul power exceeds level 25, you too may advance to the 4th round without examination. But can you? Taolong chuckled. Seizing the moment to demonstrate, he infused the testing crystal ball with his chakra. Level 30, even the instructor was momentarily taken aback. Tang San and Xiao Wu observed the stunned crowd, realizing they no longer needed to prove themselves. Wait, I want to test as well. Ning Rongrong stepped forward, and the crowd instinctively parted for the noble girl. She appeared charming and amiable, her smile radiating warmth that evoked an instinctive fondness. She playfully took the crystal ball from Taolong, casting a curious glance at the masked figure, feeling inexplicably inclined to confront him. Taolong maintained a stoic expression. The crystal ball illuminated. Level 26, though it did not surpass Taolong, it was still impressive. Given that Ning Rongrong was a support-type soul master with a relatively slower cultivation pace. Just as she contemplated her eligibility for exemption, the crystal ball suddenly vanished, taken by Zhu Zhuqing, whose frosty demeanor seemed to convey an unmistakable keep-your-distance sentiment. She too infused her soul power, level 27. The assessment instructor nodded in approval. This year's new students show remarkable promise. Mubai, take them inside. Certainly, teacher, Dai Mubai replied, casting a complex glance at Zhu Zhuqing before guiding the 4 toward the final challenge. The first round eliminates those lacking talent. The second round assesses soul power and martial spirit more intricately. The third round evaluates the mastery of one's martial spirit. The fourth round entails actual combat. Dai Mubai elucidated. Taolong chuckled. Those in the know might think you were selecting students. Those unaware might believe you were seeking brides. Just then, Taolong sensed an ominous aura approaching. Oh no! How could he have forgotten about Ning Rongrong? She would never forget the voice of the one who had used her hair as toilet paper. Struggling to maintain a forced smile, she addressed him. We might be classmates soon. Could you kindly remove your mask? Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing looked on with curiosity. Tang San and Xiao Wu exchanged bewildered glances at Ning Rongrong's clenched teeth. Taolong sighed and removed his iron mask. Chapter 23. The bear-like Zhao Wujin. Taolong, having removed the iron mask, thought otherwise. If Ning Rongrong truly sought vengeance, the girl would be easy to handle. It was her companions that posed a challenge. Clearing his throat, Taolong deliberately made his voice hoarse. I suffered a terrible calamity in my youth, a merciless fire that charred the skin around my eyes, leaving only my bare eyeballs. The villagers feared me, so I donned this mask, which I have worn for 10 years. I apologize. I truly do not wish to frighten you. Please forgive me. I lack the courage to remove my mask. Tang San and Xiao Wu exchanged awkward glances, nodding stiffly, having only been asked to corroborate the latter part of his statement. The others, upon hearing this, including Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, felt a twinge of sympathy for Taolong. Brother Taolong, if you prefer not to remove your mask, then so be it. We are all brothers now. I can help you contact some healing soul masters. Perhaps there is hope for recovery, Dai Mubai offered. Thank you, Mubai. You're truly a good person. Taolong choked back tears, gripping Dai Mubai's hand with fervor. Dai Mubai chuckled heartily, discreetly retracting his hand. Let us proceed to the examination area. The sooner we finish, the sooner I can treat you to lunch. Ning Rongrong, unable to find an opening to interject, watched Taolong's heartfelt performance with hesitation, wondering if she had misheard. Though the voice bore resemblance, the overall demeanor felt strikingly similar. Never mind. She would focus on passing the examination first. It was a rare opportunity to escape home. She had no desire to return prematurely. If he truly was that person, he wouldn't be able to conceal it for long. When the time came, she would summon Grandfather Jian to deal with him. Teacher Zhao, I have brought students for assessment. A middle-aged man rose from his seat, not particularly tall or striking in appearance, yet exuding an undeniable aura of strength. Well, truly a testament to physical prowess, Taolong mused, pondering how difficult it must be for him to find partner. This year we have 5. Impressive. The man introduced himself as Zhao Wujin, the instructor for the final round, which involved practical combat. You will have 1 incense stick's worth of time to prepare. After that, you must work together to withstand my assault for the same duration. There are no additional rules. Zhao Wujin cracked his neck in previous years. He had found this phase rather dull, but this year's doubled attendance piqued his interest. The group felt indifferent, though Dai Mubai hesitated. Teacher Zhao this? Zhao Wujin glared. The dean is absent. I call the shots here. Enough chatter. Use this time to strategize for the test. He then rubbed an incense stick between his fingers and reclined in his chair to rest. Taolong felt an urge to intervene, but was promptly halted by Tang San, who pulled him back. Mubai, could you please brief us on Teacher Zhao's strengths? And Taolong, please behave. Taolong shrugged. Dai Mubai spoke gravely. Teacher Zhao is a level 76 soul sage, with the martial spirit of the great Strength King Bear. His defensive capabilities and strength are formidable, and few at his level can rival him. He is known as the Unmovable King. Although his speed is relatively lacking, he is not someone you can compare yourselves to at this stage. So, we can only confront him head-on, Taolong remarked, stretching his limbs, disregarding Ning Rongrong's astonishment at the mention of the Unmovable King. Dai Mubai admired Taolong's audacity. Few within the academy dared to challenge Zhao Wujin directly. However, under the current circumstances, it was the only feasible approach. You all should quickly familiarize yourselves with one another and discuss tactics. I will explain Teacher Zhao's combat style and soul skills. After one incense stick's worth of time, Zhao Wujin surveyed the trio's formation. Taolong stood at the center with a mischievous grin, flanked by Xiao Wu on the left and Zhu Zhuqing on the right. I too have been in the delightful company of beautiful girls. Tang San positioned himself behind Taolong, while Ning Rongrong took her place last. You lot, within this incense stick's duration, don't disappoint me too much. Zhao Wujia stretched his body and then took out an incense stick, preparing to ignite it. 7 treasures turned, revealing a resplendent, colorful pagoda which materialized in Ning Rongrong's hands. Goodness, it must be worth a fortune in a jewelry store. The 7 treasures are renowned, known for their strength and speed. For beams of light emanated from the first and second tiers of the pagoda, attaching themselves to their allies. Taolong immediately felt an exhilarating lightness in his body and activated his first soul skill, charging towards Zhao Wujia. Zhao Wujia chuckled softly. He initially intended to disrupt their augmentation, but was taken aback by the boy's eagerness. With all fours on the ground and clad in his 9-tailed attire, Taolong clawed towards Zhao Wujia's lower region. I've been curious whether soul power cultivation enhances that area. Today, let me see if you have the strength of iron. You little rascal, seeking your demise. A massive hand swung towards him, reminiscent of a large cooking pot. Taolong pressed on relentlessly, aiming to strike hard, raising his left arm solely for defense. Even if my hand breaks today, I must grab you. Zhao Wujia was utterly unprepared for Taolong's relentless pursuit and kicked him away. Simultaneously, Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu flanked Zhao Wujia from behind, targeting his neck. Vines transformed from blue-silver grass caught Taolong, while another vine ensnared Zhao Wujia's kicking foot. Zhao Wujia neither dodged nor evaded. In truth, were it not for the fact that he could not tolerate such an affront as a groin attack, he might have ignored Taolong altogether. The attacks from the 2 girls struck Zhao Wujia, who unleashed a surge of soul power, sending them flying, and the blue-silver grass on his foot shattered. Not bad. Not bad, the massage was just right. Teacher, at your age, refrain from frequenting such places. If one day your bones get broken, we won't be responsible. Taolong taunted, skillfully drawing Zhao Wujia's ire. Zhao Wujia slammed his foot into the ground, clenching his fist to strike at Taolong. Tang San manipulated a long vine to pull Taolong out of the way of the punch, and Taolong retaliated, aiming for Zhao Wujia's eyes. You young man, how can you resort to such underhanded tricks? Zhao Wujia lifted his head and countered with a forehead strike. Suddenly, he felt a tightening sensation around his waist and looked down to see spiny vines entwined around him, with his arms similarly restrained. Through the thorns, a toxin seeped into his body. Seizing the opportunity, Taolong, descending from the air, struck Zhao Wujia's chin with a powerful punch. Zhao Wujia found himself airborne, and Xiao Wu's legs had already wrapped around his neck. After executing 2.5 rotations in the air, she thrust her hands down, sending Zhao Wujia crashing face-first into the ground. In midair, Zhu Zhuqing followed up to inflict further damage. Taolong soared upward, hands clasped, delivering the final blow that drove Zhao Wujia head-first into the earth. Teacher Zhao, how does the dirt taste? Zhao Wujia propped himself up with his hands and extracted himself from the ground. Is it tasty? You can try it and find out. And you, Dai Mubai, what are you laughing at? Dai Mubai, who had been observing, paused his laughter, scratching his head as he noticed the incense stick had burnt down. Clearly, the earlier onslaught had not inflicted any significant damage on Zhao Wujia, the hulking mass of flesh. Kids, I shall get serious now. Zhao Wujie finally summoned his soul rings. And Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhiqing were the first to be sent flying, easily overwhelmed by the vast difference in their soul power. Dai Mubai swooped in to catch Zhu Zhiqing, while Tang San intercepted another attack, using the vines to catch Xiao Wu. Taolong glanced around and noted that only Ning Rongrong remained grounded, signaling her to join him. Ning Rongrong, seeing Taolong's gestures, shrugged, indicating her depleted soul power. The three had lost their combat capacity. Zhao Wujie reassured the worried Tang San, shaking his head. The gap in our strengths is too great. You wouldn't last even an incense stick's duration. Taolong did not refute this, instead looking towards Tang San. Tang San handed Xiao Wu over to Ning Rongrong and returned to the fray. So, do you two wish to continue? You've harmed our sister, and you think it will end like this? It's not even bedtime yet. Taolong approached, standing shoulder to shoulder with Tang San. I hope you will engage us in a serious match. If we can endure for an incense stick's duration, then please permit us 5 to enter Shrek Academy together. Tang San stated earnestly. If we lose, we will leave immediately. How about that? Taolong proposed, glancing towards Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhiqing. The two girls nodded in agreement. Well, we will leave together. Zhao Wujie laughed heartily. Very well. Let's see what you are capable of. Taolong suddenly retreated, clearing the area. Under the 24 bridges on a moonlit night, the cold light fills the sky. Tang San summoned his purple extreme magic eyes and mystic jade hands, launching an array of hidden weapons towards Zhao Wujie. This unprecedented technique astounded the onlookers. Subsequently, Tang San maneuvered around the arena, using the hidden weapons for defense and employing the Ghost Shadow Misty Steps to evade Zhao Wujie's grasp. Third soul skill, Gravity Enhancement. Fourth soul skill, Lock On. Tang San felt himself ensnared in a quagmire, realizing he could not evade the next strike. You have qualified to make me utilize my fourth soul skill. Zhao Wujie lunged forward. Tang San raised the vines for defense, simultaneously lifting his hands, and with a series of mechanical clicks, 6 powerful crossbow bolts shot forth. Zhao Wujie was taken aback and immediately activated his immovable Ming King form. 5 bolts were deflected, but the 6th bolt appeared to veer off course, striking behind Zhao Wujie's head. What? The crowd gasped in astonishment as Taolong, who had been concealed for some time, suddenly appeared behind Zhao Wujie, his hands claw-like and infused with shadow, reaching out to grasp Zhao Wujie. The errant bolt had already been marked by Tang San. A series of deep black fissures appeared along Zhao Wujie's shoulders, extending down his spine. He abandoned his pursuit of Tang San and turned to punch at Taolong. From a distance, Tang San seized the opportunity, unleashing 10 golden rays from his hands, which shot towards the unprotected wound on Zhao Wujie's back. Their defenses were non-existent. The dragon whisker needle pierced Zhao Wujie's body, and even with his resilience, he found it hard to endure the dual assaults, especially given that he was already injured. Zhao Wujie was furious. 5th soul skill, Gravity Compression. Tang San instantly felt a force pressing him towards Zhao Wujie. In midair, a medium crossbow bolt was fired, its tip sharpened to a blade, aimed at Zhao Wujie. Meanwhile, Taolong, as light as a feather, vanished once more. Zhao Wujie was unable to catch Taolong and pivoted to defend against Tang San's attack. You two are going too far. He seized Tang San's leg and flung him away. Tang San landed, but did not pause, charging directly at Zhao Wujie, the Haotian hammer appearing in his left hand, swinging down with force. Zhao Wujie sidestepped, raising his left hand while his right hand did not strike, but rather defended against another oncoming attack. Unbeknownst to him, Taolong reappeared, gripping a spear and delivering a full force strike. One blow struck Zhao Wujie's hand and face, redirecting his momentum. This is called a blunt force injury. The second spear cleaved through his defenses, slicing into his muscles, revealing bone deep beneath. This is called a sharp injury. A surge of soul power radiated outward from Zhao Wujie, sending both Taolong and Tang San flying. In midair, Taolong vanished once again, swiftly landing with Tang San in a steady descent. Zhao Wujie appeared exceedingly grim at this moment. He managed to staunch the bleeding from his right arm using his soul power, yet the wounds on his back were beyond his control, leaving a pool of blood at his feet. Oscar, hurry over, Dai Mubai shouted, channeling his soul power as he rushed to support Zhao Wujie. At that moment, Taolong was cradling Tang San in his arms, sprinting to Zhao Wujia's side. Teacher Zhao, I'm so sorry. You are simply too formidable. We had to exert ourselves to the utmost to have even a sliver of hope. Please forgive us. Taolong bowed sincerely in apology. Tang San also wished to express his regret, but the previous battle had nearly drained him of energy. Brother Long, could you please set me down first? Oh, right. My apologies. Oscar had just arrived on the scene, gazing at Zhao Wujia in disbelief. Did an enemy attack? Who is this? Where's Teacher Zhao? Zhao Wujia felt dizzy from anger. Enough with the nonsense. Quickly bring out some sausages. Tang San and Taolong need them too, Dai Mubai urged. While Oscar prepared the sausages, Taolong worked to dispel the malevolent energy from Zhao Wujia's wounds. Teacher Zhao, please don't rush. Wait for Tang San to retrieve the hidden weapons before you use your soul power. I have a big sausage. Tang San hesitated, unable to bring himself to eat. However, Taolong snatched it away, having long desired to taste it, only refraining earlier because of Xiao Wu's presence. This tastes quite good, my friend. Next time, make sure to add more spice for an extra kick. Taolong gave a thumbs up. Finally, someone with discerning taste. From now on, you can come and get sausages from me for free. Oscar was touched. He had never seen anyone eat his sausages without hesitation after hearing his soul incantation. Also, there seems to be an issue with your soul incantation. Is this even considered large? Tang San couldn't help but critique, realizing Oscar was a food-type soul master. Clenching his teeth, trembling with excitement, he ultimately decided against it. Let us give it to Teacher Zhao first. My injury isn't severe. He stepped forward to assist Zhao Wujia in retrieving the hidden weapons. Zhao Wujia, with a swollen face, his voice altered, urged Oscar, quickly, one sausage and one salami, please. I have a small salami. Oscar stifled a laugh as he handed the food to Zhao Wujia. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Wujia consumed it. It wasn't that he despised Oscar's incantation, but rather that he was utterly humiliated by being beaten to such a state by two new students. Dai Mubai observed everything and suddenly felt that in the future, one should never provoke Xiao Wu. He had no confidence in being able to defeat either of the two in front of him. With injuries like those earlier, he would have been dead multiple times over. Teacher Zhao, does this mean we have passed? Ning Rongrong, supporting Xiao Wu, asked with a smile upon noticing Zhao Wujia's improved condition. Zhao Wujia nodded. You have passed. Classes will commence tomorrow. That lad, come here for a moment. Taolong, puzzled, approached. Teacher, what is it? Is your wound still bothering you? As he drew closer, Zhao Wujia suddenly raised his hand and shattered the iron mask on Taolong's face. He had long wished to uncover what Taolong was hiding. After battling for so long, he had not managed to harm this boy. Tang San is like a hedgehog, but Taolong, you're just a loach. Seriously, why wear a mask? There are no secretive students at Shrek Academy. After saying this, Zhao Wujia felt a sense of satisfaction and walked away. Taolong could hardly believe that even in this state, he could still be the subject of a prank. Weren't you the one who said a merciless fire destroyed your home? Ning Rongrong sprang to her feet, glaring angrily at Taolong. Taolong's right eyelid twitched incessantly, while his left eye sporadically followed suit. In truth, I have sought medical help since childhood, and just last night, I finally found a good doctor who treated my wounds. The doctor said he gave me a common face and advised me to wear a mask to avoid being mistaken for someone else. Everyone stared at him in silence. Zhu Zhuqing, who had previously shown a hint of sympathy, now regarded him with disdain, casting a glance at Dai Mubai. Indeed, all men are just big pigs. Dai Mubai felt helpless, thinking, what does this have to do with me? Sensing an awkward atmosphere, Tang San hurriedly lifted Xiao Wu in his arms and interjected, Rongrong, I don't know what happened between you and Brother Long, but we fought side by side today, and tomorrow we'll be classmates. Can we put this aside for now? Once Xiao Wu wakes up, we can all confront him together. Ning Rongrong did not wish to reveal her true nature so soon. She and T had her fill of fun yet, pouting and turning away. Tang San carried Xiao Wu, while Dai Mubai wanted to embrace Zhu Zhuqing, but found himself humiliated. So he led the way, allowing the remaining few to follow toward the dormitory. Taolong and Oscar exchanged glances. How about I give you a hug? No way. I'm not interested in men. That night, in the woods behind the village, Taolong sat atop a great tree, gazing at the moonlight. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind him. Xiao San, are you feeling better? Brother Long, why are you here alone? Just enjoying the view. Oh, Taolong burst into laughter. It's nothing. Look at how beautiful the moonlight is tonight. Tang San looked up and agreed. Taolong suddenly regarded Tang San with an odd expression. Tang San hesitated before asking, "What's wrong?" "Oh, nothing. You came to find me so late. Is there something on your mind?" Tang San paused, then said, "Brother Long, the weapon you used during the day, I've never seen it before." "That's not a weapon." Tang San's eyes flashed with realization. "Just like your hammer." "Brother Long, you knew all along?" Tang San was taken aback. "You two? Dual martial souls?" "I've known since the day I awakened." "Yes, indeed. I also possess dual martial souls. My second martial soul is called Watergate Halberd." Taolong summoned his martial soul. "The reason I can teleport is also due to my second martial soul." Tang San nodded, many of his previous questions now resolved. He sat beside Taolong and suggested, "Why not join Master S tutelage? Your two martial souls are also entirely new." Taolong gazed into the distance and replied, "No need. The Master is indeed the foremost authority on martial soul research in the continent, but I have my own path to follow." Suddenly, distant screams echoed through the air. "It's Teacher Zhao." Tang San instantly deduced the source of the cries. "Don't worry, Xiao San. If Teacher Zhao is still shouting like that, it means there's no life-threatening danger. He is probably just sparring with someone. Let's go. It's time to rest. Even if Teacher Zhao can't win. If we go, we would only be delivering ourselves as food." With that, Taolong leaped down from the tree and headed back to the dormitory. Tang San hesitated for a moment, but upon hearing the distant cries cease, he decided to wait in the forest until he saw Zhao Wujia returning to the village before turning back to the dormitory. Unbeknownst to Tang San, someone was perched on the tree trunk behind him. It was Flinder. This child, out so late, gazing at the stars. Flinder squinted. "What kind of monster has my son, Xiao Jiang, taken in?" He then vanished without a trace. The following day, after finishing his training, Tang San looked at the still sleeping Oscar and Taolong, shaking his head in exasperation as he set off to find Xiao Wu. He stood outside the girls' dormitory, waiting eagerly until Xiao Wu emerged, anxiously asking, "Xiao Wu, how are you feeling?" Xiao Wu pulled Tang San aside, whispering, "Third brother, I'm perfectly fine. How about you and Brother Long? Rong mentioned that you fought fiercely with Teacher Zhao yesterday." Tang San chuckled, recalling Zhao Wujia's cries from the previous night. "We're all fine. It's just Teacher Zhao who might not be doing so well." "Ah, you and Brother Long are really that formidable? Even Teacher Zhao suffered a loss? Yesterday, I faltered in my duty to protect you." "All right, Sengge, let us find something to eat, and we shall bring some for Xiao Long Ge." While inquiring about the matters concerning Rong, "Hey, you two, what mischief are you whispering about me?" Taolong approached, a sausage clutched in his mouth. "Xiao Long Ge, how can you be so indifferent?" Xiao Wu exclaimed in surprise, pointing at the sausage in Taolong's mouth. "Well, it's just that this sausage is truly delicious." Taolong wiped his mouth. "Xiao Wu, you seem lively. All is well, I presume?" "Yes, Xiao Long Ge. Rong is reluctant to share what transpired between you two, so I wanted to ask you," Xiao Wu replied. Taolong was somewhat taken aback. Ning Rong was rather clever, realizing that fabricating tales to Xiao Wu would be futile. After contemplating, he chose not to meddle in the relationship between Xiao Wu and Rong, stating, "In truth, there is not much to tell. We met once in Suatoa City, and I accidentally knocked her over. Being a girl, she holds a grudge. Oh, then I shall find an opportunity to help you reconcile." Xiao Wu patted her belly. "But for now, let us seek sustenance. I am famished." As they walked, the trio stumbled upon a plump fellow with short hair and two little whiskers, entangled with a village girl. "Chui Hua, am I not charming? Why must we part ways?" "Ma Hongjun, you are too much. That is precisely why I must end this." Though Taolong could not hear their exchange, he had already conjured an entire narrative in his mind. Truth be told, Ma Hongjun was enviable in certain respects. Coughing. The current situation was that Tang San and Xiao Wu, witnessing an injustice, were prepared to intervene. Unbeknownst to the oblivious Ma Hongjun, he had already begun to tease Xiao Wu. Taolong shrugged. One could only blame oneself for courting disaster. Tang San had taken action, intending to teach this indiscreet fellow a lesson. However, as Ma Hongjun revealed his martial spirit, the laughter erupted. "Huh, what a plump chicken. Who dares to utter such words? Step forth. I am a phoenix, while you are merely a chicken." Ma Hongjun exclaimed, as if struck by a rooster's comb, leaping in indignation. "Ah, my apologies." At first glance, it truly resembled one. but upon closer inspection, the similarities grow ever clearer. Taolong laughed until doubled over. Ma Hongjun gritted his teeth, especially incensed to see the beautiful girl beside him laughing heartily, and he charged at Taolong, bypassing Tang San. Taolong, still chuckling, faced the oncoming fat chicken without fear. Ma Hongjun unleashed a torrent of phoenix flames, intent on scorching him. Only then did Taolong summon his 9 tails, activating his first soul skill. Raising his hands to shield his face, the searing flames swept over Taolong's arms, but as Ma Hongjun reveled in his triumph. He watched in disbelief as Taolong flicked his wrist, a layer of crimson soul power enveloping the flames, extinguishing them in mere moments. Taolong regarded Ma Hongjun with a bemused expression. "You are unafraid of my flames?" Though hefty, Ma Hongjun, the evil fire phoenix, was no match for those who were impervious to fire, and he found himself at a loss. "Do not act recklessly. I hail from Shrek Academy, where our dean is a soul sage. I am his most favored disciple." Tang San and Xiao Wu exchanged glances, surprised that Shrek had a strict prohibition against harassing villagers. At that moment, Cui Hua rushed over, grasping Ma Hongjun's arm. "Please do not fight. Hongjun is a good person. We merely are not suited for one another. Why must you strike him?" "Young lady, my intent is not due to you. It is because he speaks such nonsense," Taolong retorted. "Besides, I have yet to strike him." Ma Hongjun, exasperated, exclaimed, "Who is spreading falsehoods? Calling me a chicken, and yet you dare blame me. What audacity!" "Very well, I apologize." "Brother Phoenix, we are new students of Shrek this year," Taolong conceded, retracting his martial spirit. "Where there are birds nestling in parasol trees, they are named phoenixes. 9 blooms respond to the auspicious. 5 colors form a composition, often seen by the side of Qin Tower, frequently crossing the waters of Luo. Today I hear the call of Qi, as I await to soar." Taolong clasped his fists in respect. Ma Hongjun, taken aback by the formality, felt a tinge of embarrassment and scratched his head. "Ah, it is not that impressive. Ha ha ha. To be so formidable, and yet you are kin. Greetings. I am Ma Hongjun, and my martial spirit is the evil fire phoenix." After the 4 exchanged pleasantries, Xiao Wu inquired, "I understand the phoenix, but why the evil fire?" "I shall speak for him," Dai Mubai interjected, arriving just in time to elaborate on the plump fellow's explanation. Tang San felt a surge of admiration. Indeed, it was a remarkable academy, and while he was uncertain of their strength, each individual possessed unique talents. Xiao Wu blushed, pondering, between a sausage uncle and an evil fire phoenix. This formidable tiger was certainly no ordinary character. She could not help but worry that Tang San might pick up their bad habits. As for Xiao Longu, it was fortunate he was not leading others astray. Unaware of the impression he left, Taolong clapped Dai Mubai on the back. "We are starving. Kind sir, might you indulge us with some food?" The 5 ventured to the dining hall, a quaint farmhouse where several villagers prepared daily sustenance for the academy. While not exquisite, the quantity was ample. Inside, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong were already enjoying breakfast, and upon seeing them, Xiao Wu bounced over, eager to escape the company of the boys. Ma Hongjun's eyes sparkled. It had been ages since he had encountered such beautiful girls, and with Xiao Wu's 2 brothers to protect her, he doubted they would allow anything untoward. Just as he was observing, his line of sight was suddenly obstructed by Dai Mubai standing before him. Taolong glanced at Ning Rongrong, noting her lack of an exaggerated reaction, realizing the little which still wished to keep things under wraps. Well, he had no objections. He snatched a bun and dashed into the kitchen, intending to showcase his skills to the children outside. Freshly steamed dumplings, fried dough sticks, paired with exclusive pickled vegetables, Xiao San. Quickly serve these to everyone. Let the handsome and beautiful offer their critiques. Taolong donned an apron and hat, presenting breakfast with an impeccable serving posture and a smile. "Xiao Longu, where did you learn this impressive display?" Xiao Wu eagerly lifted a plate. Dai Mubai was busy introducing everyone, but Zhu Zhuqing, initially prepared to leave, was captivated by the adorable little dumplings. "Come, let us eat and converse." Taolong gestured for his portion, signaling Dai Mubai to continue. "Please, commence your performance." Dai Mubai eyed the audience drawn in by the food, shrugged, and began to eat, secretly saving a few dumplings for Zhu Zhuqing. As the group finished their meal, a bell sounded from outside. "The dean is summoning us. Everyone hurry," Dai Mubai called, intentionally lagging behind to slip the dumplings into Zhu Zhuqing's hands. Zhu Zhuqing frowned, about to discard them when Taolong gently reminded, "Food is innocent. If wasted, it will weep." She paused, placing the dumplings in her pocket and joining the others. "Thank you," she whispered to Daimubai. "You foul man, do not speak to me. The dumplings are so delightful, and you dare to part with them?" Oomph. Taolong turned away, bemused. As the group gathered at the meeting point, they noticed someone already there, a sausage dangling from their mouth. It was Oscar, freshly shaven, exuding a clean and sunny aura that caught everyone's attention. "Wow, that looks good. He is almost as handsome as I," Taolong remarked, giving a thumbs up. As they conversed, the shopkeeper, no, the academy dean, Flinder, approached from the opposite side of the playground. Tang San and Xiao Wu were taken aback. Taolong, standing nearby, reassured them. "Fear not. I inquired and learned that he is named Flander, the strongest in the academy, our dean, and a soul sage, yet still far from becoming a soul daw." Flander's face twitched. Did he think achieving the rank of soul Douluo was as easy as picking cabbages? Such arrogance from a youth. This year, 5 freshmen had arrived, which was quite commendable, and the first class would commence that evening. Ning Rongrong and Oscar, you two stay behind. The rest may take their leave and rest to prepare. Tang San and Xiao Wu were to remain for observation, while Taolong hesitated momentarily, eventually giving in to his desire for excitement. "You two are auxiliary soul masters. Do you know how to protect yourselves on the battlefield? Isn't it simple to eliminate all opponents?" Taolong mused, recalling when he had been the ultimate support in games, achieving the most kills with minimal output, relying solely on his exceptional awareness and exquisite skills. "Kid, why don't you share your thoughts?" Flanders suddenly directed his attention toward Taolong. Taolong shrugged. "I believe auxiliary and healing soul masters adhere to 3 cardinal rules. First, never concede before a teammate falls. Second, never position oneself at the forefront of battle. Third, never perish before other teammates. Hence, they must possess exceptional situational awareness and the ability to evade attacks. Unless, of course, one can single-handedly take on 5 opponents. Are there truly auxiliary soul masters capable of such feats?" Flander inquired. "Rules and conventions are merely meant to be broken. Just because they don't exist now doesn't mean they won't in the future," Taolong replied. "Well said. Since you understand auxiliary soul masters so well, you shall train with them today. Oscar, take Ning Rongrong and run 20 laps around the village. As for you, being a battle soul master, run 60 laps. Finish before lunch." After Flanders spoke, he turned to Tang San. "Come with me." Oscar cast a resentful glance at Taolong, knowing the teacher would surely hold a grudge, attributing this predicament to him. Ning Rongrong, however, was quite decisive and had already sprinted towards the village's outskirts. Taolong shrugged. Had he known, he would have refrained from indulging in the spectacle. Outside the village, Ning Rongrong and Oscar, both auxiliary soul masters, ran at a comparable speed. Taolong, having long since disappeared from sight, was nowhere to be found. "Behold, I have a grand sausage," Oscar boasted, presenting the sausage to Ning Rongrong. "Rongrong, you must be tired. Have this sausage to replenish your strength." To his surprise, Ning Rongrong swatted the sausage away, sending Oscar tumbling to the ground. "I have 2 large buns to sustain me. I have no need for your offerings." With that, she summoned her 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda to enhance her speed and surged ahead. Having completed a lap and caught up to the 2, Taolong witnessed this spectacle. Once Ning Rongrong had distanced herself, he approached to assist Oscar, claiming, "Don't waste the sausage, it's mine now." Oscar, still bewildered, asked what just happened. Taolong took a bite from the sausage. "Brother, you thought she was a gentle rabbit, but you failed to realize she is a fierce zebra. You lack the savannah. It's a tough battle." "A zebra? A zebra?" Taolong shook his head and accelerated away. Soon, he spotted Ning Rongrong. This marked their first moment alone since that day. Ning Rongrong glared at Taolong, gritting her teeth. "I've been searching for you for ages, and now you come to me. Have you considered how you shall meet your demise?" Taolong replied nonchalantly, "You know, I quite enjoy buns. Apart from eating, they can also serve as a playful distraction." Ning Rongrong, infuriated, shouted, "Stop right there. I shall summon Grandfather Jian to scatter your remains." Taolong, having taunted her, dashed away, leaving even the accelerated Ning Rongrong far behind. That night, the group gathered in the training grounds, and Flander observed their spirited appearances with satisfaction. "Oscar, did you complete your task today?" he asked. I did, Oscar nodded. I was referring to you, Taolong and Ning Rongrong. Did you accomplish your mission? Oscar hesitated, but before he could respond, Taolong stepped forward, declaring, Report, Dean. Oscar and I completed the task. However, Ning Rongrong was too weak to run. Ning Rongrong shot Taolong a furious glare before adopting a pitiful expression and hiding behind Xiaowu. Flander nodded approvingly. Excellent. As a reward for your honesty, I shall personally guide you in practical exercises tomorrow morning. Remember that. Taolong grimaced, thinking what a miser. He just wants to retaliate. And you? Why did you not complete your task? Flander turned his gaze toward the innocent-looking Ning Rongrong. I report that she vanished midway, surely to indulge herself in gluttony. Oblivious to the fact that Oscar and I were left empty-handed, Taolong interjected, once again advocating for justice. Ning Rongrong could no longer contain her frustration. You wretched fool. I shall summon Grandfather Jian to light your lantern. I envy your thick skin. How old are you to still call for parental intervention? You scoundrel. Keep your voice down. I was once frightened by a dog in my childhood. The remaining individuals were utterly astonished. Ning Rongrong had transformed into a fierce warrior, and they had never witnessed such a fierce exchange from Taolong. Tang San appeared unfazed. In terms of verbal sparring, he had never encountered anyone as formidable as Taolong ahem. Flander released a surge of soul power, halting their verbal onslaught. He regarded Ning Rongrong seriously. You still have not answered my question. In her anger, Ning Rongrong decided to no longer hold back, redirecting her ire toward Flander. TSK. No wonder you are a sect leader, Taolong thought, admiring the intensity of their exchange. After several rounds, Ning Rongrong, who had been chastised by Flander 6 times, pointed to her last glimmer of hope. Oscar, I must be better than him. Have you ever seen a food-type soul master with innate, full soul power? Flander scoffed. I am the worst. Ning Rongrong suddenly realized that, despite being hailed as a genius throughout her life, she had become the least capable within this small soul master academy. In truth, Flander was equally astonished. Historically, Shrek had always accepted exceptional talents, but this cohort's potential was astonishing even to him. Finally, Ning Rongrong's composure shattered, and she ran away in tears. Flander smirked victoriously, thinking, a little girl, how could I not handle her? Oscar, go comfort Ning Rongrong. Taolong, observing Flander's self-assured demeanor, recognized that he must have received instructions from Ning's sect leader. Otherwise, although the outcome would remain unchanged, Flander would not have resorted to such stringent methods so soon. Nevertheless, it must be said that the results were remarkable. Flander stood with his hands behind his back at Shrek Academy, proclaiming, My words are law. Those who do not adhere to the rules should leave at once. In Soto City, at the Great Soul Arena, he presented the iron badges to the students. This badge symbolizes your rank here. The hierarchy is as follows: copper, silver, gold, purple gold, sapphire, ruby, and diamond. I require that before your graduation, you must attain at least a silver badge. Yes, Dean, the 6 responded. Not bad, a real-life ranking system. However, there are no starry kings above diamond. Disappointing. The Great Soul Arena was buzzing with excitement, and it must be noted that the primal bloodlust and violent desires within individuals could find full expression in such an environment. In the modern era, with the rise of the internet and gaming, numerous martial arenas continue to captivate audiences. This phenomenon was even more pronounced in ancient times. The Grand Soul Arena serves as a coliseum for soul masters, where many spectators are ordinary individuals. They gather to witness the once exalted soul masters engage in combat, with some even profiting through gambling. This spectacle satisfies the repressed desires nestled deep within the human psyche. Upon entering, Taolong observed numerous individuals already lost in a frenzy. Typically, they might be the amiable proprietors of shops or the refined managers of hotels, but here, they transformed into wild maniacs. The nine-tailed martial soul stirred restlessly, and the atmosphere brimmed with palpable malice, akin to a sumptuous feast awaiting Taolong. Excitement coursed through him, causing his body to tremble, his eyes alight with a thirst for blood. Chapter 28. Shield Mountain and wine within the Grand Soul Arena, 1-on-1, 2-on-2, and group battles are supported. Tang San and Xiao Wu formed a trio with Taolong, leaving him as the solitary participant. Xiao Wu jested, Little Brother Long is so formidable. Only his younger siblings can huddle together for warmth. Taolong chuckled, I suspect you simply wish to freeze this lonely dog. Red Jun, let us team up today, Taolong suggested, patting Ma Hongjun and signaling him with his gaze. Ma Hongjun glanced gloomily at Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, and just as he was about to agree, Zhu Zhuqing approached, proposing, let us form a team. Zhuqing you. Dai Mubai was about to commend his good friend, but alas, the girl was not willing. No worries. If you prefer not to team with me, I can go solo, Zhu Zhuqing added. Taolong looked helplessly at Dai Mubai and suggested, Zhuqing, how about this? I am at level 30, facing opponents who are all Soul Emperors. Regardless of whether I team with you or Hongjun, it would be disadvantageous for you. Why not have me team with Dai Mubai, and you with Hongjun? What do you think? Zhu Zhuqing frowned. Her impression of the evil fire chicken was not particularly favorable. However, she cast a disdainful glance at Dai Mubai and replied, that works. Dai Mubai felt a pang of disappointment, glaring at Ma Hongjun with a fierce gaze. Dare to speak carelessly or engage in mischief, and you will regret it. Ma Hongjun naturally raised both hands in agreement. Teaming up with a beauty was preferable, even if he couldn't make a move, compared to being with the two burly men. Dai Mubai, you must maintain your integrity going forward, Taolong remarked as the two moved away. Dai Mubai did not respond, suggesting they head to register, pondering what to name their combination. You're a tiger, so let us call ourselves the Dragon Cat Duo? Dai Mubai, I can understand you being a dragon, but how did the tiger become a cat? Dai Mubai, the dragon-tiger combination sounds too unappealing. Let us choose a more endearing name that would appeal to the girls. Dai Mubai shook his head, refusing to engage in such an embarrassing endeavor. Let us call ourselves the Tautons. I'm Dai, not an egg. How about the Fox Tiger Might? That works. Typically, Soul Masters of the Iron Badge level rarely have the opportunity to take the stage in the main arena. Taolong and Dai Mubai's initial battle was arranged for the 21st sub-arena. Upon reaching the platform, they found the audience only partially filled, with a moderately attractive female host holding a microphone, introducing the two teams. The first to enter is the Fox Tiger Might duo, consisting of 30 and 37 level Soul Masters. Today marks their debut battle, and their opponents are our familiar faces, Wang Li and Zhou Lu, forming the Mountain Wine team. From a soul power perspective, the Mountain Wine team, with two 38-level Soul Emperors, undoubtedly held the upper hand. However, in Soul Master combat, soul power is never the sole determining factor, so please stay tuned. Taolong sized up his opponents. A burly man stood at the forefront, with a slightly effeminate man behind him. Both bore amiable smiles, and the latter elegantly bowed in greeting. A Tang paired with a fragile support. Taolong mused as he stood alongside Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai whispered, when the battle begins, I'll confront the muscular man. You handle the other. Taolong nodded. Given their lack of synergy, it was preferable to fight independently and pull the other into the fray. Then, let the battle commence. The female host was diligent. Her excitement was palpable, evident from her trembling form. Fine wine, like a spring. Zhou Lu raised his hands high, and a surge of liquid erupted before them, transforming into waves that surged toward Taolong and Dai Mubai. The arena was instantly filled with the intoxicating aroma of wine, and some spectators became entranced. Is it truly wine? Taolong mused, surprised. A food-type Soul Master? I expected an offensive role, but turns out to be a soft support. This should be a secure match. White Tiger's radiance. A beam of light shattered the waves, charging straight for the burly Wang Li. Wang Li braced himself, conjuring a black wall to withstand the attack. What the heck? Shield Mountain. Taolong was taken aback, but his movements did not falter. He clawed down, but could not breach Wang Li's defenses. Wang Li frowned. The wall was already significantly damaged where Taolong had clawed. A second strike would surely break through. First soul skill. Iron wall as strong as a mountain. Second soul skill. Enchanting drunkenness. Dai Mubai had already closed in, intending to bypass Wang Li and eliminate the support Soul Master first. Their pre-battle tactics were no longer applicable. The Mountain Wine duo occupied a corner of the platform, clearly intending to play it safe. Berserk battle. Wang Li roared, unleashing his second soul skill. His muscles bulging as he transitioned from defense to offense, swinging the wall fan toward Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai intended to absorb the blow to create an opportunity for Taolong, but he couldn't even endure a few seconds before being sent flying. What immense strength! With Wang Li's momentum unyielding, Taolong had no choice but to dodge. While he couldn't block the attack, He figured Wang Li would be unable to recover quickly after such a swing. From beneath his nine-tailed cloak, two claws glimmered with dark light as Taolong activated his second soul ring, intending to strike decisively during Wang Li's recovery. Suddenly, a fountain erupted beneath Taolong's feet. Zhou Lu's first soul skill had not yet concluded. Taolong's right claw struck down, but only his left claw found its mark on Wang Li's right shoulder, leaving 5 dark wounds. Wang Li let out a pained cry, retaliating with a punch that sent Taolong staggering backward. "Taolong, do you feel a bit dizzy?" As they returned to their starting point, Dai Mubai asked while clutching his head. "Now that you mention it, I do feel a bit intoxicated." Taolong sniffed the fragrant aroma of wine in the air. In the distance, Zhou Lu chuckled. "This is my second soul skill. My wine is quite special. It can be fatal to those who cannot hold their liquor." Taolong and Dai Mubai had no choice but to hold their breath. This wine aroma bore no actual offensive power. Even the nine-tailed cloak showed no reaction. The two exchanged glances, realizing they needed to conclude the battle swiftly. Third soul skill, Bastion. A wall of black encircled them, enveloping both within its embrace. Third soul skill, Exquisite Nectar. Zhou Lu conjured 2 orbs of wine, pouring one over Wang Li's wounds and the other directly into his mouth. Topical healing coupled with internal recovery of soul power. Wang Li opened his mouth and savored the drink. Being paired with a wine martial soul master, he too was a connoisseur of fine wines. Lest he succumb before his opponent did. However, Wang Li tested his right arm, finding it still unresponsive. The injury was peculiar. Outside the black wall, Dai Mubai had already activated his third soul skill, alternating strikes with Taolong. Wang Li gritted his teeth, enduring as his soul power began to deplete significantly. Yet, for the moment, the two outside could not break through. With the support of a healing soul master, he still had enough soul power to sustain his third soul skill. If he could just hold on, victory would surely be theirs. Taolong and Dai Mubai began to gasp for breath. They lacked the soul skills to effectively coordinate their attacks. When Dai Mubai unleashed the White Tiger's fierce light wave, Taolong had to retreat a few steps to avoid being inadvertently harmed. It was indeed a case of a tiger attempting to bite a tortoise, with no feasible way to strike. As their breathing intensified, the effects of intoxication became increasingly apparent, and if this continued, they would surely falter. "Dai, do you have any secret techniques? Hurry and use them. I've already exhausted all 3 of my soul skills. What more can I do? This damned tortoise shell." Taolong inhaled deeply, holding his breath. "Dai, one more spitball attack, aim precisely." Dai Mubai nodded. If the strike failed, his soul power would soon be depleted. White Tiger's fierce light wave, spiral sphere. A glaring sphere enveloped in crimson chakra struck the black wall, causing it to crack. Inside the fortress, Wang Li's expression shifted dramatically as he channeled all his remaining soul power to repair it. However, the fissures only widened, and in the next instant, the spiral sphere pierced through the wall, halting before Wang Li's terrified visage. "Friend, dwelling in the old house is unwise. One ought to bask in the sun more often." Taolong grinned. "Zhou swallowed hard, we concede." After the battle, Dai Mubai and Taolong did not continue with one-on-one combat. They exited the Grand Soul Arena and sought a place to enjoy a late-night snack to sober up. Was it your own soul skill, just now? Dai Mubai reflected on the final scene, realizing that even without him, Taolong could have breached their opponent's defenses. "Yes, it's called Spiral Sphere. But I learned it from someone else," Taolong acknowledged, feeling enlightened by today's battle. He had initially thought brute force would suffice, only to discover the many cunning tactics employed by their adversaries. Taolong now felt that obtaining the silver badge would be challenging. The disparity in soul power with opponents of level 8 or 9 was significant, and lacking a third soul skill left him at a disadvantage. 2 little rascals. Sneaking off to slack? Flander appeared out of nowhere, pulling out a chair to sit down. Dai Mubai pointed out a soul master whose martial spirit was alcohol, which had gotten him intoxicated. Flander chuckled, having closely observed the battle. To be honest, he wasn't surprised by their eventual victory. Zhao Wuji had informed him of Taolong's teleportation ability. However, it was the unpredictability of monsters that often led to unexpected outcomes. "Oh well, it's all profit for me," Flander mused, patting his bulging wallet. "Xiaolong, do you wish to acquire a third soul ring?" Chapter 29. Cry after eating well. Wait for Xiao San and Xiao Wu. Taolong was in no hurry. He believed that under the current circumstances, the soul battle competition would be more beneficial for his growth. Flander nodded. Move by. Take them back later. I have something to attend to, so I'll leave first. Xiao put my bill on his tab. With that, he took the late-night snacks and vanished. Taolong sighed. That miser was making him run laps and still wanted to charge him for a meal. Xiao, please pack 6 more portions for me. The stall was conveniently close to the Grand Soul Arena. Just as they finished eating, they spotted Tang San and the others emerging from the arena. Taolong and Dai Mu Bai approached them. Hey, did you all go out for drinks? Xiao Wu pinched her nose and jumped back a few steps. Brother Long, why didn't we see you before? How did the battles go? Tang San inquired. Smoothly. We only had one 2-on-2 match against opponents whose martial spirit was alcohol, and it ended up like this. Here, this is your late-night snack, Taolong explained. Thank you. Brother Long. Xiao Wu smiled sweetly and rushed back. Huh, you traitor who only remembers Xiao San. And now you're complaining? There won't be any meat buns left tomorrow morning. Ignoring Xiao Wu's grumbling about him being stingy, Taolong glanced towards Zhu Zhuqing. Dai Mu Bai felt slightly uneasy as he just handed over the late-night snack. Dai, let us go find resources and have some fun tonight, Ma Hongjun casually suggested. Dai Mu Bai turned his back to block Zhu Zhuqing from view, not seeing what transpired over there. Taolong shook his head. Zhu Zhuqing's outstretched hand froze midair. Disgusting and shameless. Her cold expression coupled with a disdainful tone was lethal. You. Dai Mu Bai's anger flared. At that moment, Ma Hongjun realized he had spoiled a good situation and decided it was best to keep his distance from Dai Mu Bai tonight. He gestured to Taolong and the others before slipping away. Xiao Wu pouted. Third brother, Brother Long, you two must not learn their bad habits. Taolong nodded. Rest assured, I wouldn't learn anything bad, even if I were to break Xiao San's legs. Tang San looked helplessly at the pair, thinking, come on. The conflict between Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mu Bai is the real issue here. We can't interfere with their matters. Let it take its natural course. Let us head back to the academy for some sleep. Taolong yawned and caught up with Dai Mu Bai. Xiao Wu noticed everyone else had left and reached out to touch Tang San's chest. Tang San was startled. Xiao Wu, what's wrong? Xiao Wu's eyes turned slightly red. During the soul battle, Tang San had taken a hit for her and was now injured. Hey, even though it's late at night, it's still quite bright. Can we find a deserted spot where I can keep watch for you two? Taolong unexpectedly returned, observing the scene and teasing them. Brother Long. Xiao Wu's face flushed, and she ignored them, bolting away. Tang San felt a twinge of regret and was about to explain. Explaining is just covering up. Covering up means there's truth to it. Xiao Wu is being so proactive, and you're acting like a wooden block. What can I say about you? Taolong shook his head, embodying a sense of futility as he walked away. As the evening breeze swept through, Tang San felt a chill and suddenly became aware of Taolong's words. Was he truly not proactive enough? Under the radiant moonlight, the group returned to Shrek Academy. Spotting 2 figures seated at the academy's entrance, Oscar and Ning Rongrong. Zhu Zhuqing, still fuming, did not greet them and directly headed back to her dormitory. Next, Ning Rongrong would provoke the tiger, and Taolong, glancing at the 2 portions of late-night snacks in his hands, contemplated momentarily before stepping back to watch the drama unfold. As expected, the little witch unabashedly unleashed her million-ton mockery upon Dai Mu Bai, achieving remarkable effects. Little did she know, none of the small monsters present cared for her background. As Zhu Zhuqing's ire boiled over, the white tiger's annoyance surged, and she was about to strike Ning Rongrong down, prompting Tang San to rush in to intervene. Taolong was quite curious about what might have transpired had Tang San not intervened. As the dust settled, the first day of school was evidently not a happy one, particularly for Ning Rongrong, who was now in tears. This was her first experience of such despair. She felt abandoned by the very heavens, with Tang San and Oscar unwilling to assist her. Taolong, having been among the first to clash with her, witnessed her suffering in this small academy. Taolong quietly watched, noting that Ning Rongrong was indeed beautiful. He had never seen such a lovely girl in his past life. Now, she sat under the moonlight, burying her face in her knees and crying alone, resembling a breathtaking painting. If only her sobs were not so unpleasant. He would have hesitated to disrupt the ambience of the moment. Taolong approached and ruffled Ning Rongrong's hair, just as he had on their first encounter. Ning Rongrong lifted her head, glaring at the road before her. Ever since they met, nothing good had come from their encounters. What are you doing? Are you here to bully me? Taolong instinctively nodded, then quickly shook his head, placing the warm late-night snack down. Don't let it go to waste. Eat up and regain your strength before you cry. You can't overpower them, but you can annoy them. If you cry loud enough, they won't be able to sleep, and then they won't dare to provoke you. With that, Taolong smiled and walked away. Leaving Ning Rongrong alone, she gazed at the brown paper bag before her, containing a cup of beverage and a meat pie from a roadside stall, still warm to the touch. The journey from Susanoo City to this place was considerable, indicating that Taolong had diligently shielded it with his soul power along the way. Sniffling, Ning Rongrong wiped her tears and took a hearty bite of the food she usually dismissed, thinking to herself that only a child would sit and cry at someone else's doorstep, a strategy she had long since abandoned. This rascal simply wished to witness her embarrassment. She ran her fingers through her hair, stood up resolutely, for she was the next heir of the seven-treasure glazed tile school and would not concede defeat. A smile had begun to subtly grace her lips. The following morning, Tang San leaped from the rooftop and, peering through the dormitory window, spotted Oscar still engaged in his training, while Taolong was nowhere to be found. Pondering briefly, he made his way to the dining hall. Upon entering, he was greeted by a delightful aroma. Taolong had already set the breakfast table. Xiao-san, good morning. Remember to call them for breakfast shortly. I must go for a run first. That dean truly holds grudges. Xiaolong, you don't need to exert yourself so much. It's fine, I enjoy it. And I'm teaching the villagers how to prepare it, so they need me to do it every day. With that, Taolong removed his apron, took a few sips of water, and dashed off for his run. Gradually, the others arrived at the dining hall, with Oscar being the last. Upon entering, he exclaimed, "What smells so good? I could smell it from afar. Did the academy change chefs?" Dai Mubai, wearing a gloomy expression, ignored him, prompting Tang San to clarify. It was made by Xiaolong. He off for his run. Oscar sensed the awkward atmosphere, chuckled nervously, and proceeded to seek food. Ning Rongrong sat quietly in a corner, her eyes slightly swollen and her complexion somewhat haggard, likely a result of a restless night. She nibbled at her breakfast, surprised to discover that the rascal was indeed skilled in cooking. It was quite delicious. Chapter 30. The twins, after completing 60 laps, Taolong decided to accelerate his pace. Exhausting a significant amount of soul power, but calculating the time, he figured he still had enough to grab a bite in the dining hall. Upon entering, he abruptly sensed something was amiss. Noticing Dai Mubai's sulky demeanor, Taolong suddenly recalled the ongoing rift. He shrugged, as he wasn't one to pacify others. After greeting the rest, he glanced around, only to find his breakfast portion had vanished. In the corner, Ning Rongrong was stuffing her cheeks, puffing up her face upon seeing Taolong. She raised an eyebrow defiantly. Taolong was speechless. He had prepared a generous serving and never anticipated it would be devoured so swiftly. He walked into the kitchen to retrieve a few large buns, intentionally squeezing them before taking a bite. Ning Rongrong's face flushed. "You pervert. Fatty, you went out to play last night. You should stay in the dorm today. I'm off to find those twins," Dai Mubai suddenly interjected. Ma Hongjuan's eyes widened with excitement, barely holding back his question. "Dai, don't forget to take me along. I've been feeling rather lonely lately. We can go together." Taolong chimed in, "What is wrong with that? I'm in too." The others looked at him in shock. Men are truly no good, Zhu Zhuqing thought. Ning Rongrong, her mouth full, struggled to articulate her thoughts, resulting in only muffled sounds. Xiao Wu, unable to contain herself, sprayed her food all over Tang San's face. "Xiaolong, what are you saying?" Tang San calmly wiped his face. Oscar looked at him as if to say, "I misjudged you." Ma Hongjun pondered, realizing he might not have a share in this outing. Dai Mubai, intrigued, remarked, "I didn't expect this side of you. Xiaolong, all right, come with me. But only if they're willing. You can't force such things." Taolong glanced at Xiao Wu and then at Dai Mubai, wondering why they had to be picky. He believed he had decent qualities. "I could prepare various dishes, even dog food." "Dog food?" Xiao Wu inquired. Indeed, the cooking aunt mentioned her dog just had a pair of puppies and asked if anyone would like to adopt them. "Wasn't that what you were discussing?" Taolong replied innocently. Ning Rongrong could no longer contain her laughter and inadvertently spat out her food. "Oh, puppies are lovely." Xiao Wu sighed in relief and settled back down. Dai Mubai's expression twitched. He wanted to say something, but ultimately chose silence, realizing he couldn't justify that the twins he was referring to were girls and not puppies. That would sound utterly bizarre. At that moment, the assembly bell rang, breaking the tension among them. Let us go. It's time to gather. Die. We'll discuss the puppies later, Taolong said, grabbing a bun and sprinting out of the dining hall. On the playground, Flander looked over the assembled group, particularly at Ning Rongrong, without uttering a word. Where's Oscar? He was just eating with us. He might be behind, someone replied. Just then, Oscar emerged from around a corner, adjusting his clothes and expression. Oscar, are you feeling mischievous? Flander squinted. Oscar froze for a moment, but then adopted a goofy expression, spreading his arms and running toward Flander. I didn't add anything strange to my breakfast. Taolong began to suspect he might have lost his memory. Suddenly, Oscar tripped over a stone while running, losing his balance and performing an unintended tumble. Laughter erupted from the group. Flander pushed up his glasses. Do you wish to fly? Oscar, feeling like a mouse under a hawk's gaze, quickly regained his footing. Dean, let me explain. I've broken through to level 30. Flander was taken aback. Good. I didn't misjudge you. Oscar, you're the third among this group to reach level 30. Congratulations. Amidst the chorus of congratulations, Oscar cast a glance at Ning Rongrong only to find her focused on Taolong. He instantly grasped the implications, and the joy of his advancement diminished considerably. Taolong, however, felt elated that Oscar had reached level 30, signaling Flander to prepare for their next soul ring hunt. Ahem. Today's lesson is quite simple. Everyone must partake of the sausages made by Oscar, Flander declared with a mischievous grin. What? Xiao Wu gasped, and even Tang San appeared surprised, particularly since it meant Xiao Wu would also have to eat them, which made him somewhat reluctant. Taolong, Daimubai, and Ma Hongjun, however, were unfazed. They had already tasted Oscar's sausages and could vouch for their flavor, despite the rather unpleasant soul curse. Ignoring Flander's lengthy explanation about the sausages, the three intended to collect theirs early from Oscar to complete the task, but unexpectedly, someone beat them to it. I'll take it, Ning Rongrong announced, snatching Oscar's sausage without regard for the others' gazes. She glared fiercely at Taolong, chewing vigorously and swallowing whole. Taolong was taken aback by the scene. Somehow, even though it was Oscar's sausage being devoured, he felt a chill run down his spine. Umph. Ning Rongrong triumphantly returned to the line. Very well. Flander lightly clapped his hands, signifying that from this moment on, Ning Rongrong had truly integrated into this collective. Oscar's sausages proved remarkably effective. The weariness on Ning Rongrong's face faded significantly. Following Ma Hongjun, Tang San approached fifth, swallowing the sausage in a few bites, feeling a warm current flow through his body, alleviating the discomfort from his previous injuries. How about it? You must now regard Uncle Sausage with newfound respect. Taolong patted Tang San, who also did not anticipate the remarkable effects of the food-type martial spirit. No wonder the dean holds Oscar in such high esteem. Now only Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu remain. Under the encouraging gazes of Taolong and Tang San, Xiao Wu bravely consumed the sausage. Fortunate that it remained a manifestation of a martial spirit, sparing her from nausea. In contrast, Zhu Zhuqing maintained her cold demeanor, exuding an air of resistance. Zhuqing, the sausage isn't at fault. After all, it looks more endearing than Daimubai, doesn't it? Besides, if he can manage it, will you concede defeat? Taolong chuckled, intentionally provoking her. Zhu Zhuqing, momentarily wavering, now found nothing in the world more detestable than Daimubai. Ignoring the teasing remarks from the chubby boy and Oscar, Daimubai turned his attention to Zhu Zhuqing, eager to speak, but was met with a piercing glare. Flander nodded in approval, stating, All right, today's lesson concludes here. Return to your quarters to rest. Tomorrow morning, Zhao Wujie will take you to hunt for soul rings. This will be a trial for you all, so prepare yourselves mentally. Dismissed. Chapter 31. A love that lasts 10,000 years. The group returned to their dormitory to cultivate. Taolong headed to the dining hall, planning to procure some marinated meat for the following day. As he busied himself, Dai Mubai strode in, lifted a floor tile, and retrieved several bottles of liquor. Care for a drink? Dai Mubai inquired. Taolong assessed him, sensing the tiger's possible displeasure, nodded, removed his apron, took 2 bowls, and sat down. Dai Mubai forcefully twisted the bottle open, filled a bowl for each of them, clinked them together, and without further ado, downed his drink. Taolong sampled the liquor, recognizing it as crafted by a soul master, its unique flavor reminiscent of the strong spirits from his past life. He did not particularly enjoy drinking. finding all brands of beer and liquor to taste the same. In comparison, he preferred the aged yellow wine from barbecue stalls. Dai Mubai wiped his mouth, glancing at Taolong's bowl, prompting Taolong to reluctantly tilt his head back and gulp down the contents. A warm sensation surged, somewhat akin to Oscar sausage. This morning, was it intentional? Taolong raised an eyebrow. About the twins, Dai Mubai narrowed his eyes. Oh, those two dogs, Taolong suddenly grasped, pausing before remarking, Dai Mubai, tormenting your wife may be momentarily gratifying, but pursuing her is a battleground. Dai Mubai's hand froze mid-action. Who said she is my wife? Who would willingly seek out such an ice princess? Really? Zhu Qing has a great figure and is stunningly beautiful. If you don't pursue her, what about me and Oscar? Two quality bachelors left in the academy? Dai Mubai opened his mouth to respond, hesitated, and began drinking again. Taolong shrugged. Dai Mubai, if you've truly given up on Zhu Qing, I could offer her some consolation and step in. But if you still hold hope, I want to act as the owl looking into the mirror. Owl looking into the mirror? That leaves you neither here nor there. When you two reconcile, I'll be left in that predicament. Dai Mubai was taken aback, then burst into laughter. Xiaolong, should the dean overhear you, you might find yourself running laps again. Taolong smiled. Dai Mubai, I may not know what transpired between you, but the girl specifically came to Shrek Academy for you. It's evident you care for her. Don't up like me. Taolong gazed skyward, his expression turning melancholic. He squeezed his thigh, lamenting that tears wouldn't come, and sighed dramatically. Once, a sincere love lay before me, yet I failed to cherish it. Only upon its loss did I feel regret. There is no greater sorrow than this. If heaven granted me a chance to start anew, I would utter 3 words to that girl. I love you. If this love must bear a time limit, I wish for it to last 10,000 years. Dai Mubai was momentarily stunned, patting Taolong's shoulder before downing the rest of his drink. I understand now. Thank you. Xiaolong, I will not repeat your mistakes. Taolong nodded, offering an encouraging smile as he watched Dai Mubai depart. Unbeknownst to Dai Mubai, lurking around the corner outside was Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong had intended to see what Taolong was up to and stumbled upon their conversation, planning to gather some gossip to share with her friends. However, while she got the scoop, her spirits dampened. Had Taolong once had a crush on someone? Why hadn't Xiao Wu mentioned it? She pondered, a love that lasts 10,000 years. What a romantic confession. What kind of girl could it be? Is she more beautiful than I? Ning Rongrong, what are you sneaking around for? Taolong suddenly poked his head out from a window. Ning Rongrong jumped, and upon recognizing Taolong, stomped her foot. What is it to you? Go tell your beloved girl, she muttered as she turned to leave, immediately regretting her outburst. She scolded herself for being so angry, inadvertently revealing that she had eavesdropped. What on earth? Do you think of me as a late-night diner? Serving your woes as a punching bag? As if there's anything I don't know. Taolong chuckled. Ning Rongrong, fuming, returned to her dormitory. Zhu Qing was practicing while Xiao Wu looked at her quizzically. What happened, Rongrong? Who made you angry? It's that little dragon of yours, Ning Rongrong whined. Every time I talk to him, it leaves me infuriated. I see Tang San as both gentlemanly and gentle. How can they be so different? Xiao Wu patted Ning Rongrong's head. Rongrong, that's just his nature. When he is with us, he enjoys teasing both me and Tang San. Don't be upset. He is actually a good person. Better than Tang San? Ning Rongrong teased, looking at Xiao Wu. Oh, how can that be compared? Xiao Wu, slightly annoyed, tackled Ning Rongrong onto the bed, tickling her. Xiao Wu, I was wrong. Please stop, I can't take it. As an auxiliary soul master, Ning Rongrong was no match for a battle soul master, and the situation on the bed turned decidedly one-sided. Let us see if you dare to mock me again. Xiao Wu asserted, pinning Ning Rongrong down. I wouldn't dare. Ning Rongrong quickly conceded. The two sat up, neglecting their disheveled attire. Zhu Qing, awakened from her training by the commotion, looked at them helplessly. Sorry, Zhu Qing. Ning Rongrong chuckled. We didn't mean to wake you. It's just that Dai Mubai wanted to talk to Taolong about you, and I overheard. Are you interested to know? Zhu Qing remained expressionless, silent, while Xiao Wu, brimming with curiosity, urged, quick, tell us what they said. Ning Rongrong pulled Zhu Qing along, who offered no resistance, her body following willingly. In essence, Dai Mubai sought Taolong for a drink because Zhu Qing rejected him. Taolong advised him not to miss out on a girl as beautiful and well-formed as Zhu Qing. What was it he said? Oh right, tormenting your wife is momentarily delightful, but pursuing her is a funeral pyre for love, Ning Rongrong declared. Casting a sidelong glance at Zhu Zhuqing's formidable presence, playfully mimicking her physique, feeling a bit deflated. Zhu Zhuqing's face flushed. That scoundrel Dai Mubai, who said I'm his wife. I must have been blind to ever consider him. Ning Rongrong giggled. Understood. No one should be given a bargain to that big tiger. By the way, Xiao Wu, did you know Taolong mentioned he once liked a girl? Do you have any idea who it could be? Xiao Wu was taken aback for a moment, pondering the matter. No, over the past few years, the three of us have always been together, and I haven't heard Brother Long mention anything about it. Ao Ning and Rongrong nodded, suggesting that it might have been fabricated by Taolong to advise Dai Mubai. Upon this realization, she felt a sudden sense of relief. I must expedite my cultivation to reach the 30th level, Xiao Wu thought as she glanced at her two roommates, ultimately deciding to seek out Tang San. After all, nothing was more entertaining than spending time with him. Chapter 32. The Stardew Forest. The next morning, everyone gathered in the playground. Upon arriving, Taolong noticed Zhao Wuji standing on the platform with his hands behind his back, not turning to face the newcomers. He chuckled to himself, bemused by the imposing presence of a titled Douluo. Zhao Wuji smirked, shaking his head at the group of younglings, signaling them to prepare for departure. Teacher Zhao, what's going on? Taolong laughed. Zhao Wuji bore the marks of life's hardships, with dark circles under his eyes that added an unexpected charm to his demeanor. What are you laughing at? Are you all eager to train extra hard this early in the morning? Zhao Wuji barked, causing the group to quiet down considerably. Well, it seems the bear has indeed lost one of its eyes, Taolong thought, stifling a laugh. Let's set off. Mubai, you lead the way. Dai Mubai nodded, his expression turning serious as he addressed everyone. In the Stardew Forest, soul beasts abound, and there are plenty of soul masters as well. We must exercise caution. Even while on the move, we cannot afford to let our guard down. Tang San and Taolong, you two will take the lead. Oscar and Ning Rongrong will follow closely behind, while Xiao Wu and Fatty will flank us on either side. Zhu Zhuqing and I will bring up the rear. Maintain formation and stay vigilant. Let us move out. As they made their way, the group walked on foot, and with Oscar's sausages providing sustenance. Even Ning Rongrong was able to keep pace. For Taolong, activating his martial soul made running feel effortless, treating the sausages as mere snacks. He occasionally carried Oscar for a stretch, allowing him to regain his soul power. Observing this, Ning Rongrong, eager to assist, activated the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower to boost their speed. I'm so exhausted. My soul power is almost depleted, and I can hardly run anymore. She blinked and looked at Taolong. With a resigned smile, Taolong acquiesced, allowing her to climb onto his back. You better be careful not to drop me, she teased. With Ning Rongrong's assistance, the group's pace quickened significantly. Oscar could now focus on providing soul power-replenishing sausages for Ning Rongrong, enhancing their efficiency. Throughout the journey, Ning Rongrong remained comfortably on Taolong's back. As dusk approached, the group arrived at a small town on the outskirts of the Stardew Forest. Zhao Wuji appeared at the opportune moment, issuing a command to rest. Although at this pace, they could enter the forest before nightfall. Venturing out at night on their first day would only heighten the risks. Hey, you can get off now, you pesky mutt, Taolong said, playfully teasing Ning Rongrong. You're the pesky mutt. You crouch down? She retorted with a triumphant grin, relishing her moment of having the upper hand over Taolong. Taolong smirked. Well, not even a compliment, as he playfully swatted her back when she dismounted. Ning Rongrong squealed, drawing everyone's attention. What's wrong, Rongrong? Xiao Wu inquired. Concern etched on her face. Oh, nothing, just saw a bug, Ning Rongrong stammered, her cheeks flushing. Taolong maintained a stoic expression, having intended to pat her waist, but misjudged his aim, leading to an unexpected incident. With a sly grin, he quietly slipped behind Tang San. Tang San looked back in confusion, and Taolong returned his gaze with a radiant smile. Upon entering the town, they found it bustling with activity, with a variety of shops catering to soul masters, offering antidotes, poisons, armor, swords, and bows. They selected a modest two-story inn to settle in. The Shrek students and their teacher covered their individual expenses, and Zhao Wuji, sporting visible injuries, quickly retreated to his room. Dai Mubai graciously treated everyone to dinner, and as the 8 of them gathered around a table, they began to enjoy their meal. During dinner, Zhu Zhuqing remained her usual reserved self, while Ning Rongrong kept her head down. Rong, are you feeling unwell? Xiao Wu asked, leaning in to gently pat her head. Rong glanced at Taolong and shook her head. Pursuing her gaze, Xiao Wu exclaimed, Brother Long, are you bullying Rong again? Taolong, who had been joking with Fatty, turned to defend himself. What are you talking about? I carried her all day. How could I be bullying her? The journey has been bumpy. She might just be a bit uncomfortable. Xiao Wu remained skeptical and was about to question further when Rong tugged at her sleeve. Just then, another group of 8 soul masters entered, evidently led by a teacher from another academy. Fatty's gaze fixated on one of the female students. She's quite the looker. Dai Mu dismissed them with a scoff. They're from Tsanghui Academy. Their reputation isn't impressive, despite their grand appearance. Taolong observed the 2 males, who exuded a villainous air, as if they were characters straight out of a drama, tempting one to join their ranks. Provoked by their demeanor, one of the young men from Tsanghui Academy approached them directly. Taolong turned to face him, playfully pointing at him and then at his own eyes. The young man frowned, following the direction of Taolong's finger, only to find that Taolong's eyes had transformed into a mesmerizing pattern. You brat! Suddenly, the young man heard a furious shout and turned to see his rotund father storming over, seething with anger. You dare to deceive me and engage in such shameless behavior. The young man was taken aback and promptly knelt down. It's not my fault. It was that lady who seduced me first, claiming she was unsatisfied. A hush fell over the inn as all eyes turned to the once respectable youth now kneeling in disgrace. Had one not heard his words, they might have believed in the sincerity of his repentance. However, the members of Tsanghui Academy were left utterly speechless, and the only female present was mortified, wishing to flee. The leading teacher, incensed, swiftly slapped the young man into unconsciousness and turned his cold gaze toward Taolong. I'm Yizhiqiu, the head of the Foreign Affairs Department at Tsanghui Academy. Where are you from? And where is your teacher? Shrek Academy. And as for our teacher, there is no need to disturb him for you, Fatty replied smugly. Shrek? Yizhiqiu pondered, shaking his head as he realized he had never heard of it. But mark my words, Tsanghui Academy will remember this. With that, he led his students away. Taolong found himself somewhat astonished, wondering why they were leaving so soon. Yizhiqiu, filled with ire, realized that while his students were outmatched, their moral conduct was also lacking. Remaining there would only provide further amusement for others. He resolved to return and expel the offending youth, contemplating the extraordinary effect of just a glance from Taolong, which had yielded such results. Shrek Academy was no ordinary institution. He would conduct a thorough investigation to ascertain their strength before deciding how to reclaim his dignity. Chapter 33, The Stardow Forest, Part 2. Taolong returned to the dining table, and the others looked at him curiously. What were you doing just now, little dragon brother? Xiao Wu asked with intrigue. Taolong shrugged. I merely allowed him to gaze into my pure and innocent eyes. Perhaps that fellow experienced a moment of conscience. The others, naturally skeptical, did not pursue the matter further. At some point, Zhao Wujie appeared upstairs, observing the group of youngsters with a crooked smile before retreating to his room. After the meal, everyone returned to their rooms to prepare for rest, as beginning tomorrow, they would have to sleep outdoors. Xiao San, Xiao Wu, wait a moment, Taolong said. What is it, little dragon brother? Tang San inquired as he sat down. Taolong extended his hands and clasped those of Tang San and Xiao Wu. All right, he declared. Tang San seemed to comprehend the implication, while Xiao Wu wore a puzzled expression. Taolong chuckled. I've placed a mark on you. No matter what happens, I will be able to appear by your side in the shortest possible time. Tang San nodded. Rest assured, little dragon brother. We will stick together once we enter the forest. Yes, you're overthinking it, little dragon brother. Xiao Wu chimed in. Let us go. It's time to rest and gather our energy. With that, she skipped up the stairs and returned to her room. Inside, she glanced at the fleeting mark on her hand, furrowing her adorable brows in slight distress. The following morning, Zhao Wujie's booming voice echoed through the entire floor, rousing the disgruntled residents who flung open their doors in protest against him. Zhao Wujie, unfazed, displayed his spirit ring. What do you want? Just wanted to greet you. Good morning, came the response before they scurried back to their rooms. The members of Shrek gathered, with Oscar unusually lively, shedding his usual morning lethargy, hopeful that today he might acquire his third spirit ring. This time, Zhao Wujie did not vanish. He led the group out of the small town, making their way towards the Stardow Forest. From this moment on, Be vigilant of everything apart from your companions. It is not merely the soul beasts that pose a threat. Often, it is the soul masters that are far more terrifying. The morning air was refreshingly crisp. In this world with minimal industrial pollution, while it lacked many amusements, it also bestowed greater blessings from nature. The Stardew forest resembled a verdant ocean. Taolong was elated to be in a forest for the first time, having never experienced such a sight in his previous life. As they stood atop a slightly elevated slope, the endless green stretched before them, filling Taolong with awe, reminiscent of his first encounter with the sea. As they neared the forest, the air grew more humid, and the fragrant aroma of leaves and earth enveloped him, compelling him to inhale deeply, feeling as if his lungs had been purified. Simultaneously, a sense of tension began to rise within him. The more beautiful something is, the more perilous it can be. Zhao Wujie reiterated the rules, insisting that no one act independently and that they stay close to him at all times. Oscar produced a batch of sausages for everyone, and once they had replenished their soul power, Zhao Wujie nodded and declared, "Let us set off." This time Taolong Dai Mu Bai and Tang San led the front of the group, with Zhao Wujie taking the rear. Step by step, Taolong activated his nine-tailed spirit and restrained his soul power as he cautiously advanced. This was the realm of soul beasts, and humans were merely stowaways here. In fact, throughout the continent's recorded history, countless towns have been destroyed by soul beast uprisings, with the most significant beast tides obliterating kingdoms that once ruled over vast territories. Even on the outskirts, the forest teemed with soul beasts, yet these lesser creatures had grown accustomed to humans and had developed various means to conceal themselves. However, they would never escape Taolong's radar. Social soul beasts had their established territories. In this regard, Tang San proved particularly adept, evading whenever possible under Taolong's warnings. Any that dared to be reckless would merely meet their demise, leaving behind a scattering of white soul rings. At this moment, Xiao Wu appeared particularly despondent. The exuberance she had exuded upon entering had dissipated. As they walked, time passed, and half the day was gone. They encountered a few thousand-year soul beasts along the way, but they were too ordinary and unsuitable for Oscar's spirit ring. At noon, during a break, Taolong suddenly looked up, prompting Zhao Wujie to announce, "Something is approaching." Instantly, everyone released their spirit forms. Zhu Zhuqing returned from reconnaissance, reporting that it was a 1,000-year phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, perfect for Oscar. Taolong sighed in relief. He feared that his presence might complicate matters. It seemed that Oscar had a deep connection with this snake. Zhu Zhuqing, poised atop a branch, suddenly pounced, unleashing her spirit skill upon a long shadow, the very snake Oscar had long desired. Startled, the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake released a colorful mist, its crest aglow, accelerating its movements to bite at Zhu Zhuqing. "Be careful." Dai Mu Bai had already activated his first spirit ring, expanding his form to rush forward alongside Taolong. With the renowned 7 treasures, Ning Rongrong skillfully utilized her spirit skill at the right moment, lightening the bodies of both Dai Mu Bai and Taolong. Dai Mu Bai intercepted the snake's assault while Taolong's claws manifested, tearing off the largest pair of pale red wings from its back. The phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake fell to the ground in pain, as Tang San's blue-silver grass ensnared it, restricting its movements. "Fatty!" A fiery line erupted from Ma Hongjuan's mouth, striking the snake's head directly. Despite being a 1,000-year soul beast, the relentless assaults ignited its ferocity, allowing it to break free from the blue-silver grass's grasp. Its crest shone once more. Even without wings, it could not fly but unleashed incredible speed, circling around Tang San to lunge at Ning Rongrong. Humans lurking in the rear were the easiest targets for a fatal strike, a lesson learned through countless battles by soul beasts. Without wings and severely injured, escape was impossible. Thus, it sought to take one down with it. Rongrong. Ning Rongrong froze, witnessing the gaping maw rushing towards her. Unable to react, Zhao Wujie's expression shifted dramatically. His spirit skill had applied gravity to the snake's body. At this speed, he could crush its head with a single blow if Ning Rongrong merely ducked. Yet, unexpectedly, Ning Rongrong was paralyzed, unable to evade. Blood sprayed forth, and Ning Rongrong's pupils constricted as the sharp fangs nearly sank into her delicate neck. Suddenly, Taolong appeared before her, his left shoulder pierced. Rasengan! A crimson sphere smashed into the snake's face, the immense force propelling it backward, though its fangs remained lodged in its flesh, unwilling to abandon their host. Zhao Wujie advanced several steps, visibly exerting pressure that firmly restrained the bloodied fang serpent. Xiaowao, Wuhi, this snake is about to die. Zhao Wujie bellowed. Chapter 34. The Stardow Forest, Part 3. Oscar drew a short knife, gripping it firmly with both hands, under the reluctant gaze of the dying snake. He ended the serpent's life. Little dragon brother, Taolong, drenched in cold sweat, gritted his teeth as he sat on the ground. Just moments ago, he had utilized a mark left on Tang San to intercept the attack, but alas, he was still a fraction too late. At his current stage, he could only set 3 long-lasting flying thunder god techniques. Had he been able to assign one to each of them, the snake would not have had the chance to lash out in desperation. Damn it, that really hurt. Ning Rongrong supported Taolong's injured shoulder from behind, her gaze fixed on the terrifying snake fangs as tears began to flow uncontrollably. Tang San examined the wound closely, relieved to find that this snake was non-venomous. Xiaolong, bear with it, he instructed, channeling his energy to extract the snake fang. Then, with a deft motion of his fingertip, he sealed the acupoint on Taolong's left shoulder. From the enchanting scene of the 24 bridges under the moonlight, he retrieved a healing ointment and began to bandage Taolong's injury. Tang San, Tao, is he all right? A trembling voice, filled with tears, emerged from Ning Rongrong. It was only then that Taolong noticed the once proud young lady, now reduced to tears. With a helpless smile, he raised his right hand and beckoned her. Ning Rongrong, puzzled by his gesture, instinctively moved closer. Taolong's hand brushed against Ning Rongrong's delicate face, wiping away her tears, and then he mischievously wiped his hand on her hair. This time you've made my hand dirty, so you'll have to cover the cost of the tissues. Ning Rongrong stood frozen, biting her lip and lowering her gaze. I'm sorry, I was just so scared. It's nothing, just a minor injury. It'll heal in a couple of hours, Taolong reassured her, noticing her submissive demeanor. And he kept his hand on her head, continuing to comfort her. Feeling his hand above her, Ning Rongrong gently wrapped her arms around Taolong from behind. Thank you. Taolong momentarily stiffened, having intended to tease her until she stopped crying, but the situation had taken an unexpected turn. Well, this is good too. She seems a bit more gentle. Tang San chuckled quietly to himself, contemplating the opportunity to tease Taolong in the future. Stop! A raspy voice interrupted, and 2 figures burst forth from the forest, an elderly woman and a young girl, both wielding canes. The elder, leaning on a snake-headed staff, possessed 6 soul rings that danced around her. Oscar paused, ready to absorb a soul ring, caught off guard by their sudden appearance. Damn it! The old woman seethed, striking the ground with her cane. How dare you seize our prey? Zhao Wujie coldly retorted. You are mistaken. This old beast was clearly hunted by us. How does it belong to you? He then released his 7 soul rings. The old woman's expression shifted, and she took a deep breath, her tone softening. Greetings, esteemed soul saint. This phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake was first discovered and hunted by us, but it escaped due to its cunning speed. We have been pursuing it for some time. If you don't believe me, you can check its abdomen for the wounds it sustained. Yet Zhao Wujie dismissed her words. Before I inquire about your name, let me clarify that this snake ultimately fell at the hands of my student. Even if you're a titled Douluo, you cannot alter the ownership of the soul ring. Taolong had finished bandaging his wound and was now observing the confrontation between Zhao Wujie and the snake woman. From her demeanor, he could tell she was not a magnanimous person. Although the soul ring had been claimed by Oscar, they would not relent easily. The snake woman was equally furious. Had the soul beast still been alive, she would have fought tooth and nail to claim it, but now that the deed was done, she was left uncertain. The immovable king was not to be trifled with, yet retreating would leave her with a lingering resentment. Narrowing her eyes, she said, This is a 1,000-year soul beast. My granddaughter is extraordinarily gifted, but your student may not be able to handle it. Zhao Wujie chuckled. Elder, you jest. If my student cannot handle it, why would I waste my efforts? Boys, unleash your martial souls. The Shrek team, silent until now, had already formed a defensive stance, positioning themselves between Oscar and the soul beast's corpse. At Zhao Wujie's command, they channeled their soul power, revealing their soul rings. The snake woman was taken aback. She had assumed these youths possessed only a few levels of soul power, but to her surprise, each of them was on par with her granddaughter. Damn it! Should I retreat now? The snake woman hesitated. Both parties were not virtuous, and had it not been for their mutual deterrence in strength and reputation, bloodshed would have already ensued. Elder, the soul ring has found its rightful owner. Continuing this dispute is futile. How about this? Aside from auxiliary soul masters, you may choose one of us. If they can defeat your granddaughter, we will let this matter pass. Taolong patted his shoulder, his wound still healing. But normal activities were no longer an issue. And if you lose, then I will personally help your granddaughter capture a suitable soul beast, Zhao Wujie replied confidently, knowing well the capabilities of his young prot-GS. Very well, the audacious one who spoke, you shall do. The snake woman pointed at Taolong, who bore the bandage on his shoulder. You shamelessly choose him, knowing he's been injured. Ning Rongrong exclaimed in exasperation. The snake woman shot a cold glare in her direction. You're the ones who suggested it. Young lady, dare you insult me? Do you wish to forfeit your life? With tenfold courage, even a mightiest dragon snake sect would not dare touch her. Zhao Wujie scoffed. Oh, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, I presume, is not unfamiliar to you, the snake woman retorted, her expression hardening as she withdrew her soul power. Hurry up, shall we continue? Taolong smiled, realizing at that moment that the shameless old woman would indeed choose him. He stepped forward from a group, gazing at the girl with the snake staff. With a graceful figure, the young girl's eyes, like those of serpent, fixated on Taolong as she coolly declared, Mangekyō, martial soul, snake staff. 30 level 2-ring battle soul master. Taolong, martial soul, 9-tailed fox, 30 level 2-ring battle soul master. What an exquisitely unique beauty, Taolong mused. Mangekyō, filled with indignation after having her soul ring stolen, wasted no time as she swung her snake staff down upon him. Indeed, beauty often has its thorns. She struck with a decisiveness that belied her appearance as a docile girl. Taolong, gripping his claws with his right hand, sidestepped the attack and aimed for Mangekyō's chest. Despicable, the girl exclaimed, her face flushed with anger as she glared at Taolong, but was taken aback as she noticed the sudden intensity in his eyes, which had transformed into something unsettling. Her second soul skill activated, her body slithered like a snake, evading Taolong's grasp. In quick succession, her first soul ring illuminated, and the head of the snake staff opened its mouth, unleashing a serpent blade aimed directly at Taolong's forehead. She watched with a cruel smile, envisioning the outcome of his brain being cleaved in two. You have lost. Chapter 35, Star Do Great Forest, Part 4. Suddenly, Mangekyō felt a chilling presence envelop her body. She realized, to her shock, that her delicate neck was firmly gripped by Taolong's hand, lifting her off the ground. She can no longer breathe. Let her go, we concede, the snake woman urged anxiously. As Taolong's eyes returned to normal, he released his grip, and the girl, still in a daze, plopped down onto the ground. Taolong scratched his head, pondering that the illusion of his Sharingan shouldn't have been so overpowering. He retracted his martial soul and extended his right hand. Are you all right? Mangekyō, regaining her senses, was incredulous that she had been defeated in a single exchange. She looked at Taolong with a complex expression, shook her head, and stood up, returning to her grandmother's side. Oscar hurried over, presenting a sausage to Taolong. Good brother, you've worked hard. Eat up. Taolong accepted the sausage, contemplated briefly, then took a few steps forward, offering it to Mangekyō. This can replenish your soul power and taste quite good. Give it a try. Mangekyō, somewhat taken aback, glanced at the snake woman, who nodded in approval, prompting her to accept the sausage and take a bite. A warm sensation surged through her, providing significant relief. She found herself looking at the young man with newfound appreciation. Thank you, Mangekyō murmured softly. Taolong smiled. It's a pleasure to meet you under such circumstances. I hope we can cross paths again in the future. He turned and rejoined his team. The snake woman remained silent, having discerned from the battle that these youngsters were not only high in soul power, but also possessed formidable combat abilities, perhaps even surpassing her granddaughter. Since she could not force their hand, it would be wiser to forge a friendship. After all, there was a gifted young lady from the top 3 sects among them, willing to wager and accept defeat. Let this matter rest. As they departed, Zhao Wujie exhaled a sigh of relief. An elderly woman could be easily subdued, yet her companion, a husband, possessed a soul power level that rivaled his own. As a solitary individual, he found it challenging to contend with such a duo. Oscar swiftly absorbed the soul ring while the others took a moment to recuperate. Dai Mubai approached and patted the young dragon, acknowledging the cunning move to unsettle their adversaries one last time. If they were to discover the incantations of young Ao, they would likely return in a furious pursuit. Taolong suddenly realized, in all honesty, he merely intended to express his admiration for the girl's beauty, while he had long since grown accustomed to Oscar's soul spells. So, little dragon, is your injury truly all right? Ning Rongrong hesitated before shyly inquiring. The way she addressed him struck Taolong as oddly peculiar. Old woman, just how old are you? How much older than me are you? Are you a transformed old hag? Speak the truth. You jerk. You're the old hag. Ning Rongrong, exasperated, stomped her foot and ran away. She merely wished to show concern for Taolong, yet felt too shy to call him that way, resorting instead to emulate Dai Mubai. That's more like it. Taolong nodded, feeling things were returning to normal. Is little dragon a fool? Xiao Wu pouted, directing her question at Tang San. He is just a bit slow. Tang San replied. Slow. Xiao Wu shot him a glance. Well, you are indeed brothers. Half an hour later, I have mushroom sausages. Oscar helplessly observed the laughter around him, exasperated. He had anticipated such an outcome, having suggested they wait to utilize their soul skills, but they insisted on witnessing it immediately. All right, have you laughed enough? After showcasing Oscar's newly acquired flying ability, the group began to change locations, as it was now Taolong's turn to hunt for a soul ring. That evening, after hastily traversing several kilometers and concealing all traces, Zhao Wuji remained anxious, fearing that the couple would not let the matter go. Fortunately, the night passed without incident. The following day, Taolong's shoulder wound had nearly healed, an extraordinary recovery ability that left Zhao Wuji in awe. Truly a monster. What kind of soul ring do you desire, little dragon? Tang San inquired, having learned much about soul beasts from his master, who had specifically selected several suitable options for his third soul skill. During his studies, Tang San had deliberately asked the master about the soul ring choices for Taolong and Xiao Wu, who were aware of their relationship and openly shared their thoughts. Well, let me think, perhaps a defensive type, Taolong replied. Despite having experienced numerous battles, he still had a fear of pain. Tang San nodded. That was acceptable. He initially intended to recommend a control type, yet a defensive soul skill was indeed something Taolong lacked. Among thousand-year fox-type soul beasts, the one with the best defense was undoubtedly the diamond-tailed fox. Taolong's eyes brightened. Diamond-tailed fox? It is said that this soul beast continually hones its tail from birth until it becomes as hard as diamond. After utilizing its soul skill, the tail becomes as beautiful as diamond, Tang San elaborated. Sound good, Taolong nodded. Unfortunately, this soul beast lacks offensive capabilities and is quite rare, typically hiding in its territory. Few have ever seen them. Not to worry, we are monsters, Taolong replied confidently. A week later, Taolong sighed in resignation. It seemed that not only humans, but even the diamond-tailed foxes did not favor monsters. The group wandered through the great forest, encountering several battles along the way, with many soul beasts perishing, though all were rather insignificant. The wilderness kept everyone on high alert. Under pressure, each individual made significant progress. Particularly noteworthy was Tang San's advancement. Little 3, you've reached level 30 as well. Tang San rarely displayed a hint of bashfulness, nodding in acknowledgement. A soul master at 12 years and 6 months, Zhao Wuji mused, feeling his age. He had thought Taolong's record of becoming a soul master at 12 years and 9 months would stand unbroken. Yet, he realized, monsters emerge every year, and this year there seemed to be an abundance. This record would likely endure for quite some time. Amidst his delight, Zhao Wuji sighed, as his workload had suddenly increased. Well, perhaps this was a form of blissful trouble. That day, Xiao Wu appeared particularly cheerful, clenching her tiny fists and surveying her 2 elder brothers, as if making a decision. Third brother, what kind of soul beast are you looking for? On the 3rd day after Tang San's promotion, the morale of the Shrek team began to wane. Little Ao, has your soul ring exhausted everyone's luck? It has been so long without encountering a suitable soul beast. Fatty remarked, leaning on Oscar. Enough, Fatty, stop fooling around, Dai Mubai replied, fatigue evident in his voice. Zhao Wuji glanced around, suggesting a brief rest. He internally lamented. In recent years, the soul beasts in this forest had been dwindling in number. Tang San and Taolong, being extraordinary talents, could not simply catch any beast as a mere placeholder, which explained their lack of success. However, the duration had become excessive. Zhao Wuji began contemplating withdrawing from the forest to regroup before returning. The monotony of day after day led Taolong to grow weary of the verdant sea surrounding them. Zhao Wuji could only cautiously lead them around the outskirts, where they encountered no formidable soul beasts, having already battled the familiar groups multiple times. There was little choice. With so many, evasion was futile. Although they were acutely aware of their perilous surroundings, their minds began to relax, and Ning Rongrong had already complained numerous times. How boring. Plato once said, "The greatest regret in life is to easily give up what should not be abandoned and stubbornly cling to what should not be held on to." It seemed heaven had heard Ning Rongrong's complaints. On this day, she beheld an exaggeratedly enormous giant ape before her and no longer found the mundane days so objectionable. She began to suspect whether her fate was ill-fated. The last time, she had nearly been bitten by a snake, and now, without the giant ape even having strike. If it lingered any longer, she would perish from sheer terror. "Father, Sword Grandpa, Bone Grandpa, where are you? I'm so scared." Rongrong is truly frightened. The king of the forest, the Titan giant ape, Taolong trembled uncontrollably. Although he had long known the origins of this colossal creature and had mentally prepared himself, the reality of facing such a behemoth was overwhelming. Everything transpired abruptly. Taolong's sense of danger radar failed to activate, and he only heard Zhao Wuji's thunderous shout, "Run!" as he unleashed his martial spirit in full force, summoning all his soul skills. Dai Mubai's expression shifted dramatically as he grabbed Zhu Zhuqing, urging the others, "Why aren't you moving?" Simultaneously, the earth trembled rhythmically, and the sky darkened abruptly. Fatty quipped, "Is there an eclipse?" Raising his head, he realized a fist, larger than Zhao Wuji's, was descending upon them. Zhao Wuji internally screamed to flee or face death. His instincts urged him to escape as far as possible, yet he hesitated not for a moment. The powerful diamond bear behind him let out a whimper of fear, charging forward to confront the impending doom. With a resounding smack, Zhao Wuji was sent hurtling backward with multiple times the velocity he had arrived. The earth cracked open, and the group was tossed by waves of soil. The Titan giant ape's massive form obscured the sun, its terrifying musculature revealing its cataclysmic power. Golden pupils scanned the crowd before finally settling on Xiao Wu. It appeared pressed for time, exuding an overwhelming force that intimidated all present. The intellect of a 10,000-year-old beast was indeed comparable to that of a human. Yet it was evident that the Titan great ape had no desire for a prolonged exchange with these individuals. "Xiao Wu." Tang San was also flung aside, but he noticed Xiao Wu charging at the giant ape. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed his blue silvergrass. He could not abandon Xiao Wu to flee alone. Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai surged forward as well, while Oscar prepared his mushroom sausages. Ning Rongrong regained her focus, summoning her martial soul. The radiant light enveloping the three attackers. Fatty Ma Hongjun circled behind the giant ape, aiming at its rear, and a fiery projectile shot forth. Ning Rongrong instinctively searched for the figure that had previously saved her life, spotting Taolong standing at a distance, his body surrounded by swirling crimson soul power, seemingly reluctant to engage. Aside from Xiao Wu, whose attack had barely grazed the Titan great ape, a wave of black soul power radiated outward from the beast, rendering even Dai Mubai as light as a paper sheet, blown away in a manner akin to Zhao Wuji's fate. "Release Xiao Wu." Tang San's eyes brimmed with tears. Standing far enough to avoid the soul power's impact, he clearly witnessed the giant ape seize Xiao Wu with one hand while scratching its rear with the other, preparing to flee. In a moment of desperation, Tang San hurled all his hidden weapons towards the Titan great ape's eyes, then activated his ghost shadow perplexing steps and charged forward. The black ape seemed to smile, revealing a set of large white teeth, surprising Tang San with its apparent cleanliness. Xiao Wu subtly patted the black hand that grasped her, causing the Forest King to appear somewhat distressed. Hesitating, it let out a thunderous roar directed at Tang San, the deafening sound wave launching both the hidden weapons and Tang San into the air. In that moment, Tang San felt his mind buzzing, and the last image he saw was a figure draped in crimson. Brother Taolong, save Xiao Wu. Take her away from here. Infusing energy and compressing it, Taolong grasped his wrist with his left hand to steady his trembling. The chakra energy in his hand condensed fiercely, forming a spiral pill 3 times larger than usual, radiating unstable vibrations. Damn it, it's the limit. Taolong widened his Sharingan, observing every movement of the giant ape. When it roared Xiao San away, its jaw still agape. He activated the Flying Thunder God technique, appearing beneath the giant ape's chin and forcefully driving the spiral pill upward. Be careful, Xiao Wu shouted. The Titan great ape had not anticipated Taolong's sudden and peculiar appearance, failing to sense the soul power fluctuations typical of soul skill. However, it was merely startled. Unable to retract its jaw, it opted to headbutt, facing the attack head-on. A violent explosion of energy erupted at the moment of collision, and Taolong swiftly evaded. The Titan great ape slowly released its grip on Xiao Wu, stroking its chin. The previous strike seemingly only grazed its skin, yet it now felt a profound numbness in its entire jaw. Visibly irritated, the Forest King ignored Xiao Wu's pleas and approached Taolong, intent on teaching him a lesson. Run. It wants to eat you, hurry. Ning Rongrong shouted, her voice hoarse. A terrifying soul beast oozing saliva was not a standard prelude to a meal. Taolong rose, facing the continent's pinnacle powerhouse for the first time. His chakra reserves were dwindling, and the Watergate trident materialized behind his left hand. Come on, today I'll make you bleed. Chapter 37, Stardew Forest, 6 Run. Ning Rongrong cried out, her voice cracking. Hearing her, Taolong looked up and smiled faintly. Ning Rongrong was momentarily taken aback by his smile, wondering how he could still find humor in such a dire situation. Suddenly, she realized that her fear had diminished. If death were to come today, at least it would be a stroke of luck to face it together with him. The Titan great ape moved slowly, yet each step was deliberate and expansive, unperturbed by any potential consequences. Taolong stole a glance, but all he saw was fur, obscured by poor lighting. Finally, droplets of saliva fell before Taolong's feet. He looked up and extended his right hand, forming a heart gesture. The Titan great ape, perplexed, merely sought to vent its frustration, swinging its massive palm towards him. The Sharingan whirled, and the Tomo spun wildly as Taolong sought to evade, utilizing the confined space to counterattack. Suddenly, the blurred vision sharpened, and Taolong discerned how to dodge. The spinning Tomo in his eyes ceased, quietly multiplying into two Tomo Sharingan. The giant hand swung wide, but missed, the black ape furrowing its brow as it noticed the annoying little figure wielding a peculiar weapon, attempting to slice its hand. What a joke. Do you think you can cut my skin? The Titan great ape's eyes were filled with disdain, even amusement. In an instant, a half-meter-long line of blood appeared on its hand. The shock caused it to overlook the pain, swiftly replaced by furious rage as it swung back. This time, Taolong could not evade. An immense force struck him, blood surging forth as he involuntarily opened his mouth, painting the air with another arc of crimson. Brother Xiaolong. Xiao Wu was growing anxious, incessantly striking at the giant ape's palm. Finally, the ape vented its fury, using its powerful hind legs to leap into the air, vanishing into the forest, leaving chaos in its wake. Tang San rose, first checking on Taolong and confirming he had merely lost consciousness, then sighed in relief. He turned to find Oscar. At that moment, his eyes were drenched in crimson. An hour later, Taolong felt a dull ache throughout his body, except for the back of his head, which was soft and comfortable, prompting him to groan. He awakened, exclaiming, Oscar, the sausages. As he opened his eyes, he saw Ning Rongrong's blood-stained face. HM. He assessed the situation, turning his head to realize he was resting on Ning Rongrong's lap. Despite the harsh surroundings, her fragrance lingered. Oh, she has a pouch at her waist, from which the scent emanates. Am I really being cradled by a beautiful girl? Taolong steadied himself, closing and reopening his eyes repeatedly. What are you doing? Eat the sausages, Ning Rongrong urged. Taolong opened his mouth, biting into the sausages she handed him, pleasantly surprised by such treatment. The sausages worked their magic, and he felt significantly better. Slowly, he sat up and surveyed his surroundings. Aside from Tang San and Xiao Wu, everyone was present. What is going on? Where is Xiao San? Ning Rongrong replied. You were the last to awaken. Tang San ran off alone to rescue Xiaowu. We followed his trail, and teacher, Zhao, has been carrying you. We just stopped to rest. Taolong nodded, rising to stretch. A faint smile graced his lips as he sensed the mark on Tang San. Xiaowu had likely ventured too far and was already lost. He pointed in the direction Tang San had taken. He went that way. Teacher Zhao, I apologize, but I must hurry. Before Zhao Wujie could respond, Taoluo had already vanished. He opened his mouth and let out a sigh. Goodness, how come everyone is like this? The long-distance teleportation left Taolong feeling somewhat disoriented, and the pain that had been suppressed by the sausage resurfaced, troubling him. Little dragon brother, what brings you here? Tang San was startled by Taolong's sudden appearance. I was worried and couldn't bear to let you go alone to rescue Xiaowu. So, what is the current situation? Taolong glanced around, noticing a grotesque, spider-like soul beast lying nearby, while two women and a man stood to the side. It was none other than the illustrious dragon and serpent couple along with their granddaughter, Mangekyō. Taolong forced a smile, waving at Mangekyō. What a coincidence. We meet again. However, Mangekyō wore a sullen expression. Humph. Taolong shrugged it off. After all, nobody would be pleased after having their soul rings stolen twice. Tang San quietly explained the situation to Taolong. The soul beast was slain by him, and the dragon and serpent couple required him to join their sect before allowing him to absorb the soul ring. Tang San had initially intended to use this as leverage to request their assistance in saving Xiaowu. But the couple believed they were no match for the Titan Great Ape and hesitated. Little dragon brother, where is Teacher Zhao? Don't worry, he will be here shortly. Taolong pondered for a moment, then addressed the dragon and serpent couple. If you two elders, along with Miss Iran, are willing to assist in rescuing our companion, not only will Xiao-san's soul ring belong to you, but I would also be willing to join your esteemed sect. A flicker of interest flashed in the eyes of the serpent lady, but she recalled the might of the forest king and sighed. The Titan Great Ape possesses an extraordinary bloodline and remarkable powers. It is beyond the capability of my husband and me to contend with, especially since it has a brother who is an even more formidable existence. If you're willing to join our sect today, not only will the soul ring be yours, but my husband can also accept you as his direct disciples. What do you say? The Dragon Lord, emanating the presence of 8 soul rings, was indeed a powerful soul Douluo. Taolong secretly exhaled in relief that Xiaowu was still alive and had not encountered the Dragon Lord. Please wait. Zhao Wujie's voice echoed as he arrived, standing in front of the 2 children moments later. Unmoved King, I trust you are well. Elder Dragon and Serpent, may I have a word? Zhao Wujie surveyed the chaotic scene, feeling frustrated. How could they encounter so many complications while hunting soul beasts? Now, he couldn't afford to provoke the Dragon Lord and had to bring out a formidable figure to stabilize the situation. The serpent lady frowned. Each time, the soul beast was already dead, and there was nothing to be done. The Dragon Lord had already harbored murderous intent, but she had hesitated, wishing to recruit Tang San. Now, with Ning Rongrong from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School present, they could not recklessly create enmity. Then, Zhao Wujie revealed an even more formidable figure. Had he not been forewarned, the Dragon Lord and Serpent Lady would have gasped in surprise. Tang San, Tang Hao, no wonder this child possesses such exceptional talent. Now, they were even more reluctant to provoke him. The dragon and serpent couple, feeling helpless, could only swallow their anger, especially after confirming the presence of the Titan Great Ape. They planned to leave and return later. I won't accept this. Chapter 38, Star Do Great Forest, Part 7. Meng Yuran's face was filled with frost, resembling Zhu Zhuqing. Grandfather, how can we just let this go? You must take responsibility for me. The Dragon Lord, Meng Shu, replied helplessly, at my age, it's not proper to bully the young. It wouldn't sound good if word got out. Mainly, I'm afraid if I strike the young one, the elder will come out. Meng Yuran gritted her teeth. Then I'll do it myself. You're Taolong, right? Do you dare to compete with me again? What? Taolong looked bewildered. Did you make a mistake? I'm the one who stole your soul ring. Why do you want to fight me? Besides, I currently have little soul power left. I don't care. The last time was unclear. This time, I want you to submit completely. I submit, Taolong interjected, causing Meng Yuran to choke momentarily. This guy, turns out, has no backbone at all. No, you must compete with me. If you lose, you can't absorb the soul ring. This is Xiao San's soul ring. I can't make that decision. Taolong hurriedly waved his hands, reluctant to stir up trouble. I agree. Little dragon brother can represent me, Tang San stated. Taolong was speechless. Xiao-san, could you not showcase such brotherly affection in matters like this? If we just playfully avoid it, perhaps it will all pass. But what if you lose? If I lose, I'll... Mangekyō clearly had not thought this through. You'll kiss little dragon, Oscar interjected, his mind racing. What? Mangekyō's face turned crimson. Ning Rongrong gasped and shot a fierce glare at Oscar. Very well, the Dragon Lord agreed, while both he and the Serpent Lady exhibited expressions of amusement, surprisingly approving of the scene unfolding before them. Grandfather, Mangekyō exclaimed anxiously. Young people should have some passion, it's a good thing. Hey. Is there no one concerned about my opinion? Taolong looked at the crowd, reminiscent of his past self, a true karmic retribution. Mangekyō huffed, convinced she had no reason to lose. I want to bully you for lacking soul power. We'll each have 16 broken soul blades. Let us do this. Taolong, feeling powerless, nodded. The Shrek team exchanged glances, their expressions growing strange upon hearing the competition's terms. Daimubai leaned over to Tang San and whispered Xiao-san. Wouldn't it be better if you participated in this match? Tang San smiled faintly. Don't worry, little dragon brother is capable. Indeed, since the first Soul Ring hunt where he had misfired the Watergate spear and was mocked by that blue fox, Taolong had resolved to improve. After all, he possessed the Sharingan. He didn't seek to emulate Itachi's finesse, but at least aimed to hit the target. Moreover, with Tang San as a ready teacher, Taolong had learned throwing techniques during his years at the Nodding Junior Academy. Though far from a master, with the aid of the Sharingan, he could at least be considered a minor expert. As Mangekyō and Taolong took their positions, the girl wore a smug expression as if victory was assured. With the Dragon Lord shaking down the leaves of a nearby tree, both competitors launched their attack simultaneously. Indeed, it was much clearer now. Taolong squinted his eyes, the two tomo appearing within his gaze. Mangekyō's technique was straightforward and direct, displaying decent accuracy, yet nothing more. In the state of the Sharingan, Taolong could easily discern the trajectory of the broken soul blade she threw. Holding his breath and utilizing the technique taught by Tang San, he channeled power into his throw. Taolong's blades countered hers, resulting in a chaotic clash of 32 broken soul blades, ultimately failing to strike a single leaf. The trio of grandfather, granddaughter, and husband were taken aback. Such techniques were typically not practiced by ordinary soul masters, and they had not expected to encounter a setback today. The Dragon Lord sighed. We have lost. Mangekyō wore an expression of disbelief. Damn, is this guy my destined nemesis? Taolong shrugged. Why must it be me? This just reveals a bit more of your own excellence. He stepped forward, collecting the scattered throwing knives, stacking them neatly, and handed them to Mangekyō. Since neither of us hit the leaves, let us call it a draw. Mangekyō's gaze was complex as she accepted the broken soul blades, turning away without a word. Brother, are you serious? You just let a golden opportunity slip by. Fatty lamented as if he had missed a kiss. Oscar suddenly chimed in. Little dragon, it's not a draw. Just now, the Dragon Lord has already conceded. With that, he winked at Taolong. Instantly, the arena fell silent. Mangekyō looked at her grandfather in shock. Mangshu's lips twitched. Had he ever said that? The snake woman beside them nodded helplessly, as if to suggest that everyone present were deaf. Mangekyō bit her lip tightly, feeling a surge of anger that she could not express. After all, the scoundrel had declared their match a draw, only to be further betrayed by her own grandfather. She had never been close to peers of the opposite sex. Taolong sighed and stepped forward, proposing, How about I take my turn and kiss you? What? Mangekyō instinctively wanted to protest, but Taolong took her hand and pressed a kiss onto the back of it. He looked up with a smile, saying there, the wager is complete. Mangekyō froze for a moment, subconsciously brushing the spot he had kissed, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks as she murmured, Thank you. Wow. The members of Shrek exclaimed in exaggerated awe. Daimubai poked Taolong with a playful jab. You've got some skills there. Where did you learn that? Ning Rongrong huffed softly, secretly cursing. What a vile man. The couple, the dragon and snake, exchanged glances, noting Taolong's name. After greeting Zhao Wujia, they led Mangekyō away. Before departing, the snake woman seemed to remember something and asked Zhao Wujia, How many students in your team still need soul rings at level 30? Zhao Wujia chuckled awkwardly. Just one, the lad who just competed with your granddaughter. The snake woman's expression remained impassive. This time, They must be fully prepared to deliver a decisive blow, leaving no opportunity for that wretched Shrek Academy. On their way out, Long Gong cheerfully inquired of Iran, "What do you think of that young man?" Mangekyō blushed, exclaiming, "Grandfather, why do you ask?" "He is just a scoundrel who always opposes me." "Such a young man with level 30 soul power," Long Gong remarked. "Your grandmother mentioned his martial spirit is quite remarkable, and he is rather handsome. Tell me, Iran, do you like him?" "Grandfather, how could you think that? He is just a scoundrel." Long Gong frowned. "Iran, many things in life must be grasped when the opportunity arises. Regretting later is futile." Mang Iran racked her brain for the flaws of that fellow, but found none. Her thoughts consumed by the memory of Taolong's kiss. In her life thus far, no boy had treated her in such a manner. The snake woman, noticing her granddaughter's low demeanor, interrupted Long Gong. "Enough, our descendants will find their own fortunes. Let us return and investigate Shrek thoroughly, if fate allows. We shall meet again." Chapter 39, Stardew Forest, Part 8. Tang San began to absorb the soul ring, and the others sat in a circle to guard him. Taolong observed Tang San's distinctly abnormal state. It seemed that absorbing a soul ring beyond the maximum age limit was quite taxing. He sighed. Xiao San is making remarkable progress, while his soul ring is yet to be settled. After munching on Oscar's large sausage, his chakra gradually began to restore. Honestly, the feeling of being utterly drained was quite unpleasant, akin to struggling to resist sitting down after a strenuous 1,000-meter run in a past life. Suddenly, Taolong sensed another flying thunder god mark. It was Xiao Wu. "Big Brother Long, everyone!" Xiao Wu burst forth from the forest. Her urgency evident as beads of sweat adorned her face, and her hair appeared disheveled. After a few words, she was already panting heavily. "Xiao Wu, are you all right? What happened to the Titan giant ape?" Taolong quietly watched his excited companions, stepping forward to ruffle Xiao Wu's hair. "Welcome back. Third brother. Tang San, engaged in a fierce battle with the soul ring of the faceless demon spider, momentarily heard Xiao Wu's call. Urgency swelling within him as his intuition screamed that Xiao Wu had returned. Third brother. Tang San opened his eyes to see that familiar figure. But before he could take a closer look, 8 spider legs sprouted from behind him. In a panic, he activated his blue-silver grass martial spirit, wrapping thick vines around himself for protection. "What is this?" The others gasped. Even Zhao Wuji at a loss. "Looks like a soul bone," Taolong remarked, blocking the anxious Xiao Wu. "Don't worry. This is a tremendous opportunity for Xiao San. At this moment, no one can assist him. Trust in Xiao San. He'll be fine." Taolong said this, but hesitated momentarily, donning his 9-tailed cloak and extending a hand towards Tang San. The blue-silver grass was familiar with Taolong's aura and did not attack. His fingers slipped through the gaps in the vines. From earlier, he had sensed a powerful malevolence emanating, stirring his 9-tailed martial spirit. The chakra cloak seemed drawn to the malevolence from Tang San, extending through the gaps, swirling around him before returning to Taolong, enveloped in a dense black mist. Truly invigorating. At that moment, Xiao Wu and Tang San had completed the absorption of the soul ring. The vines unfurled, and his gaze firmly locked onto Xiao Wu. The two suddenly embraced. Tang San asking nothing. Xiao Wu had returned, safe and sound, and that was enough. For the first time, he expressed gratitude to the heavens. If this was the work of a divine being, he would gladly worship them for life. Taolong felt a twinge of jealousy. Really? Why hadn't she offered him a comforting hug when she saw him? Perhaps his resentful expression was too evident. Ning Rongrong inquired, "What is wrong with you? You look quite displeased." "Nothing," Taolong muttered, looking away. Suddenly, Ning Rongrong took 2 steps forward and hugged Taolong. "This is your reward. Also next time, don't agree to such ridiculous bets." Taolong was taken aback, embraced by the fragrant beauty, but before he could react, she had already dashed away. "Wait, can't I have another hug? Just let me hold your waist for a moment." His face, unable to suppress a smile, lit up. Ma Hongjun and Oscar watched the scene with envy, exchanging glances filled with sympathy and disdain. How did I end up on the same level as him? As Xiao Wu and Tang San's emotions gradually stabilized, Tang San finally realized he was inexplicably bare, hastily separating from Xiao Wu to put on his pants. Taolong laughed heartily. "I haven't seen Xiao San so flustered in ages. Xiao San, try to see if you can reclaim your soul bone." "This is a soul bone?" Tang San pondered, recalling his previous discussions with his teacher. It was not the ordinary kind. Regardless, it's a good thing. You can ask the master for specifics later. Tang San nodded, and after several attempts, he successfully retracted the spider legs from his back. Meanwhile, faced with the questions from the others, Xiao Wu began to spin a wild tale. I was lucky to break through to level 30 and stumbled upon a soul ring. Then rushed here to find you. Xiao Wujia's mouth fell open. You and Tang San, who is older. I'm a few months younger than him. Well, it hasn't been long. The record for the youngest soul ancestor is about to be broken. Then Xiao Wu shared an exhilarating revelation. She had found the diamond-tailed fox. On my way back, I spotted a cave, and a fox-like soul beast dashed by, just like the one described by Xiao San. Xiao Wujia was about to caution against the danger of the situation when he sighed, asking, Xiao Wu, did you see if that soul beast was injured? No, it dashed away as soon as it saw me, very agile. Xiao Wu was puzzled, but with the help of Ming, she had already gathered information about the soul beasts needed by third brother and big brother Long. However, now that Tang San had finished absorbing his soul ring, only Taolong remained. Though she felt remorse for the diamond-tailed fox, having a clear target could help avoid much danger and unnecessary slaughter. Taolong nodded to himself, acknowledging that this girl was indeed worth the pain. She even knew how to assist him with the soul ring issue. Otherwise, he would have to rely on Xiao Wu, letting Ming and Ming handle the soul rings, which would be a piece of cake. However, recalling the despondent gaze of Xiao Wu upon witnessing the tragic demise of soul beasts along their journey, he patted his head, realizing he was being selfish. Xiao Wu, you've worked hard. Xiao Wu paused, feeling an inexplicable sense of panic, as if Xiao Long knew something he shouldn't. She resolved that Ming must not be allowed to act recklessly again. Hurry, something is approaching, Taolong suddenly warned. Xiao Wujia frowned, but found nothing amiss, nevertheless. He did not question Taolong's alertness and signaled the others to follow, staying behind to guard their rear. Before departing, Xiao Wujia caught sight of several small human-faced magic spiders crawling towards the corpses in the distance. Kid, your perception is quite impressive, he remarked to Taolong after the group had moved. With him around, the small magic spiders posed no threat, but they were still enough to unsettle the others. Especially since, aside from Tang San, none had much soul power left. After regrouping, they followed Xiao Wu's guidance towards the cave. Along the way, perhaps due to the presence of the Titan giant ape, they encountered few soul beasts. Those that remained were either long gone or trembling in their lairs. It could be surmised that the human-faced magic spider had ventured out of its territory due to Ming's presence in the deeper outskirts of the Star Do forest. Even though Tang San wished to remain close to Xiao Wu, they had to maintain formation and proceed cautiously. Xiao Wujia took it upon himself to inspect the area, aware that if luck were to abandon them, they could encounter a 10,000-year level soul beast, an existence even he would not dare claim victory against. Given the events that had transpired since entering the forest, he could not ascertain whether their group was fortunate or unfortunate. At last, they arrived at the unremarkable entrance of the cave Xiao Wu had mentioned, where one would never suspect a rare soul beast resided within. Stay alert, follow my lead. Move by, you bring up the rear, Xiao Wuji instructed. The cave could barely accommodate 3 or 4 people standing side by side, so for the sake of combat efficiency, Xiao Wujia led the way, with the others pairing off and maintaining a safe distance as they advanced slowly. Taolong and Ning Rongrong followed closely behind Xiao Wujia. Noticing some unknown plants on the rock walls emitting a faint glow, they refrained from igniting fire sticks. Instead, Tang San's blue-silver grass quietly extended along the walls to scout ahead, opting to keep their presence concealed in the unfamiliar environment. As the path narrowed, only allowing one person to pass at a time, the light dimmed further, with only Tang San's blue-silver grass providing the last flicker of illumination. Time became an enigma as they walked in silence, the oppressive atmosphere weighing heavily on their minds until they could no longer bear it. Silence, silence, and endless silence. Ning Rongrong felt her breath becoming labored. She longed to escape, to leave this place, and began to resent her decision to run away from home. I can't breathe. I can't go on. I should just give up. A hand reached out in the darkness, exploring her body before finding her delicate hand and gently enveloping it. Don't be afraid. I'm here, Taolong's deep voice reassured her. Tears suddenly welled in Ning Rongrong's eyes. Surprisingly, She did not mind the inappropriate touch and nodded quietly, regardless of whether Taolong could see her. Though his words were soft, the narrow passageway allowed everyone to hear him. Tang San and Xiao Wu had already grasped each other tightly. Dai Mubai remained silent, accurately locating his target and gripping it firmly. Zhu Zhuqing hesitated, but then shrugged it off, continuing forward without a word. Oscar sighed silently, seemingly resigned to his fate. As the hands of the two men, one stout and the other slender, met, bearing witness to the moment, Zhao Wujia smiled. Having said nothing throughout, he was deliberately training these children. The trials of life and death, along with the suffocating darkness, present different tests for individuals. As members of Shrek Academy, these experiences were inevitable. Drip, drip, Chapter 40. The starred Do Great Forest End. The sound of water dripping echoed around them. Even the little monsters were somewhat numb to it. Tang San spoke up. There's water. We might be nearing the exit. A few breaths later, heavy sighs filled the air. Have we finally arrived? Taolong could scarcely hold on any longer. Who knows how long it had been? Who knows how many classic action films from his past he had replayed in his mind, all while fidgeting with the soft bow in his hand to maintain his composure? Suddenly, Zhao Wujia halted, prompting Taolong to glance over. An oval-shaped crack loomed before them. There was no more path ahead. Zhao Wujia leaned forward to examine it, and even he appeared momentarily dazed. Beyond the crack, the space opened into a vast expanse. Countless colorful crystals radiated light, and an underground river flowed gracefully through, with many unfamiliar mushroom-like plants adorning the rock walls, creating a breathtaking world. Zhao Wujia used his soul power to transmit his voice to the group. We've reached our destination. Tang San, pull out a vine so we can descend one by one. Stay alert and silent. We have yet to identify any targets. As the soul skills activated, the group slid down the vine, the girls captivated entirely by the beauty of the place. Unbeknownst to them, the hands of 3 pairs of individuals intertwined once more. Ma Hongjun and Oscar wore serious expressions. The former spat into his hand and rubbed it vigorously. Suddenly, a sound emerged, prompting Zhao Wujia to signal for everyone to find cover and conceal their presence. They spotted a delicate white fox by the riverbank, lowering its head to drink. Its tail was not large, yet it was sufficient to cloak its entire body when it bent down. It was indeed a diamond-tailed fox. Compared to other foxes, its tail appeared rigid and not at all supple, the tip resembling a drill bit. Overall, it looked solid rather than fluffy. With a gesture, Zhao Wujia prepared to strike. Taolong raised his left hand, the silent wrist arrow aimed at the target. Attack! 3 arrows shot forth, and Tang San and Xiao Wu followed suit, with Ning Rongrong's acceleration enhancing their efforts. Although Zhao Wujia had activated his martial soul and was fatigued, applying gravity to a 1,000-year-old beast was still a trivial task. The diamond-tailed fox had its entire head submerged in the water, attempting to submerge itself, but its body was forcefully pinned to the riverbank. In a panic, its tail suddenly expanded, enveloping its body like a shell. The arrows, as expected, proved ineffective. However, Taolong had already appeared above the fox's head. This scene, reminiscent of a familiar encounter, played out once again. The crimson spiral sphere shattered the water surface. The frail neck of the diamond-tailed fox could not withstand the force, and with a tremendous impact, its head was severed from its body. Xiao had already closed her eyes, repeatedly apologizing in her heart, while Taolong furrowed his brow, not wishing for such brutality. Yet, alas, it was merely the law of the jungle, survival of the fittest. Thus, the diamond-tailed fox met its untimely demise, having not even glimpsed its adversary. In a flurry of strikes, it had no chance to retreat. Zhao Wujia swam across the river. Hurry, it's vast here. There may be other soul beasts. Quickly absorb the soul ring. Tang San hesitated. Xiaolong, this diamond-tailed fox, may have surpassed 4,000 years. Having just absorbed the human-faced magic spider's soul ring, I vividly recall the arduous process of surpassing the age limit. It's fine. It's a piece of cake. Taolong sat cross-legged on the ground, gazing at the soul ring that materialized before him. His third soul skill, he hoped, would indeed possess defensive capabilities as anticipated. After half an hour, Taolong opened his eyes, nodded slightly, and disregarded the astonished expressions of those around him. Let's depart. Why are we still standing here? We have quite a distance to cover. Little San, did you misinterpret it? That white fox is a century-old soul beast, isn't it? Tang San shook his head, realizing that Brother Long was indeed the ever-unpredictable presence. The return journey was evidently much easier, with the aid of the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda. The group swiftly exited the cave, basking once more in the light of day. Well, perhaps not light, as the moon had already ascended the treetops. Taolong, showcase your third soul skill, Zhao Wuji remarked. Taolong nodded, summoned the soul ring, and crimson chakra enveloped him, revealing 3 tails behind him. Third soul skill, tail guard. Suddenly, the 3 fox tails expanded, encircling Taolong to form a comprehensive defensive barrier. Teacher Zhao, deliver a punch, put some force into it. Zhao Wuji nodded in agreement, condensing his soul power and launching a punch with considerable strength, 8/10 of his might. The fist struck the foxtails, creating ripples, yet to his surprise, there was no breach in defense. Zhao Wuji was taken aback. He felt his power dissipate upon impact, and a counterforce rebounded, causing him to involuntarily step back. Interesting indeed. Even with his martial spirit's true essence diminished by half, this punch is no mere soul master can withstand. He is renowned for his strength. Teacher Zhao, try your gravitational enhancement. Taolong felt a slight heaviness to his body, yet it merely made looking up a tad cumbersome. He retracted his soul skill and cupped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Teacher Zhao. Speak, what about this soul skill? It significantly enhances defense and can rebound physical attacks, diminishing the effects of soul skills. As for mental attacks, I am yet to ascertain. Zhao Wuji nodded in approval, recognizing the high quality of this soul ring. Let us find a place to rest. We shall return to the academy by morning. 3 days later, how nostalgic. It feels as if I've been away for ages. Oscar inhaled deeply, relishing the familiar air of the academy. After departing from the Stardow Forest, the weary group had taken a day and night to recuperate in a small town before finally making their way back to the academy. Oh, by the way, Taolong seemed to recall something. Handsome and beautiful friends, let us go out for a nice meal tonight. I have something important to discuss with you all. Teacher Zhao, you should join us. Zhao Wuji shook his head. Just don't stay out late. I need to report to the dean. This trip was quite arduous. Inside a private room of a hotel in Soto City, the group looked at Taolong Xiaolong. What is this important matter you speak of? Have you found your better half? Ma Hongjun teased. Huh? Ning Rongrong exclaimed. Could it be that he intends to confess his feelings to me here? I am not prepared. If he confesses, should I agree immediately or wait a few seconds? Will my father consent? Would Brother Long be willing to marry into our family? What about the children? Enough, you fatso. Sit down and stop talking nonsense, Taolong retorted discontentedly. Ning Rongrong snapped back to reality, clenching her fist, feeling an emptiness within her. What I wish to discuss is about hidden weapons. Hidden weapons? The ones Little Sin uses? Precisely. Little San, explain it to them. Ning Rongrong, Oscar, especially the 2 auxiliary soul masters, were instructed to pay close attention. All right. Oscar, curious, was eager to learn, while Ning Rongrong appeared somewhat listless. Taolong frowned. Approaching Ning Rongrong. What are you thinking? I specifically invited a great expert here for your sake. From now on, when you see Little San, you should address him as Brother San. Understood? For me? Ning Rongrong snapped back to attention. Okay. I understand, Brother Long. He was quite perceptive, worthy of guidance. Taolong nodded in satisfaction. Subsequently, Tang San gifted each person a set of silent sleeve arrows, refreshing everyone's perspectives on hidden weapons. This had been previously discussed with Taolong. The primary purpose was to enhance the survival capabilities of his companions and to attract the attention of Ning Rongrong, a member of a prominent family. Tang San had not yet realized it. But after Taolong highlighted the vulnerability of auxiliary soul masters in self-defense and the financial prowess of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, he gained enlightenment. Chapter 41. The arrival of the master the following day, the group gathered on the playground. Tang San appeared exceedingly elated. He had received news yesterday that the master had arrived. Due to the late hour of their return to the academy, Tang San had refrained from intruding, but he waited eagerly at the sight from dawn. Before long, 3 men of varying stature and demeanor approached, with the master being the central figure. Tang San hastened toward him. Teacher, you have arrived. The master bore an unpleasant smile, as each encounter with this disciple brought him new surprises, eliciting genuine joy, a feeling he had not experienced in quite some time. The master nodded. Little San, congratulations on breaking through to the Soul Master rank. Now, return to the ranks. The little monsters stood at attention as Flinder formally introduced the master to everyone. However, the master's concise self-introduction evidently did not satiate the children's curiosity. Through Tang San, they had longed to meet the legendary teacher of Tang San. Taolong was equally pleased. The master's arrival indicated that their growth would officially embark on a fast track. From this moment, Shrek would set sail, commencing their journey to conquer the world. However, before Taolong could fully immerse himself in emotion, the external soul bone on Tang San's back spiraled out of control, and the venomous spider legs began to thrash wildly. Ma Hongjun barely evaded the attack. In the final moment, his mind drifted to the sensation of holding Oscar's hand. Forget it, I might as well die. Fatty, why are you dazed? Taolong activated his nine-tailed chakra, seizing the spider legs that threatened Ma Hongjun. Little San, remain calm. Recall the sensations from the forest and retract it. The master, equally startled, urged Little San, calm down and treat it as part of your body. Retract it. I can't do it. Tang San collapsed to the ground, appearing utterly tormented. A flicker of doubt crossed Taolong's eyes. How could it be that Tang San had such poor control over the external soul bone? An insidious force emanated from the external soul bone, and hesitating momentarily, Taolong employed his previous technique, infusing Crimson Chakra onto the 8 spider legs. Before long, Tang San suddenly felt the pressure dissipate, his body relaxing. He calmed himself, gradually retracting the spider legs. The master, witnessing Tang San's return to normalcy without further injuries to anyone else, sighed in relief. Little San, Xiaolong, follow me. The rest, disperse and regroup after lunch. Inside the room, Taolong assisted Tang San in sitting down. The master inquired, do you know what that is on Little San? An external soul bone, Taolong replied. Oh, the master was taken aback. You know, I heard about it by chance. Do the others know? I haven't disclosed it. I merely mentioned it was a soul bone when Little San absorbed it, glossing over the details. The master nodded. Little Long, this child, though often unfocused, proves reliable in critical moments. Was it you who stabilized him when he lost control earlier? Taolong contemplated for a moment. Yes, my nine-tailed fox martial spirit appears to possess some restraining power over the faceless demon spider, mitigating its effect on Little San. The master acknowledged this with a nod, but remained silent. After a pause, Tang San asked, Teacher, what exactly is that external soul bone? The master smiled reassuringly. Declaring that for you, this was a monumental opportunity. Let's proceed to the grove behind, he suggested. I have heard from Zhao Wujing that your blue-silver grass martial spirit has undergone some changes. Please demonstrate it for me. Taolong perceived that the master had not included him in the invitation and chose to remain silent as he departed. The master led Tang San to the backyard, where he hesitated momentarily before inquiring, Tang San, when you lost control earlier and Xiaolong's soul power enveloped you, what was your sensation? It felt as though a heavy burden had been lifted, and I became remarkably unburdened, Tang San replied. Perhaps I was overthinking. His earlier assertion does not hold. There is no direct counter between fox and spider soul beasts. Rest assured, Brother Xiaolong will not harm me, he added confidently. And remember, do not speak of the external spirit bones to others. An innocent man may suffer for possessing a gem. As Taolong wandered through the village, he understood that his previous reasoning would not sway the master. Yet he felt it was inconsequential. His attitude had been conveyed. The master was Tang San's mentor, not his. Matters concerning his martial spirit's secrets were beyond even the master's jurisdiction. With the knowledge from his past life, Taolong was acutely aware of the intricacies of Douluo continent, far surpassing the master's understanding. Having experienced numerous battles to date, Taolong grasped the importance of safeguarding his secrets. He could not reveal his entire hand to the master. Such actions would yield no benefits and pose a risk of information leakage. If the remaining members of the Iron Triangle were determined to uncover his secrets, would the master disclose them? There were many matters that revealing to Tang San was as far as he would go. Not merely a matter of trust, but also because he held all of Tang San's secrets in his grasp. Hey, wait for me. A bright voice called out. Turning around, he was surprised to see Ning Rongrong. What do you want? I don't have a name, he teased. Why are you out here instead of practicing in your dormitory? Taolong's thoughts were interrupted. Well, the master was just asking a question, Perhaps the experience in the Stardow forest weighed heavily on my mind. The girl jogged closer, her expression slightly bashful. Brother Shaolong, are you all right? Yes, indeed. What brings you here? Nothing, just didn't want to practice and thought I would take a stroll. You, an auxiliary soul master, should seize the time. Look at Oscar, he is already a soul venerable. Puffed. I'm exceptionally gifted. I will catch up soon enough. And you? What do the masters say? Nothing significant, just inquiring about little San. Walking along the village path, the two ambled side by side, with no one else in sight. There was still some distance to the villagers' residences. Taolong felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation, as if he had not felt this way in ages. It reminded him of his days in Holy Spirit Village, where he only had to worry about what to eat for the next meal. In the past, he would chat with his grandfather, but now he was accompanied by a lively girl whose laughter was a stark contrast to the formidable persona she once bore. A breeze swept through, causing Ning Rongrong's previously short hair to flow, momentarily obscuring part of her face. A single strand seemed to yearn for freedom, brushing against her delicate lips before being whisked away. Taolong found himself captivated, instinctively reaching out to tuck her hair behind her ear. Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed red. Their conversation had been going well, and suddenly he made such a bold move without warning. What are you doing? Her soft voice inquired. I just came from the restroom and forgot to wash my hands, he replied with a playful grin. Chapter 42. The Tailguard during lunch. Tang San returned from the master's quarters, sharing the exciting news of a day off with everyone. He intended to venture to Soto City in search of a suitable blacksmith, as his stock of hidden weapons had been severely depleted during their time in the Stardow Forest. He also had a lucrative business opportunity in mind. Tang San wished to discuss it further with Ning Rongrong, but to his dismay, she appeared displeased, her expression radiating a do-not-approach-me attitude. Having learned from Xiao Wu that it was best to keep a distance from girls during such moments, he sighed at the sight of Ning Rongrong's frosty demeanor, subconsciously rubbing his face. When did he develop such a penchant for frivolous banter? Now it seemed the formidable girl would add another note to her ledger regarding him. Would she truly summon someone to give him a beating? Oh wait, what formidable girl? She was merely a child now, hardly formidable at all. With the afternoon off, Taolong found himself at a loss for what to do. He had acquired a third soul skill. Perhaps he should test it at the Great Soul Arena. An opportune moment to vent some frustration. Shaolong, are you going out this afternoon? Ma Hongjun approached him, a mischievous grin on his face. After the last encounter in the forest town, he had not had the chance to indulge himself, and now, with a holiday at hand, it was the perfect opportunity to let loose. Taolong raised an eyebrow. I intend to engage in some soul battles. Seriously? What fun is that? Come on, brother. Let me take you somewhere else to experience true enjoyment. The rotund boy chuckled, unabashedly. Dai Mubai had reformed, and now he sought to drag another down the same path to deepen their camaraderie. You lot are incorrigible, always with your filthy thoughts. Can't you take a shower and cleanse your minds? And you, with that mouth of yours, nothing good ever comes from it. Most infuriating is when you leave the restroom without washing your hands. Can't you clean yourself properly? Ning Rongrong suddenly erupted, resembling an irate little lion. After her outburst, her chest heaved dramatically as if she might explode. Ma Hongjun was taken aback. I didn't even invite you. Why the strong reaction? Besides, after using the restroom, I burn off the germs with my fire. It's clean enough without washing. Taolong remained impassive, watching as Ning Rongrong stormed out of the dining hall, her fury palpable. Dai Mubai was equally startled. Fortunately, Ma Hongjun had not directed such remarks towards him today. He was no longer one to indulge in the same antics as the rotund boy. With that thought, he managed a smile in the direction of Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing had just finished her meal and cast a cold glance at Dai Mubai. Filthy man, she muttered before departing. Dai Mubai's smile faded. Sighing, Taolong patted Ma Hongjun on the back. Don't take it to heart. She might have simply forgotten to take her medication. At the Great Soul Arena, Taolong sipped his juice, having registered, and took a seat in the 10th battle arena, awaiting the announcer to call his name. Today, the arena was unusually crowded. Taolong had witnessed 5 or 6 battles, which were rather mundane, lacking any noteworthy performances. The only display that piqued his interest was a soul master wielding a shovel, who fought with impressive flair. Although he did not emerge victorious, he certainly stood out as the most eye-catching competitor of the day. Finally, it was his turn to face off against Wang Ting. The giant screen projected images of Taolong and a young man opposite him. It's finally my turn, Taolong thought as he stepped onto the arena, sizing up his opponent. The young man was lithe, devoid of bulky muscles, suggesting he was not a power-type soul master. The announcer proclaimed, "Next, we have the 30-second match of one-on-one soul battles, featuring the Soul Venerables, Xualong, possessor of the beast martial spirit, the nine-tailed fox, against Wang Ting, with the beast martial spirit of the swift-winged leopard. Let us see who will emerge victorious in this clash between fox and leopard." As they nodded to each other in acknowledgement, both summoned their martial spirits. Behind Wang Ting, a pale blue leopard silhouette emerged, adorned with 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple. However, upon noticing that Taolong possessed 2 purple soul rings, he was taken aback. I have never heard of a second spirit ring being absorbed by someone of a millennium level. Taolong beckoned with his hand, and the nine-tailed coat emerged, hoping that his agile opponent would possess some commendable offensive power. A whirlwind rose around Wang Ting, lifting his body as he activated his first spirit skill, Gale. He began to race around Taolong, seeking an opportunity to strike. Taolong remained unfazed, activating his third spirit skill, Tail Guard, as 3 tails filled with chakra extended to envelop him. Wang Ting furrowed his brow. So, he was using his tails for defense? Let us see how resilient they truly are. With his second spirit skill, Wind Blade, enhanced by speed, he was certain of its elevated lethality, confident that this lad would not remain so composed. In an instant, attacks came from all directions, with the 3 fox tails intertwining, perfectly shielding Taolong within. The wind blade struck but proved ineffective, akin to Zhao Laosher's lackluster punch. As the fox tails unfurled, Taolong tilted his head, observing his opponent still racing in circles, a hint of exasperation in his voice. "Friend, stop running. Aren't you dizzy?" Wang Ting remained silent, suddenly closing in from behind as his third spirit ring illuminated, roaring into Taolong's ear. The third spirit skill, Sonic Boom, produced a tremendous sound that made Taolong's ears ring, momentarily robbing him of his ability to counterattack. Suddenly, one of the foxtails rose and wrapped around his face. With a thunderous explosion, the sound wave detonated beside him, propelling Taolong away. Wang Ting refrained from pursuing. After utilizing 3 spirit skills in quick succession, he needed to pause and catch his breath. Remarkably unexpected, Taolong mused, steadying himself. This was the first time he encountered a sound-based spirit skill. He anticipated that Tail Guard would falter in the first battle. From the earlier outcome, it seemed ineffective against sound, yet the additional explosive power could serve as a formidable defense, especially in his moment of loss of control. Tail Guard's automatic defense was, indeed, a pleasant surprise. Well, let us conclude this experiment. Taolong gazed at his opponent. It was time to unleash his frustrations. Wang Ting silently amassed his spirit power. The sonic boom consumed a vast amount of energy and required close proximity to be effective. Failing to catch his opponent off guard the first time made it challenging to land a surprise attack thereafter. Thus, he opted for ranged assaults. His speed ensured that his opponent could not catch him, turning it into a contest of endurance. Taolong sensed the ringing in his ears subsiding and realized Wang Ting was intentionally distancing himself, employing a classic tactic of kite fighting. However, he found it increasingly difficult to catch him on this arena. It was not necessary to resort to Flying Thunder God. As for hidden weapons, he only carried a silent sleeve arrow, which would serve little purpose at a distance. Should he then engage in a battle of spirit power, exhausting his opponent? Chapter 43. The final revelry. Taolong, observing his opponent's decision for ranged output, began to grow irritated. He had come a fight, not to be hit. Yet, it was futile to strike at the air. Frowning in displeasure, he suddenly glanced at his 3 tails, who said one must use their hands to catch. Positioned at the center of the arena, while Wang Ting lingered in the northeastern corner, if he advanced now, his opponent would undoubtedly choose a direction to flee. Regardless of the path taken, the actual distance would minimize in an instant. Now was the moment. Watching Wang Ting escape, Taolong's 3 fox tails suddenly expanded and swiftly reached out, surpassing Wang Ting's speed, successfully ensnaring him. Got you. Then, a fist the size of a sandbag appeared before Wang Ting's eyes. Agile spirit masters usually lack substantial resistance. One punch would knock them to the ground, stripping them of their combat capacity. Unfortunately, There was no one to call for a halt. Taolong swung his fist, landing blow after blow. Do you yield? Ah, do you yield? Wang Ting mentally cursed. Could he not loosen the fox tail, covering his mouth? Ultimately, the host could no longer bear to watch and declared Taolong the victor, as the arena staff hurriedly carried Wang Ting away on a stretcher. This place was equipped with specialized healing spirit masters to attend to the injured combatants, for it constituted a significant source of income, especially for those who left with swollen faces and lost consciousness. Upon exiting the arena, Taolong stretched his body, feeling invigorated, and strolled to purchase a bottle of chilled juice, meandering back to the academy. Along the way, he encountered a farmer selling watermelons and playfully remarked, "Are these melons ripe?" The vendor girl burst into laughter, having never heard such a question before. This young patron's inquiry carried a hint of mischief. "Choose one to taste. If it's not good, you won't owe me anything." Raising an eyebrow, Taolong wondered if the girl was teasing him. Such a turn of events was unexpected. Perhaps he was not mischievous enough, or perhaps she was a rogue herself. Intrigued, he requested 20 large melons to take away. Returning to the academy, he placed the watermelons in the cafeteria. As he enjoyed the fruit, he encountered a jubilant Oscar. "Little A.O., what is going on?" Taolong inquired, his mouth full. The seeds of this watermelon were small and crunchy, perfect for someone like him who never spat them out. "Ah, little dragon, you're back so soon. The dean announced a celebration tonight, since we VE all reached level 30. By the way, did you win your battle today?" Oscar grabbed a piece of watermelon and exclaimed, so sweet. "Of course I won. With my third spirit skill, no one can stop my winning streak. Today was merely the first match. We're having a party tonight, and I brought plenty of watermelons for juice." In the evening, the usual gathering spot was transformed into a grand bonfire, with teachers and students seated around a table. Zhao Wujin and Flender were already engaged in a drinking contest with Taolong and Dai Mubai. Tang San and Xiao Wu were whispering together, while Ma Hongjun and Oscar danced joyfully with a few invited village girls. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing sat quietly nearby, observing. The delicate girl appeared somewhat melancholic as she cast surreptitious glances at Zhu Zhuqing's fierce demeanor, sighing softly. "What's wrong?" Zhu Zhuqing asked. "Nothing," Ning Rongrong pouted, contemplating. Before adding, "Zhuqing, Dai Mubai treats you so well. How did you manage that?" Zhu Zhuqing remained silent for a moment. "He does not treat me well. He feels guilty." "Ah, if only someone could treat me half as well as Dai Mubai treats you, I would be content. Have you developed feelings for him?" Ning Rongrong exclaimed in surprise. "Who?" Zhu Zhuqing's gaze indicated Dai Mubai, who was engaged in drinking. Ning Rongrong's face flushed as she downed a cup of watermelon juice. "Huh. P.S. Just a scoundrel. Miss, what are you thinking about so late at night?" Taolong, slightly inebriated, approached Dai Mubai, only to overhear Ning Rongrong's outburst. "What you two up to? Drinking and behaving lewdly at this hour?" Ning Rongrong retorted angrily. Taolong sighed. "Miss, if I were to act lewdly, I would at least choose someone with a fine figure." "You." Ning Rongrong fumed. Dai Mubai chuckled, disregarding the banter between the two rivals. His gaze tender and sincere as he turned to Zhu Zhuqing. "May I invite you to dance?" Zhu Zhuqing, with a cold expression, stared at Dai Mubai's outstretched hand, recalling how this very hand had once cast her into despair, yet also how it had pulled her from the depths of despair in the Stardow Forest. Steadfast and unwavering, Taolong and Ning Rongrong perceptively ceased their banter and quietly observed the scene. After a while, Zhu Zhuqing extended her hand, and upon being lifted by Dai Mubai, she trembled slightly as she stood. "Wow!" Ning Rongrong exclaimed, watching the moment with envy, momentarily lost in admiration for the pair. Taolong lifted his hand and playfully tapped the head of the dazed girl. "What are you doing? Just staring is dull. Come down and join us." "Who asked for your opinion? Do you even realize how excessive you are?" "What do you mean excessive? It's clearly you who is excessively beautiful." Ning Rongrong's intended kind words became stuck in her throat. No wonder Grandpa Jian said wine was a wonderful thing. This fellow could actually speak coherently after a couple of drinks. Taolong bent down, extending his hand. "Miss Excessively Beautiful, might I invite you for a dance?" "Umph." Ning Rongrong puffed out her chest. "Today, I'm in a good mood, so I'll grant you this favor." Flender wore a nostalgic smile, his keen eyesight and formidable soul power allowing him to grasp everything occurring around him. "Xiao Gang, come, have a drink, and look at these children. How happy they are." The master shook his head, gazing at his beloved disciple, and Xiao Wu with a gentler expression. Tomorrow, they won't be this happy. Hey, you fool. Be careful not to step on my feet. Ning Rongrong exclaimed playfully. Sorry, take it easy, I can't keep up, Taolong said, sweating profusely. Who knew what gave him the courage? A homebody like him didn't he know how to dance? It's so dark now. Surely, the dean had tampered with the wine. He felt a bit dizzy. Ning Rongrong laughed. Just admit you can't dance. I won't mock you, haha. It was the first time she had seen him in such a flustered state. Surprisingly, it was quite endearing. Taolong found himself at a loss for words, unable to retort as he felt droplets of saliva splatter on his face. Hypocritical woman. Hey, you jerk. Who are you calling a jerk? You. Oh, Ning the jerk. What wisdom do you have to impart? Ning Rongrong fumed, angrily stepping on Taolong's foot. I won't speak anymore. After a long pause, a soft voice emerged. What kind of girl do you like? Without a moment's thought, Taolong replied, one with ample bosoms. Ouch. Why did you step on me again? Chapter 44. Commencement of special training the next day. After finishing his training with the purple extreme magic eye, Tang San pulled Taolong and Oscar from their dormitory towards the dining hall. The master had instructed them the day before to attend punctually. Taolong rubbed his eyes. They had stayed up a bit late the previous night and had a few drinks, leaving him somewhat drowsy. As for Oscar, even being dragged out of the dormitory, he maintained a state of dreaming with his eyes closed. The trio arrived first at the dining hall, and upon entering, Oscar was instantly awakened by the aroma wafting through the air. The master, clad in an apron and chef's hat, was busily preparing meals in the kitchen. The table was already laden with dishes, including 2 platters of large chicken legs. Wow! Taolong bit into a bun filled with meat, savoring its deliciousness. The arrival of such a clever person made all the difference. The academy was finally willing to splurge on food, unlike before. One by one, the little monsters began to rise, evidently captivated by the lavish breakfast prepared by the master. The master's favor in their hearts surged upward. Oscar, with his handsome visage, even shed tears of poverty amidst the indulgence. Ahem, the master coughed a couple of times, observing everyone finish their meals and tidy up their bowls. Gather on the training ground. The morning breeze was refreshing as the 8 stood in line, each brimming with energy, curious about the training that Tang San's teacher would arrange for them. The master stood with his hands behind his back, surveying the group. As partners, you must first familiarize yourselves with each other's strengths, and practical combat is the best method. Tang San, Taolong, step forward. The 2 stepped out of the lineup. In this first match, you are to be each other's opponents. Tang San, no hidden weapons allowed. Now begin. Taolong raised an eyebrow, looking at Tang San, their gazes locking. It had been far too long since they had engaged in formal sparring. Back at Nodding Academy, their training had merely been for mutual learning. While in Shrek Academy, they had fought together against common foes, and prior to the Soul Arena, their disparity in soul power had prevented them from truly battling. Xiao San, do you remember our first match? Tang San nodded, the memory vivid. Xiao Long, it seems we haven't had a serious match since then. Last time, there was a bet. Shall we wager something again this time? Taolong chuckled. Sure, what do you propose? Let us wager on a task. The loser must obey the winner's command. Tang San nodded in agreement. By the way, Xiaolong, what did you ask your father to do back then? It's a secret. Uncle How wouldn't he allow me to tell you? Taolong waved his hand dismissively, unable to reveal his dealings with the master. Noticing this, he instinctively glanced at the master. The master observed the 2 finish their exchange and waved his hand. Begin. No sooner had the command left his lips than Taolong summoned his martial spirit, manifesting his 9-tailed attire and advancing towards Tang San. Yet, Tang San remained unperturbed. He was well acquainted with Taolong's abilities. The blue silver grass emerged, its vines sweeping forth to hinder Taolong's advance, while simultaneously creating distance under the guise of ghost shadow perplexing track. As the claws swept through, the blue silver grass became finer and more resilient. However, it was still insufficient to halt Taolong's momentum. Squinting, the Sharingan appeared, predicting Tang San's next move. Second soul skill, Tear. Shadows entwined around his hands, reaching for the unsettled Tang San. Bind. The soul ring glowed as the vines formed from the blue-silver grass surged upward once more, wrapping around Taolong parasitize. After activating his second soul skill, Tang San frowned. Under the influence of the purple extreme magic eye, He clearly observed that the spikes and parasitic seeds on the vines could not penetrate the red soul power enveloping Taolong, indicating that the blue-silver grass's immobilization and corrosion were ineffective. In the next instant, the vines were shattered and scattered. Xiao San, do you think this will stop me? The pitch-black claws were already within reach. Tang San activated both the Control Crane Catch Dragon and the Mystic Jade Hand simultaneously, relying on past experiences. He knew that the Control Crane Catch Dragon was ineffective against Taolong's nine-tailed attire. He could only leverage the reaction force to alter his position while simultaneously raising the Mystic Jade Hand to block Taolong's wrists. Is your strength greater than mine? A sinister smile spread across Taolong's face as he pressed down forcefully, causing Tang San's skin to break and bleed at his neck. Xiaolong's soul power must be at least level 31. Tang San had clearly underestimated their strength differential. Had this been Dai Mubai, he would have at least been able to contest for a moment, using his legs to exert force and pivoting around his waist. Tang San summoned all his strength for a brief explosion, granting himself a sliver of space. Subsequently, he released his legs and slid beneath Taolong. This move was something he had learned from Xiao Wu. Third soul skill, spider web binding. Countless fine threads began to weave a net from beneath Taolong. And as his claws swept through, the sensation was no longer as smooth as slicing through tofu. Moreover, the frequency of the thread's appearance had accelerated, binding his waist and legs completely. Before he could exert force with his outstretched arms, they were already ensnared by the interlacing spiderweb. The toxins from the blue-silver grass surged wildly, but alas, they still could not penetrate the nine-tailed attire. Tang San stood behind Taolong, panting presently. The third soul skill was quite taxing for him, especially when pressed by Taolong. The rapid tempo of its application, however, had still provided him with an opportunity. Little Long, surrender already. Don't worry, I won't make you wear women's clothing. Speaking of which, this is still Taolong's wicked sense of humor. Once, when we went to the town to buy clothes, he insisted on trying on a dress, and even Xiao Wu joined in the teasing. I really don't understand them. The master stood at a distance, observing Tang San, who had finally relaxed, and shook his head slightly. Xiao San, you have given me quite an idea. With that, 3 fox tails stood upright, one of them lunging directly at Tang San, enveloping him entirely. The other 2 tails wrapped around Taolong's head along with the blue-silver grass. And Tang San suddenly felt he had lost control over that portion of the blue-silver grass. Within the barrier of foxtails, Taolong exerted gentle force, tearing the blue-silver grass off him, and extended another tail to secure Tang San. The dark claws hovered ominously above his head. Xiao San, you have lost. Tang San was momentarily dazed. He never expected that Taolong's third soul skill could be utilized in such a manner. Wasn't it a defensive soul skill? The moment he was captured by the foxtail, the strength was so great that he felt his bones creaking and the operation of his Shantian gong slowed, rendering him unable to struggle. Looking up at Taolong's unflattering grin, he felt an unsettling sense of DJVU. He had lost again. But why did Little Long squint his eyes like that? It looked so unappealing. By the way, in such a large Soto city, is there any women's clothing specifically designed for boys? Perhaps I should not bring Xiao Wu along. She would laugh herself to death. I have lost. Taolong secretly breathed a sigh of relief, gradually canceling his soul skill and retracting his martial spirit. Xiao Wu could hardly contain herself as she jumped over. Little Long, I want to see Xiao San in women's clothing. I want to see him in a bunny girl outfit, but I think a maid outfit is better. I want both. Chapter 46. Special training. The master listened to the children's laughter, astonished that they wanted his precious disciple to wear women's clothing. This was unexpectedly intriguing. Ahem, all right, everyone return to formation, the master said. Tang San, as a control-type soul master, you possess a significant advantage in one-on-one duels. Yet you inflicted almost no effective damage on Taolong throughout the battle. What do you think the issue was? Tang San lowered his head slightly, carefully recalling the battle. I was careless, underestimating Little Long's soul skills and soul power. My first and second soul skills were nearly ineffective against him. After I controlled Little Long with my third soul skill, I thought victory was assured and let my guard down, failing to launch a timely follow-up attack. The master nodded, looking at Taolong. I did not restrict your abilities. Why didn't you eliminate Tang San from the very beginning? Taolong was taken aback. Isn't that cheating? For a battle soul master facing a control-type soul master, the best choice is to deny the opponent any opportunity and strike decisively. I have heard from Flinder about your self-created soul skill. Like Tang San, you, due to your familiarity with one another, did not exert your full strength. If you were up against an unfamiliar enemy, such behavior could be detrimental to your survival. Taolong nodded in agreement, refraining from rebuttal. When sparring with Xiao San, both had their reservations, unable to employ many tactics. His victory in this match was entirely reliant on the significant advantage provided by his 9 Llamas martial spirit. Alright, next up, Oscar versus Ma Hongjun, Xiao Wu versus Tang San, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong versus Dai Mubai. Take your positions. Tang San, feeling fatigued, noticed his soul power was lacking, his heart fluttering as he faced consecutive defeats against Xiao Wu. Dai Mubai, with robust soul power, barely secured a victory. His body marked with scratches. Taolong's soul power was decent, his resolve unwavering, as he swiftly dispatched Oscar and overwhelmed Ma Hongjun with ease. The master provided commentary, observing his dejected disciples, never anticipating that just after Tang San's reflection, he would fall to Xiao Wu once more. Sigh, the master lamented softly, not overly reproaching them. Clearly, matters were not as simple as they seemed. Against Xiao Wu, Tang San was entirely unable to strike. It appeared that perhaps, for the rest of his life, Xiao San would never surpass Xiao Wu. Perhaps if we change the battlefield, there may still be hope. This morning's battle resulted in all members being deemed unqualified. The punishment has already been communicated to you. Tang San, with 2 consecutive defeats, must run additional laps. Hurry up. The little monsters, hearing about the punishment of running laps, left dejectedly. On the way, Ma Hongjun made a surprising discovery. Die loud at your face. Zhuqing hit you hard, huh? Looks like Little Long was quite considerate. When he hit me, he targeted the fleshier areas. Dai Mubai wearily waved his hand, feeling exhausted and wishing to say nothing. At the village entrance, 8 bamboo baskets were arranged, each labeled with names, containing stones of varying weights. Taolong hoisted one, instantly feeling the weight. My back. The stones were heavy, and along a path of several hundred kilometers, they were not allowed to use soul power. The master was treating them like 5-wheeled red lights. Many things, before we physically experience them, we might not realize how difficult they truly are. Just like those 800 or 1,000, it is akin to life's burdens. An unending march forward, never ceasing. Taolong observed Oscar and Ning Rongrong, who were about to collapse, and shook his head. Tell the master, Oscar, may not live to see him again. My last wish is, do not make me run. Watching Oscar, who resembled someone sacrificing for a great cause, Taolong sighed, stepping forward to relieve some of the stones from his basket. He also took away the largest stones from Ning Rongrong's basket. Ning Rongrong, barely able to articulate, widened her eyes to express her gratitude. Don't look at me. I only like the large ones. You can carry the small ones yourself. Taolong weighed the stones in his hand, critiquing their feel, which earned him 2 eye rolls from Ning Rongrong. Tang San and Dai Mubai still had some energy left and tried to help their teammates with the weight. As noon approached, the sun blazed high in the sky. The time set by the master had already elapsed, yet they had only completed half of their journey. Everyone was out of breath, and the baskets of Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Taolong were already filled with stones. Perhaps due to the chakra originating from cells, the enhancing effect on the body was somewhat better after several laps. Taolong felt significantly better than the others, sensing he had yet to reach his limits. The master silently stood at the village entrance, watching the group, panting like dogs as they drank water before crawling away. Once they were a distance from the master, the little monsters slightly quickened their pace, shifting to a normal running posture. Unfortunately, this trick had no effect on the master. He even urged them to speed up, stating he wanted to return for lunch. Lunch! Ma Hongjun exclaimed, a few drops of saliva escaping. He regretted his earlier decision to give up so decisively. Shouldn't he have persevered and consistently indulged in a few more chicken legs? Taolong had no excess energy to speak, signaling for everyone to pause. The moment they stopped, they all collapsed, even the girls disregarding their appearances, sprawling over the bamboo baskets and gasping for air. Their chests heaved violently as they breathed heavily, especially Zhu Zhuqing, whose breaths were particularly pronounced. Taolong silently diverted his gaze, reminding himself to maintain control. Great mighty dragon, earthly king, wisdom Buddhas, wisdom Bamikong. Tang San looked at Taolong, puzzled. Little Long, you asked us to stop. Is something wrong? Taolong rummaged through his pocket, producing a few squished buns. Oscar also took out 2 hidden eggs. You can share the eggs with Rong Rong. The rest of us can divide the buns. I stuffed meat inside. Taolong smiled. Then, he divided his portion in half and offered it to Oscar and Ning Rong Rong. What about you? Oscar asked with difficulty. I consumed all my meals for today this morning. This is what I brought for you. Eat up, he replied. Ning Rong Rong hesitated. I'm not hungry. You should eat. You may not be hungry now, but other aspects are starved. Look at the bigger picture. Your family is wealthy enough not to skimp on this fabric for your father, Taolong remarked, raising an eyebrow. Ning Rong Rong, puzzled, followed Taolong's gaze. Go to hell, you jerk. Taolong laughed, dodging the kick she aimed at him and slipping aside. Xiao Wu, gnawing on a meat bun, admired her older brother, Xiao Long, for his handsomeness, strength, and culinary skills, but lamented that he had a penchant for talking too much. Tang San, sitting nearby, nodded silently, realizing that joining Shrek was indeed a wise choice. Taolong seemed to have found more sources of joy here and had not entangled him for quite some time. The tranquility was truly delightful. Chapter 47, Special Training, Part 2. As they reached the 10th lap, the group could only move forward by supporting one another. At this stage, their endurance was solely sustained by Master S' single sip of water. Oscar, Ning Rong Rong, Ma Hongjun, and Zhu Zhuqing had already lost their cognitive faculties. The remaining 4 relied on each other, resembling pallbearers. Taolong pulled Ma Hongjun along, feeling like a handsome donkey grinding at a mill. His mind a chaotic whirl as he neared exhaustion. Ma Hongjun appeared dazed, and the girls were likely in a similar state. Would Dai Mubai take advantage of this moment? He longed to turn back and check, but lacked the strength to do so. Where's Xiao San? What a splendid opportunity. Must I remind him? No, wait. Xiao Wu is supporting Ning Rong Rong. She's not with Xiao San. Sighing, he remembered the watermelon he had bought, which seemed to remain uneaten, and he yearned for it. You lot, I've waited an entire day for you. Oh dear, why do you all look like dead dogs? Taolong raised his head slightly, spotting a fool posturing and blocking the way. After moistening his throat with some saliva, he inquired, And who might you be? I am from Songhui Academy. The fool who was attacked by you outside the Stardow Forest, the fool shouted angrily. After returning home that day, the truth was revealed, leading to sanctions from both the school and my family. If it weren't for my father's dire condition, I would have been doomed. If not for that, none of this would have happened. Even so, my story is spread far and wide. The school has expelled me, and soon my father will send me to a rural town, where I will be unable to return for a decade or more. All of this is because of you lot. Today, you must pay for your debts with your lives. The fool summoned his martial soul, a spear, pointing it directly at Taolong. Taolong sighed as the double Tomo Sharingan appeared in his eyes. Why can't this fool learn? The fool paused, bewildered, unaware of how he had fallen into a trap, merely believing that the opponent's martial soul was special, hence his delay in confronting them. Tang San retracted the hidden weapon in his hand, observing the young man kneeling by the roadside and pondering whether this constituted a violation of the teacher's rules. The kneeling fool alternated between begging for mercy and acting deranged. Ha ha ha. Old man, you didn't expect this, did you? I didn't just target one. You have several wives, don't you? Ha ha. As Xiao Wu passed by, she spat at him, wishing she had the energy to deal with such scum. The evening sun cast elongated shadows of the 8 individuals. Once the last shadow vanished, Flinder appeared, devoid of emotion, glancing at the man by the roadside. With a burst of soul power, he concealed himself once more. The shouting abruptly ceased as the fool collapsed, murmuring, I'm sorry, I was wrong. At the village entrance, the master, clad in a black robe, came into Taolong's view. The master always donned the same attire. One could only wonder if he ever washed it. The image of the master, so aloof, made Taolong chuckle at the thought of him washing clothes, perhaps bending over and scrubbing vigorously. The 10th lap concluded. With a crash, 6 individuals fell flat. Taolong exhaled, releasing his grip, and with a thud, the plump one also collapsed. The master regarded Taolong, stating, It seems I underestimated you. Taolong smiled broadly. What if we run 2 more laps? The following day, upon awakening from the medicine barrel, Tang San discovered 2 of the 5 barrels were already empty. With no time for contemplation, his hunger compelled him to seek food, and his remaining rationality reminded him to dress before heading straight to the cafeteria. Inside, Taolong and Dai Mubai were devouring their meals. Upon seeing Tang San, they offered him a meat bun as a casual greeting. In 2 lifetimes, Taolong had never experienced such hunger. This feeling transcended mere emptiness and acidity in his stomach. Every cell in his body trembled. Upon awakening, he even caught a whiff of meat aroma, not from the cafeteria, but from the other 4 medicine barrels. When Dai Mubai woke to the commotion, he caught sight of Taolong reaching into his barrel. The 2 bare-chested men locked eyes. "We want nothing." After their meal, the group assembled, and the master nodded with satisfaction. "Well done. Yesterday, you supported one another and all completed the task. From now on, as a collective, you will face increasingly greater challenges ahead, requiring you to work together in unity." Tang San raised his hand. "Teacher, I still have 2 laps left to run." "No need. Yesterday, Shaolong completed them for you." The others gazed at Taolong in disbelief. Carrying the most stones, he still had the stamina for 2 more laps. Was this person even human? Taolong maintained a stoic expression, acknowledging that in a collective, it was easy to be influenced. Even he felt compelled to test his limits. And the results were indeed remarkable, albeit exhausting. Nevertheless, after 12 laps, he merely collapsed to the ground without losing consciousness. He even overheard a conversation between Flender and the master. "Flender, we're poor," Flender remarked. "You being poor has nothing to do with me," the master replied. It seemed this academy was genuinely running on love. Just a slight improvement in food quality made the principal's wallet buckle under pressure. Yet, as the master stated, shouldn't a dignified soul sage possess some economic acumen? How could they not manage this little money? In the subsequent training sessions, the master arranged various practical exercises, and in one-on-one or even 2-on-1 scenarios, Taolong maintained an undefeated record. He became the prime target for the others, who perceived him as a formidable adversary, undertaking numerous strategies to conquer him. However, with the Flying Thunder God at his disposal, it was nearly impossible for Taolong to lose. After practical training came physical conditioning. The master, correcting his course, increased Taolong's training intensity. The group traversed mountains and rivers under heavy loads. After half a month, at Taolong's suggestion, the master introduced a new training element, cliff jumping. Yes, this involved utilizing Principal Flender to find suitable training grounds while serving as a safety officer. The training requirement was simple: jump off the cliff and do everything possible to slow the descent, then survive. Before each jump, everyone would have their soul power sealed. With Tang San's assistance, everyone acquired 2 handy short daggers. This outrageous proposal initially faced considerable backlash, but the master merely downplayed it by having Taolong demonstrate, subsequently informing the group that this was not his idea. The others gazed at Taolong, who had already leaped, as if they began to comprehend something profound. Flender stood below, tasked with rescuing the students at the last moment, though his assistants merely slowed their descent before casting them into the river. This training exercise had become a source of dread for everyone, to the extent that during that period, Oscar would exclaim, "You devil," upon seeing Taolong. Chapter 48, Special Training, Part 3. Have you ever considered jumping from a building? In his childhood, the language teacher stood at the podium, posing a question to the little ones below. If you could wish for anything, what would you desire? Taolong raised his hand and declared, "I wish to witness hail, earthquakes, and avalanches, for I have never seen them." Fortunately, he had survived until now without that wish being fulfilled. Yet his reckless heart found satisfaction today. As he leaped from the cliff, he initially perceived the landscape below, akin to ascending to the apex of a bungee jump. Then, under the influence of gravitational acceleration, adrenaline surged through him. His heart felt as if gripped by an unseen force, and his vision blurred. The rush of wind filled his ears as he activated his Sharingan, his perception of sight and touch momentarily conflicting. Taolong suddenly remembered that he was in training, not seeking death. Alas, at this speed, even pressing the dagger against the cliff wall was beyond his capability, and he was instantly repelled. The cliff stood approximately 900 meters high, and there was merely a 200-meter buffer before he could make contact with the cliff face. Missing that distance meant he would have to embrace freefall. This 200 meters would take around 6 seconds to traverse. Taolong had no further options in this state. He had merely 7 or 8 seconds left to bid farewell to this world. Death? Was he afraid of dying? Previously, there was no doubt about his fear. But since arriving in this world, Taolong had come to realize that many things, many truths, were not as people imagined. What would truly happen if he died? Would there come a day when scientists prove the existence of ghosts and receive a Nobel Prize? Would the Nobel Committee present the award personally? Here he was on the brink of death, with such thoughts swirling in his mind. Flender adjusted his glasses, summoned his owl spirit, and soared into the air, conjuring a small whirlwind that lifted Taolong upward, alleviating his speed before dissipating the soul skill. Below lay the river, serving as a minor punishment. Taolong sighed softly, executing a mid-air turn and landing gracefully on the water's surface. He had now mastered this feat with ease. Flender's eyes flickered with surprise. This lad possessed an array of peculiar skills, and he wondered how he achieved them. Next, Tang San and Dai Mubai jumped down, both recalling that this was a survival training exercise. Unfortunately, the master had never intended for them to succeed, and they obediently fell into the water one by one. Xiao Wu leaped down with gusto, finding this thrilling training ignited her enthusiasm, eager for another go. When Zhu Zhuqing descended, 2 streams of tears had, unbeknownst to her, flowed down her beautiful cheeks. However, once she emerged from the water, they were no longer visible. Notably, the sight of the formidable beauty emerging from the water was utterly captivating. Taolong strained to cover his eyes with his hands. Little Long, Little San, Boss Dai, you 3 rascals, turn away. Xiao Wu glared at the 3 men, exasperated. Honestly, I didn't see such a strong reaction from you when I jumped. Subsequently, beginning with the plump phoenix, the remaining trio completely relinquished their struggle, closed their eyes, and leapt down. Their screams echoed throughout the air, especially Oscar's, whose voice was notably soft and sweet. Anyone unfamiliar might have mistaken him for 2 girls. Eventually, the master was caught by Flender. Once everyone changed into their pre-prepared clothing, the master instructed them to carry the stones back, continuing their physical training. The shaken individuals had never felt so reassured by the solid ground beneath their feet. Even the heavy stones on their backs felt strangely comforting. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed, marking the conclusion of the first phase of training, and the group was granted a 7-day respite. Taolong hurried to Soto City, delivering a letter to Old Jack and some gold soul coins to the Spirit Hall for mailing. It must be said, the establishment of the Spirit Hall greatly facilitated low to mid-level soul masters, although there were similar postal services in the city. The Spirit Hall's reputation was unparalleled. Alongside this, he also sought to elevate his soul master rank and test his soul power. Level 34, which aligned with his expectations. He had been stuck at level 30 for quite some time before acquiring a soul ring, and this recent training had proven effective. After collecting this month's Spirit Hall subsidy, Taolong prepared to depart when a melodious voice called from behind. "Excuse me, young sir, could you please wait a moment?" Turning around, he beheld a trio, a woman and 2 men. The woman appeared to be in her 30s, exuding the grace of a mature woman, her ample bosom disallowing any perception of her as a mere girl. The 2 men resembled bodyguards, one stout and the other lean. The lean man bore a ghastly scar on his face, lending him a notably sinister air, while the stout man appeared more affable, with smooth skin. Yet, both exuded an underlying pressure towards Taolong, particularly the lean man, whose demeanor suggested a propensity for violence. If this fellow speaks, I'll simply turn and walk away. Sister, did you call for me? The woman smiled slightly, radiating a mature charm. Young sir, at such a tender age, you've already attained the rank of soul master. Truly a prodigy of this era. May I inquire who your esteemed teacher is? Oh, I am from Tsanghui Academy. My teacher's surname is Yi, Taolong replied earnestly. Little brat, I wouldn't trust you. Indeed, sweet-talking brats seldom speak the truth. To my knowledge, Tsanghui Academy is incapable of producing such promising students. If I am not mistaken, young sir, you must be a student of Dean Flender, for the Monster Academy in Soto City is truly exceptional. Taolong blinked. Sister, are you inquiring because you wish to join this Monster Academy? Given your age, why do you still enjoy mingling with children? Wouldn't it? The kindness on the woman's face vanished in an instant. Damn it, this brat is definitely being deliberate, feigning innocence while slyly insulting me for chasing younger men. Calm down, I must control myself. I cannot let this ruin my plans. Young sir jesting. I lack the fortune to join Shrek. I merely admire its reputation and couldn't help but inquire further. "Oh, if you finish your inquiries, I shall take my leave." With a subtle glance from the woman, the two male bodyguards stepped forward, blocking Taolong's path. Furrowing his brow, Taolong thought, if it weren't for this woman being so eye-catching, I wouldn't be engaging in such trivial conversation. Now, having overstepped their bounds, they mistook my tolerance for their audacity. Do you wish for death or not? Chapter 49. Employment. Casting a cold glance at the woman, Taolong had lost all desire to engage in further banter. Within the halls of the Spirit Hall, it was evident that no one had approached to inquire about the unfolding events, indicating that these individuals held considerable status. Yet, what relevance did this bear upon me? No matter how formidable they were, could they surpass the three clans? Upon hearing Taolong's piercing inquiry, the duo of the stout and slender combination exhibited their displeasure, their soul power already coalescing, prepared to take action. Taolong, unyielding, had summoned his nine-tailed spirit ahead of them. He was resolute in his belief that should a conflict arise, those in charge would not continue to feign ignorance. At that moment, a flicker of astonishment crossed Taolong's eyes as he gazed at the woman. She gestured for her companions to withdraw, observing the now composed Taolong, whose demeanor stood in stark contrast to earlier, and silently marveled at his extraordinary talent. A stark divergence from the ordinary offspring of common folk. We bear no ill will. I am Xianyu, the representative of the Wangxing Merchant Guild in Suatowa City. Today, I seek to discuss a business proposition with you, young sir. May I ask your name? You may call me Darling. Very well, Darling. Might we sit down and discuss this matter in detail? Inside the Spirit Hall, Taolong regarded the departing trio with a hint of hesitation. He had confirmed with the indifferent attendants that the Wangxing Merchant Guild was the most prominent guild in the Barak Kingdom, backed by royal connections, and that Xianyu indeed held the position of head in Suatowa City, affirming their legitimacy. The so-called business proposition was in reality an offer for him to escort goods from Suatowa City to the royal capital of Barak, a journey requiring 4 days, with a remuneration of 1,000 gold soul coins. With his third soul ring already acquired, the fourth could not be far behind. At that point, he would no longer rely on the Spirit Hall subsidies, making this quite appealing. As for Xianyu's claims of inadequate manpower, they were merely fabrications. Her true intent likely revolved around a certain few soul saints from Shrek Academy. Miss, why expend so much effort on a mere soul master? The slender man, still somewhat disgruntled, had clearly never encountered anyone of over 30 levels speaking so audaciously before him. Xianyu, however, produced a dossier. Taolong, hailing from a rural village, has only awakened his spirit 7 years ago and has already attained the rank of Soul Master. He is one of the new recruits at Shrek Academy. A new recruit at the Soul Master level. Xianyu nodded. It is said that Shrek only accepts extraordinary talents. Today, I have witnessed it firsthand. Yet, even a genius remains merely a Soul Master. Is it truly necessary to go to such lengths to win him over? What do you know? Without even mentioning others at Shrek Academy, Flander, the four-eyed cat eagle, is among the finest in the entire kingdom. Countless nobles have sought to win him over, and even the royal family has returned empty-handed. He is fiercely protective of his students, and if we cannot recruit Flander, we shall take his disciples. When the time comes, I refuse to believe he will remain aloof should any trouble arise. Indeed, your foresight is commendable, Mississippi. However, do we not risk incurring Flander's wrath in the process? Xianyu sighed, her beautiful brow knitting in concern. This incident has arisen unexpectedly. Even if we do offend Flander, as long as the goods are delivered safely, it is a risk worth taking. Moreover, it is the choice of his students to join us. We can only say that those willing shall take the bait. Meanwhile, Taolong returned to the academy, already having made a decision. The following morning, he would venture forth with the Wangxing Merchant Guild. It was not merely for the gold soul coins. Rather, during their standoff, he had sensed a familiar malevolence emanating from Xianyu. This aura did not belong to her, but was a remnant of a malevolent presence left by a soul beast after its demise. Such malevolence had only appeared in 2 forms he had encountered: soul rings and soul bones. Xianyu was indeed a master strategist. For 1,000 gold soul coins, he could acquire a fortune, yet to enlist the aid of a soul saint would require an amount far beyond that. Today, a serendipitous encounter at the Spirit Hall could not have been orchestrated. Thus, Xianyu was clearly in a state of desperation, eager to recruit a handsome man into her ranks, akin to a person frantically seeking a remedy for their ailment. It appeared that this venture would not be without its troubles. Upon returning to the dormitory, Oscar was still fast asleep, while Tang San sat at the bedside, surrounded by various parts of concealed weapons. Little dragon, you're back. How'd it go? What level is your soul power? Fairly decent, 34. By the way, little San, are you not concerned about pricking yourself with those needles while assembling your weapons? How will you sleep well at night? Tang San paused in his assembly, fully aware that he would not make such a novice mistake, yet inexplicably felt a chill. By the way, I must tell you something. After recounting the incident involving the trio of women from the spirit hall, Tang San ceased his movements and looked at Taolong. Little dragon, for what you imply, you intend to go, but have you considered the possibility that if they encounter an insurmountable danger, they might abandon you to save themselves? Rest assured, I possess the ability to protect myself. I merely wanted to inform you of this out of precaution. Even if they all perish, I will return unscathed. For that 1,000 gold soul coins? Yes, I intend to save a little for my future wife. Tang San sighed, realizing that Taolong was not one to be driven by greed. He must have ulterior motives. You wouldn't be enamored with that woman, would you? If so, I could accompany you. No, I would prefer not to drag anyone else into this. Please keep this between us. Very well, just be cautious. I have a few concealed weapons here. I'll show you how to use them later. Also, remember to inform the dean. Rest assured, I am aware. No need to worry. After speaking, Taolong climbed into bed, feeling a persistent sense of fatigue since he had awoken early that morning. Now, he finally had the chance to catch up on sleep. In the midst of slumber, Taolong inexplicably dreamt of Xianyu once more, though she appeared as a mature woman clad in attire that was anything but mature. Before he could delve deeper into contemplation, he was roused by Oscar's voice. Little dragon, wake up. It's time for breakfast. Taolong blinked drowsily, noticing that Oscar had already donned his clothes and was leaning against the doorframe. Tang San's bed was now devoid of his precious concealed weapons, likely stored away. Yawn. Breakfast must be had. Taolong and Oscar supported each other as they made their way to the dining hall. Even as soul masters, oversleeping in the afternoon could leave one feeling dazed. The moonlight cast a gentle glow on the ground, and the temperature began to drop, offering a more comfortable atmosphere than the daytime. What a splendid time for slumber. Look, there's a pig head over there, Oscar suddenly exclaimed, startling Taolong into alertness. Fixing his gaze, he spotted a plump figure staggering towards them with a wobbly gait. Recognizing the figure, Taolong recalled that it was indeed Ma Hongjun. Ah, this was reminiscent of a real-life heroic rescue. The damsel had been saved, yet no contact information was exchanged, leaving the hero, unable to defeat the villain, to return home alone to nurse his wounds. What a lamentable tale. Chapter 50. Seeking a venue fatty. What has happened to you? Tang San exclaimed in shock as he and Taolong supported the swaying Ma Hongjun. With a glum expression, Ma Hongjun, upon hearing their voices, was instantly engulfed in sorrow, looking as pitiful as a 200-pound child. Oscar quickly offered him a sausage, and Ma Hongjun devoured it in 2 bites, finally managing to catch his breath. Alas, it's quite embarrassing to admit, but I was assaulted by a lecherous man. Brothers, you must stand up for me. Let us head to the cafeteria and discuss this matter over a meal. As the 4 companions made their way to the cafeteria, the sight of Ma Hongjun startled Dai Mubai, who was in the midst of his dinner. This unfortunate appearance is hardly appetizing. I must tell you, today I encountered a stunningly beautiful girl with a physique that was truly exceptional. Do you understand? It was a profoundly unique feeling, and I intended to confess my feelings to her as I followed her home. And then you were mistaken for a pervert and beaten? Shaw, what pervert? Am I the sort of person to act in such a manner? However, there was indeed a fellow, a soul master, who was trailing that girl with ill intentions. I, Fatty, intervened just in time to prevent a calamity. So it was that soul master who assaulted you. Ma Hongjun's face was a mix of snot and tears, making it difficult to bear. I have inquired about that fellow. His name is Douluo, and he specializes in such vile acts, having harmed many young women. Ma Hongjun expressed his indignation. Taolong, observing his expression, quipped, Fatty, are you outraged for those girls or envious of that pervert? Xiaolong, how can you so baselessly tarnish my reputation? I, Fatty, hold the utmost disdain for such base tactics. Why would I envy him? Just then, Xiao Wu's voice came from outside, her gaze sweeping across the gathered 5 boys with a hint of suspicion. You can't be serious? Cough, cough. Tang San immediately stood up to hurriedly explain the situation to Xiao Wu, clearly stating that he was not a pervert. Taolong watched as Xiao Wu's eyes lit up, marveling at how his sister could enchant so many. With Xiao Wu's arrival, the anti-pervert squad was officially formed, and the group promptly set off to the scene of the incident. Taolong gained much insight on this journey. Upon entering Soto City, the fatty led them westward, navigating through winding alleys until they traversed an abandoned street. Suddenly, the atmosphere brightened with activity. The streets were alive with vibrant lights and sounds. And though the continent had yet to harness electricity, the rapid advancement of civilian technology powered by soul energy made for an exhilarating experience. For those seeking pleasure here, even without soul energy, love was enough to ignite the night. Men of dubious appearances were lured by the alluring women along the streets, wandering aimlessly in search of fleeting pleasures. Occasionally, successful pairings would disappear into nearby dwellings. The lack of soundproofing in these establishments ensured that raucous cries occasionally pierced the air. Taolong was filled with curiosity. He had never been to such a place before. The only experience he had was a naive visit to a women's bathhouse during his youth, where he had been teased by various women. When he finally came to understand the situation, he regretted his youthful innocence and ignorance. Dai Mubai and Oscar, clearly not newcomers, looked down upon this place and urged Fatty to find their target. Tang San was fixated on Xiao Wu, while Taolong continued to observe his surroundings, occasionally approached by women seeking to entice him. Before long, Ma Hongjun led the group to their target, confirming that the individual had not yet left. They took positions to ambush. This fellow has certainly taken his time. Fatty mused, it's been over an hour. Dai Mubai and Oscar seemed to have noticed something remarkable. Their expressions filled with shock. Could it be that this establishment provides some sort of enhancement? Ma Hongjun disdainfully spat. This guy is likely just trying to save his money and is stalling. If it were me, such a formidable figure, I wouldn't dare linger for an hour. Xiao had already covered her ears, her face flushed. Tang San, however, appeared resigned. Xiao Wu, could you perhaps cover your own ears? She shot him a fierce glare in response. What could he possibly be doing in there? Taolong pondered. Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun shared a knowing laugh, their mirth provoking Xiao Wu's ire as she glared at them. Only then did they realize there was a girl present and quickly composed themselves. We were just chatting. What else could we be doing? Taolong nodded, wanting to ask more, but was interrupted by Xiao Wu's exclamation. Xiaolong, when you return, you should ask Fatty when he's not around. Xiao Wu stomped her foot in frustration. Taolong offered an awkward smile and waved his hand dismissively. Suddenly, Fatty pointed, and the group followed his gaze to see a short, unkempt man exuding an air of sleaziness emerge, hunched over with an expression of delight. Fatty was clearly displeased. Brothers, let us take him down. Wait a moment, Xiao Wu stopped Fatty. You all stay here. I'll handle this. With that, she bounced toward Balu's direction. This puzzling behavior went unexplained, but Tang San simply gestured for them to watch. Taolong discreetly activated his Sharingan, entering a mode of heightened perception. Indeed, Balu was no good. Just as he exited the establishment, he was easily enticed by Xiao Wu. Is this man out of his mind? In a place like this, encountering a girl like Xiao Wu, he didn't even stop to consider the implications before attempting to take action. As they watched Balu foolishly lead Xiao Wu to a secluded area, Tang San and Taolong both sighed in unison. Such a character presents little challenge. The unfolding events were predictable. Once Xiao Wu executed her 8, everything was settled. Taolong stood wide-eyed behind the others, witnessing the move for the first time. He found himself laughing less at Xiao San and Xiao Wu now. This combination of control and output was something he had never been able to replicate in his previous life playing games. If only he had Flying Thunder God the 8 was clearly Xiao Wu's ultimate technique. Even with his current Two-Tomo Sharingan, he could not discern any flaws. He could only rely on brute strength or avoid being controlled altogether. He could see and comprehend the movements, but executing them was beyond him. Xiao Wu's flexibility was astonishing. He had once attempted to learn, but had to bow out after just a couple of days, nursing his sore back. One could never fully grasp the extent of her extraordinary abilities. Perhaps one day Tang San might be able to comprehend it all. Let's hope he does not falter along the way. Chapter 51. A practice session. The group watched as Ma Hongjun ignited a fiery retaliation against Douluo. then returned triumphantly. The jubilant fatty declared he would treat everyone, inviting them to choose any place they desired. Oscar, ever the realist, retorted, "Fatty, you know we just finished eating. What more can I possibly consume?" Taolong appeared unusually silent during their journey. Suddenly, he spoke up, "You all go ahead. I have something to attend to. Just bring me something back." "Oh," Fatty remarked in a teasing tone. "You're not planning to head back, are you?" Without further ado, Taolong retraced his steps. "Xiaolong," Xiao Wu exclaimed incredulously, but Tang San intervened. "Xiao San, aren't you going to stop him?" "Yes. He is going to do that." Tang San's lips twitched in annoyance. "Xiao Wu, stop with the nonsense. Xiaolong is not that kind of person. He surely has other matters to attend to." Taolong made his way back through the shadows. In a dim corner, Baloo regained consciousness. His body and mind finally acclimating to the situation, he no longer succumbed to unconsciousness. Suddenly, he heard two familiar voices resounding. "Unhappy, where did this fellow run off to? Indulging himself and leaving us to search for him? I wonder how that girl's doing. If she is truly remarkable, the two of us could be quite a pair." It was Lao Yi and Tianya, his two companions. Unhappy gritted his teeth, wanting to shout, but a hand emerged from the darkness, firmly covering his mouth and nose. His eyes widened, yet no sound escaped. He could only listen as Lao Yi and Tianya drifted further away. "Do you know why I returned?" Xiao San said. "Yes, right. One must eradicate the roots when cutting down weeds. However, I have a psychological block when it comes to killing." Don't move." Taolong kicked Unhappy brutally in the jaw. The sound of cracking bones was both alluring and repugnant. "You really didn't have to die. But I have an important contract tomorrow, and I fear I won't be able to go through with it then." Back in school, there were classmates who struggled too. The teacher said that practice makes perfect. So tonight, with the moonlight so pleasant, I thought I'd practice. The terror in Unhappy's eyes morphed into despair, whimpering sounds escaping his throat as drool pooled beneath him. His beady eyes, once leering, now brimmed with tears. "Don't do that. It brings back bad memories." Taolong's left hand slowly, deliberately, inserted itself into Unhappy's neck. In the darkness, something seemed to flow into Taolong's body through the Nine-Tails cloak. The chill of the night made the warmth in his hand all the more palpable. He could no longer discern whether it was the warmth of gushing blood or the residual heat of the corpse. The Sharingan in his eyes gradually faded, and the world suddenly became vibrant. The metallic scent of blood fiercely stimulated his typically calm mind, and Taolong regretted having eaten so much that evening. His organs convulsed. Food surged back into his stomach, and he felt it painfully constrict, a lump rising in his throat. Clenching his fists, he struggled to swallow what was in his mouth. Then, he stood up, catching a whiff of an unpleasant odor. A glance downward revealed Unhappy's trousers were filled and wet. Clearly, this was not the result of a charming posterior. At that moment, Taolong felt that gut-wrenching could serve as a fitting descriptor. The vomit, a white mess mingled with various unidentifiable substances, reeked sourly. It splattered across Unhappy's head. Taolong steadied himself against the wall, his senses seemingly dulled. He staggered to his feet, carefully avoiding the filth on the ground, and departed the scene. After a while, someone was drawn by the foul smell and, upon realizing the situation, hurriedly retreated. Another person followed, then another, until finally a crowd gathered. What clean night it was! Taolong discarded his bloodied clothes, inhaling the fresh air on the street, feeling a bit more comfortable in his insides. He found his way to the academy. The dormitory was still empty. Taolong grabbed a change of clothes, took a shower, and threw himself onto the bed, falling into a deep slumber. The next day, his biological clock, developed over a long time, woke him up to the familiar surroundings. Oscar was sound asleep, and Xiao San was nowhere to be found. After dressing, he checked the time. There was still a chance to have breakfast. Rising, he stretched his body, frowning slightly. He felt no discomfort. Rather, he felt unusually light, almost too light. Based on past experiences, waking from sleep usually left one sluggish, but now, he felt nothing of the sort. In the cafeteria, Tang San was already eating. Taolong said little and quietly sat down. The two remained silent until Taolong prepared to leave. "Be careful on your way, Xiaolong." "Yes. I will bring back some local specialties before the holiday ends." Tang San watched as Taolong walked away, likely guessing what had transpired the previous night. However, such matters could only be processed internally. Once one adapted to the first experience, there would be no further burden. After all, humans are inherently selfish beings. Taolong readied his package and arrived at the designated meeting point with Xianyu. Over 30 individuals were present, with 7 carriages. Except for the one carrying Xianyu and passengers, the other 6 were laden with goods, one of which contained 2 young soul beasts. "Welcome, Brother Taolong." Xianyu descended from the carriage, her chest heaving as she landed, prompting Taolong to empathize with her burden. "Miss Xianyu, it seems you have gained a profound understanding of me. As a talented soul master, I, a mere trader, must strive to cultivate a good relationship with you." Xianyu replied, her face beaming with joy. No, don't be modest. You are hardly small." Taolong's gaze finally shifted upward, landing on a rather inappropriate area. "I may have arrived, but let us be clear. I sell my services, not my life. If things go awry, I'll be the first to flee. And I expect 500 as a deposit up front." Xianyu raised her hand, playfully resting it in front of Taolong. At 13, the boy had already grown to her height. "All right, as long as you are willing to come, sister will indulge you. Your task this time is simply to stay by my side and protect me." Taolong frowned. "If you keep touching me, I will retaliate." Xianyu was momentarily taken aback, but she smiled and withdrew her hand, opting not to pursue the topic further. "Now, let me introduce you to our team leader." She gestured for the portly and lean bodyguards trailing behind her to step forward. "This is Yin Yunda, Wuhuan Fierce Tiger, a level 61 Soul Emperor. And this is Lu Jia, Wuhuan Earth Lizard, a level 62 Soul Emperor." "Oh, this hefty fellow S. Wuhuan is a lizard? He is not much more than a neutered version of a dragon. Look at Xianyu's bodyguards, a green dragon on the left, a tiger on the right, and sandwiched in between. Greetings, my name is Taolong. As Miss Xianyu has stated, my Wuhuan is the 9-tailed fox, currently at level 31. With that, Taolong extended his left hand, initiating a greeting. Yin Yuanda and Lu Jia hesitated for a moment, recalling the powerful Flinder behind Taolong, and eventually reached out their hands. Taolong smiled as they shook hands. "Miss Xianyu, may I take a little advantage of you?" Xianyu was rather generous, extending her delicate hand and lingering for a moment, allowing Taolong to savor the experience. "By the way, do you Shrek Academy members always shake with the left hand? It's a custom from my hometown." Chapter 52, Taomen Escort Agency. Robbery is inevitable. The journey from Suatawa City to the royal capital takes approximately 4 days via the official road. Inside the merchant carriage of the Wanghang Commerce Association, Xiaolong asked, "What's up? You've made a decision. Everyone is listening to you." Taolong gazed incredulously at the woman before him, whose demeanor radiated danger. For 2 days now, she had demanded he accompany her in the carriage, finding amusement in teasing him throughout. "Were it not for those 2 soul emperors, I would have already taken advantage of you and left you in the dust, all while you laughed like a flower swaying in the wind." The crux of the matter was that this woman donned a purple garment daily, her long, elegant neck accentuated by a generous bosom, half revealed, while her long, smooth legs were exposed, swaying enticingly, almost as if challenging him to a contest of leg shaking. And here she was, removing her shoes in the carriage, revealing a pair of delicate feet, tempting him. I'm not a foot fetishist, but he couldn't deny that she in U.S. attire was exceptionally alluring, particularly her expressions and movements, radiating the unique charm of a mature woman. The woman resembled an overly ripe peach, her very presence perpetually enticing men to sin. "Miss Xianyu, please conduct yourself with dignity. Furthermore, we are not that familiar, so refrain from calling me little dragon." "Ah, could it be big dragon? Ha! I would truly love to witness that. Also, Miss Xianyu, don't be so formal. Come, call me sister, and I may reward you." Taolong gritted his teeth, having walked by the river so often, yet today he found himself capsized in this gutter. This woman, when brazen, proved to be exceptionally formidable. The most distressing part was igniting one's own desires without any means of release. "Miss Xianyu, I need to step outside for some fresh air. During this solitary moment, please find a way to alleviate your restless urges." Lifting the curtain, Taolong leapt from the carriage, surveying the 2 guards, one stout and one lean, who were openly eavesdropping. Previously, their presence had been bearable, but now he found them exceedingly bothersome. Lu Jia maintained a cheerful demeanor while greeting Taolong, whereas Yin Yuanda appeared even more displeased than Taolong, sporting a scarred face. With these 2 following Miss Xianyu daily, It was no wonder that woman looked upon me with such insatiable desire. Glancing back at the convoy, 6 cargo wagons, each manned by 5 individuals, standard configurations for a soul sect and 4 soul lords, revealed that, in terms of soul power, Taolong was likely the weakest among them. However, for a merchant caravan from a small kingdom to possess such resources indicated significant expenditure. In recent days, while Taolong attempted to blend in during mealtimes to glean information, he found that they paid him no heed whatsoever. These individuals disregarded a novice enjoying first-class service, and none were foolish enough to provoke trouble. Only Lu Jia would engage him in trivial conversation. He sighed. Was this escort mission destined to conclude in such tedious fashion? Taolong trailed alongside the wagon, gradually awakening his martial spirit. The malice emanating from his soul bone could only be felt in Xuanyue's presence. Yet, after these days of interaction, he had not discerned any magical storage devices on her. Although they might be concealed beneath her clothing, Taolong could not bring himself to intrude further. Ahead, 3 figures approached, 2 tall adults and a shorter child, seemingly a family out for a leisurely stroll. Due to the blazing sun, they were clad in cloaks. Look, so many people. Wow, that uncle has a scar on his face. How ugly. Hearing the voice, it was a girl. Xiaoro, don't speak nonsense. The adult beside her quickly apologized. I'm terribly sorry, sir. My child is being thoughtless. Yin Yuanda was about to explode with rage, but Lu Jia raised a hand to stop him. He shot a fierce glare at the trio, swallowing his curse. It was unwise to stir up trouble on the merchant road. The stout man waved a hand, still smiling, and continued to drive the cart forward. Wow, there's a soul beast. What is that? Exclaimed the girl. This big brother is so handsome, so different from that uncle. Taolong burst into laughter, producing 2 pieces of candy and extending them toward her. The little girl, evidently unafraid, scampered over to receive them. Thank you, big brother. Taolong nodded. You must continue to be an honest and beautiful child, unlike that sister in the carriage who spouts nonsense. The girl blinked. Is there a sister in that carriage? Is she pretty? Very beautiful and well endowed. You're a pervert. I was merely complimenting her. How does that make me a pervert? Taolong watched helplessly as the girl ran off, while the adults nodded in acknowledgement and led her away. He grinned widely, and only then did he retract his martial spirit and return to the carriage. Xuanyue glanced at him. What are you laughing about? Thinking of something joyous. What is it? Taolong suddenly leaned in, placing his hands on Xuanyue, and whispered in her ear, I'll tell you in secret tonight. Xuanyue was startled, instinctively leaning back. But before she could react further, Taolong had already withdrawn. She touched her bosom, calming her heartbeat, and shot him a half-pouting, half-reproachful glance. Really? Be gentler. You've hurt me. Taolong was at a loss, truly unable to bear it anymore. If you have such ability, why don't you refrain from handling it yourself? Let me show you what cardiopulmonary resuscitation looks like, complete with a complimentary mouth-to-mouth. Ugh, just a boastful talker, a mouthy brat. He chose to close his eyes and feign sleep. That night, the crescent moon hung low among the treetops as the caravan members methodically set up camp, taking turns to keep watch according to their predetermined order. Taolong could naturally crawl into his sleeping bag early. In the past 2 nights, they had rested in towns with beds, but not tonight. Although Xuanyue pretended to invite him into the carriage to share her space, the 2 damned sentinels blocked the entrance. Taolong could only politely decline. Xuanyue smiled gently as she leaned against the carriage window, her voluptuous curves particularly prominent. What a pity. The long night is upon us. And sister always welcomes you. Ugh, what utter nonsense. The duty of keeping watch was not his. Yet tonight, sleep eluded Taolong. The scattered trees along the road whispered various sounds, and accompanied by the cool evening breeze, they did not seem noisy. A person of introspection might even perceive it as a grand natural concert. However, it appeared that not a single qualified audience was present. Taolong deliberately chose a corner position at the edge of the convoy, where the others would find it difficult to see him. He remained in a state of martial spirit activation, quietly waiting. At last, 3 powerful waves of malice entered his perceptual range. Chapter 53. Tao Men Escort Agency. The escort must be robbed. Part 2. On this dark, windy night, Yin Yuanda raised his head to the clear sky, the moonlight filtering through the leaves. Everything appeared so serene, except for the loud snoring of his companions. The faint scent of flowers lingered, suggesting it would be a tranquil night. A scent? Enemies. All on alert. Suddenly, a burst of light illuminated the top of Xuanyue's carriage, followed by the remaining wagons activating their soul guiding devices, transforming the area into daylight. When camping at night, Xuanyue's carriage served as the center, with the other cargo wagons forming a protective circle around it. The response from the Wong Merchant Association was swift, with everyone quickly taking their positions. Only one figure lingered beside Xuanyue's carriage. That person is not from the Merchant Association. Who are you? Lu Jia had already awakened, standing alongside Yin Yuanda to guard Xuanyue's carriage. Hee, scar-faced uncle, it seems you're not only ugly but also rather dim-witted, the girl giggled. You're that girl from earlier. Yin Yuanda was taken aback. Before them, the girl held a peculiar flower that continued to grow, now towering above her, rooted firmly in the ground. More astonishingly, 6 soul rings appeared around her. You are a soul emperor. On such a beautiful night, how could there be no fragrance of flowers? The girl continued to speak cheerfully, as if she had come out for a picnic. This time, Yin Yuanda understood where that delightful scent originated. Everyone held their breath. It's too late. All soul masters below the soul sect level in the Merchant Association were horrified to find their bodies growing weak, their once fluid soul power now stagnant. Who? An ambush gathered together. A shadow wielding a knife suddenly burst in. The great blade swept through, and those soul masters were unable to withstand even a single strike. Another soul emperor emerged, while 7 luminous arrows shot down from a towering tree. Except for Yin Yuanda, who managed to deflect 1 arrow, the other 6 struck their targets, destroying the soul guiding device atop the carriage. The loss of visibility plunged the remaining low-ranking soul masters into despair, rendering them incapable of even gathering together. At last, the effects of the floral fragrance seemed to fade. The survivors hastily unleashed their soul skills. One soul master emanated a glow that illuminated his somewhat youthful visage. Fool, lower your head. The boy, bewildered, glanced over to see the captain, who had always shown him kindness since joining the caravan, now roaring at him with a grotesque expression. Suddenly, the boy understood, and he managed a faint smile at his old captain. Then, an arrow of light pierced through his skull. No! A nearby companion swiftly grasped the bloodshot-eyed man, and within 10 minutes, only 8 out of 30 remained alive. They huddled behind 2 defensive soul masters, trembling with fear. Meanwhile, after deflecting the arrow, Yin Yuanda seized the opportunity to lunge at the little girl, leaving the rotund man to guard Xianyu. His martial spirit was that of a blazing tiger, and his fists were engulfed in roaring flames as he struck at the enormous flower. The peculiar blossom suddenly unfurled its petals, resembling a gaping mouth, ripped apart by force. Within the fiery glow, rows of sharp teeth emerged from its depths, accompanied by an unknown drool. It was a man-eating flower. Unfazed, Yin Yuanda activated his soul rings in rapid succession, resembling a fiery tiger intent on tearing apart all obstacles in his path. Plant-type soul masters typically harbor an innate fear of fire attribute damage, which was precisely why Yin Yuanda acted decisively. The attackers could potentially be 3 soul emperors working in concert, yet only 2 of them were of the same rank capable of countering him. Whether he could eliminate this little girl would become the pivotal point of the entire battle. The fiery tiger closed in, igniting the flower vines. The man-eating flower emitted an indescribable, nauseating sound but did not retreat an inch. It opened its bloody maw to bite at Yin Yuanda's head. Muscles rippling, Yin Yuanda's arms swelled with flames, grasping the sides of the flower's gaping mouth and pulling with all his might. You want to die? Then don't blame me. The little girl's face contorted in pain, her voice turning shrill, losing all semblance of her previously innocent self, resembling a shriveled old witch instead. The flower's roots began to grow wildly underground. Vines as thick as a man's thigh surged upward, ensnaring Yin Yuanda and lifting him off the ground. Are all control-type soul masters like you brainless? Ha ha! Flames licked the vines, producing evident results, yet it could not match the speed of their growth. Detached from the earth, Yin Yuanda could not unleash his full power. Conversely, the man-eating flower gradually closed its maw, drool dripping onto him, though the flames evaporated it. Yin Yuanda grinned, his scarred face twisted into a terrifying smile, a stark contrast to his usual scowl, which in battle served as a formidable deterrent. Flame Eruption. A torrent of fire erupted from Yan Yuanda's mouth, forcefully thrusting into the flower's gaping maw at such close range. This strike hit the vital point, causing the vines that had ensnared him to disintegrate. He spun mid-air, delivering a kick that uprooted the already distorted flower. In the air, the severely wounded flower's spirit dissipated. The little girl shrieked in despair, collapsing to the ground, hands clutching her head, blood streaming from her 7 orifices, resembling a madwoman. TSK at this rate. She could play Sadako. Taolong, observing with the Sharingan, silently mocked. During the day, he had sensed malevolence from those 3, leaving a flying thunder god mark on the girl when handing her candy. However, it now seemed she might be a Tianshan Tonglao. Having not slept all night, he had already slipped away the moment the 3 appeared, realizing that as a minor character, no one would target him. The pressing question was, where had that old sniper hidden? The previous attacks had come from different angles, and despite the Sharingan, Taolong could not detect the enemy's location. Another arrow flew, distinctly carrying a greater energy, aimed at Yan Yuanda. After severely wounding the man-eating flower, he prepared to unleash another flame eruption to deal with the little girl, but reluctantly had to turn his head to block the arrow with fire. The flames and arrow collided mid-air, exploding in a dazzling flash that momentarily disoriented everyone. In that instant, Taolong saw the little girl's body transform into a small man-eating flower, burrowing into the earth to escape. Suddenly, a blade of light appeared by the rotund man's side, targeting Lu Jia's neck. Lu Jia's squinted eyes seemed to widen slightly as his flesh transformed into a greenish hue, hardened black scales appearing on his skin. The blade struck his neck, merely grazing the tough skin, and when he attempted to draw his weapon, it became stuck in scales. Lu Jia retaliated with a palm strike, the terrifying force sending the attacker flying, crashing into a distant tree. Chapter 54. The Dragon Gate Escort Agency. The escort must be seized. Part 3. Yan Yuanda retreated back to the carriage, and for a moment, the scene fell silent, save for the heavy breaths of the Soul Masters. Lao Lu, that guy? Lu Jia shook his head, most likely only lightly injured. And you? How much soul power remains? Half, unfortunately. That plant-type Soul Master escaped. The situation had not improved. Tap, tap, tap. 3 sounds emanated from within the carriage. The 2 exchanged glances, pondering briefly before Lu Jia lifted the curtain. Xianyu, who had been hiding inside the carriage since the battle began, emerged. Her expression, once filled with seductive allure, now appeared somewhat indifferent as she stood between the 2 men, scanning the surroundings. A pang of anxiety struck her as she realized Taolong was not among the living. But now, there's no time to worry about him. My 3 friends, may I request a personal audience? If it is wealth you seek, feel free to name your price. You may even take these goods with you. Terms can be negotiated. There's no need for this desperate gambit for our lives. Her voice was not loud, yet given the opponent's soul power, she need not shout like a shrew. No one responded, and the brief silence lingered. Xianyu produced a jade plate, infusing it with soul power, creating a circular barrier that enveloped the 3 of them. If negotiations cannot proceed, I implore you both to break free without concern for me. The only ones left with combat strength are 2. Miss, we can fight them. No. Even if we get past this hurdle, the enemy is evidently formidable. How much self-preservation capability will we have left? Since the first wave has already struck, it proves that the information has leaked. Who can guarantee that no one else will ambush us? But leaving you behind, do not worry about me. The moment the barrier dissipates, you must immediately separate and escape. You know the significance of these goods. As long as they are safely delivered, even if we all perish, it will be worth it. Taolong, concealed among the foliage, kept his eyes fixed on the unfolding conflict. Unfortunately, after the blade-wielding Soul Emperor was sent flying, he vanished, eluding even the gaze of the Sharingan. However, with Xianyu personally emerging to negotiate, the adversary's lack of response revealed their exceptional composure, indicating a high likelihood of success. After all, historically, bandits were known for their chatter. Aside from the audacious Chung Yao Jin who recited poetry, it was rare to hear of anyone who hadn't met with disaster. Suddenly, the formation of the 8 low-ranking Soul Masters was disrupted as numerous small carnivorous flowers erupted from the ground, fiercely clamping onto their legs. Underfoot, these flowers are poisonous. Help! Save me! Amidst the chaos, Those who fell victim to the fray were swiftly met with fatal bites to their necks. Some attempted to unleash their soul skills upon the carnivorous flowers, yet they managed to slay but a few while inadvertently injuring their comrades. The vast disparity in their levels rendered them utterly defenseless. Some cast desperate glances toward Xianyue and her companions, only to witness the barrier dissipate as the trio chose their escape routes, abandoning the cart in haste. 3 luminous arrows shot forth. But before they could reach their intended targets, the cart exploded violently. The shockwave not only flinging the low-ranking soul masters of the Wong Merchant Guild, but also intercepting the arrows. At last, a concealed archer leaped down from a grand tree, obscured by a dark cloak, and even in the moonlight, Taolong could not discern the gender of this figure. Soon after, the other 2 also made their presence known. Hee. With so many soul masters' corpses, it certainly aids us. The girl, appearing like a young soul emperor, resumed her earlier tone, though still somewhat disheveled. Her condition markedly improved from when she had been gravely injured. More small carnivorous flowers emerged, seeking the dead or the barely surviving, devouring them bite by bite. Butcher, you pursue Lu Jia. You should know his defensive capabilities well. Chang Yun, that damned scar man is yours. I will chase Xianyue until we find the goods. Do not kill. Among the trio, it was the little girl who took the lead. As the dust settled, Taolong rose, contemplating the paths of the fleeing trio. Where would the items be found? Reflecting upon the malevolent aura he had sensed from Xuanyue's soul bone, he realized that during the past 3 days with the team, he had made no new discoveries, and only the little girl had planted the Flying Thunder God mark. My choice is not solely based on that wicked woman's influence. Cloaked in a 9-tailed attire, his radar activated, he thought, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Xianyue sprinted desperately, relying on her soul-guided shoes as her lifeline. Her running form appeared somewhat awkward, her arms swaying to the sides, and her center of gravity wavering far less than that of an ordinary person, her chin tucked slightly down. Yet, despite her efforts, the undulations of her chest could not be concealed. However, this scene evidently displeased the little girl, as Xianyue could hear the sound of something scuttling behind her, relentlessly pursuing her. Pretty lady, please stop running and come play with me. Xianyue retorted disdainfully. You old hag, you must be old enough to be my grandmother, and flat-chested at that. Do you even know what a bra looks like? The little girl's expression contorted, as if struck at a sore spot. Hee. Those 2 hefty mounds must be quite a burden. I hope your soul power can sustain you as you run, little soul master. When the time comes, I shall personally grant you release, allowing you to feel unburdened. Xianyue gritted her teeth. Her talents were mediocre at best, and despite ample resources, nearing 30, she was merely a soul master with little combat ability. Her soul power was also lacking. At most, she could last another 10 minutes before exhaustion set in. Lowering her gaze, in that moment, Xianyue truly wished she could shrink herself. If there is a next life, I hope to sacrifice half of my cup size in exchange for soul power cultivation. As they continued their chase, the 2 veered off the main road and into the forest, where only ordinary beasts and feeble soul beasts resided. All creatures capable of posing a threat had been purged. Under the intimidation of the Soul Emperor, it was clear that no small beast dared to emerge to save the damsel in distress. Xianyue gasped for breath. Having never run so fiercely, her lungs felt as if they were ablaze, on the brink of bursting. At last, she stumbled, brought down by the weight at her chest, collapsing to the ground. In the next moment, vines ensnared her exquisite form, like ropes tightening around her, accentuating her curves. A deadly temptation. The little girl appeared, grinning broadly. Big sister, I've caught you. Are you ready to accept your punishment? Just as Xianyue intended to respond, a vine thrust into her mouth. Following that, thorns sprouted from the vine, tearing through her clothing and skin, deeply piercing her, as toxins flowed through the spikes in her body. Within moments, she succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 55, Taoman Escort Agency. The escort must be seized. Part 4. Taolong raced forward, but alas, the chase of a man after a woman is often hindered by barriers. Were it not for his breakthrough to soul respect, enhancing his overall abilities and the range of perception for the Flying Thunder God mark and its malevolence, he might have already lost his target. Xianyue had halted, sensing 2 overlapping Flying Thunder God marks, slowing her pace and shifting in another direction. Taolong too took a moment to breathe. If this continued, he would not catch up. In the forest, Xianyue, still unconscious, had yet to experience the joys of the new world. The little girl held a vine, deliberately keeping Xianyue face down, progressing at a leisurely pace. The path left behind resembled that of an ox plowing a field. Then, at the next turn, the vine lifted Xianyue off the ground. The little girl conjured two small carnivorous flowers, continuing to mark their route, while she and Xianyue veered off the path. The two girls, one gliding and the other floating, arrived at the base of a small hill where large carnivorous flowers reappeared, their petals half-charred, their overall hue much dimmer. Under the girl's control, the flowers opened wide, revealing sharp teeth, biting into the mountainside, gradually excavating a small cave just big enough to accommodate 3 adults. Truly, a diligent earth-eating flower. Xianyue was discarded within the cave. The thorns receding from the vines, and the toxins were drawn away. Due to the thorns, her attire was reduced to tatters, though the bloodstains did little to enhance the scene's aesthetic. Nonetheless, certain features remained half-covered, still providing a striking visual impact. The little girl declared with a chuckle, "Awake now. No need to feign unconsciousness." Xuanyue's brow twitched as she slowly opened her eyes. The pain and discomfort radiating through her body were nearly unbearable. Yet she refused to show weakness before her enemy, biting her lip to appear pitiful. However, her adversary, an aged lowly, remained unmoved by her alluring demeanor, indifferent to her plight. One could not help but wonder whether this constituted misfortune or fortune. "Speak, where are the goods?" "What goods?" "I already mentioned that you may take all the cargo. Why press me so hard? Do you truly believe the Wong Merchant Guild is easy to bully?" The little girl smiled, stepping closer, her small hand resting on Xuanyue's neck. The soul bone. A flicker of despair crossed Xuanyue's eyes as her last hope shattered. Yet, she was unwilling to accept her fate, far too young to perish here. "What soul bone? Such things could never be in our possession. You lot, slaughtering the innocent, robbing and pillaging. Do you truly believe you can evade justice? Do not forget, we have the support of the royal family. So, Miss Xianyue, do you and your Wong Merchant Guild truly believe that eliminating the Soul Master Team that exposed the soul bone will keep the information from leaking?" The little girl laughed heartily. "We are indeed no good people, but you need not put on such a saintly facade. It is quite disgusting." Suddenly, the vines surged upward, lifting Xianyue once more, and then they ripped away her tattered garments, exposing her bloodied body to the open air. The young girl lifted her head to glance, then lowered it again to peek at her toes. Her face darkened as she forcefully threw Xianyue to the ground. Xianyue fell, completely panicked, her hands hurriedly shielding her modesty. Pain and humiliation brought tears to her eyes, and she stifled a sob. Two vines stretched out once more, pulling her arms apart amidst her terrified screams. The girl sat upon her abdomen, her hands caressing Xianyue, provoking a series of sharp cries from her. "Do not dare intimidate me with your royal title. It is merely a small kingdom in a remote corner. If I were to eradicate you all here, who would ever know it was us?" Tears streamed down Xuanyue's face, yet she remained defiant. "How absurd. Do you truly believe that by slaying us all, the news would not leak? Can you truly ensure the demise of every single person?" The girl seemed to relish Xuanyue's disheveled and stubborn demeanor. With sudden force, she tightened her grip, eliciting a cry of pain from the woman beneath her. "Oh, I am quite curious. What do you still hope for? Among those low-tier soul masters, there is a disciple of the soul saint, Flinder, one of the legendary Golden Triangle. He is a genuine genius. I fear it won't be long before Flinder comes seeking retribution." The girl paused momentarily before continuing to apply pressure, as if intending to crush 2 large buns into small balls. "That lad is probably already inside my lovely little flower. The soul saint? Even if he is the disciple of the Spirit Hall's leader, he cannot save your life now. Let me ask you once more, where are the items? Speak, and I shall grant you a merciful death. Remain silent, and I shall tear off this bothersome thing, allowing you to experience true hell." The carnivorous flower's roots sprouted numerous vines, rising and floating. Xianyue felt her legs being pulled apart, her body forming a large letter. The peculiar sensation of the vines slowly crawling along her body made her eyes widen in horror, and she gasped no. The girl laughed heartily. "Do not worry. I will not let you die until you reveal the whereabouts of the soul bone. It is just us here, and we can play slowly. A vine forced its way into Huo Yuhao's mouth, rendering her unable to even bite her tongue. Outside the cave, Taolong operated his malicious radar, carefully avoiding the sentinels left by the young girl. The light could not penetrate the cave, and even with his Sharingan, he could not discern what was occurring inside. How unfortunate! However, the familiar screams emanating from within indicated that it was far from a peaceful conversation between two women. Clearly, it was a one-sided beating. Taolong surveyed his surroundings. The girl had left numerous small carnivorous flowers outside. In any direction he moved, a few more steps would lead to his discovery. Yet, time did not permit him to strategize. If he did not hurry, Xianyue might truly perish inside. Although the woman was somewhat disagreeable, it would indeed be a pity for her to die like this. Moreover, it was not just the three who came to rob. Taolong himself wanted to know the location of that soul bone. The screams from within the cave abruptly ceased. No way, did she really kill her? Taolong no longer hesitated, leaping from the branch and heading straight for the cave. As small carnivorous flowers lunged at him like rabid dogs, they were sent flying by the three tails of his protective beast. The girl halted her actions, releasing her grip and turning her head. I didn't expect there to be a survivor. The pain in Xianyue's chest suddenly lessened, and she emitted muffled sounds, her face smeared with blood and tears. Upon hearing the girl's words, her large eyes sparkled with unexpected hope. She could hardly believe Taolong had truly survived and come to rescue her. Big-chested girl, you're not dead, are you? I'm here to save you. Chapter 56. Taoman Escort Agency. I do not know how many girls have fantasized about their soulmate being a heroic figure who will one day come and marry them, overcoming countless hardships, all for them. Yet in reality, your boyfriend is most likely just a werewolf player, albeit a remarkable one. One day, he will don the garb of a prophet, using all his eloquence, risking being voted out, jumping courageously, all to win you over. Taolong was now on his way to rescue Xianyue. The cave entrance was small, and Taolong did not enter himself. The three robust tails behind him acted as the vanguard, completely blocking the entrance as they surged into the cave. The girl had not anticipated this scene. She had prepared an ambush, and a carnivorous flower spat acidic liquid onto the foxtail, but the effect was negligible. Instead, two foxtails ensnared the carnivorous flower, while the third lunged at the girl. Frowning, the girl transformed her body into plant matter, burrowing underground to evade the attack. The foxtail continued to delve deeper, attempting to pull Xianyue out. Outside the cave, Taolong felt the ground beneath him shift as carnivorous flowers and vines broke through the soil, wrapping around him layer by layer. He swiped with his claws, but alas, he could not match the speed of their growth. Within seconds, he found himself tightly bound, though the three tails never faltered in their defense. The girl emerged from underground, gazing at the fool who had walked into her trap. She attempted to retract the giant carnivorous flower, but to no avail. TSK, handsome young man. So, the disciple of the soul saint that woman spoke of as you. I didn't expect you to still be alive. I'd already mourned for you. What a waste of effort. Taolong, observing the shameful binding of the vines on his body, seemed to discover something new. Could it be that Xianyue had been bound in a similar manner? Imagining that scene, he sniffed, feeling a certain thrill. However, the one before him was far from appealing. Taolong looked up at the sky. The stars in this world were larger and brighter than those he had seen in his rural hometown. If he stood at a high vantage point, they would seem to be right before his face. The stars are beautiful. The girl seemed slightly surprised. You have quite an appreciation for the finer things, young man. Would you like to come home with me? I can show you even more entertaining things. You should look up at the stars more often. Why? Because your mother is up there winking at you. The girl's expression darkened instantly. Are you seeking death? Taolong smiled. Indeed, you should hurry and act. Instead of pretending to be a young girl, I would rather find a quiet place to escape. Then I shall grant your wish. The vines suddenly tightened. Even as a soul emperor, her control was significantly stronger than Tang San's, even if she were not her best. Without the protection of the tails, Taolong immediately felt his bones creak and crack. The girl laughed heartily. If you beg for mercy now and agree to serve me as a slave for life, I shall let you go. What do you say? Taolong gritted his teeth. A toad wishes to eat the meat of a handsome dragon. Suddenly, he looked up, his Sharingan activated, and then he vanished. The girl was startled, but suddenly felt a sharp pain in her head, halting her next move. Then, she felt a chill around her neck, as if something had fallen off. The falling head descended lower and lower until, from between her legs, she saw Taolong. The thoughts of that wretched girl ceased permanently. Taolong retracted the water gate, halberd in his hand, channeling energy in both hands as he aimed at the girl's body. Spiral sphere, a larger spiral sphere, until it struck the ground, leaving nothing but remnants, no longer recognizable as a human form. The malice that once permeated perception has entirely dissipated, coinciding with the demise of the little girl. All the carnivorous flowers, regardless of their size, have vanished. Huh! Taolong gasped for breath, having never encountered an opponent of such caliber before. After severing the foe with a single strike, he dared not pause, delivering successive blows. Additionally, he found himself unaccustomed to the sensation of obliterating remains. As the dust settled, Xianyu was pleasantly surprised to discover that the vines binding her had disappeared. A wave of relief washed over her, and she attempted to rise, only to realize that her entire body felt as though it lacked strength. Taolong entered the cave, his Sharingan now closed. The dimness made it difficult for him to see clearly. "Hey, if you're still alive, make a sound," he called out. A tearful voice responded. "I'm here." Taolong discerned Xianyu sprawled on the ground and crouched down, intending to help her up. Unexpectedly, she lunged into his embrace, knocking him down and weeping uncontrollably. Listening to this mature woman sob in such a manner stirred a sense of pity within him. He gently patted her head while wrapping his other arm around her. Realizing that Xianyu's clothing was in tatters, Taolong's gaze involuntarily lowered. Activating his Sharingan, he scrutinized her form. Oblivious to her state when she first fell into his arms, she now recoiled, curling into herself and shielding her body with her hands. You mustn't look. Turn away." Taolong chuckled, his eyes widening as he observed Xianyu's futile attempts to conceal herself, unable to suppress his swallow. "Sister Xianyu, you are truly beautiful," he exclaimed sincerely. "What are you suddenly saying?" Xianyu felt her face flush. If there had been a mirror, she would have thought herself a ripe Fuji apple. Taolong feigned a clicking sound, relishing the moment. After such a long time, he finally had an advantage over her, the notorious loudmouth. However, he knew she would not easily let him depart. In the darkness, he activated his Sharingan to gaze at Xianyu, unleashing a mental strike that rendered her unconscious. He laid her down and exited the cave, taking a few deep breaths while patting his face. Muttering, soul bone, think of the soul bone," he chastised himself for his lack of composure. He had seen far more in his past life. He shouldn't be so feeble-minded. He should think of those renowned actresses. What had he not encountered? Calm down. If he had a cigarette at that moment, he would have lit one to regain his rationality. After a long sigh, Taolong re-entered the cave and carried Xianyu out. Under the moonlight, the contours of her mature body appeared even more alluring, and his Sharingan captured every detail vividly. Soul bone, it was far less valuable than a woman. He mused, "Don't throw away a golden melon for a papaya." Then, Taolong bit his lower lip and, taking advantage of the moonlight, began to attend to business. Chapter 57, Tao Men Escort Agency. Escorting must be swift. 6. After searching thoroughly, he found nothing, and Taolong frowned. Xianyu had no space on her body to store soul-guiding devices, nor were there any within the cave. Such critical items could not be carelessly discarded. Could it be that they were not on her at all? Taolong pondered, reflecting on their journey, searching for any discrepancies. Wait a moment. According to many anime tropes, the mature female protagonist often conceals things in certain areas. Taolong glanced at the two prominent mounds separated by a deep ravine, contemplating lighting a cigarette for clarity. After a second of hesitation, he reached out once more. After a long while, Taolong gazed at his still, trembling hands. Why was there still nothing? He had searched so meticulously. Why was it so elusive? A gentle breeze wafted by, carrying the scent of a woman, filling Taolong's nostrils. Could it be that after all this effort, he was left with only these shaking hands? I refuse to accept this. Why is fate so unjust? Why do my efforts yield no reward? Taolong struck the nearby cliff wall with a fist, causing a stone to tumble down and land precisely on the woman. In the very spot he had just meticulously searched. Taolong froze, a cloud momentarily obscuring the moon. At this moment, a solitary man and woman were in the wilderness, the dark clouds eclipsing the moon, and a stone had fallen into the ravine. Could it be that heaven was indicating what his gains would be? Taolong swallowed hard. The effort a struggle. After all, Xianyu had shown no inclination to resist, having risked his life to save her. Surely she wouldn't. His trembling hand reached out again, and just as it brushed against Xianyu's slightly cool skin, he halted. Wait. When Xianyu exited the carriage, Lu Jia had lifted the curtain for her. If the soul guiding device was only transferred after the enemy's attack, then that was the only opportunity. At that moment, Lu Jia's hand had reached behind the curtain, unseen by those present, including Taolong and that archer. Xianyu had no intention of fleeing. She was merely bait. Taolong sighed, smacking his forehead in frustration. He had allowed his compassion to cloud his judgment, instinctively overlooking many details just to rush to save this woman. Now, it would have been better if he and recalled these specifics. For all he could do now was watch and not partake. Was this woman truly sent to torment him? Damn it! If only he knew the methods to cultivate the Sharingan, to utilize those advanced illusions, he could extract the truth about the soul bone from Xianyu's lips. Currently, Taolong could only employ 3 types of attacks with the Sharingan: a mental strike, a simple illusion causing momentary disorientation in combat, and the ability to amplify the hidden fears within an opponent or their inner demons. Just like that fool from Songhui Academy, scaring himself senseless. If he encountered someone like Tang San, who was forthright and honest, it might not work. Wait, perhaps it could be effective. Maybe. Those who are more powerful have experienced more, harboring more secrets. Among numerous events, only those that truly touch the soul are buried deep within. The more painful, the deeper they are hidden. For such individuals, the Sharingan might yield remarkable results. Yet now, Taolong remained conflicted. With Lu Jia and Yin Yuanda involved, he could only choose one side to pursue. Otherwise, no matter the outcome, he feared it would be too late. What if he was mistaken, and the soul bone was never transferred to Lu Jia, but given directly to Yin Yuanda from start? This trip would have been in vain. Sigh. He decided to head towards Lu Jia. Without long-range attack capabilities, it was better to confront with a blade. In this life-and-death struggle, there were no constraints on the battlefield. He could easily be kite-flied to death by that archer. Taolong sighed, assisted Xianyu back to the cave, removed his shirt, and draped it over her. Before leaving, he gently ruffled her hair before sealing the cave entrance and sprinting into the distance. On the plains, far from the official road and the forest, a fierce tiger was galloping, pursued by a shadow that maintained its distance, wielding a gleaming longbow, occasionally drawing and shooting, akin to a hunter chasing prey. Meanwhile, the butcher frowned. The portly figure ahead was veering further off course, having entered the woods. This direction brought them closer to the little girl, and he couldn't fathom the other party's intentions, choosing not to intervene. After all, they held the advantage and could converge sooner, gaining only benefits with no drawbacks. At this moment, the corpulent Lu Jia displayed an agility that belied his physique, moving with surprising speed. Occasionally, his tongue would extend to act as a rope, propelling him over considerable distances. However, after landing, Lu Jia abruptly halted, turning to fixate on a knife-wielding butcher. What no escape? The butcher's gruff voice echoed. After a moment's reflection, Lu Jia replied with a smile. Why should I run? Isn't it better to end you right here? The butcher retorted. Oh, you plan to kill me and then rescue that girl? You have an unwarranted confidence in yourself. Lu Jia declared, I've been fattening up for this day. Let me show you what I can do. The butcher let out a couple of strange chuckles before slipping into stealth. Unfazed, Lu Jia began to manifest hardened scales across his body, while his eyes widened dramatically, the pupils darting with keen awareness. Though the butcher wielded a knife, his attack style resembled that of an assassin rather than a straightforward warrior. Suddenly, slashing strikes materialized from all directions, landing upon Lu Jia. He crouched slightly to stabilize himself, raising his hands to shield his sides, silently enduring the onslaught. What's this? Aren't you agile? Move, twist and turn. Lu Jia ignored the taunts, even as some of his scales shattered and his reinforced skin bore scratches. Still, he refrained from retaliating. The slashes continued, and amidst the flurry of blades, Lu Jia suddenly pivoted, disregarding the remaining attacks. His tongue shot out and collided with the butcher's knife. Another ambush. The butcher's blade descended, deflecting Lu Jia's long tongue, and his form became ethereal as he rapidly shifted to Lu Jia's side. A soul ring illuminated, and the butcher's knife grew heavy as the muscles in his arm bulged. delivering a powerful strike aimed at Lu Jia's barely visible neck. This blow, no matter how thick the scales, would not be stopped. The butcher envisioned the head flying off, accompanied by a beautiful arc of blood, while the remaining body would resemble a fountain, creating a picturesque scene. Lu Jia's bulging eyes, however, turned in an uncanny direction towards the descending knife. His protruding tongue retracted swiftly, and without shifting his head, only his tongue shot out again with tremendous force. The prowess of that tongue was truly terrifying. Although the sharpness of his tongue was formidable, it was still flesh and could not withstand the butcher's heavy blade, merely buying Lu Jia a moment's respite. Lu Jia's plump left arm rose to shield his neck, his eyes widening further as he reached for the butcher's body with his right hand. The butcher, evidently caught off guard by the speed of Lu Jia's tongue, realized too late that the momentum of his strike could not be revoked. Gritting his teeth, he thought, as long as I can sever this fat man's head, I will emerge victorious. The human forearm consists of two long bones, the radius on the thumb side and the ulna on the little finger side. The Mohs hardness of human bones, including the skull, ranges between 3 and 4. What does this mean? Compared to diamonds or steel, human bone does not measure up. However, severing bones, especially those enveloped in fat, is no simple feat. The butcher's blade sliced through Lu Jia's scaled hide with ease, only to become ensnared in the surrounding fat. After penetrating the visible layer of yellowish fat mixed with white, it tore through fascia and muscle, encountering little resistance from the accompanying blood vessels and nerves. With 2 loud cracks, Lu Jia's bones shattered completely, and yet another layer of fat remained. A surge of agony coursed through Lu Jia, and he grimaced, his large eyes fixed menacingly on the butcher. His right hand had already grasped the butcher's body. The butcher, astonished, had anticipated a swift and smooth severing of the arm, but was disgusted by the thick layer of fat. Yet, he was undeterred. With his strength unabated, he was confident that he could still send the fat man's head soaring. In a moment of crisis, Lu Jia's 6 soul ring illuminated, causing 6 large, white bone spikes to protrude from his shoulders, sternum, hip bones, and kneecaps. With a powerful tug, he yanked the butcher closer, and 4 bone spikes easily pierced through the butcher's body. After all, not everyone possesses the luxury of such ample fat. The bone spike emerging from Lu Jia's left shoulder intercepted the butcher's descending blade. While it could not completely halt the knife, it successfully dissipated a significant portion of the butcher's force. Ultimately, the knife struck Lu Jia's neck, appearing deep but actually becoming lodged in the fatty layer, failing to reach vital arteries or nerves, what is commonly referred to as a flesh wound. The butcher was left with 4 gaping wounds, blood-red foam bubbling from his mouth as his lungs were punctured. Why can't you just lose some weight? Lu Jia bellowed, delivering a heavy slap to the butcher's temple. He seemed to hear the sound of his own bones fracturing, and the pain throughout his body suddenly diminished significantly. If only I had a layer of fat like that, he thought. With a thud, the butcher collapsed. Lu Jia gasped for breath, desperately using his soul power to stem the geyser of blood erupting from his left arm. The massive blood loss left him dizzy, and he sank to the ground. He tore off a large piece of clothing to bind his arm tightly, then retrieved a vial of medicine from behind him. With a pained expression tinged with reluctance, he uncorked the bottle and poured its contents onto the wound. As the liquid left the jade bottle, it became evident that it was a murky, viscous substance resembling saliva. In truth, this was the saliva of a millennia-old soul beast, the giant hook corruption scorpion, whose toxin would inhibit blood coagulation, while the antidote was its own saliva, renowned for its potent hemostatic and wound-healing properties. This small vial was Lu Jia's most valuable possession, a life-saving resource he always kept on hand. However, now, despite his reluctance, he had to prioritize stopping the bleeding. The thick liquid enveloped the wound like a membrane, and Lu Jia felt a burning sensation as the blood flow visibly slowed. The medicine was remarkably effective. What a miraculous remedy! Taolong had stealthily taken position among the trees, arriving just in time for the climax of the deadly confrontation. It was a tale of an unguarded assassin being relentlessly attacked by a meat shield. Lu Jia's injuries appeared no longer life-threatening. The question now was whether he would escape on his own or go to aid Xianyu, and what he should do next. If he were to rejoin Xianyu, the situation could become quite complicated. The pressing issue was how to ascertain whether the soul bone was in Lu Jia's possession. Should he leap out now and inform him that he was there to rescue him? Clearly, that was out of the question. What soul master would dare to come to the aid of his soul emperor? Beside the corpse, Lu Jia caught his breath, his soul technique-augmented eyes still scanning. Suddenly, he turned his head, opened his mouth, and shot his tongue toward Taolong's south hiding place. He had been discovered. Taolong quickly leaped down from the tree, fortunate enough to be at a distance sufficient to evade the strike. Lu Ge, don't attack. It's me, he called out, raising his hands in surrender. Lu Jia's expression shifted to one of surprise. He instinctively squinted his eyes, but his enlarged pupils could no longer narrow into a slit. Oh, it's you. I was worried you might have come harm. A genius is indeed distinct. Not only has he survived, but he has also arrived to rescue us. Taolong chuckled lightly, stepping forward with determination. It was sheer luck that he escaped with his life, unable to shake off his concern for you. He chose to follow at a distance to see if he could be of assistance. Lu Jia, enduring the pain, managed a gentle smile. Miss, you truly have an eye for talent. Brother Shaolong, I am gravely injured and unable to move. Please protect me for now. After I rest for a moment, we shall set forth to rescue the lady. All right, Lu Ge, focus on your recovery. I have already exhausted much of my soul power during the journey, so it is fortuitous that I can regain my strength. Lu Jia stood 10 meters away, and Taolong came to a halt, turning to sit down. Seemingly low on soul power, Lu Jia watched silently as, the moment Taolong settled, his mouth opened wide, and his long tongue shot out again. The tongue swiped through the air, but connected with nothing. Simultaneously, Lu Jia felt the wound on his neck reopen, pain surging through him as he shouted, unleashing his tongue technique to strike behind him. Yet again, it struck only empty air. His bulging eyes darted around, despite possessing a panoramic view and excellent dynamic vision. He was unable to catch Taolong's movements. How could he achieve this? This time, the carotid artery was severed, blood gushing forth, draining his remaining vitality. Despairing, Lu Jia pressed his right hand against the wound. He had no second vial of medicine, nor could he fashion a tourniquet from cloth to staunch the bleeding. With a thud, Lu Jia's corpulent body collapsed to the ground. He truly had no strength left. As the soul skill dissipated, his small eyes finally closed. Lu Jia glimpsed Taolong's legs appearing, but when he attempted to turn his head, he found himself unable to. Save the lady. Chapter 59, Tao Min Escort Agency. The escort must be seized. Part 8. Taolong stood beside Lu Jia's fallen form, his left hand gripping the water-gay halberd. Blood dripping onto the grass. A twinge of discomfort gripped his heart. Having grown accustomed to such events, it wasn't merely physical unease this time. Lu Jia's last words echoed clearly in his ears. He had slain him, taking his life, yet in his dying moments, Lu Jia had implored him to save Xianyu. Rest assured, Xianyu is safe. I shall escort her to the capital. Taolong knelt slowly, adjusting Lu Jia's body, securing his neck, which barely clung to his torso with a strip of cloth. Blood continued to flow, but the heart had ceased its beating. Without sufficient pressure, it would not be long before the blood congealed. Moreover, Lu Jia's blood was nearly drained. Taolong couldn't discern if Lu Jia's eyes had closed, but he brushed his eyelids gently, hands clasped in silent homage. This always smiling, squinting fat man would now sleep for an eternity. Taolong retrieved the severed arm and tore a piece of cloth from Lu Jia's clothing to fashion a neat bow. This is all I can do for you. Oh, and before I leave, I will dig a grave and erect a tombstone for you. To be honest, I was somewhat hesitant at first, but thank you for your decisiveness. Though it was given freely, it eases my heart. In the world of soul masters, I have unknowingly changed so much. Gathering his emotions, Taolong was not merely there to collect Lu Jia's remains. He began to search the body. Nothing. As expected, this rotund fellow was adept at hiding things. Just like that vial of coagulant. Yet, he had extracted that vial from his backside. Taolong hesitated again. Doing this was disrespectful to the deceased, and more importantly, would such actions jeopardize his chances with the ladies? Sighing, he proceeded, meticulously examining deeper. Still nothing. Could it be? Are they truly playing with me? I've gone this far. That item must surely be on Yin Yuanda. That foolish old tiger would be fortunate to escape. Xianyu, alas, is Navi. With a click of his tongue, Taolong stepped aside, wiping his hands on the butcher's garment. He had no desire to inspect another man's body. The young girl likely possessed nothing of worth. In this day and age, who would bring their entire fortune to rob others? Well, what comes as fortune? What goes as fate? Under the moonlight, Taolong carefully dug a pit, gently dragging Lu Jia's body into it. As Lu Jia entered the pit, his head tilted, dislodging something. Taolong paused, abandoning the corpse to pick up the circular object. It was a soul-guiding device. Lu Jia had concealed it in his mouth. Taolong was astonished. He realized he was still too young, having never considered such a method of concealment. He had thought his inspection was thorough, yet it seemed necessary to teach Xianyu this check as well upon returning. The ring was small, still damp with saliva. Taolong felt joy, not at all repulsed, wiping it on the butcher's garment and examining this treasure closely. By the way, does a soul-guiding device require a drop of blood to acknowledge its master? He mused. Indeed, the Wangxing Merchant Guild is quite affluent. This is the first time I have encountered so many valuable soul-guiding devices. Taolong tentatively infused his soul power into it. Suddenly, the ring brightened, and he sensed an internal space of approximately 3 cubic meters. Simultaneously, the ring began to expand in his hand, becoming large enough to fit around a person's wrist like a bracelet. Within the storage space, he discovered another soul-guiding device previously utilized by Xianyu that could generate barriers, over 5,000 gold soul coins, and a jade box. Extending his soul power, he enveloped the jade box, drawing it from the storage space. With both hands cradling the box, he was certain, through the box, he could already sense the lingering malevolent energy of the soul beast within the soul bone. Upon gently opening it, he found an irregularly shaped bone fragment lying inside. Taolong refrained from reaching for it. Instead, he used his foxtail to wrap around the soul bone and extract it. As expected, the foxtail encountered a potent corrosive poison that hissed and sizzled, continuing for 5 minutes before dissipating. Taolong scrutinized the soul bone, which was entirely black. He could not determine if it was originally like that or had oxidized. Holding it, he attempted to sense it with his soul power, astonishingly. It was a piece of skull. Wait, no, it was a cranium. Taolong pressed it against his forehead, focusing intently, planning to absorb the soul bone immediately to avoid any future complications. After a while, there was no response. Furrowing his brow, he tried the left arm bone. Then the right arm bone, neither worked. Then he placed it against the left leg bone, and suddenly it emitted a bright light. Taolong's soul power was violently drawn into the soul bone, which adhered tightly to the hair-covered skin of his leg, gradually merging with it. There was no pain. Only a wave of heat surged through him, as though the soul bone was integrating with his own bones, granting his left leg newfound strength. As the heat receded, a refreshing coolness replaced it. The backlash during the fusion caused no disturbance, which Taolong easily disregarded. This soul bone appeared to be quite compatible with him. This outcome greatly satisfied Taolong. He had feared that the hard-earned soul bone would not suit him. It seemed that heaven does not forsake those who strive diligently. Calming himself, suddenly, he vanished, not by activating the Flying Thunder God technique, but transforming into a shadow, merging into the darkness. The shadow darted swiftly through the dark, surpassing Taolong's normal speed, and after circling the area twice, he reappeared in his original position, feeling only a negligible drain on his soul power. This is a skill attached to the soul bone, shadow walking. Can it traverse through darkness? Taolong nodded. As long as it is not an offensive skill, it is acceptable. Moreover, he had just tested it and found that it could partially penetrate underground. This indicates that while there may be limitations during the day, it does not entirely obstruct the skill's use. At the very least, it would facilitate travel. Most importantly, when Taolong stepped his left leg onto the ground, he realized that the soul bone could directly enhance his physical abilities. Satisfied, he nodded. This journey had not been in vain. The soul bone still belonged to him. It was time to seek out Xianyu. He wondered if she had awakened yet. Suddenly, Taolong remembered that Lu Jia had yet to be buried. He turned around, his movements becoming gentler as he carefully adjusted Lu Jia's tilted head and placed his body into the pit. After considering it, Taolong exerted some effort to enlarge the grave. Brother Lu, given your size, I imagine you wouldn't enjoy being cramped. This way, you can rest more comfortably. As he departed, he erected a wooden marker, grave of Soul Emperor Lu Jia. As for the butcher nearby, who cared for him? Chapter 60, Tao Men Escort Agency. A Must-Grab Escort, Part 9. The moon hung high, with stars twinkling nearby. The intermittent chirping of insects broke the silence of the night, which was already well past its halfway mark, drawing closer to the end of their shift. In the forest, Taolong galloped freely through the darkness, no longer troubled by traffic. He no longer needed to dodge trees and vines, heading straight toward the cave where Xianyu resided, moving at a much faster pace than before. Along the way, Taolong made numerous attempts. He discovered that after shadowing his body, he could summon his martial spirit without hindering the use of the 3 soul skills of the 9 Lama, even achieving a surprising effect. Suddenly, 3 foxtails emerged from the dark ground, easily catching anyone off guard. However, attempting to condense the spiral sphere would force him out of shadow form. This energy-releasing technique seemed to affect the stability of soul skills, but having a part of his body extended into the darkness would not impact shadow walking. In other words, he could extend his right arm to form a sphere without revealing his face. Taolong was confident that had he possessed such a skill in his previous life, he would have stealthily approached beautiful girls on campus or the streets without needing to show his face. Perhaps he could accomplish many things without being seen. Before long, Taolong had arrived at the cave where Xianyu was hidden. Gently moving aside the stones blocking the entrance, he stepped inside. Xianyu was still in a deep slumber. Perhaps one might say she was sleeping soundly. Her not-so-flat bosom rose and fell rhythmically, curled up under Taolong's outer garment. Her small legs and feet were faintly visible. Taolong gathered some wood to make a small campfire, its glow illuminating the dark cave and bringing warmth. Xianyu stretched out, and in the confined space, her feet almost reached the fire. Her thighs were exposed to the air. Taolong quickly pulled his legs up, hugging his knees, carefully avoiding contact with Xianyu's delicate form. His gaze remained fixated on her feet. They were naturally shaped, perhaps due to years of being a traveling merchant, with some calluses present. Taolong compared them to his own, noting they were about the same size. However, he was still growing, while she had already matured. Taolong kept his eyes on Xianyu's feet. Do not misunderstand, he harbored no peculiar interests, but dare not glance to the other side. This was not only due to the high peak deep within the cave, but also because his outer garment was insufficient to completely cover the voluptuous woman. In the dimness, he had not seen clearly, but now, with the fire lit, a fleeting glimpse made his heart race. Alas, to put it plainly, he was still timid, taking money from others and averting misfortune. 1,000 gold soul coins plus that soul bone would serve as his escort fee for this journey. He wondered what would become of the remaining Soul Emperor and Yin Yuanda in the end. Nevertheless, he would do his utmost to ensure Xianyu's safety. As dawn broke, the woman unconsciously turned over, but the hard soil and stones beneath her were far from the softness of a home mattress, causing her discomfort. Xianyu awoke with a start, hastily sitting up, the outer garment covering her slipped away. As her eyes adjusted to the environment, she suddenly realized her predicament, frantically grasping for the garment to cover herself, only to find it inadequate, making her feel increasingly awkward, especially resenting her ample bosom. For a moment, Xianyu stood frozen in place. "Are you awake?" Taolong's voice resonated from outside the cave. Oh, I'm awake, Xiaolong. Don't come in. Fear not. While rescuing you last night, I beheld all that was meant to be seen. Besides, there are pair of pants for you to find. Make do with those." Taolong chuckled, imagining Xianyu's flustered and mortified state, yet he did not truly enter. After a while, Xianyu shyly emerged from the cave. Taolong glanced over. Not too bad. Although the clothes were clearly ill-fitting, at least she managed to wear them. "What are you wearing like that? You robe." Upon exiting, Xianyu was met with the sight of Taolong bare-chested, sitting on the ground, prompting her to scream. Typically, she could maintain her composure even in the presence of several men, but having narrowly escaped death, she was still shaken, and the thin fabric of her clothing provided little sense of security. Taolong sighed, standing and turning around. His originally short sleeves were now tied around his waist, and he lifted the fabric to reveal his flamboyant shorts. "Not only am I bare-chested, but I'm also wearing my shorts on the outside. How's that, Lady Xianyu? Does this style not suit your taste? Or should I expose my shorts completely?" Put your clothes down," Xianyu exclaimed. Taolong observed her reaction, the corners of his mouth twitching, yelling so loudly, "Can you turn around and stop staring at me? You shameless woman. If you keep looking, I'll take back the clothes you're wearing." Xianyu quickly turned away, her cheeks flushed. I didn't expect you to be so bold. What are you talking about? Taolong couldn't contain his frustration. Xianyu, blushing, turned back, revealing a smile. Her grin was no longer the elegant one from the merchant convoy, but resembled that of a child, unpretentious and more comforting. I'm praising you, and you're not pleased? Don't just flatter me with words. Here's your chance to understand me better. Hey, didn't you already get to know me last night? Xianyu said as she approached, slowly embracing Taolong and resting her head on his shoulder. Taolong froze at once. The soft touch was quite a shock so early in the morning. He instinctively bent slightly. What are you doing? Speak properly. Why resort to personal attacks? Xianyu noticed his change in posture and tone, bursting into laughter, though her head remained buried against him. Taolong stood silently, feeling a coolness on his shoulder as drops of tears rolled down his body. Gently, he wrapped his arms around her waist. This woman's tears had likely been held back for a long time. Thank you. For what? Just remember to pay when we arrive. You miser. I'm completely broke. Can we consider an alternative? Hypocritical woman. Xianyu rubbed her tears on Taolong's shoulder and lifted her head, her large eyes seriously meeting his gaze. I'm being sincere. Taolong was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. The two individuals stood frozen as the morning breeze swept by. Xianyu took a slight step back, her long hair cascading around her face. What's wrong? Are you truly moved? Taolong snapped back to reality, scratching his head. Observing her demeanor, he realized she was genuinely untroubled. Let's go. There's a small river nearby. I'll take you to wash your face. I want to bathe. Chapter 61. The matter concludes on the official road. Two overlapping figures moved together. Xianyu's cheeks were flushed, her legs wrapped around Taolong's waist. As they drew closer, she could hear his heavy breaths. Hurry up. Taolong rolled his eyes, delivering a playful slap. If you find it slow, why not hop down and run yourself? Good grief. The leader of the merchant guild was woefully unfit. It didn't take long before he was too exhausted to continue. With no other option, Taolong was obliged to carry her. She was heavier than he expected, in every conceivable way. With matters still uncertain, time was of the essence. Along the way, they encountered a few travelers, all of whom regarded them with appreciative glances. Although the men couldn't discern Xianyu's features through her disheveled hair, they could tell from her figure that she was a striking sight. After receiving some friendly donations of clothing from the travelers, Taolong no longer had to provide public benefits. However, as nothing fit Xianyu properly, she remained adorned in her stunning outer garments, yet lacking in substance beneath. Finally, in the afternoon, they spotted signs of civilization. Both sighed with relief, grateful that no further misfortunes had befallen them. They veered down a narrow path leading to a village. The villagers were typically busy with work during the fresh morning hours, and mealtime came late. They were just now preparing their meals. Taolong took a deep breath, feeling his stomach churn. He could no longer identify which house emanated the most delicious aroma. He simply wished to address his basic needs. Xianyu abruptly pulled him along further into the village. Hey, just a moment ago you were too tired to run, and now that food is in sight. Where are you off to? I'm going with my sister. The villages along the official road often have family-style restaurants. I know a good one. Entering a tidy courtyard, they found a spacious room with several large tables already occupied by diners. The farmhouse was expansive, adorned with greenery to enhance the ambience. From a backyard, the sounds of chickens and ducks could be heard, while a woman in her 40s emerged, each hand carrying a chicken by its feet, and greeted them upon seeing Taolong and Xianyu. Xiaoyu is here. Come, sit down. What would you like to eat? Is it the same as before? Zhangjia, it's just the two of us this time. Please prepare a few of your specialty dishes. Also, Xianyu glanced at Taolong, then stepped closer to the farmer woman and whispered something. Taolong raised an eyebrow. This woman isn't trying to set a trap for herself, is she? He stealthily positioned himself at the door, eavesdropping. Zhangjia, could you buy me some undergarments? I'll tell you the sizes. Please take note. Xiaoyu, what's happened? I understand young folks can be reckless, but that doesn't mean... Please don't ask, and don't tell anyone. Otherwise, I won't bring anyone here again. All right. I won't pry. You go sit in my room. I'll fetch your clothing. The two exited, and Xianyu beckoned Taolong, leading him into the farmer woman's bedroom. I don't have any money, Taolong exclaimed, hands raised in surrender. Women's clothing is ridiculously expensive, and I'm not keen on wasting money. Besides, all I have is in the soul guide ring, and I can't expose that. Xianyu rolled her eyes. Cheapskate. This is our regular place. I've already set aside some funds. Taolong nodded and comfortably reclined in a chair. Xianyu sat beside him, her expression suddenly grave. Have you seen what happened to them afterward? Opening his eyes, his expression unchanged, Taolong shook his head slightly. Rescuing you took all my strength. If it weren't for luck, Xianyu sighed, knowing that despite Taolong's prowess, he was still merely a soul master. She realized she had unwittingly become too reliant on him. The topic fell silent. After their meal, amidst the curious gaze of the farmer woman, they departed. As evening approached, they finally reached their destination, the capital of the Balak Kingdom. From a distance, the sturdy city walls appeared far grander than those of Soto City, reminiscent of ancient fortresses visited in a past life. Before they could come closer, a group of burly men intercepted them. Miss Xianyu, the overseer has been expecting you for some time. Please follow me. Xianyu nodded and addressed Taolong. They are from the Royal Merchant Guild. Let us go. The leading man inquired. Who is he? What about Lu Pengzi and Lao Yan? He is my hired guard this time, and it was he who saved my life. We can discuss the rest later. Xianyu's expression darkened slightly as she shook her head. Inside the Royal Merchant Guild building, Taolong sat in the reception room, enjoying the attentive service of lovely attendants. He had initially intended to see Xianyu off before leaving, but the men blocked his path. Considering he had yet to receive the remaining 500 gold soul coins, he decided to stay. After waiting for an entire hour, Xianyu reappeared, accompanied by a rotund, balding middle-aged man who bore a troubled expression. Without much conversation, Xianyu led Taolong upstairs into another room. The overall decor of the room was neat and tidy, furnished with a sofa, an office desk, and a modest bookshelf with nothing else conspicuous. Please have a seat. Taolong made his way across the room and settled into the executive chair behind the desk. Now that we are here, it's time for you to explain what exactly is going on. Taolong's demeanor elicited a faint smile on Xianyu's sorrowful face. After a moment of silence, she spoke. You are aware that the Royal Merchant Guild has connections to the royal family, correct? I inquired before coming, but I didn't know who your so-called benefactor was. It's not much of a secret. The Royal Merchant Guild was established with royal funding. We are loyal to the king. This time, the cargo being transported is actually a soul bone dropped by a 30,000-year-old soul beast, the Night Stalker cat. The situation unfolded quite suddenly, and after a brief struggle, the soul bone ended up in our possession. Upon appraisal, it was found to be particularly suited for the second prince. Currently, it is a crucial time for deciding the next heir to the throne. Only if the second prince ascends can my faction fully take control of the Royal Merchant Guild without fear of being purged. Thus, your support lies with the second prince. Taolong nodded. Unfortunately, the news has leaked. Why the haste? Wouldn't it be safer to gather the staff and transport everything at once? Taolong inquired. Xianyu shook her head. Do you know which son the king favors most? Seems it's not the second. Xianyu sighed. It's the third. If we don't act quickly, once the royal decree is issued, that soul bone will truly fall into someone else's hands. Lu Jia and Yin Yuanda are already among the best in the guild, yet the news still leaked. What about them? Do you have any updates? Taolong asked. Lu Jia is dead, and Yin Yuanda is severely injured. Upon speaking, the sorrow on Xianyu's face became undeniable. What about the soul bone? Xianyu shook her head. Its whereabouts are unknown. Chapter 62. The return journey in the room. Silence enveloped them. Suddenly, Xianyu lifted her head and asked, It seems you are only concerned about the soul bone, showing no regard for their fate. Should I mourn for someone I killed with my own hands? Taolong gazed at Xianyu, his tone indifferent. As a soul master, naturally, I have an interest in the soul bone. As for Lu Jia and Yin Yuanda, I am not well acquainted with them. The profession of a soul master inherently carries a significant level of danger. I could very well meet an untimely demise in my next battle. How could I possibly find the leisure to concern myself with others? Upon hearing these words, Xianyu slightly parted her lips, seemingly unable to believe that it was Taolong speaking. Taolong, however, smiled and remarked, My lady, you must have a strong backing. You've grown accustomed to comfort. Have you ever taken a life? I suspect your soul rings were simply delivered to you by others who captured the soul beasts. Suddenly, Xianyu became much more aware. Initially, she regarded Taolong as a talisman, a protective charm. Despite his extraordinary talent, he was still merely a child. Later, after he saved her, the image of this boy in her heart grew grand, and she instinctively began to view him through a heroic lens. Yet, The reality is far colder. Few are the heroes willing to relinquish their flesh and wine for others. Xianyu turned her head and said, "Indeed. They are merely strangers to you, so distant that you disregard their lives and deaths. But what about me? Why did you take the risk to save me? What do I mean to you? A client, a wealthy lady. That is all," Taolong replied. "Rescuing you was merely a prearranged agreement. Are you leaving now? Settling the remaining payment and departing immediately?" A heavy silence ensued, with Xianyu remaining turned away from Taolong. She had sought some comfort, only to find herself doused with cold water yet again. She produced a delicate fabric bag, the sound of coins clinking from within, and placed it on the small table. "Be careful on your journey. Farewell." Taolong watched Xianyu leave, letting out a slight sigh. It seemed unlikely that they would have another chance to meet. Given that, it was better to be resolute. It was for the best for both of them. He picked up the fabric bag, removed the excess gold soul coins, and exited the guild building. Around the corner, Xianyu gazed at Taolong's retreating figure, tears streaming down her face. She returned to her room and was taken aback to find the coins left on the table arranged haphazardly to form two characters. "Rest in peace." Xianyu chuckled softly. How ugly. With a heart full of longing, Taolong soon left the city and activated his shadow movement. By the time the moon rose, he had arrived at the location of the cave. He had no intention of revisiting the past or reminiscing about his unspent fortune. In fact, before his departure, he had hidden a circular soul guide near this area, which he had long coveted for its storage capabilities. Although it was not as grand as Tang San's 24 bridges under the moonlight, it was sufficient for his needs. After securing the circular item, Taolong pondered before resizing it to the size of a ring and adorning his right middle finger. The journey that took him 4 days before was now completed in less than a day, and he found himself standing before the gates of Shrek Academy. Noticing the time, he realized he would arrive just in time for dinner, and thus made his way straight to the dining hall. "Little ones, your king has returned," he bellowed upon entering, just as all the little monsters were present. "Little dragon? Brother Little Dragon, you're finally back. Where have you been these past few days? Brother Little Dragon, you're back. What about the local specialties that Xiao San mentioned?" Drowned in a flurry of questions, Taolong thought for a moment before looking at the excited and bouncing Xiao Wu. "About the specialties. I'm sorry, Xiao Wu. I had a lot on my plate and forgot to buy them. Besides, let me have something to eat first. I'll share my experiences from these past few days." The whereabouts of Taolong during his break piqued the curiosity of everyone. They gathered around the table to listen to his tales. Speaking of which, he continued, "I acted decisively and saved that woman. At that moment, I remained calm and composed, striking a handsome figure, graceful as a willow. My demeanor was enchanting enough to leave the bandit awestruck. I saw her cowering and begging for mercy, and I made her call me daddy." Tang San covered his face. How had I not realized before that Brother Little Dragon could embellish so well? In contrast, Xiao Wu and Ma Hongjun were thoroughly entertained by his storytelling. The former focused on the heroism of punishing evil and promoting good, while the latter two admired the grandeur of his character. What happened next? Were the other two villains captured? And what about that woman? Did she offer herself in gratitude? Xiao Wu asked, looking displeased. "What are you two thinking about all day?" Taolong stuffed the last few buns into his mouth and raised his hands apologetically. "To know how the story unfolds, you must await the next installment. I'm off to sleep." Xiao Wu pouted. "Brother Little Dragon, that was too brief." "Huh, speak cautiously, lest I accuse you of slander," Taolong retorted with a smirk. "Xiao Wu, I have a riddle for you. If you can solve it, I will share the continuation of the story. If not, you must deliver breakfast to my dorm door tomorrow morning. Do you dare? I am clever and fearless. Speak." There is something that compared to Douluo, both Xiao San and I are shorter in length, yet he is the longest. What is this thing? Ah, really? Xiao Wu looked incredulously at Tang San. Tang San's face darkened. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing directly scolded. "Shameless." Ma Hongjun patted the disheartened Oscar on the back. "Second brother, how is it like living with them? Have you compared?" Oscar nodded gravely. "I hadn't noticed before. Dailao indeed has talent in this regard. I cannot compare." Dai Mubai maintained an air of nonchalance, as if to say he preferred to remain low-key. "So, Xiao Wu, can you guess?" Taolong inquired. "How could one even say that out loud? No way, it doesn't count." Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed. She anticipated that Xiao San. What is there to be embarrassed about? It's about the length of names. Dailao has 3 characters, making it the longest. Xiao San and I are similar in our 2 characters. It's quite simple, Taolong sighed. You lot keep scolding me. It's truly absurd. Just like today. My pure heart often makes me feel out of place among you. I'm off to sleep, he concluded, leaving everyone to exchange glances. Ning Rongrong quietly asked Zhu Zhuqing, what was your answer? I'm going to train, Zhu Zhuqing declared, puffing out her chest and striding out of the dining hall. Unable to endure Dai Mubai's teasing gaze for even a moment. Xiao Wu, with her curious eyes wide open, leaned closer to Tang San, whispering, third brother, I think. No, you don't think. Chapter 63. The second phase of training after Taolong's safe return, there was little commotion. The brief holiday concluded quietly. The master had already set the agenda for their second phase of training. Inside a modest hotel room outside Soto City's Grand Soul Arena, the master outlined the next stage of their training. Do you all understand? Once you obtain the Silver Soul Badge, this phase of training will conclude. The little monsters nodded, each taking the masks handed to them by the master. The masks featured the emblem of Shrek, perfectly fitting their faces. In one-on-one matches, you will use your designated titles. In teams of 2, you are free to form your own groups, but during group battles, you must compete under the name of the Shrek 8 monsters. The master assigned titles to each of them, and when it came to Taolong, he announced, Little Dragon, you shall be known as the Nine-Tailed Fox. Taolong frowned. Why does everyone associate my nine-tailed martial spirit with being a demon? When he first awakened his martial spirit, Su Yuntao had called him a fox demon. How unpleasant. Master, I do not wish to be called a demon fox. Oh, then what title do you prefer? What does 9 llamas mean? Llama signifies a profound compassion that treats all beings as a mother would nurture her own child, embodying the essence of supreme benevolence. A person possessing such unparalleled kindness is referred to as a llama. Taolong explained to the master compassion. Ha, little dragon, I didn't see that coming, Dai Mubai chuckled, patting his shoulder. The master nodded, finding the title quite intriguing, and thus it was settled. Next came the issue of grouping. I want to team up with Tang San. Little Wu exclaimed, reaching out to grab Tang San. Oscar clung to Dai Mubai's waist, while the remaining 4, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, Taolong, and Ma Hongjun, stood aside. Ning Rongrong initially wished to partner with Taolong, but was persuaded by the master to reconsider. Your soul power levels differ too greatly. Facing opponents at levels 38 or 39 would put you at a disadvantage. As a support-type soul master, you won't be able to assist Taolong and may hinder him instead. Reluctantly, Ning Rongrong stepped back and, seeing the other 2, decisively linked arms with Zhu Zhuqing, disregarding Ma Hongjun's resentful gaze. Zhuqing, let's form a team. Taolong patted Ma Hongjun reassuringly. Don't worry, brother, I'll lead the way. Just relax. Ma Hongjun shrugged off Taolong's hand from his head. Who knows who will lead? Just wait. I'll soon break through to level 30, and then who will be a match for Fat Lord? You just keep bragging. As night fell, the crescent moon hung high. Due to the city's lights, the stars were scarcely visible. The bustling crowd gathered from all directions towards the Great Soul Arena. In this era, without television or computers, watching soul battles had become a primary pastime for the affluent, aside from certain traditional forms of entertainment. The members of Shrek Academy attracted considerable attention as they made their way, donning 8 green, monstrous masks that, while humorous, grew eerie upon prolonged observation. After altering their titles for a fee, the staff arranged their matchups. Except for Tang San and Little Wu, as well as 2 support soul masters lacking combat abilities. The remaining 4 opted for one-on-one battles. The group parted ways, heading towards their respective zones, while Ning Rongrong and Oscar followed Dai Mubai and Taolong to spectate. Along with Flender, it was the weekend, and the arena was packed. The scheduling of matches was tightly organized. Taolong did not wait long before the announcer called his name. Next up, 9 Llamas versus the Mountain Axe. The Mountain Axe was a familiar face in the arena. Would today's opponent withstand his axe? Let's wait and see. Amidst the applause, Taolong stepped onto the stage with a burly man whose bare upper body was muscular, with thick eyebrows, a shaved head, and a few strands of beard framing his chin. Taolong was momentarily taken aback. Big brother, do you have a girlfriend? The burly man laughed heartily, kid. Judging by your voice, you can't be too old. What? Have you never been with a woman? Oh, please. I have far more experience than you have here. The burly man grinned, producing a large axe resembling a simple tool for chopping wood, unadorned and plain. Kid, with so many people here, don't say I bullied the younger generation. If you can take 3 of my axe strikes, I will concede this match. How about that? As soon as he finished, a chorus of boos erupted from the audience. Hey, you can only swing 3 times, right? Hearing this crude provocation, Taolong suspected the man employed this tactic in every match. The burly man, slightly embarrassed, thumped his chest with the axe. Enough with the nonsense. Are you accepting or not? Taolong sighed. All right, Cheng Yaojin, I accept. Who is Cheng Yaojin? The embodiment of love and justice. Just like you, even the colors are similar. The burly man, puzzled, said no more and hefted his axe. Charging forward. Kid, come and feel the love of my mountain axe. Taolong stood his ground, summoning his 9-tailed martial spirit, donning a chakra cloak, and activating his 3rd soul skill, Tail Guard. An opponent who only knew how to charge head-on was, in a sense, rather endearing. Mountain axe? You can only chop wood. You brute. His 1st soul skill, Colossal Behemoth. The burly man leaped, his axe suddenly enlarging and growing heavy, combined with his weight crashing down. Taolong remained unmoving, a mocking smile gracing his lips as he extended his right hand with a middle finger raised. Do you like my ring? 3 foxtails shot forth, intertwining above Taolong's head. Your axe isn't even as thick as my foxtails. How dare you call it colossal? The axe struck the foxtails, causing the burly man's wrist to tingle from the recoil, but was insufficient to penetrate the tail guard's defense. The 3 tails slightly contracted before rebounding, sending him back into the air. Kid, you have some skills. Watch this axe. 2nd soul skill, incomparable magnitude. Taolong looked on as the burly man's axe grew even larger, the blade nearly 2 meters long. It seemed less like the man wielding the axe and more like the axe dragging the man along. Boom! The clash of offense and defense erupted with a deafening sound. Chakra rapidly depleting as Taolong sensed the strike was significantly stronger than Dai Mubai's white tiger radiance. It still wasn't enough. Is that all? Have you run out of steam during the day and come looking for a fight at night? The burly man's eyes turned red, muscles bulging, veins protruding from his neck, and he let out a meaningless roar. 3rd soul skill, Mountain Splitter. The purple soul ring on the burly man shone, enveloping the massive axe in light. It can grow larger again? Taolong couldn't help but admire his opponent. Such size could be a disadvantage. However, to his surprise, after the glow faded, the axe returned to its original size. The burly man performed a 360-degree spin in midair and swung the axe down again. I told you it's not. Before he could finish, Taolong suddenly felt a fierce wind, a sensation akin to a blade slicing across his nose and forehead, within the barrier formed by the tail guard. A wind blade surged towards Taolong's face. Chapter 64, Soul Battle. In a moment of crisis, his pupils contracted, and the Sharingan instinctively activated. Shadow Step engaged. The tail guard formed a fortress, leaving no time for defense, but it could obstruct the audience's view. The shadow of Taolong's calf melded into the ground, causing his height to decrease abruptly, and he leaned forward, head down, narrowly evading the wind blade. A distinct white line appeared in the middle of his hair, as the intense wind pressure altered his hairstyle into a center part. Wow, does he want to kill me? Taolong gasped, steadying himself. The spectators had not discerned what had transpired. They assumed the burly man's 3rd axe strike was merely a counterfeit, neither impressive nor effective. Only Flender furrowed his brow, sensing a powerful fluctuation of soul energy. The 3 fox tails unfurled, revealing Taolong's form. The burly man lamented inwardly. The attack from his 3rd soul skill possessed formidable penetrating power, akin to striking a cow from behind a mountain. Usually, against opponents unaware of his abilities, they would be deceived by the first 2 strikes and fall victim to the last. With a sigh, he began to speak, but 3 foxtails swept up, one covering his mouth. MMM. Taolong glared with blood-red eyes at the burly man, commanding the foxtails to lift him and deliver a powerful strike downwards. Dong, dong, dong. After a moment, the host surveyed the blood-soaked arena and the unconscious giant, swiftly calling for a halt and declaring the victory of Taolong. Yet, Taolong did not cease his onslaught until the staff intervened, his crimson gaze finally fading. Flender had appeared behind him, inquiring about the recent events. Taolong exhaled, regaining his composure, and remarked, I was ambushed. I nearly fell here. Upon returning to the lounge, the next match featured Dai Mubai against an ordinary soul master, whom he defeated with little effort. After the match, the group convened, with Ning Rongrong expressing her concern for Taolong, who smiled reassuringly, assuring her of his well-being. The first night unfolded smoothly, with victories in one-on-one and two-on-two matches. Taolong and Ma Hongjun formed the Nine Phoenixes, facing two agile attack-type Soul Masters. Recalling his initial encounter with Dai Mubai's team, they adopted a similar strategy, seizing a corner of the arena. The opponent's assaults failed to breach Taolong's defensive stance, while Ma Hongjun remained hidden behind him. Even though the evil Fire Phoenix's energy was not particularly high, its attacks posed a significant threat to the defensively weaker Soul Masters. Taolong expended little soul power and won the bout, carrying Ma Hongjun off the stage. Now, only the team battle remained. The Master had completed their registration, and due to the late hour, their turn would be near the end. Ma Hongjun, half exhausted, dragged Oscar along, hoarsely demanding, "Hurry, I want sausages." Oscar, startled, quickly complied, asking, "Have you encountered a succubus?" Taolong waved his hand dismissively. "Overexerted, the treasury is empty." Oscar, with an understanding yet disdainful look, regarded Ma Hongjun. Xiao Wu blinked, not comprehending, but sensing the inappropriate nature of their conversation. Gathered in the contestant lounge to recuperate their soul power, Taolong, having expended little energy, was already seated, watching the matches unfold. The service in the soul fighting arena was commendable, with an abundance of sunflower seeds and peanuts, though a bottle of soda would have made it perfect. Perhaps due to the way he was snacking, Taolong's chair was suddenly kicked from behind. Turning to see a towering, muscular man, he wore a provocatively smug expression. Taolong furrowed his brow, perplexed by the man's demeanor. "What is the matter? Is my beauty so overpowering that even a mask cannot conceal it? What are you looking at? Seeking death?" As he spoke, the giant clenched his fists, his voice booming, drawing the attention of everyone in the lounge. Taolong smiled slightly, gesturing for calm. "Brother, please don't be angry. I was merely contemplating whether to slaughter the pig or the donkey first at home." The giant paused, then erupted into laughter. "You dare come to the soul fighting arena to talk about butchering livestock? Best head home." Taolong maintained a serious facade. "So if I go home, should I kill the pig or the donkey first?" The giant replied nonchalantly, "Whatever, just kill the pig." Taolong nodded in satisfaction. "The donkey thinks so too." The lounge erupted in laughter, inciting the giant's wrath, who hurled a punch at Taolong prepared. Taolong dodged and retaliated with a punch aimed at the giant's ugly face. "Stop! Stop!" A middle-aged man's voice boomed as he strode forward, confronting Taolong and the hulking figure. "Do you not know that fighting is prohibited in the soul fighting preparation area? This is the rule of the great soul fighting arena. If you wish to fight, do so on the stage." Taolong's fist hovered before the giant's nose, gradually relaxing as he patted the man's face and stepped back. The giant's expression darkened, but restrained by the middle-aged man's presence. He suppressed his anger and nodded apologetically before departing. "Ah, I remember now. This fellow is our opponent in the team battle, testing the waters. What was his name?" Taolong pondered aloud, but the middle-aged man interjected. "His name is Crazy Rhino, captain of the Crazy Battle Team." After a brief explanation, he turned to leave. The young ones finally seized the opportunity to gather around. Tang San was the first to speak. "Little Dragon, how did it feel to clash with him?" Taolong scratched his head. "Nothing much, just felt a bit greasy when I slapped his face." Coughing twice, Dai Mubai added, "We must remain cautious. They are not to be underestimated. If any danger arises during our match, everyone should immediately consume Oscar's mushroom sausages and vacate the arena." The Crazy Battle Team. Their name must have significance, Taolong speculated. "What do you have in mind, Little Dragon?" Crazy Battle. Perhaps they possess a soul skill that can temporarily enhance their teammates' ferocity and combat prowess. But such abilities undoubtedly come with severe drawbacks. Tang San mused, contemplating the nature of such a skill, though he had never encountered it before. "Indeed, it seems plausible," he concluded. With a grin, Taolong leaned closer to Tang San, whispering, "Little San, once we take the stage, what are you two plotting? Are you not allowing us to listen?" Ning Rongrong interjected, pouting at the pair. Exchanging knowing glances, Tang San and Taolong replied with a smile, "Patience. You will find out soon enough. Little Dragon has conceived a splendid idea, if all goes well. This match will be a breeze." The announcement echoed, signaling the entrance of Shrek and the Crazy Battle Team. Chapter 65. The Hanging Beam. Both teams ascended the arena from the contestant lounge. Taolong noted that, in addition to the 8 members about to compete, Two others from the crazy battle team were cheering them on, making gestures of slitting their throats upon spotting Taolong chuckling. He raised his middle finger in a gesture of friendly camaraderie. Among the opposing team, aside from a heavily made-up woman casting flirtatious glances at Ma Hongjun, the rest were male soul masters of varying physiques. Crazy Rhino was the most imposing among them, though certainly not the most lewd. It resembled a group engaged in a co-ed sport. The arena for team battles was considerably larger and far bloodier. Upon entering, the audience erupted in cheers without needing the host to stir the atmosphere, overwhelmingly urging the crazy battle team to tear their opponents apart. The Shrek and crazy battle teams arranged their formations. Shrek's side featured four soul masters at the forefront, with Tang San in the center, Ma Hongjun behind him, and the two support soul masters at the rear. In contrast, the opponents employed a 7-to-1 formation, centered around the heavily made-up woman, encircled by the men. The host, having received confirmation from both sides, began the 5-second countdown before officially declaring the battle to commence. As the countdown progressed, all 16 competitors activated their martial souls, illuminating the arena with a dazzling array of colors, eliciting roars of excitement from the audience. As the martial souls emerged, the competitor's soul rings also manifested. Crazy Rhino frowned, startled to discover that this seemingly inconspicuous team boasted top-tier soul ring configurations, particularly noting that the one who had provoked him possessed 2 purple soul rings. In contrast, their own side had only the woman who could be considered formidable. However, Crazy Rhino licked his lips, dismissing the concern, as he had faced similar opponents before, and they had been torn apart by his crazy battle team on the arena. The appearance of the purple soul rings momentarily silenced the raucous audience. In the next moment, the auxiliary spirit masters from both teams acted first, unleashing the disc of wishes and 7 treasures glazed tile. The fierce bull's knees buckled. The opponents from the 3 sects? There was no time for delay. Once Ning Rongrong's soul skill took effect, Taolong and Dai Mubai charged forward with fervor. Attack! Roared the fierce bull. Their side boasted 4 powerful assault-type spirit masters, unafraid of any direct confrontation. With a rhinoceros and 2 sheep against them, Taolong exchanged glances with Dai Mubai and intercepted the 2 opponents on the left. Boom! A decisive collision occurred at the center of the arena. The fierce bull widened his eyes in astonishment. He and another teammate with a bull spirit found themselves unable to gain the upper hand against Taolong. With their spirit powers surging, Taolong and Dai Mubai, despite being outnumbered, held their ground firmly, keeping their adversaries pinned down. Meanwhile, the controlling core spirit masters from both sides entered the fray. The heavily made-up woman wielded a spider spirit, spewing silk from her hands, which was incinerated by Ma Hongjun's flames. Tang San's blue-silver grass did not launch an attack, but instead coiled in front of him, steadily reaching upwards. The situation on the field clearly favored Shrek, although they faced a disadvantage in spirit power. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing successfully intercepted the 2 agile attack-type spirit masters with monkey spirits from the opposing side. Ma Hongjun's Phoenix Fire line continually targeted the Spider Woman, while Tang San's thick vines had grown to the ceiling, entangling the various lights around. The 3rd soul ring lit up beneath him, spiderweb binding. In an instant, the resilient blue-silver grass formed a web that descended from above, ensnaring the 4 powerful assault-type spirit masters, with the toxins from the grass corroding their bodies. The fierce bull exerted all his strength, but it was counterproductive. The white tiger's radiant wave tore through, and taking advantage of the moment, Taolong and Dai Mubai launched a fierce assault, leaving the other 3 opponents, aside from the fierce bull, sprawled on the ground. The Spider Woman gritted her teeth in frustration. The opposing spirit was evidently a strong counter to hers. She turned to the auxiliary spirit master and shouted, "Use your 3rd soul skill." The disc of wishes illuminated, casting 7 silver beams that infused the rest of the Berserker team with energy. With fervor. After releasing this soul skill, the middle-aged auxiliary spirit master leaped down from the arena. His spirit power was depleted, and he was no longer needed in the ensuing battle. With silver light coursing through them, the fierce bull was the first to activate his soul skill, stamping his foot on the ground, causing massive tremors that shattered the surface of the battle arena. The spirit masters who had previously been downcast now rose with bloodshot eyes, and with the Spider Woman's aid, they broke free from Tang San's soul skill, reuniting the 7 members of the Berserker team. Indeed, they had transformed into raging warriors. Tang Long returned to the group, accepting a mushroom sausage from Oscar, and looking up, he saw an aerial platform formed entirely of blue silvergrass. Ignoring the Spider-Woman's pleas for surrender, he turned to face the 6 ravenous men charging at them. The members of Shrek consumed the mushroom sausages and soared into the air, creating a rare spectacle that drew thunderous applause from the audience. The 8 of them perched atop Tang San's blue silvergrass, defiantly gazing down at the frenzied Berserker team below. The Spider-Woman's face turned pale. She never expected the opponents could fly. With a sharp cry, she unleashed countless strands of spider silk upon the scattered rubble, launching them into the air. Those enraged men, having nowhere to vent their fury, imitated her and hurled large stones upward. The Shrek team formed a line, with Tang Long at the forefront, activating his protective skill to shield the blue silvergrass, while the others showcased their abilities to shatter the flying stones. Debris scattered, with many stones striking the audience. The arena staff rushed to intercept the chaos, but could not manage the overwhelming onslaught, resulting in injuries among the spectators. The scene devolved into utter pandemonium. This time, not only the combatants were bloodied, but the onlookers too bore the consequences. Amidst a chorus of curses, 3 minutes passed, and the fervor dissipated. On the arena, aside from the Spider-Woman, the rest of the Berserker team lay motionless on the ground. The Shrek team descended with smiles, gazing at the solitary Spider-Woman's spirit master. "Shall we continue?" Tang Long inquired. The female spirit master sighed. "We concede." The announcer struggled to rise from behind the table, dutifully declaring the battle's outcome. Shrek emerges victorious. Unfortunately, no audience member had the leisure to applaud. Disregarding the chaotic scene, the Shrek team joyously departed. Their initial battle concluded with success. "Well done, Shao San. How did you come up with the idea to use blue silvergrass to create supports on the ceiling?" The master's usually stoic face displayed a rare smile, as this strategy exceeded his expectations of the young ones. Tang San shook his head. It was Shao Long who suggested it before the match. He anticipated the opposing team would employ a fervor-type soul skill. "Oh." The master turned to Tang Long, surprised that the boy could devise such a tactic. "Indeed, clever." Tang Long chuckled. Chapter 66. Is Rabbit Fragrant? Smoke rises, gazing northward at the land. The dragon flag billows, and the horse whinnies, the sword's aura as cold as frost. My heart flows like the yellow river, vast and boundless. Who can stand against me after 20 years of dominance? Upon exiting the grand battle arena, everyone was in high spirits. The master held their performance in high regard. Dai Mubai, with a sweeping gesture of his tiger claw, declared, "Let us go, brothers and sisters. I'll treat you all to drinks." Thus, Tang Long found himself standing atop a chair, singing exuberantly. The others watched in wide-eyed amazement as Tang Long let loose, reveling in the joy of the day. Even Zhu Zhuqing indulged in a few more drinks, her mind previously hazy, now sharpened by Tang Long's rousing voice. Xiao Wu gasped. "I didn't know Xiao Long could sing. I've never heard him before." Dai Mubai, filled with curiosity, remarked, "The melody is novel. I've never encountered such a style. It carries the momentum of a battlefield, with the clash of armies." Heh. Tang Long took another swig of wine. "I know plenty, but one must remain humble. After all, my only flaw is being too exceptional." Ma Hongjun and Oscar pretended to gag, while Ning Rongrong covered her cherry lips, giggling uncontrollably. Tang San sat calmly nearby. He had never seen Tang Long intoxicated in all these years. "Xiao Long, what else can you do?" Ning Rongrong inquired. Tang Long cradled his head, pondering. "I can compose poetry." "Compose? Poetry? If you recite it, for every line, we'll drink a cup." With that, he gestured toward the small lake in the hotel courtyard. The Daming Lake. Oh, how grand it is. A frog leaps with a poke. Ha ha ha. The initially expectant crowd was momentarily stunned, then erupted into laughter. Ma Hongjun, unable to maintain his balance due to his size, toppled over with his chair beneath the table. Tang Long glanced sideways, frowning. "Don't just laugh, drink. For this 7-character quatrain, you owe me 8 cups. Ning Rongrong struggled to straighten herself, feeling her cheeks twitch from laughter, and raised the wine bottle to drink deeply. "Xiao Long, if you can create such poetry, we'd gladly drink not just 8 cups, but 8 bottles." Tang Long felt challenged and pondered momentarily before gazing at the moon. The bright moonlight before my bed. Tang San's attention was drawn to this line, captivated by Tang Long's serious demeanor. Could it be that Xiao Long truly possessed poetic talent? In a moment of confusion, I chanced upon Xiao Wu's fierce glare. After much contemplation, the scent of rabbit in my dreams lingered. Taolong clapped his hands in satisfaction and was about to inquire about everyone's thoughts when a piece of cake unexpectedly struck his face. "Xiao Longge, you scoundrel!" Xiao Wu exclaimed, her cheeks flushed. The other boys erupted in teasing laughter, while Ning Rongrong gave Xiao Wu a thumbs up and Zhu Zhuqing regarded her knowingly. Casting glances at her and the third party involved, Tang San, feeling utterly helpless, reflected that in the past, he might have reacted to Xiao Wu's antics with equal frustration. But now he had grown accustomed to it. Indeed, Xiao Longge had not changed at all. After taking a sip of wine to steady himself, he noticed Tao Long swaying as he attempted to rise, only to have another cake hurled at him. With a resounding splat, it hit its mark. Tao Long quickly wiped his face, then playfully patted the fuming Xiao Wu in front of him. "No cheating, drink up. Great poetry, to drink. Cheer Ma Hongjun." The atmosphere lively with applause. Xiao Wu began to tremble with excitement. Xiao Longge. What ensued was a chaotic food fight. The group frolicked for several hours before finally winding down in a disheveled heap. Just before Tang San's consciousness faded, the last thing he heard was Tao Long asking, "Tang San, does the rabbit scent good?" "Delicious," came the reply. Tao Long patted Tang San's head, glancing at their inebriated companions, and shook his head. "You all can't even handle your liquor." Chuckling, he picked up the last bottle of wine, gazing at the moonlight cascading in the courtyard, casting layers of shadows. It was then he noticed that it was a full moon. "Ah," he mused, "I lift my gaze to the bright moon, bowing my head and longing for home." An empty bottle clattered to the ground, and he recalled a poetic phrase he once heard, which had been praised by a teacher when it adorned the beginning of an essay. "The places we cannot reach are called distant lands. The places we cannot return to are called home." Could he never return? Tears slipped from the corners of his eyes, and he lay down, succumbing to his inebriation. After a moment of silence, a slender figure sat up, staring blankly at Taolong. It was Ning Rongrong, whose capacity for alcohol seemed remarkably good. Where can he not return to? A gentle caress brushed against the man's face, smoothing his furrowed brow and wiping away the tears. It was the first time she had the chance to study his features in such quiet detail. His high nose outlined a graceful curve from the side, and his long eyelashes cast delicate shadows in the light. His youthful, fair visage bore strikingly defined angles. What a handsome face! Yet why did it seem to speak of longing? His lips seemed parched, she thought. A knock resounded at the door, and a hotel attendant pushed it open. Accustomed to the chaotic scene inside, his gaze quickly fell on the only sober person present. Upon seeing her, he froze momentarily. "What are you staring at? Hurry up and call for help. Do you expect me to handle all 7 of them alone?" The next day, as everyone awoke from their drunken stupor, their robust physiques and soul power left them feeling refreshed after a deep slumber, albeit with a rather unpleasant odor lingering about. The group resumed their training in the Grand Soul Arena, but due to Taolong's remarkable poetic talent, Xiao Wu had completely ignored him for an entire week. Moreover, during this period, Tang San and Xiao Wu spoke far less when together, and during competitions, they made numerous mistakes, causing Tao Long considerable distress. Several times, he contemplated intervening, but their synchronized retort of "shut up" sent him retreating. Truly, they showed no respect for their elder brother. Xiao Wu could be excused, but Tang San was a sworn brother, a fellow with a penchant for flirtation. After a month of rigorous training in the Grand Soul Arena, among all, the highest scores belonged to Tao Long and Tang San, with Tang San slightly ahead, having never faced defeat at the hands of Ma Hongjun. Tao Long's 3 losses occurred in 2-on-2 matches, whereas previous victories led him to face opponents nearing a breakthrough to the 40th level of soul power. Without employing the Flying Thunder God technique, and while still needing to support Ma Hongjun, he narrowly lost. The goal of acquiring the Silver Soul Badge was successfully achieved. The Serpent Lady. Chapter 67. The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus. After completing today's 2-on-2 soul battles, Tao Long found himself with time to spare as the match schedules of others were significantly delayed. Leaving Ma Hongjun to pursue girls, he wandered to the main arena, intending to enjoy the spectacle as a spectator. The main arena was grand and opulent, and at that moment, a 7-on-17 battle was taking place on the central stage, featuring opponents Taolong recognized. One side was their former vanquished foes, the frenzied warriors, with their gleaming bald leader shining brightly. The opposing team, while not uniform, boasted expensive attire, among which stood out a striking man and woman. The man led with a uniquely powerful martial spirit, a Tyrannosaurus encircled by blue lightning. His small, stout claws swung with vigor. This was indeed the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus, hailed as the strongest beast martial spirit in Douluo continent. The woman stood at the center of the team, surrounded by a green glow, her figure graceful. While not as voluptuous as Zhu Zhuqing, she possessed an alluring silhouette that captivated the eye. A green serpent coiled around her, creating a mesmerizing image of the captivating serpent lady. The frenzied warriors had been under relentless pressure, but now they charged toward their opponents with fervor, driven by a desperate will to win. The man at the forefront remained undeterred, confronting the frenzied rhino head-on. The impact resonated beneath their feet, causing greater destruction than the frenzied rhino's trampling soul skill. The battle remained stalemated for 3 minutes. Yes, in their frenzied state, both sides engaged in a relentless clash for a full 3 minutes. A fierce spectacle that drew the audience to their feet in exhilaration, ultimately concluding with the defeat of the frenzied warriors. Victory to the royal fighting team. A beautiful female host announced the result to the crowd. Within the Grand Soul Arena, large, translucent oval crystals adorned the walls, behind which dignitaries observed the battles. Reluctant to reveal themselves, Taolong scoffed, finding the audience's timid demeanor rather dull. Even the front row seemed hesitant to sit, robbing the experience of its thrill. Then, he noticed a myriad of young, beautiful women emerging from the private boxes, some appearing disheveled yet radiant as peach blossoms. Bah, a bunch of uncouth individuals. Why must they mingle during the match? However, this victorious team would soon become their adversaries, he mused. The leader, if he recalled correctly, was a disciple of the master. The strongest beast, martial spirit indeed, a worthy opponent. That serpent lady, was she named Dugian? Truly a respectable young woman. As the crowd moved, Taolong turned to seek out his companions. Days later, the Shrek team was welcomed into the office of the Grand Soul Arena's staff, where the profiles of the 7 members of the royal fighting team were laid out before them. Ah, so his name is Yu Qianheng, Taolong realized, glancing instinctively at the expressionless master. The familial system of the 3 great clans had its advantages and disadvantages, as their practices safeguarded the legacy of their top-tier martial spirits, preventing them from leaking outside. Consequently, apart from their family martial spirits, they inherently disdain other types of martial spirits. Even if a family member awakens a rather chaotic martial spirit, they will be promptly abandoned by the family, their status plummeting drastically. For instance, Master, as the possessor of the 3-strike cannon, must be acknowledged. Aside from his raw strength, he has indeed reached an elite level in the realm of martial spirits. Yet, due to his low prowess, the pinnacle of power is forever beyond his grasp. Master was born in an era that is both insular and flawed, where people can only perceive strength measured in fists, failing to recognize his true potential. Oscar, this time, come and watch the battle with us, Master suggested. Huh? Master, why? Oscar stood up perplexed. Among the opposing team, there exists a flying soul master. Your mushroom sausage will not have the desired effect. The martial spirit of Dugi Yin, the phosphorescent serpent, is formidable, inherited from a titled phosphorescent Douluo. Her poison will render your small sausage ineffective, Master explained gently, patting Oscar's shoulder. Taolong was taken aback. Phosphorescent Douluo? ISNT that the poison Douluo? When did the name change? Your talent is exceptional, but the adversary in this match is formidable. The arena battle greatly limits your 3rd soul skill. I hope you can comprehend, Master continued. With a sense of resignation, Oscar nodded and took a seat, somewhat disappointed. Taolong silently expressed his apologies, but was eager to test his strength against Yu Qianheng. Don't worry, little Oscar, when we return victorious. I shall treat you to a drink, he assured. Oscar soon regained his composure and looked at Taolong, saying, It's fine, but the opponent is quite powerful. Be careful not to get beaten up when you enter the arena. Intending to provoke his teammates, he was met with sudden silence in the room. Even the little monsters, faced with the significant disparity in soul power, lost confidence. Taolong slammed the table, crumpling Yu Qianheng's dossier and tossing it into the trash. The blue lightning tyrant dragon. I know not its strength, but during the competition, he is mine. Do not attempt to snatch him from me. Today, I shall reveal why the flowers are so red. Why? Ning Rongrong inquired curiously. Everyone step back. I am about to dazzle you. Why are the flowers so red? It fundamentally lies in their material composition. Whether it be red flowers or red leaves, their cellular sap contains anthocyanins derived from glucose. When acidic, they appear red. The stronger the acidity, the redder the hue. Conversely, when alkaline, they turn blue, and with a higher alkalinity, they become dark blue, akin to ink chrysanthemums and black peonies. When neutral, they present as purple. Taolong spoke fluently, thinking this segment rather superficial. The others in the room exchanged puzzled glances. Xiaolong, are you all right? Dai Mubai asked cautiously. Taolong froze, lowering his lifted arm with a sigh. It is indeed impossible for you to comprehend this with your intellect. To simplify, it means that the enemy's blood has stained the flowers red. In this match, we shall surely triumph, even if they are geniuses. Let's not forget that we are monsters. Tang San was the first to rise. What Xiaolong said is correct. Do not forget how many opponents with greater soul power we have defeated along our journey. They merely have a few more years of experience than us. Defeating them will prove they are nothing but gluttons. Taolong emphatically waved his hand. But what if we lose? Ma Hongjun questioned. We shall not lose. If by chance we do, we will just return and eat a few more bowls of rice, becoming even larger gluttons than they are. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong chuckled. Xiaolong, we do not wish to become gluttons. Then let us defeat the Royal Combat Team and turn them into gluttons. Chapter 68. The Royal Combat Team, once the little monsters rallied, each declared their intent to make the opposing team pay, shedding their earlier despondency. Master looked on with satisfaction at this scene. Since you have made your decision, prepare to take the stage. The staff at the Seoul Arena quickly arranged their combat match. After all, the sudden emergence of the Royal Combat Team had caused them significant losses, as the bets placed by nobles during a match were astronomical. As they entered, Taolong heard that familiar sweet voice introducing the two teams. Looking up, he saw a circular platform rising into the air, and indeed, it was the beautiful host he had seen last time. It is my honor to once again host the grand team battle at the Seoul Arena for our esteemed guests. Today, we shall witness a thrilling spectacle, with both teams boasting consecutive victories and no defeats thus far. Who will the goddess of victory favor? Let's await the outcome. Taolong sighed internally, noting the host's flamboyant gestures. Just speak. There is no need for all this theatrics. Does she not realize she is a person of broad-mindedness? Below, both teams were called to the stage. As the lights focused and the opening effects played, the grand doors on the southeast side swung open, and the Royal Combat Team and Shrek stepped onto the arena together. Taolong's gaze locked onto Yu Qianheng, who seemed to sense it, their eyes meeting. Then, Yu Qianheng noticed Taolong slowly raising his right middle finger, adorned with a ring. Baffled, he then shifted his focus to Dai Mubai, who, according to the dossier, was the strongest in soul power among the opponents. Ignoring me? Taolong frowned, wondering if he had not dazzled enough to stand out. On the central Seoul arena, both sides took their positions, and simultaneously, the soul power of 14 individuals erupted, summoning their martial spirits. The blue lightning tyrant dragon and white tiger roared in unison, their sounds reverberating across the arena, while the nine-tails martial spirit merely observed coldly. Two fools, Taolong disdainfully remarked, watching the two exchange barbs from a distance. From this angle, he noticed Dai Mubai's slightly yellowed fangs. Suddenly, Tang San's blue-silver grass wrapped around him, signaling that the Shrek team was ready for battle. On the Royal Combat Team's side, the brothers of the Xuanwu turtle stood at the forefront, followed by Yu Qianheng, whose right arm had transformed into a dragon-like appendage. Covered in scales and crackling with electricity, flanked by 3 soul rings. The alluring Dugu Yin remained at the center, while at the back stood the auxiliary soul master, a serene beauty named Yi Lingling, with a martial spirit 9-heart begonia, a pure healer, although her healing capacity remained unknown. Additionally, 2 agile attack-type soul masters flanked either side. If one were to describe them, none could surpass my charm, Taolong concluded. As the announcement echoed, igniting the atmosphere, Dai Mubai let out a fierce roar, charging forward, with Taolong closely following, as Ning Rongrong's soul skill took effect on them. The turtle brothers combined their shells, showing no fear, their yellow soul rings glowing, making their defenses appear even more formidable. Dai Mubai leaped into the air, his tiger claws aimed at the heads of the turtles, but unexpectedly, both retracted their heads into their shells, evading the attack entirely. In that instant, Dai Mubai struck nothing but air. Seizing the opportunity, Yu Qianheng unleashed his soul skill. Blue lightning coalescing into claws, aimed directly at Dai Mubai's chest. He too soared into the air, his right arm raised high. At the moment of impact, Dai Mubai's form suddenly shot upward, narrowly dodging the strike, which was not due to any agility skill, but rather sheer luck. Instead, behind him, Taolong struck the ground with both hands, and in midair, Dai Mubai concentrated white light, aiming at the soaring Yu Qianheng. Yu Qianheng intended to counterattack, but Taolong had already leapt into the air using 2 turtle shells, his dark claws lunging towards him. The situation shifted dramatically. Yu Qianheng had thought he could withstand Taolong's assault. After all, according to the records, his soul power was inferior to Dai Mubai's, and his martial soul appeared unremarkable. Yet, when faced with Taolong's onslaught, his instinct warned him that this claw was far more threatening than Dai Mubai's attack, and he could not endure it. With a loud crash, the two collided in midair, and Yu Qianheng's pupils constricted. He found himself at a disadvantage in terms of power. At that moment, he became a living target. The White Tiger's radiant light wave, unleashed by Dai Mubai, struck Yu Qianheng squarely, leaving him covered in white light. One of the Stone Brothers rushed to support Yu Qianheng, while the other seized Taolong's left leg, forcefully flinging him away. Meanwhile, the Wind Bell Bird Soul Master in the air activated her soul skill, Blade Wings, extending her wings to assault Dai Mubai. In a critical moment, Tang San exerted his strength, tightening the blue-silver grass entwined around both fighters, successfully helping them evade the attack and return to formation. Just as Taolong was yanked back from the air, a foxtail curled around and captured the Wind Bell Bird's Soul Master. Behind Shrek, Ma Hongjun had accumulated enough soul power, unleashing a torrent of phoenix flames. This was dire. Ignoring his own injuries, he urged the Stone Brothers forward to rescue the small bird ensnared by the Nine Tails. However, they could not outrun the evil fire nor traverse the fiery line. The attack from the rotund fighter struck Taolong perfectly, as he had just released his opponent with his foxtail. The phoenix, the king of all birds, had flames that countered the enemy's martial soul with formidable effectiveness. With a shriek, the furious bird was sent flying, scorched by its own rage. The Stone Brothers were incensed, but their speed was too slow, merely howling in frustration. Yet, adhering to their ancestors' relentless spirit, they continued to press forward. Yu Qianheng's expression grew grave as he halted, pulling the two back to defend. He had never anticipated that they would suffer losses right at the beginning. To press on alone could lead to their ultimate defeat. However, one misstep led to another. Taolong and Dai Mubai had already adjusted their stances and landed, their speed, aided by Ning Rongrong, exceeding that of their opponents. Could they simply watch Yu Qianheng retreat? With his third soul skill, web binding, Tang San acted decisively, completely intercepting Yu Qianheng. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, faster than Taolong and Dai Mubai, bypassed Yu Qianheng to intercept the teammates aiming to provide support from behind. Yu Qianheng swept his right arm, unable to break free from the web for the moment. Even in peril, his expression remained unchanged, for half of his face had been incapacitated. Yet, the urgency within him could not be stifled. They had indeed underestimated their foes. The series of coordinated maneuvers from Shrek were unlike anything he had ever witnessed. While the opponent's individual capabilities appeared far inferior to those of the Imperial Battle Academy, team battles were never won by individual strength alone. This was not a solitary battle. It was a matter of team honor. Surrounded by Taolong and Dai Mubai, Yu Qianheng's face bore no expression. With his third soul skill, Thunderous Fury, Yu Qianheng unleashed a millennia-old soul technique, resembling a thunder god, his entire being enveloped in electricity, his right arm bulking up, scales rising. With a sweep of his dragon claw, he effortlessly tore through Tang San's bindings, simultaneously deflecting Ma Hongjun's long-accumulated fiery strike. Before the might of lightning, the evil fire could not stir. Yet the assault was far from over. On either side, Dai Mubai and Taolong had formed a pincer movement. Despite the robustness of his arm, he could not fend off both sides. As his second soul ring illuminated, the thunder erupted from Yu Qianheng, a violent energy exploding outward from his core. The White Tiger's diamond transformation, tail guard, neither of them held back. activating their third soul skills to withstand the lightning at close range. Yu Qianheng was taken aback. This was already his most potent means of attack, and yet he could not halt these two. Even with lower soul power, the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex could not suppress them. What manner of entity was this Shrek? Taolong broke through the lightning faster than Dai Mu Bai, his dark claws ruthlessly clawing at Yu Qianheng's remaining handsome visage. I'm the most handsome man. Once again, they collided. Yu Qianheng raised his lone arm to block Taolong's strike. Both fighters stood firm, driven by unyielding momentum and an indomitable resolve, engaging in primal combat. However, the more they fought, the more alarmed Yu Qianheng became. The wild and paralyzing effects of his lightning seemed ineffective against Taolong. His crimson outer garment could withstand even the lightning, while the scales on his own arm were easily ripped apart in each clash. The dark wounds hastening the loss of blood and soul power. Once again, the lightning failed. Such flesh wounds would not normally cause him a bleed. Taolong's chakra was rapidly depleting, yet Yu Qianheng's strength had now surpassed his. Aside from his hands, 3 foxtails were also employed with exquisite precision, preventing Taolong from being repelled, firmly pinning him down, leaving him no room to maneuver. Qianheng, be careful, Du Gaiyan cried out in alarm. Though she had rushed forward as soon as the scene began to shift, she was still too far away to intervene in time. Yu Qianheng sensed something and turned his head, only to be struck by a familiar white light on his well-known face. The light wave unleashed by Dai Mu Bai, in the state of his third soul skill, was significantly stronger than before. Even after being diminished by layers of lightning, it successfully inflicted severe damage on Yu Qianheng. Spiral Pill. Seizing the opportunity while his opponent was distracted, Taolong formed a perfect sphere and struck it against Yu Qianheng's right cheek. The combined forces of the two propelled Yu Qianheng's mouth into a cherry-like pout. The proficiency of their slap technique caught the host off guard, instinctively causing him to touch his own face. How should one describe it? Both assailants appeared affable, like habitual offenders. Scoundrels, I will slay you. His voice turned shrill. Du Gaiyan had never witnessed such a sight of Yu Qianheng. How could she ever bear to strike him again? At that moment, Yu Qianheng's third soul skill had already ceased, leaving his head buzzing. Finally, Du Gaiyan erupted, her third soul ring illuminating, releasing a fragrant mist that surged towards the Shrek team. Retreat. Tang San, utilizing the crane capturing dragon technique in conjunction with the blue silvergrass, pulled their embroiled teammates back to safety, evading the purple mist. The agile attack-type Soul Master from the Imperial Battle Academy, having shaken off Zhu Zhuqing's entanglement, rushed forward to rescue Yu Qianheng, slipping back into the rear. Du Gaiyan gazed sorrowfully at her beloved, who lay unconscious and disfigured. Filled with indignation as she glared at the Shrek team, no longer intending to hold back, wanting to let them experience the agony of her poison. However, that one glance shattered her worldview. The purple mist drifting toward Tang San had ignited into fierce flames. Her poison had been neutralized. Even more astonishing, as the mist dissipated, a figure emerged, unafraid of flames and toxins, advancing relentlessly. Who was it that bravely charged through the blazing inferno, disregarding danger? Who had pushed Yu Qianheng to the brink of death, ensnared in despair? Yes, it was him, Taolong. Du Gaiyan's mouth fell agape as she stared blankly at the approaching adversary. Behind him, fire and light wove a grand backdrop, the scene both magnificent and tragic. As Taolong drew near, he looked at the entranced serpent woman, a hint of sympathy stirring within him for Yu Qianheng, for his woman was now drooling over my beauty. In the verdant mountains, a voice, cold and piercing, echoed. What are you all waiting for? Are you expecting him to run to me? In the hands of Yi Lingling, who was preparing to treat Yu Qianheng's wounds, rested a delicate pink begonia, adorned with vibrant white and pink petals, its beauty captivating. Suddenly, Du Gaiyan reacted, instinctively letting out a sharp cry, only to be choked by her own saliva. The Soul Master of the Ghost Leopard and the already healed Wind Chime Bird Soul Master rushed forward with incredible speed. They were momentarily halted by a single foxtail. The third tail quickly wrapped around Yi Lingling, flinging her into the air at a sharp angle. In midair, her slender form was fully revealed, her flowing blue hair tracing a rainbow-like arc clad in black, with a veil billowing before her face. Yi Lingling's demeanor shifted from one of indifference to a flicker of emotion in her eyes. She refrained from unnecessary movements, fully aware of her role as a dedicated healer. Feudal struggles would only exacerbate the situation. "Wow!" exclaimed the spectators on the southeast side of the arena in unison, as several thick blue-silver grass vines caught and secured Yi Lingling, bringing her back to the Shrek formation. Tang San observed this seemingly aloof young woman, noting her resemblance to the kind-hearted Zhu Zhuqing, yet distinctly different. Even when surrounded by danger, she exhibited no trace of fear or concern. There was no exchange between the two sides, as Brother Long was still under siege, controlling the blue-silver grass to cast Yi Lingling off the platform. Tang San felt a surge of joy. The opposing team had lost their support-type Soul Master, and with Yu Qianheng grievously wounded, Shrek's victory seemed assured. Meanwhile, Taolong remained huddled within his defensive stronghold, enduring a relentless barrage from the remaining members of the Imperial fighting team. Even the sluggish Turtle Brothers, who had been lingering on the sidelines, joined in the fray. Yet, despite Shrek's arrival, they failed to breach Taolong's defenses. The most formidable Ghost Leopard Soul Master resorted to using his third soul skill, Leopard Shadow Clone, infuriating the Shijia brothers. "Are you a fox or a turtle?" they shouted. "You're the turtle. Your whole family is turtles." They scratched their heads in confusion. "But my family is indeed turtles." Taolong gritted his teeth, suppressing his laughter, knowing well that he was a trained professional and would not succumb to mirth. These two turtle sons aimed to make him laugh to inherit his considerable debts. In truth, he was nearing his limit, chakra nearly depleted. His teammates were still en route, and his mind began to cloud. He pinched his thigh in vain, hesitating as he thought. "I have supporters too. Thank you, Prime Minister Dian, for your patronage. I often see your name and appreciate your continued support." Handsome Long, a new author, found joy in reading each comment and recommendation daily. Familiar and new names brought him happiness, even more than writing itself. Regarding additional chapters for tips, he had initially overexerted himself in his first attempt, realizing his health was at stake. Today, he wanted to write more, but failed to complete an extra chapter. "I apologize for my shortcomings," he lamented, feeling conflicted about what to do next. Consulting an experienced writer, he received the advice to add an extra chapter for everyone. 000 starting point coins donated. How should I put it? Donations are a gesture of goodwill, while extra chapters are a form of gratitude. Although I wish to offer additional chapters for every donation, I cannot meet such expectations immediately. Dear readers, please allow me some breathing room. As a novice author, I feel compelled to work hard, but the start of the school season brings many challenges. I hope for your understanding. I will strive to write more and improve my speed. Your kindness will always be remembered. I do not wish to turn this into a transaction. It is an affirmation of my writing. If there are those who wish to read more, I am naturally inclined to write more. Once again, he expressed gratitude to Prime Minister Dian and thanked all those who accompanied him on this journey, wishing them health, peace, and good fortune. He hoped everyone would support legitimate subscriptions and recognize the starting point as he awaited their support. As for the stress of donations, he humbly acknowledged it. Chapter 70, Victory, additional chapter from donations. Taolong struggled to impose such harshness upon himself. Alas, the last of the Tao family lineage had exposed himself today to take a beating. It seemed the pack of frenzied dogs outside had abandoned the match, intent only on ravaging his body to vent their frustrations. Taolong no longer had the strength to stand upright. He slumped down, lying on his side, hands clasped over his head, knees bent. A disheveled appearance was a small price to pay for preserving his dignity. Breathing became arduous. His body felt as if submerged in mud, resistance pressing in from all sides. His gaze grew distant. A roar erupted from the darkness, a colossal crimson beast leaping forth, its 9 tails rhythmically swaying, exhaling gusts of wind that brushed against Taolong's face. Is this the spiritual realm? He pondered, as the distinct red slit pupils of a 9-tailed fox gazed down at him. The creature lowered itself, opening its mouth to release a stream of black mist that entered Taolong's being, subsequently vanishing into the void. Taolong's eyes flew open, feeling a significant replenishment of chakra within him. What was that black mist? Brother Long, hold on, we are coming. Tang San's voice reached him as they engaged the remaining members of the Imperial fighting team. Taolong quickly straightened up, crossing his legs in a meditative posture, hands resting in his lap, palms facing one another, assuming an air of composure. From outside came a sound akin to a mix of a cat and a tiger's roar, and he instantly felt the pressure ease significantly. Seizing the moment, three fox tails unfurled, revealing only Shrek's members standing on the arena. While Yin had been bound by Tang San and unceremoniously discarded aside, all eyes turned to the spectacle. Xiao Wu hesitated before asking, "Brother Long, are you planning to sit here and meditate?" Taolong replied, "The match has concluded. Let us congratulate this miraculous team, Shrek." At that moment, the host, dutifully fulfilling his role, announced the event, and, as staff began to emerge, Taolong discreetly moved to the back of the group. Tang San untied the blue-silver grass binding, using his 8 spider lances to extract the toxins left within the opponent's body, in the haste to conclude the battle. He had utilized all his skills, including the martial soul fusion techniques of Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mu Bai. "Why?" Yin managed to rise, looking toward Tao Long with a question. "Why are you not afraid of my poison?" Tao Long paused, turning to reveal a radiant smile. "Because I have a mentor named Ning Kai-chen." "Ning Kai-chen?" She echoed, puzzled. "He is a death knight, and the undead are impervious to poison." Yin did not comprehend, but Tao Long had already departed, leaving her to gaze at Tang San, who was deep in thought. "Ning Kai-chen? I have never heard of him. What is a death knight? Is it a type of martial soul?" The members of the Imperial fighting team hurriedly exited, while Yu Qianheng, under Yi Lingling's care, regained his composure. As they prepared to leave, both fixated on Tao Long, Yu Qianheng's eyes burned with anger and resentment, while Yi Lingling gazed at him with admiration. This was Tao Long's interpretation, as the opposing team had clearly lost face and lacked the mood for post-match cordial exchanges. And no one from Shrek would seek to make a fool of themselves. Xiao Wu waved her fist, joyfully exclaiming, "Hooray, we have triumphed." The faces of the crowd were aglow with smiles. Upon returning to the lounge, Oscar promptly presented the sausages he had prepared earlier. This battle, particularly the climactic finale, had drained them of all their soul power and energy. "You were incredible." The Royal Combat team was thoroughly dominated, laughed Dai Mu Bai, collapsing onto the sofa. The martial soul fusion technique had left him utterly exhausted, and he now felt as though he were in a state of depletion. Upon hearing Oscar's words, he shook his head slightly, stating the opponents were indeed formidable. Had Tang San not restrained the enemy's poisonous serpent, and had Xiao Long not ventured deep alone to successfully eliminate the 9 Hearts Si Tang Soul Master, the outcome could have been uncertain. Ma Hongjun, reclining with his legs crossed, devoured the sausages with gusto, feeling revitalized. Dai, you missed witnessing that Yin when she encountered 2 individuals unafraid of poison. Her eyes nearly bulged out. It was hilarious. Tao Long nodded in agreement, glancing at Tang San. "Xiao San, I fear that Yin may inform her elder. The poison Douluo of our immunity to serpent venom. We must exercise caution moving forward." Tang San had not considered this, responding, "Understood, Xiao Long. However, as a title Douluo, they likely won't pursue us over such a minor issue." Tao Long shook his head. "True, they might not come looking for us, but soon enough, we will be presenting ourselves at their doorstep." At that moment, a handsome young man approached from the corridor, hastening towards Flinder and kneeling before him. "Dean, it has been a long time." His voice was infused with excitement. It was none other than Qin Ming, an outstanding graduate of Shrek Academy and the current leader of the Royal Combat Team. His arrival marked a significant turning point for Shrek Academy, indicating that they were nearing a state of utter impoverishment. The struggle of the financially challenged is indeed a relentless one. However, much time had elapsed. Observing the astonished expressions of his companions upon learning about Yu Qianheng being the master's nephew, Tao Long momentarily drifted into contemplation. How significant would his arrival be in altering their future? "Xiao Long, it is time to settle the soul fighting points. What are you pondering?" Tang San lightly tapped Tao Long, who seemed lost in thought. Master, Flinder, and the others had already departed. "Oh, it's nothing. I was just contemplating what to have for dinner. We achieved a great victory today. Should we celebrate with a few drinks? I could recite poetry for you." "Absolutely not." At the location for changing the soul fighting badges, after the points were settled, everyone successfully completed the second phase of training and received their silver soul fighting badges. Tao Long and Tang San, having amassed over 5,000 points, were awarded gold soul fighting badges. Oscar patted Ma Hongjun, teasing, "Fatty, what's going on? You've won so many matches alongside Xiao Long's second team, yet your points are surprisingly low." Ma Hongjun chuckled, his flesh quivering. His synergy with Taolong followed a specific pattern. One defended while the other attacked, and each match left him nearly drained. Furthermore, with group battles to attend, where would he find the strength for one-on-one fights? Over this period, he felt he had shed several pounds. Of course, his soul power had seen notable improvement. Ma Hongjun sensed he was on the verge of breaking through to level 30. Taolong bit down on the gold badge in his hand, feeling its substantial weight. Clearly worth a considerable sum. I'll show this to my grandfather. Chapter 71. Returning home ultimately at the dining table with Qin Ming present. Taolong refrained from indulging in his poetic flair, partly due to Tang San's vigilant gaze. The second phase of training concluded, and Master granted everyone a 2-month break, during which Shrek would prepare for relocation. The young monsters exhibited immense excitement for the impending holiday, contemplating where to seek amusement. Xiaolong. Sangha mentioned he wishes to discuss hidden weapons with our sect. I plan to return home to see my father. Would you care to join me? Ning Rongrong shyly approached Taolong, her beautiful eyes cast downward, unable to meet his gaze. Rongrong, you're quite biased. Both San and I are here. Why not invite us along? Xiao Wu teased, playfully shaking Rongrong's arm. The girl's face flushed a bright red. I'm not going. Ning Rongrong suddenly lifted her head, mouth agape in disbelief. What a coincidence. I also intend to return home. Taolong shrugged, truthfully curious about what the three sects might look like. Rongrong. Xiaolong mentioned to us yesterday his plan to return home. If you're eager to discuss hidden weapons, I can accompany you. Tang San explained on Taolong's behalf. Oh, Xiao San, you dense blockhead, come here. Xiao Wu dragged Tang San away in exasperation. Then shall I accompany you to your home? What would you do at my house? The journey is quite long, and you're too slow. We only have 2 months of vacation. Bringing you along would take up a month. Taolong frowned. With someone else accompanying him, he could not use shadow travel. For this reason, he declined both Tang San and Xiao Wu. You hurry. You're the fastest, right? Ning Rongrong exclaimed, kicking Taolong before running off without a backward glance. As one girl departed, another returned. Xiao Wu, fuming, declared, Xiaolong, you great oaf. I truly wonder if you and San are actual brothers. With that, she dashed off in pursuit of Rongrong. Taolong stood bewildered, turning around. A mere support character kicked me. I felt nothing. San, how do you plan to spend these 2 months? Tang San inquired, equally perplexed. I intend to craft some new hidden weapons. Or both blocks of wood. I'm made of golden silk nanmu, while you are but decayed timber. Taolong sighed, seeking to regain his sense of superiority. With such a rare vacation, won't you take Xiao Wu out for some fun? Rongrong will take her. I want to forge. Is forging really that enjoyable? It's quite satisfying. Especially when fully immersed, it also aids in my cultivation. San, you're still too young to grasp what true joy entails. True joy? Tang San queried, puzzled. It is akin to the bond between Guan and Bao, becoming a solitary traveler on a certain path. That is a man's true happiness. Tang San furrowed his brow, indicating his lack of comprehension. Then, Xiaolong, are you happy? Taolong, momentarily taken aback, suddenly lost the desire to continue his conversation with Tang San. He turned away, waving his hand. I'm leaving. I will try to return within these 2 months. If I'm late, don't wait for me. I will go directly to Tiando City to find you. All right, Xiaolong, please send my regards to Grandpa Jack, and be careful on your journey. With that, Taolong genuinely reported his travel plans to Master Flender. After the previous incident, Zhao Wujia had given him a rigorous week of practical lessons. Upon exiting Soto City, Taolong felt an overwhelming urgency to return home, activating shadow travel for swift progress. From the Barak Kingdom to Nodding City, he encountered no significant gatherings of soul beasts, allowing him to traverse the roads with impunity. Since expelling his frustrations from the mouth of the Nine Lama, combined with his recent training in battles, Taolong sensed an unarticulated surge of confidence in his abilities. After a day and night of relentless travel, Taolong arrived at his destination, invigorated and unburdened by fatigue due to his robust chakra and remarkable recovery capabilities. Saint Soul Village. The stone tablet continues to stand there, witnessing the ebb and flow of life as time swiftly passes, leaving one to ponder how much longer it will endure in its steadfast position. At last, I have returned home. The sun has just risen, and upon reaching the village entrance, the sounds of hard-working farmers can already be heard in the crisp morning air. A perfect time to toil in the fields. With the emergence of Tang San and Taolong, two renowned soul masters, hailed as the prodigious graduates of Nodding Academy in a century, the village has prospered remarkably over the years. Many young individuals have ventured into the town in search of employment, and merely mentioning their origin from Holy Soul Village garners the attention of potential employers. Little Long, you're back. Come home for breakfast. On the way, numerous villagers greeted Taolong, who responded with a warm smile, though he recognized few. Having spent little time in the village, none of his childhood companions were in sight. Instead, he encountered only some elderly uncles and aunts. The village paths had been renovated, now lined with gravel, making them somewhat uncomfortable to walk on. Yet they spared the villagers from muddy trails on rainy days. Pushing open the somewhat dilapidated wooden gate, Taolong stepped inside quietly. The garden still bore dewdrops on the vegetables, and a subtle earthy aroma wafted through the air. Indeed, the essence of high-quality homemade fertilizer. Who is it? A familiar voice called out, prompting Taolong to straighten up and look. In the morning light, a frail figure sat quietly on a stool by the door, leaning on a cane that he claimed could even break Tang Hao's leg. The elder's beard and hair had turned gray, and a lifetime of toil etched deep lines on his face. His slow, gentle smile accentuated the wrinkles, radiating warmth akin to the sunrise. "Grandfather, I'm back," Taolong said, grasping the old man's hand. Over the years, old Jack had grown too weak to lift his cane. "Little Long, you've returned." Kamui, I prepared something delicious for you." Old Jack finally opened his eyes. This past year, his vision had grown increasingly blurred, and he often felt a burning discomfort in his eyes, unable to shed tears. So, he chose to keep them closed when not engaging with others. "Grandfather, just sit here. I will take care of it." Taolong gently helped the elder to the kitchen door. "Grandfather, let me tell you, I am now a soul master with 3 soul rings. And the third one is purple. Quite impressive. My teachers and classmates from the academy helped me achieve this. My academy is called Shrek, which only admits exceptionally gifted students like me. Oh, and by the way, Xiao San and Xiao Wu have also become soul masters. They asked me to send their regards to you. I originally intended for them to come with me, but they were too slow, and Xiao Wu has quite the appetite." The academy had a total of 8 students, 3 of whom were girls, all remarkably beautiful. One was named Ning Rongrong, the daughter of a prestigious family, while another, Zhu Zhuqing, possessed a captivating figure. Old Jack sat quietly, listening to his grandson's chatter, nodding occasionally, his smile growing ever brighter. As a month gradually passed, each time Taolong returned, he could distinctly perceive old Jack's decline in strength and vitality. The elder's eyesight had worsened, and his memory had faded, frequently repeating questions about the academy and inquiring about any attractive girls. Taolong would always respond with a smile. "Grandfather, there are 3, but I'm still young." I haven't thought much about such things. Then one day, after asking, old Jack sighed softly and murmured, "I may not live to see my great-grandchild." Taolong's hand trembled, nearly dropping the plate he held, unable to contain himself as silent tears streamed down his face. Old Jack seemed to sense something amiss and quickly asked, "Little Long, what is wrong?" He was not a soul master. He only understood that they led prosperous lives. This old man could not fathom that what he thought was a mere whisper resonated like a thunderous drum before these formidable soul masters. "It's nothing, grandfather. The smoke is bothering me," Taolong replied, forcing a smile as tears mingled with the salty taste at the corners of his mouth. "I told you to ask Aunt Zhang to cook, yet you insisted on doing it yourself." Aunt Zhang, a neighbor, had been hired to look after old Jack during Taolong's absence. He had given her a month off upon his return. "It's all right, grandfather. I'll be careful." Time is relentless, and the years swiftly pass. Old Jack remained an ordinary man. Many of his old friends had already departed this world. The frail body found even a short walk out of his yard exhausting. Over the years, Taolong had brought back numerous valuable medicinal herbs. Fortunately, this was a wondrous world where these precious materials could keep old Jack healthy, but with his life nearing its end, regardless of the efficacy of the supplements, even the best elixirs could not reverse the course of life and death. After a lifetime of hard work, having served as village chief for half of his life, he remained in this secluded little village. He had never witnessed grand spectacles, yet he had a profound understanding of many matters. Throughout the years, every time Taolong returned, He endeavored to appear spirited, and when it was time for Taolong to leave, he never held him back, instead smiling and bidding him farewell, encouraging his grandson to strive for success. Old Jack did not wish to hinder Taolong, even though he now lacked the strength to do anything but sit. And even while conversing, he would occasionally drift off to sleep. Whenever old Jack slept, Taolong felt a pang of fear, afraid he might never again witness the elder awaken and call his name with a smile. In his previous life at school, he had often experienced confusion and uncertainty, waking up in fright during the night, unsure of what was real or what the next day would hold. Yet, the thought of his parents at home would always soothe his anxious heart, assuring him that there was always a refuge that would never turn him away. But one day, even the closest kin would grow old, and this scene unfolded before Taolong's eyes. Not only old Jack, but also his parents, whom he dared not think of or mention. Would they, too, grow old without the company of their children and grandchildren? Would they feel the same helplessness and fear? Little Long, you've been back for a month. When does your teacher expect you to return to school? Don't delay your studies. Grandfather, I don't want to go back. I want to stay by your side. Is that all right? The elder fell silent. I can cultivate just as well a home. I am now a soul master, and my pace of advancement has slowed. Do you remember Su Yin Tao? He is now at level 33. During this stage, it takes 1 or 2 years to progress to the next level. Once I reach level 40, I will return and ask my teachers to help me obtain soul rings. It won't hinder my studies. There's no need to worry about the academy. We've learned everything we need. The most important thing now is to enhance my soul power. I can also work at the Martial Soul Hall to help our village thrive, ensuring that everyone enjoys a good life. Grandfather, I know so much. In 3 to 5 years, I will guarantee that everyone in the village becomes affluent, enjoying feasts of fish and meat. Little Long, old Jack began. Grandfather. The elder attempted to rise, and Taolong hurriedly stepped forward to assist him. The two, one old and one young, slowly made their way into the inner room. The elder tapped a brick on the ground with his cane. The sound was crisp. Pick it up, he instructed. Upon doing so, Taolong discovered a box hidden beneath the brick, covered in dust as if buried for many years. Dusting it off revealed its true appearance, a smooth, dark object devoid of unnecessary embellishments. This is actually a soul guide. Grandfather? Old Jack coughed lightly and sat on the edge of the bed. Our village is called Holy Soul Village. Do you know why? Once upon a time, it was said that a soul saint emerged from our humble village. Indeed, the elder nodded, a nostalgic expression gracing his features. This tale was imparted to me by my father, yet the passage of time has rendered it hard for many to believe that our little, rundown village could give rise to a soul saint. Huh, what do those fellows know? This box, a treasured heirloom passed down through generations of village chiefs, is the relic of that very soul saint, a precious artifact safeguarded by our ancestors. 20 years ago, before my father's passing, he entrusted it to me, instructing that if another soul saint were to arise in our village, I should bestow the box upon him. So, you, the village chief, still adhere to a hereditary system? Taolong suddenly felt an urge to jest. Alas, my wife departed early, and I have not remarried. You are my only grandson. I believe in you, and I am certain you will become a soul saint. Today, I shall entrust this box to you. Taolong nodded, his curiosity piqued. What could the soul saint have left behind? Must the descendants attain the same rank to unlock it? Along with this box, a saying has been passed down. You must adhere to it. Grandfather, what do you mean? The elder responded. 500 miles north of the village and another 500 miles northwest, there lies an unending mountain range. At the foot of the highest peak, a river flows into a cavern. I have never been there myself, but our ancestral teachings dictate that each new village chief must inspect the site to ensure the river has not run dry. Should the river cease to flow, the box must be handed over to the spirit hall. Unfortunately, the future generations have not been diligent. It has been ages since a soul master was born, and we ordinary folk lack the ability to venture that far, which has led to a delay. Little dragon, you have grown up now. Please assist your grandfather by going there. This is the only matter I cannot let go of in my lifetime. Grandfather, I understand. Do not worry. I will return shortly after covering this distance. As he spoke, Taolong infused energy into the box, uncertain whether this ancient artifact would still function. To his astonishment, the box began to greedily absorb the chakra from within him, as if it were a bottomless pit. Damn it, Taolong exclaimed, collapsing to the ground. In a brief moment, all his chakra had been drained, The box seemed insatiable, reluctantly emitting a sound as it opened. Inside, he discovered 2 pieces of beast-hide parchment. The first parchment bore the uneven inscription of 2 characters. Posthumous letter. Chapter 73. This peculiar soul-guiding box had caught Taolong off guard, having drained all his chakra merely by opening it. A typical soul master would have perished long ago under such circumstances. Feeling an overwhelming emptiness within his body, Taolong abandoned his original plans and decided to postpone until tomorrow. "Little dragon, are you all right?" came the anxious voice of old Jack. "Grandfather, I am fine. Opening this box requires considerable effort. I will inform Aunt Zhang to come care for you tomorrow. I shall set out early in the morning. Now, let us see what the soul saint has inscribed." Taolong unfurled the beast-hide parchment. The writing appeared remarkably fresh, its origin from some soul beast unknown. However, the mere hide should not have withstood the passage of centuries without deteriorating. It must be the effect of this soul-guiding device. Indeed, this box alone is a treasure. The exterior and interior were pitch black, revealing the creator's lack of artistic flair, as there were no ornate carvings or embellishments. Upon opening, the first piece of parchment was a posthumous letter, while the one beneath it was a map. An exceedingly simplistic and abstract map. It was less clear than old Jack's verbal descriptions. It vaguely depicted the village as its center, yet given the passage of time, its utility remained uncertain. Taolong's gaze shifted to the soul saint's letter. What wisdom had they left behind? Posthumous letter in the year 2437 of the Douluo calendar. I, Soul Saint Qin Lu, a legendary figure from the village of Soul Village, reveal my name to you. As Taolong calculated, this transpired 200 years ago. "Grandfather," he whispered, glancing toward the elder, who had once again succumbed to slumber. Taolong silently approached, adjusting old Jack's posture and covering him with a blanket before stepping outside to continue reading. "This letter is intended for future generations. I hail from a humble farming village. At the age of 8, I beseeched my uncle, who had served in the spirit hall for many years, to assist me in awakening my martial spirit. To my great fortune, I possessed innate soul power at level 8, with a martial spirit of the Dragonhorn Bull. I entered the spirit hall and devoted myself to rigorous training. Over 52 years, I faced innumerable trials, ultimately breaking through to level 70. My accomplishments brought honor to my family. The villagers were filled with pride, and we relocated to the town. However, the good times were fleeting. The following year, a beast tide erupted, with countless soul beasts summoned by an unknown soul beast king, overwhelming human settlements. Wherever they roamed, flora and fauna were obliterated, leaving no survivors. The ground was littered with corpses. Anxious for my hometown, I sought my master's permission to return and defend it. The battles raged intermittently for 3 years, incinerating the town and claiming many lives, both soul masters and ordinary folk, known and unknown. Every inch of the battlefield was stained with a dark crimson hue. Many soul beasts perished as well. After countless encounters, I came face to face with their leader, a dragon of millennia-old cultivation. Though it was no match for me, it was cunning, avoiding direct confrontation. The assaults from the soul beasts were mindless. Most were mere fodder, low in rank, charging blindly with closed eyes. Yet their sheer numbers were overwhelming, akin to ants bringing down an elephant. Under my sagacious leadership, the soul masters erected high walls, dug trenches, and defended our position against the onslaught, never retreating a single step. Those beasts ravaged our fields, and in their desperation, resorted to consuming the corpses of their fallen comrades. Each night, the sound of their gruesome chewing echoed, stirring hunger in those who listened. The standoff persisted until the deities of the spirit hall intervened. It is said that they were true divine beings, with white wings sprouting from their backs, a halo of holy light above their heads, wielding the sword of righteousness. They ventured forth alone, battling the soul beast king for 3 days and nights, ultimately severing its head, painting the heavens in blood, and sending mournful cries across the land. I cannot comprehend why they did not act sooner. If they had, many lives could have been spared. Alas, who am I, a mere soul saint, to question the divine? From that day onward, the soul beasts fell into disarray. Without their king's command, they reverted to their primal instincts, engaging in a brutal struggle for survival, devouring one another. Truly foolish creatures, they did not even know how to flee. The ensuing conflict transformed into a feast for humanity. The surviving soul masters and civilians began to slaughter the soul beasts, hunting for soul rings, scavenging their remains, and seizing their young. Many noble families and esteemed sects seized the opportunity to acquire rare and precious soul beasts to bolster their own power. Undoubtedly, the greatest beneficiary was the Spirit Hall, for we were the main force in this war. I too reaped the rewards, with the greatest prize laid before me. That dragon. This cunning creature had left a multitude of soul beasts behind while attempting to escape unnoticed. However, it would not be so easy. I had long set my sights on it. The relentless battles allowed my soul power to surge, and I was confident that in 10 years, the world would witness the emergence of another soul, Douluo. The 8th soul ring would be taken from that dragon. My martial spirit, the dragon horn bull, already bore the bloodline of dragons, and the two would complement each other perfectly. Perhaps this would elevate my martial spirit to new heights. This is a once-in-a-century opportunity. Everything seems to be preordained by the heavens. I am indeed the favored one. I can only guess that this fellow has fallen upon reading this. I have broadly inferred the subsequent plot. It appears he is deeply obsessed, even boasting in his last words. As expected, the next line reads, "I have failed. Never did I anticipate that, until this day of my impending demise, breaking through the soul Douluo remains a distant dream. I truly do not understand where my initial confidence stemmed from. Damn it, it infuriates me. But that dragon, I have captured it. The hardships endured are unimaginable to outsiders. I gouged out its eyes, severed its limbs, destroyed its horns, and bound it with cold iron chains, imprisoning it in a mountain cave. I intended to keep it for myself, yet alas, the heavens are blind, and my cultivation has stagnated. Thus, I must write this book to pass on to future generations. If fate allows, they may claim it. If not, then the life of that beast should not be extinguished. Remember, this matter must not be divulged to those outside of our closest kin, lest it brings calamity. Should one fail to reach the rank of soul saint, do not venture forth. Do not seek your own demise. I conclude my words here. Take care of yourself." Taolong sighed in relief after reading the entire text. This fellow, at the end, still attempted to sound cultured, pretending to be an intellectual. However, this truly is a significant gift if that dragon still existed. For days prior, Taolong felt his cultivation had reached a bottleneck. Indeed, he had broken through to level 40, a speed beyond imagination. Even Dai Mu Bai is still quite far from level 40, and here I am, surpassing him, having obtained the 3rd soul ring in less than half a year, speeding ahead. Truly, I am favored by the heavens. Chapter 74. The quest had dawned the next day. As the light began to break, Taolong and Old Jack had already awakened. The elder, having risen early his entire life, was accustomed to it. After the grandfather and grandson had breakfast, Taolong went to Aunt Zhang's house to inform her to take care of Old Jack for a few days. "Be careful on the road, my dear grandson. I await your return. Do not worry, this is but a trivial matter for me." Old Jack sat at the door, watching his grandson depart, just as he always had. Suddenly, the elder began to cough violently, and faint traces of blood could be seen. Taolong purchased a considerable amount of supplies in town. Though it seemed simple, dealing with a dragon-type soul beast whose cultivation spanned thousands of years was not an easy task. I hope Qin invested adequately and did not source some shoddy, cheap chains. As for cold iron, perhaps Tang San understands, but I know nothing of such matters. Who knows if their quality lasts even 200 years? Surely they cannot be of worse quality than that stone tablet with handprints at the village entrance. The sun began to warm slightly as Taolong, holding the map from the box, set forth from Saint Soul Village to search for the dragon cave that housed the true dragon. Regarding the path, Old Jack spoke of, to be frank, Taolong's sense of direction and distance is rather poor. Such a person is colloquially known as directionally challenged. However, following the compass, he could still discern directions, not to the extent of losing his way even when climbing stairs with others. Yet, Old Jack's repeated mention of 500 miles seemed merely casual. After all, Qin's martial soul was a dragon horn bull, not a measuring tool. So the data is certainly inaccurate. Furthermore, with the passage of time, if luck were to elude him, a mere gust from the earth god could cause mountains to collapse. Burying the dragon that cannot fly. Let it be. I shall search slowly. If I find it, it is my fortune. If not, then it is my fate. According to the current realistic map, within 2,000 to 3,000 kilometers north of Saint Soul Village, there exists a substantial mountain range known as the Gaoqi Mountains. A discovery that significantly reduces Taolong's workload. He made a deliberate trip to the Spirit Hall to seek verification. According to the records within, the nearby terrain had not changed significantly in nearly 600 years. The destination for the first leg of his journey was thus confirmed. From a distance, the Gaoqi Mountains rolled majestically, and amidst the verdant hills, a pristine snow peak lay hidden. The melting snow nourished the grasslands below. This was entirely different from the small hills where he and Tang San used to frolic as children. Grandfather had said the Dragon Cave lies beneath the highest peak. As Taolong gazed at the snow-capped mountain, he recalled his middle school geography lessons, where he learned that for every 100 meters of elevation, the temperature drops significantly. Thus, it follows that only at a certain altitude does the snow line appear, forming a snow peak. This meticulous reasoning, so logical, truly reflects my brilliance. Tao Xiao, the elementary school detective, Terminator of episode 983. Alas, these cursed series of living years. I shall never witness the conclusion of Shinichi and Ran Together. Taolong suddenly cried out, clutching his head. Had I known, I would have sent those authors' blades to urge them to write more. I regret my past inaction. The surrounding animals fled, startled by this inexplicable bipedal creature. After venting his frustration, Taolong calmed down and activated his shadow movement. Heading toward the foot of the snow mountain. Life must go on. The tasks at hand remain unfinished. The mountains were surrounded by grasslands and forests. And upon entering the valley, a sea of green grass greeted him. Across the boundless expanse of grass, he could faintly see colorful dots, the unique flora of this world, represented by the blue-silver grass, which possesses soul power. Continuing onward, he spotted some wild sheep and cattle. Upon reaching his destination, Taolong circled the base of the snow mountain, but found nothing. With no other option, he searched comprehensively, spiraling upward like a double helix. By noon, Taolong found refuge on a sheltered slope near the snow line, contemplating life. Strangely, crossing this slope felt akin to passing through a portal. The climate abruptly changed. Snowflakes swirling in the piercing cold wind. A few steps further, and snow would cover his feet. I remember it was at the base of the mountain. Could it be that this mountain was merely a small hill 200 years ago, striving to grow and reaching its current height? This growth cycle seems quite unfair. At midday, the sun hung high, scorching the earth, and some of the accumulated snow began to melt into droplets, soaking Taolong's clothes and hair. The droplets collected, forming small streams that flowed down the mountainside, embarking on a journey to explore a new world. Most of them perished midway, settling in low-lying areas, mingling with grass and earth. Yet the droplets did not give up. They surged forward, and eventually, the fortunate ones broke through layers of obstacles, converging victoriously. They gathered into a stream, flowing freely downward. The relentless persistence of water. Who knows how many years it takes for the hard mountain walls to be carved into a path by flowing water? A flash of inspiration struck Taolong, and he instinctively followed the stream down the mountain. The wonders of nature are truly awe-inspiring. All along the way, the snowmelt transformed into streams emerging from the most improbable places, gathering, gradually enlarging, and becoming a small river, charging forward like a cavalry, exuding a magnificent aura. It truly echoes the ancient adage, with perseverance, even an iron pestle can be ground into a needle. This phrase encapsulates the spirit of unwavering determination while denouncing the despicable actions of ancient emperors who used needles to torture. Taolong followed the river to the base of the mountain, where he observed the water flowing into a crevice, disappearing from sight. Such a gap that can accommodate so much water must surely harbor extraordinary secrets within. Heaven does not forsake those who strive. Taolong's form melded into the shadows, slipping along the stone wall, swiftly entering to seek the mysteries hidden in darkness. The river continued to flow downward, shrouded in darkness, rendering visibility impossible. Taolong listened to the sound of the water, cautiously descending. This sensation was reminiscent of his previous journey through the Stardow Forest tunnels. Though then he was accompanied by 9 others, and now he was alone. The darkness obscured one's perception of time, and without knowing how long had passed, Taolong suddenly felt weightless, suspended in midair. He hastily exited the Shadow Realm and activated his Sharingan, quickly assessing his situation. He executed a midair spin, striking a graceful pose as he landed on the water surface. Indeed, deep within the snow-capped mountains lay an underground lake. The expanse was vast, and upon looking up, he estimated a height of at least 10 meters. Fortunately, he had mastered the art of treading water. Otherwise, he would have become a drenched dandy. Crouching down, Taolong dipped his hand into the icy lake water. He retrieved a fire starter and a compass from his ring, but due to the chaotic underground magnetic field, the compass spun wildly, offering no reliable guidance. What was he to do now? Taolong had no idea how vast this lake was or which direction to take. Standing on the water's surface, he could not sense the current. As he cautiously felt along the rocky shore, he noted the dampness and slickness of the surface, occasionally spotting peculiar moss-like organisms with strange colors, their names a mystery to him. The resilience of life astounded him. Surviving in such perpetual darkness was a testament to nature's tenacity. Yet, what of the dragon? After 200 years, if it truly was imprisoned in this underground lake, it surely must have perished from hunger. Speaking of hunger, Taolong patted his stomach and, holding the fire starter aloft, scanned his surroundings until he found a modest stone platform, just large enough for him to sit. From his ring, he extracted the provisions he had purchased: roasted duck, roasted chick, roasted goose, salted duck, soy sauce chicken, cured meat, and sausages. Fantasizing about this feast, he took a bite of the bland white bun, which contained a pitiful 2 slices of beef. Alas, he suddenly felt quite miserable. As he chewed, crumbs inevitably fell from the bun, drifting atop the water surface. After a few sips of water, his simple meal concluded. Sighing softly, his voice echoed in the cavern, resonating far and wide. Rising to his feet, he left a flying thunder god marker as a point of reference, ensuring he could find his way back. Just as he was about to depart, Taolong was startled to find that the bun crumbs had vanished from the water's surface. Had they been washed away? That seemed unlikely. If he could not discern the water's flow, why had he been wandering aimlessly? Furrowing his brow, he summoned his martial spirit, holding his breath as he sensed no malice. Reluctantly, he produced another white bun, crushed a bit of it, and tossed it onto the water's surface. Activating his Sharingan, he observed the spinning tomo in his eyes, fixating on the bait he had cast. He soon noticed a long, slender figure stealthily swimming beneath the water, approaching the bun crumbs with its mouth agape. With a swift motion, Taolong snatched the gluttonous creature from the water. It was an ordinary fish, which explained why the radar had not reacted. The fish's dull coloration became apparent as it flopped in his grasp, prompting Taolong to hold it at a distance, its bulging eyes wide with panic. He marked the fish and released it back into the water, hoping it would serve as his guide. As he was lost on this barren shore, as he sensed the fish's frantic movements, it darted through the water, and Taolong raced along the surface. Perhaps in its fright, the fish swam erratically, zigzagging until it finally paused to catch its breath. The water was at least 20 meters deep, the maximum vertical distance he could gauge from his vantage point. Lacking proficiency in swimming and hindered by the poor visibility of the underground river, Taolong dared not plunge into the depths. Encountering a water ghost would be terrifying, even if he could escape. The unknown often breeds fear. The little fish, having trembled for some time, finally regained its composure and began swimming toward a fixed direction. Taolong followed suit, losing track of time until he began to feel a breeze. The underground lake remained vast, but the rocky walls on either side offered more places to land. Now, when he extended his hand into the water, he could discern the current's direction, indicating that he was nearing a destination. The fire starter in his hand was nearly burnt out. Taolong, ever extravagant, had purchased only the finest goods. The shopkeeper had assured him that one would last an entire day. However, after such a lengthy search, he had yet to catch even a glimpse of the dragon. As the fire starter extinguished, the sound of rushing water grew louder. Even without following the little fish, Taolong had a sense of where to go. The cacophony of the water suggested a change in terrain ahead, perhaps leading to a small waterfall. Exercising caution, he refrained from igniting another fire. Sticking close to the rocky wall, he activated the Shadow Realm and sped forward. In less than 10 minutes, the lake's flow intensified, as if it had discovered an outlet, cascading downward. Taolong stood beside the waterfall, estimating a drop of about 10 meters. Behind the waterfall, darkness prevailed once more. Exhausted, he wondered if he would ever escape this endless lake. Cursing the sluggish fish, Taolong ignited a new fire starter and scanned his surroundings. To his astonishment, he spotted chains. Illuminated by the flickering flames, he discerned thick chains cascading from above, swaying ominously. The space behind the waterfall expanded significantly, the firelight unable to reach the ceiling, leaving its height a mystery. With a sigh of relief, Taolong steadied his breath, gathering his strength to hurl the fire starter into the abyss. This time, he beheld the truth. Not one, but 3 black chains descended from above, forming a triangular formation that converged upon a rocky platform. As the fire starter illuminated the scene, the chains began to tremble, and from the edge of the platform emerged a colossal head. It was alive. The dragon truly resided here, and it was still breathing. 3 long whiskers flanked either side of its head, exhaling puffs of breath while its eyelids remained shut, preventing it from looking around. Coral-like horns adorned its head, though uneven and clearly broken. As the dragon's head emerged, its lengthy body followed, stretching approximately 10 meters as it glided toward Taolong. After some distance, the furthest chain seemed to reach its limit, preventing the dragon from advancing further. A mighty roar reverberated through the cavern, the sound echoing against the walls in a haunting resonance. Taolong sensed its fury as the dragon's body thrashed violently, struggling to move forward. Yet the iron chains held it firmly in place. Another roar erupted, and Taolong was suddenly blinded by a brilliant light that pierced the darkness, momentarily disorienting him. From the dragon's body emanated arcs of lightning, gathering in the air to form claws that shot toward Taolong. But it could not see him, and the distance was great. The strike landed on the waterfall, unleashing an explosion of energy that momentarily disrupted the flow, vaporizing the water it touched and creating swirling mist. In the flickering light, Taolong finally discerned the dragon's form. Its body was covered in blue-violet scales, and its underbelly was hollow, for unsightly scars marred its form, with 3 chains binding its head, midsection, and tail. Even its tail was incomplete. As chronicled by Qin, what truly astonished Taolong was not the dragon's dismal state. In fact, the more wretched it appeared, the greater Taolong's delight. The dragon's visage was eerily familiar. Had he not encountered it recently? The Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex? Chapter 75. The Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex. The thunderstorm raged unabated. The Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex seemed intent on unleashing years of pent-up fury and resentment. In an instant, the vast, dark underground cavern became more luminous than the daylight outside. Thunderous claws struck toward Taolong. Unable to see, it opted for an all-encompassing assault. Waves debris and steam surged, transforming the once tranquil lake into a roiling tempest. Taolong wisely kept his distance, finally comprehending the significance of Qin's solemn warning in the letter. While reading, he had been puzzled by the absence of the dragon species. If it were meant to be a boon for future generations, clarity would have been preferable. Now, it appeared that Qin had refrained from disclosing it out of fear. He never anticipated that this creature would possess such audacity as to imprison a blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex. In the continent, dragon-type soul beasts epitomize strength. Their soul rings not only bestow formidable abilities upon soul masters, but can also awaken the latent potential of subdragon and dragon martial spirits, facilitating their evolution. Moreover, soul masters associated with dragon martial spirits are typically formidable figures. Whenever news of a dragon-type soul beast emerges, it invariably draws throngs of soul masters eager to hunt. The Spirit Hall is often at the forefront of such endeavors. However, should the soul beast be a blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex, even a Spirit Hall would take a step back. The reasoning is simple. One of the top 3 sects, the family of the Master, is renowned for its blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex martial spirit. Taolong was unaware of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family's stance toward a soul beast of the same origin as their martial spirit. Yet, the outcome would likely involve either captive hunting for soul rings or veneration. From the perspective of soul masters' interests, the former is undoubtedly more probable. Such a soul ring would possess a remarkable compatibility, yielding significant enhancements in strength. Regardless of the motivation, this family would pursue the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex with the fervor of a rabid dog, even at the risk of clashing with the Spirit Hall. It was no longer merely a matter of profit. As a symbol of one of the top 3 sects, how could it be allowed to fall into the hands of others? One could only wonder how Qin managed to conceal a true dragon here, employing such cunning subterfuge. A blue electric Tyrannosaurus rex with millennia of cultivation is not something an ordinary soul sage could subdue. No wonder Qin emphasized that juniors with insufficient cultivation should not recklessly approach. Should circumstances prove dire, reporting the information to the Spirit Hall could yield considerable benefits. Of course, failure could invite disaster. The adage that a poor child must mature early rings true. A humble background often entails greater hardships. And those who ascend to high positions through such experiences are indeed extraordinary. Taolong found himself underestimating Qin. Curiosity suddenly stirred within Taolong as he pondered what transpired in the past. Why had Qin not advanced to the Soul Douluo rank? With such temperament and opportunity, it was regrettable that he ultimately fell short. Alas, he could only begrudgingly accept this fortune. Thank you, Brother Qin. I shall ensure to burn more incense for you. Shaking his head, Taolong's subsequent dilemma was how to vanquish this dragon. He was no dragon-slaying sorcerer. Observing the chaos in the underground lake, he realized that his opponent was no pushover. Qin had been truly astute in incapacitating this tyrant. Had he not, Taolong might have needed several years to return. The profession of a soul master is fraught with darkness. Finally, the thunderous power subsided. After such a tumultuous display, it had worn itself out. The agitated lake began to calm, and to Taolong's astonishment, numerous charred fish floated to the surface, their bellies upturned. How could there be so many? The water's surface was teeming with fish corpses. Were they foolish? For over 200 years, even if this place was a habitual passage for these fish, they should have slipped by without lingering, instead of waiting to perish. The carp aspired to leap the dragon gate. But these foolish fish had chosen to enter the dragon's belly and become dragon meat. Quite the shortcut. Was something attracting them? Taolong frowned, realizing Qin had been quite thoughtful. Over the past 2 centuries, such a multitude of fish had perished, explaining the blue electric Tyrannosaurus rex's plumpness. It was indeed a fat dragon. Yet, after consuming fish for 200 years, wouldn't the fat dragon tire of its diet? Such a pity. Initially, Taolong had contemplated severing the dragon's food supply or poisoning it to cripple its body and torment its soul, ultimately claiming the soul ring for himself. However, given the current circumstances, that plan was no longer feasible. Taolong deliberated but did not dare enter the water. Even though the 9-tailed cloak could withstand the paralysis of lightning, the dragon beneath could hardly kill him in the water, yet he was not a proficient swimmer. As the chains rattled, the fat dragon slowly sank, opening its mouth to demonstrate a dragon's water absorption. Lake water and fish corpses flowed into its maw. Seizing the opportunity, Taolong retrieved various poisons concocted by Tang San from the circular ring and hurled them into the dragon's mouth, relying on the fact that the fat dragon could not see him, thus poisoning it in plain sight. During its feeding, the dragon exhibited no discernible emotional fluctuations. Once sated, it ascended without a glance at Taolong, returning to its stone platform. An unfeeling feeding machine, living a life of eat, sleep, eat. It's no wonder it grew so plump. Suddenly intrigued, the previously marked small fish swam back, glancing around just in time to witness the scene of fish being swept over the waterfall, casting fish to probe the waters. Taolong felt quite the dashing little genius. In his perception, the small fish swam forward unhurriedly, but upon reaching directly beneath the stone platform, it paused, hesitated for a moment, and then dove down into the depths. Then it lingered there. Taking a deep breath, Taolong left a flying thunder godmark in place, summoned the 9-tailed llama, donned the 9-tailed cloak, and his eyes glimmered with dual tomo. Clutching the water gate trident firmly in his left hand, Taolong's figure vanished into the shadows, only to reappear at the lake's bottom. The fat dragon seemed to sense something, raising its dragon head. The pressure from the depths enveloped him, reminiscent of Zhao Wuji's gravity field. In the absence of light and sound, the landmark small fish was startled and hurriedly fled from this perilous location. He hoped it would not look back. Before reaching the lake bed, the small fish appeared limited in its capacity to swim deeper. Dim glimmers of light flickered in the distance. Taolong held his breath, adopting a standard dog paddle as he continued his descent. Before long, he beheld the entirety of the lake's bottom. To his astonishment, patches of shimmering dragon scales lay submerged, with a few fish congregating nearby, likely new dragon-loving fish warriors. Each fish harbored dreams of becoming a true dragon. These scales possessed an innate allure for them, even if their fish brains could hardly comprehend the biological instinct driving such attraction. Suddenly, Taolong turned his gaze upward. A massive bolt of lightning struck his line of sight. Chapter 76. Subduing the dragon in a moment of peril, the flying thunder god activated, and Taolong appeared beside the waterfall on the stone wall. Gazing upward, he witnessed a thick energy wave composed of thunderous power crashing down, evaporating the lake water and forcefully creating a passage within the lake. After the energy dissipated, the lake began to backflow, forming a vortex. In midair, the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex gaped wide with its enormous maw, its body twisting restlessly. Was that the roar of the thunder dragon? With such a gaping mouth, it seemed unconcerned about dislocating its bones. The thunder dragon muttered an angry curse. This strike appeared to have depleted most of the soul power the corpulent dragon had stored, prompting it to close its mouth and sluggishly retreat back to the stone platform. However, it suddenly froze, dizziness overwhelming it, and it plummeted face first from the sky. Haha! The poison from Little 3. Even if it doesn't kill you, it will certainly make you uncomfortable. The thunder dragon grinned as it exerted force, casting the water gate trident. As the overweight dragon landed on the lake's surface, the water barely submerged its dragon head when the water gate trident shot through the air, fiercely piercing about 2 or 3 inches behind its dragon horn. The trident's sharpness could even slice through the thick hide of a titan giant ape, effortlessly breaching the dragon's scale defenses, causing a torrent of dragon blood to spurt forth. This attracted numerous fish, competing for the precious liquid, with even some foolish fish attempting to showcase their leaping skills atop the dragon's head, reaching the pinnacle of their fish lives. Yet, despite its corpulence, the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex remained a king-level soul beast. After descending a meter or 2 into the water, the chain reached its limit. The pain coursing through its body and the flurry of small fish around it jolted it into awareness, prompting an instinctive roar. The roar reverberated underwater, and while the thunder dragon could not discern it clearly, it witnessed the surface of the lake erupting in waves. Subsequently, arcs of electricity flashed, and not a single small fish escaped. Those that were nearby were reduced to mere ash. The corpulent dragon burst forth from the depths, soaring into the air, thrashing its body violently in an attempt to shake off the water gate trident. Just as the trident began to loosen, the thunder dragon appeared in an instant, yanking it out with one hand while pressing down with a massive crimson energy sphere in the other. Great jade spiral sphere. Roar! The deformed dragon horn fell within the attack range, shattering with a crack as it completely disappeared from the dragon's head. Half of the dragon's head was forcefully pressed down. Just as the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex raised its head from the water, it was shoved back down again. After more than 10 breaths, the thunder dragon withdrew, delivering another strike to the fresh wound, and before departing, it stomped down forcefully, leaving the battleground. In the next moment, arcs of electricity swept through, washing the shattered flesh away with the lake's current, leaving one to wonder which fortunate creature would benefit from it. The area struck by the spiral sphere was charred, and the dragon scales there had vanished. The lightning remained contained, enveloping the corpulent dragon and staunching its bleeding. The severe injury brought a clarity to its mind, and memories of the human who had once imprisoned it resurfaced, so insidious, so cruel, inflicting endless pain. To its astonishment, after all this time, another had come seeking it. By now, it could hardly recall the accursed face of that individual, nor the repugnant scent they bore. It had to survive, it must endure. With a swift motion, disregarding its injuries, it darted back to the stone platform, where the water gate trident slipped from midair. The thunder dragon was still gasping for breath. That last strike had nearly drained its chakra, leaving it powerless to do anything but watch as the corpulent dragon retreated to its lair. On the stone platform, the corpulent dragon curled up, licking its wounds, the surrounding electricity still crackling. Unbeknownst to it, the human's methods and techniques were beyond its perception, forcing it to rely on the electricity as its eyes. This place was its stronghold, and the remaining length of the 3 iron chains allowed it to move freely within this familiar environment. Both sides lowered their banners, momentarily unable to make any advances against one another. This would be a protracted battle. 20 days later, the Thunder Dragon reluctantly produced the 21st fire starter that could burn for a day, chewing on dried meat strips. To be honest, had it not been well prepared with ample food supplies, the Thunder Dragon would have considered retreating. For these past days, both the dragon and the human had been on high alert, refusing to let their guard down. After injuring the corpulent dragon on the first day, the Thunder Dragon had kept a close watch on it. Whenever it ventured out to hunt when hungry, the Watergate Trident would be hurled, followed by a swift combination of Flying Thunder God technique and the Spiral Sphere, striking and retreating, never lingering to engage in prolonged combat. In such a short span, even the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex could not accumulate enough energy to obliterate the Thunder Dragon. Yet the accompanying thunder could not hinder its opponent. After sustaining multiple injuries, it resorted to landing for a drink, weaving erratically in midair. Unfortunately, the Thunder Dragon had learned the art of throwing concealed weapons from Tang San. Not to mention it possessed the Sharingan. No matter how flamboyant the corpulent dragon twisted and turned, the Watergate Trident would still accurately target its wounds, followed by the relentless spiral attacks. How could a recluse endure the pangs of hunger? About 10 days prior, in a fit of desperation, the corpulent dragon, despite being blinded, recklessly unleashed its thunder, roaring down to feast. The Thunder Dragon, naturally, would not remain idle. Seizing the moment the dragon opened its mouth, it leaped onto its back, plunging the Watergate Trident deep. The corpulent dragon howled in agony, yet was unwilling to relinquish its meal. In its wounded state, with no means of replenishment, its resistance crumbled. The thunder intensified, and even the Nine-Tails cloak could no longer withstand it. The Thunder Dragon gritted its teeth, rhythmically unleashing a relentless barrage. Having pierced halfway through the dragon's substantial body, at last, the corpulent dragon could bear no more, soaring up to throw the Thunder Dragon off. It did not pursue the attack. After days of combat, all its powerful moves had failed to land a hit on this slippery human. It needed to conserve energy. Huff! The Thunder Dragon sighed, glancing at the stone platform. It pondered the corpulent dragon's motives, risking its life just for a hearty meal to become a gluttonous dragon? Suddenly, the chains trembled. Even as a top-tier soul beast, the corpulent dragon, in a perilous situation, could only resign itself to fate. It painstakingly crawled out from the stone platform, its dragon head held high, but weakly letting out a roar before it drooped down. Ultimately, it emerged from the stone platform and plunged into the water. The 3 chains straightened, ensuring that this nearly deceased dragon would not escape. The Thunder Dragon observed this scene with a blank expression, feeling no stirrings within, even almost amused. Who would have thought the acting could be so convincing? Perhaps it should have won an Oscar, little brother. Let me guess, did you study under your aunt? Having had numerous experiences pretending to be a dying dragon? Is that all? You think you can deceive me with such a ruse, trying to lower my guard? Accumulating enough soul power for a decisive strike, a last-ditch counterattack, and pull off a grand spectacle? The script is well written, but your overflowing malice is all too evident. Chapter 77. Dragon Slaughter. This grand drama between human and dragon unfolded over 3 days, with the corpulent dragon playing its role with utmost dedication, lying still in the water, deeply moving the lone audience member, the Thunder Dragon. There are many sayings about dragons entering the sea, and in numerous legends, dragons are often associated with water. In retrospect, this seems quite reasonable. The Thunder Dragon did not observe any gills or similar organs on the corpulent dragon that would allow it to breathe underwater. Yet it had buried its head and remained submerged for 3 days. Although the method remained a mystery, it was certainly not due to superior lung capacity. In the early days, the dragon's formidable presence had deterred nearby fish from approaching, but by today, some daring ones had begun to venture closer, daring to taste the dragon's flesh and blood. If their teeth were strong enough, they might have already divided the seemingly lifeless dragon among themselves. The corpulent dragon continued to feign death, yet its condition was dire. It could not comprehend why soul masters would fear not obtaining soul rings. In the annals of past wars, there existed soul beasts that preferred to take their own lives rather than grant humanity an advantage. Those humans were akin to ravenous mad dogs, pouncing upon the dying soul beasts, fearful that their sluggishness would cost them the coveted soul rings. What manner of creature is this? How can he so nonchalantly observe the spectacle? Beneath the lake's surface, after many days, the dragon's maw slightly parted, as if gathering something within. The fish, oblivious to the impending doom, were suddenly struck by a thunderous flash, rendering them unconscious. With a swift whoosh, the Watergate Trident pierced the surface, and this time, the corpulent dragon did not twist away, but rather charged forward. After enduring numerous injuries, it had begun to discern a pattern. The damaged tail of the dragon revealed a notably vulnerable area, flesh and blood scattering as the watergate trident penetrated deeply, leaving a significant wound. Simultaneously, the wave dragon, swirling its spiral orb, aimed to inflict a painful severing upon the corpulent dragoness tail, but unexpectedly, as it emerged, a massive maw clamped down. It had anticipated my anticipation. The surrounding environment shifted instantaneously. The corpulent dragon clearly did not intend to kill the wave dragon. Thanks to Qin, its dental prowess was notably diminished. The dragon's mouth resembled a cage, ensnaring the wave dragon within. That was its intention. Saliva mingled with lake water, rendering the nine-tails attire soaked, and the wave dragon yearned to smash the orb upon the dragon's tongue and depart with flair, knowing it would surely inflict pain. Yet, there was a greater agony yet to come. A tremendous wave of soul energy coalesced within the dragon, and lightning flickered in its throat. By the heavens, how ruthless! The wave dragon harbored no doubt that should it attempt to flee with the flying thunder god technique, the corpulent dragon could very well self-destruct. Its state resembled a solitary candle amidst a Category 12 hurricane, foolishly striving to ascend and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun. When a wind arose and energy erupted, it would be obliterated in an instant. This was a gamble, a life-and-death struggle between soul masters and soul beasts. As the weaker party, the only wager left was life itself. If the wave dragon clung to its life, the soul ring would elude its grasp, destined to become a gift for the dragon god. How intriguing! If grandfather wishes to concede, today I shall play the role of grandson. The third soul ring illuminated. The Sharingan closed, and every ounce of chakra, today S and tomorrow S, was channeled into the tail guard. 3 foxtails rapidly expanded, intertwining to form a robust pillar that plunged deep into the dragon's throat. I pose a question. Is it pleasurable? On the lake's surface, the azure-violet elongated form writhed in a frenzy as the colossal lightning energy began to ravage its internal organs. Coupled with the inexplicable sensation in its throat, itchy and intolerable, it drove the dragon to madness. Indeed, it was merely a struggle to breathe. Muffled sounds echoed within the dragon's maw. Despite the discomfort, its fangs clamped down resolutely, unwilling to relent. This was the clarion call of battle. In an effort to infuriate its opponent, the wave dragon's shouts resonated with exuberance. Come on, it is either your demise or mine. Boom! At the moment of collision, an immense force propelled the wave dragon backward involuntarily. It swiftly drew the Watergate trident and thrust it firmly into the dragon's mouth, straining to stabilize itself. If it could secure the dragon's head, victory would be within its grasp. The formidable bloodline of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus granted it vigorous vitality. And with its 10,000-year cultivation, as long as its head was not severed instantaneously, it could still draw a few breaths, granting the wave dragon time to deliver a lethal blow. The subterranean lake began to tremble. From the outside, blue light erupted from every facet of the dragon's body. Not the shimmer of scales, but the destructive lightning dismantling its defenses from within. From the dragon's head downward, its body began to disintegrate, akin to a bloated balloon punctured by countless tiny holes, releasing air wildly. The tail guard struggled to withstand the lightning as the wave dragon forsook all self-defense, wholly focused on sealing the throat. The residual lightning coursing through it rendered its limbs paralyzed and its scalp tingling. Its exposed skin was charred black, hair standing rigid like steel needles, distinctly defined and erect. It was uncertain how many volts coursed through. One recalled lessons from the past that an ordinary person could withstand a maximum of 36 volts. Of course, the degree of harm caused by electric shock largely depended on the current passing through the body and the duration of exposure. As a child, there was a flashlight designed for self-defense that could be electrified into a stunned baton, crackling ominously when activated. It seemed quite intimidating, yet regrettably, there had never been an opportunity to test it, nor the courage to try it on oneself. That small regret was entirely assuaged today. The muscles of the wave dragon had grown numb and rigid, each heartbeat becoming increasingly labored. It opened its mouth, yearning for air. It felt no oxygen flowing into its lungs. The foxtails had dwindled to half their length and were on the verge of collapse. The thought of using the flying thunder god flickered through the wave dragon's mind, but it found itself utterly immobilized, unable to lift a finger. Its nervous system faltered, and its mind struggled to command its body. In a haze, the wave dragon felt itself lift, its soul seemingly detaching from its corporeal form. Though it could still think and wish to escape with the flying thunder god, action eluded it. Suddenly, the lightning extinguished abruptly, and the Ninetails' attire instantly reattached itself to the wave dragon's form, expelling the foreign energy. Cells rapidly renewed both internally and externally, restoring the body's functions to normal. The wave dragon's chest heaved violently. Never before had it felt such joy in simply breathing. It was akin to being chased by a 50-ton truck, legs nearly broken and on the brink of being crushed, only for the vehicle to run out of fuel. Even inertia dissipated, prompting the great scientist to leap from his small domicile in frustration. The soul returned to its vessel, and the wave dragon wielded the Watergate trident, launching into a series of exercises within the dragon's maw. Chapter 78. The fourth soul ring. As the dust settled, the lake's surface regained its tranquility. 3 iron chains dangled emptily, having fulfilled their purpose. The waters beneath the stone platform were stained crimson, and the once broken yet relatively intact dragon body shattered, for the first and last time breaking free from the chains that bound it. Suddenly, a crisp sound akin to a knife slicing through bone echoed, followed by a long, spindle-like tooth flying from the dragon's mouth. The wave dragon emerged, the stench of blood filling its nostrils. A glance around revealed that the once serene underground lake now resembled a hellish landscape. Yet, it would not be long before nature took care of the aftermath. All malice from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus dissipated. In this gamble, the wave dragon emerged as the ultimate victor. The stakes now floated atop the dragon's head. The wave dragon clawed its way up the dragon's face, inhaling deeply as it beheld the exquisitely presented soul ring. It was a deep, obsidian hue, a 10,000-year soul ring. Surrounding the soul ring was a coil of lightning power, a sight so formidable that even a typical Grand Soul Master would find it impossible to approach. Without a moment's hesitation, the wave dragon extended its hand, firmly grasping the soul ring and settling into a meditative posture. Alas, the absorption process could not be delayed. Its current state was far from optimal. In the silence of the void, the residual soul attached to the soul ring transformed into a dragon form, this time complete and unblemished, summoning winds and thunder with unmatched might. Lightning coalesced upon its majestic horns, erupting violently in all directions. It had not felt such exhilaration in eons. Even as a remnant soul, it sought to create chaos, for the dignity of the dragon race could not be desecrated. It vowed to plunge this ignorant human into an abyss of despair and suffering. Then a colossal fox paw descended with a resounding thud, and the tranquility of the surroundings was restored as if someone had inadvertently released a fart, which had now dissipated. The double tomo in Taolong's Sharingan faded, and, as anticipated, even the soul ring of a top-tier 10,000-year spirit beast did not stir the waters of his mental realm. The true trial lay in the impact of the soul power upon him. With his chakra nearly depleted, he could not form an effective defense and could only endure the onslaught of this energy against his blood vessels and meridians. In an instant, Taolong's skin flushed crimson. His veins dilated, and numerous purplish-red bruises emerged, while the pain surged through his nervous system, relentlessly testing the limits of his faint protective mechanisms. With only a minuscule number of dying cells remaining, devoid of chakra, he relied solely on his flesh to withstand the onslaught. Even though the savage energy could tear apart numerous cells, some would inevitably survive. These survivors would, through repeated confrontation, consume soul power to fortify themselves, thriving through battle. The formidable regenerative and life force bestowed by the Ninetails was Taolong's lifeline. After an indeterminate interval, the lightning vanished, and the dark soul ring transformed into a luminous halo encircling Taolong. This signified that he had officially ascended to the rank of Soul Master. The fourth soul ring was of the 10,000-year caliber. The soul power from the soul ring was nearly consumed, not only replenishing Taolong's prior depletion, but also providing a surplus that aided in his breakthrough. Regrettably, there was no method to gauge the level of soul power in this expansive space, perfectly suited for Taolong to unleash his soul skills. Taolong steadied himself, half-squatting, extending his left leg to the side while bending his right knee. His left hand was positioned behind him, and his right hand pointed outward at a 45-degree angle. This posture, while lacking any enhancement for executing soul skills, was undeniably stylish. The fourth soul skill, Infinite Thunder Slash. Thunder coalesced, gradually transforming into a 3-meter-long miniature dragon, vividly lifelike, resembling a scaled-down version of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. The little thunder dragon roared fiercely, producing a thunderous sound. It then soared towards the cave's apex, erupting with a resounding explosion, causing countless shards of rock to tumble down. Taolong, with his Sharingan, observed clearly. The small thunder dragon was light and agile, its form composed of lightning, moving with such velocity that even the Sharingan struggled to track it. This strike required a substantial amount of energy and was formidable, comparable to the massive Rasengan he had previously unleashed. The reason it only shattered rocks indicated the cave's remarkable sturdiness. Indeed, otherwise, the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus would have fled long ago. More importantly, this was not merely an offensive maneuver, but also a control skill. If employed against a soul master, the thunder dragon would entangle them, delivering electric shocks that would paralyze their body and sever the flow of soul power. A soul master stripped of their soul power was no different from a cooked duck, even if the opponent's soul power level were exceedingly high, rendering prolonged control impossible. It could still be utilized as a bomb, providing a spectacular display for the adversary. The exhilarating sensation of wielding lightning at will made Taolong squint. The application of chakra was fundamentally about manipulating its form and properties. Previously, he had no understanding of his own chakra's nature and was unable to utilize ninjutsu. However, now, with the aid of the fourth soul ring, he effortlessly grasped the property transformation of lightning, allowing his chakra to directly convert into lightning attributes. Perhaps he could even master it fully. Taolong extended his right hand, the fourth soul ring illuminating once more. This time, however, the lightning did not coalesce into a dragon, but instead gathered within Taolong's hand, continually compressing and growing smaller, with the energy fluctuations intensifying. Boom! In that instant, Taolong decisively severed his connection with the energy sphere, activating the Flying Thunder God technique to retreat to a safe distance. Regrettably, the dragon's head suffered yet another grievous injury, with the remnants of its horn also sent skyward. What was that? Taolong's eyes widened, and he hurled the kunai into the air, soaring towards the base of the dragon's horn, seizing a fragment. Although it was a fragment, its shape was remarkably intact, with both sides curving upwards like antlers. The moment it was in his grasp, Taolong realized what it was: soul bone. Ha ha ha! Overjoyed, Taolong began to dance, as he had never held high hopes for his luck. Previously, he had never drawn anything worthwhile from games, and even with a 90% success rate in synthesis, he could somehow manage to fail 3 times consecutively, incurring losses. Thus, despite having slain numerous spirit beasts, Taolong had never developed the habit of scavenging their remains. Who would have thought that this time he would strike gold? Thanks to his unconventional thinking, although his first attempt at using Chidori had failed, as the old saying goes, fortune and misfortune are intertwined, Chidori had exploded, revealing a piece of soul bone. Wait, it wouldn't be a left leg bone, would it? As the old saying goes, how could this not be a misfortune? Oh no, please don't mess with me, heavens. Taolong could not ascertain which part it belonged to. Employing the old method of elimination, he started from the top down, first placing it on his forehead to test it. No response. Perhaps it was a skull? Oh, he was too excited, having no cover for his exuberance. Taolong finally understood the joy of being favored by fortune. It was a joy so profound that he could not help but hum a tune. How lonely is invincibility? How empty is invincibility? Alone in the cold wind, the relentless breeze blows through my solitude. Who can't understand me? Chapter 79. The head soul bone. The absorption process of the soul bone was significantly more accessible than that of the soul ring. Before absorbing it, Taolong suddenly felt a surge of confidence, turning the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus's corpse upside down in a bold attempt to search the depths of the lake. Making several rounds without any success, he ended up with quite a bit of water in his head before finally recalling that he carried a radar with him. Summoning the 9 tails, he focused intently for a long while, yet still found nothing. Both soul bones and soul rings formed after the death of spirit beasts. and there was a brief delay in their manifestation. Previously, he had not noticed this, but after experiencing this stroke of luck, Taolong resolved that the radar must remain active and frequently used. He hoped this was not merely a one-time experience of divine favor. Abandoning his unrealistic fantasies, he considered the mere acquisition of a single soul bone from a soul beast nearing the end of its life to be a stroke of good fortune in itself. Dreaming of finding a second was foolish. Indeed, the allure of gain often clouds one's judgment. For now, he should focus on absorbing the soul bone in his possession. Taolong sat cross-legged, placing the skull upon his forehead. As chakra flowed, he established a connection with the soul bone, gradually integrating it into his body. The moment of complete synergy caused Taolong to involuntarily open his eyes wide. The tomo spun, and the scene before him became distorted and blurred, an intense dizziness enveloping him. Though it lasted only a few seconds, a burst of light emerged, and his vision cleared once more. This was not the underground lake. Taolong reached out, feeling the long-lost sunlight, a gentle warmth washing over him. He looked around. The mountains rose majestically. The plains stretched vast and wide, an odd blend of familiarity and difference. Hi, Chishan Mountains. I'm out. But wait, the flying thunder god mark I left is not here. Moreover, the scenery seems different from when I arrived. In less than 30 days, the trees have grown so tall. What kind of hormone is at play here? The Sharingan continued to function, and while no malevolent presence had emerged in the underground lake, the possibility of a surprise attack from an unknown entity was slim. So, was all this change due to the soul bone? Roar! You beast, stop right there. Damn it, you can run, but once I catch you, I'll see to it that your legs are severed. Suddenly, a shout echoed from the distance, followed by the sight of a man and a dragon bursting forth from the thicket. The dragon's body was entangled in iron chains, the other end tethered to the man, who appeared to be a soul master, adorned with two horns covered in spiral patterns, black and white intertwined, the tips thickening into a conical shape that pierced through a large tree in its path. The iron chain was firmly grasped in his hand, a tree trunk resting atop his head. At that moment, this formidable soul master, with his head tilted, had wedged the trunk between two trees, resolutely restraining the mighty blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex. This was Huan. The realization struck like a thunderclap. The scene before him was a recollection from 2 centuries past, conjured through the skull he had absorbed, manifesting this moment in a vivid illusion. The blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex thrashed in fury, lightning scattering around it, yet the iron chains remained unyielding, unable to transmit its power. Huan's strength was immense, gradually pulling the soaring giant dragon towards the ground. Recognizing that it could not gain the upper hand, the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex turned back, unleashing its full soul power, transforming truly into a lightning dragon, charging towards Huan. It was akin to divine retribution, an authentic punishment descending from the heavens. Huan's 7th soul ring flared to life as he invoked the true form of his martial soul, revealing a colossal horned bull. Its limbs dug into the earth. Flames encircled its horns, radiating a searing crimson hue, so intense that it warped the very air around it. In an instant, heaven's thunder met earth's fire. Vaguely, the bull's wide eyes seemed to focus on the place where Taolong stood. Energy clashed, waves of force rippling outward, and before he could discern the outcome, Taolong withdrew from the illusion. Exhaling deeply, Taolong remained in the original position at the bottom of the underground lake, unchanged in the least. Had that been a remnant of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex's memories? He chuckled, imagining Huan's burly form, a veritable doppelganger of Zhao Wujia, grotesquely unattractive. No wonder he had failed to break through in battle. Thank you, my dear brother Huan. Your dashing descendant Taolong has successfully acquired the soul ring of the hefty dragon and the accompanying soul bone. Rest assured, you may find peace in the afterlife. With hands clasped, he offered a heartfelt moment of silence for 3 minutes. Taolong cast one last glance at the lake surface, where the remnants of blood had been washed away, leaving no trace of the battle that had transpired. Forgive me, he murmured, the echoes resonating in the cave. The speaker long vanished. Outside the cave, the sun shone brilliantly, scorching the earth and illuminating Taolong as he lay upon the ground. The sky was ablaze, the earth a furnace. At last, I have seen the light of day again. Come on, sun, scorch me. Whatever cannot burn me shall only deepen my complexion. Taolong rolled on the grass, exhilarated by the sun's warmth, a sensation he had never relished in his youth. Though he had long surpassed the age where sun exposure might spur growth, and despite his habitual seclusion indoors, he truly despised the thought of becoming sun-kissed, preferring to reveal himself under the cover of night. Yet, having been deprived of sunlight, he felt stifled during this period. Now, even the thought of being struck down by another was unthinkable. Taolong lay quietly, when suddenly, a plump white rabbit leaped from the bushes, its little belly quivering adorably. So fat, Taolong could not help but swallow hard. The wild rations were hardly satisfying, and the meager meat buns spoiled quickly. More often than not, he subsisted on cold water and bread, a sorrowful tale indeed. The little rabbit, seemingly unacquainted with humans, approached boldly, its gaze fixated on Taolong as it munched on blue silver grass, devouring it with remarkable speed. Taolong envisioned spicy rabbit, braised rabbit, and rabbit stew beckoning to him, his eyes glimmering with longing. The rabbit's nibbling halted abruptly. In its perception, it found itself inexplicably thrust into a dark, unfamiliar valley, surrounded by smooth terrain. As it crouched at the valley's base, the ground beneath it began to heat up, intensifying until it could no longer maintain its stance. Attempting to flee, it encountered a bipedal creature, identical to the one that had been lying on the ground moments earlier. This creature wielded something unknown, and each time the rabbit fled, it was forcefully returned. The valley was hotter than the most searing sun, and the rabbit could endure no longer. Its legs buckled, and it fainted. The enormous bipedal creature muttered, hand-pulled rabbit, soy-braised rabbit, stewed rabbit. Taolong wiped the drool from his lips, gazing at the unconscious rabbit sprawled on the grass. After a long moment, he sighed. Forget it. I shan't eat you. Learn your lesson. Stay away from humans in the future. Nevertheless, this illusion proved to be remarkably useful. Indeed, the soul skill attached to the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex's skull was the very illusion that could frighten a rabbit into unconsciousness. Chapter 8. Returning home, without delving into the myriad changes that accompanied his ascendance to the Soul Master rank, Taolong activated the Shadow Step, racing towards the village with urgency. He was unaware of how long he had lingered in the underground lake, but he had boasted to old Jack that he could make several trips in a single day. Surely, the old man must have been worried. Unlike his earlier explorations, Taolong wasted no time on the journey home. By the time he reached the village entrance, the sun still hung in the same position. Having gazed at the Soul Saint's handprint on the stone tablet countless times before, this moment felt entirely new for Taolong. He placed his hand upon it, covering only half of the imprint. Comparing it to what he had seen in the illusion, the sizes appeared remarkably similar. A warmth radiated from his palm, not from centuries of yearning, but because the stone tablet had already absorbed the sun's heat. I have received the goods. The quality is excellent, exactly as described. In pristine condition, neither too early nor too late. 5-star review. Thank you. As time passed, even the Soul Saint's remnants had dwindled to this solitary handprint, a memory etched in the minds of the living. Thankfully, it was not a posterior imprint. Traversing the familiar country lane, Taolong noted something peculiar. The village appeared deserted. The elderly men and women who typically gathered at doorways for games and conversation were nowhere to be seen. And it was not yet the time for agricultural labor. Taolong frowned, quickening his pace. Approaching the wooden cottage, he spotted villagers clustered closely together. A throng of young and old alike, many returning from the towns. Yet, the outermost villagers, upon seeing Taolong, did not greet him with their usual warmth. Instead, their expressions were grave. Several peers seemed eager to speak with him, but were restrained by their elders. What is the matter? Why is everyone gathered at my home? Is there some event? Taolong's expression froze, forcing a smile as he inquired. Shaolong Yu, come with me. A girl stepped forward from the crowd. Taolong vaguely recognized her as the little girl who had awakened her martial soul alongside him. Now grown, she appeared even more graceful. He remembered her because she had awakened the martial soul of a small red flower, and her name coincidentally was Xiaohua. It was said that since that day, her parents no longer called her that. Xiaohua grasped Taolong's somewhat coarse palm, attempting to lead him forward, yet she could not budge him. Xiaolong. Taolong snapped back to reality, his mouth slightly agape, yet he found himself at a loss for words. In his heart, he instinctively recoiled from moving forward, yearning instead to retreat, to escape, as if doing so might reverse the flow of time. Although he had no idea where he could go. Once, he had read a fable in a textbook entitled Covering One's Ears While Stealing a Bell. Taolong had thought the tale preposterous, for no one could be that foolish. Later, he heard that ostriches, when threatened, would bury their heads in the sand, leaving only their behinds exposed. He began to perceive that it was no longer just a story. As he grew older, he encountered an increasing number of experiences, and, unknowingly, he learned to feign ignorance, treating uncompleted assignments as if they did not exist, procrastinating his studies before final exams, and living a life akin to a perpetual vacation in university. He even dared to indulge in an all-nighter before an exam, resulting in his absence the following day. However, today's events were clearly not something that Taolong could simply evade by closing his eyes and pretending to forget. "Let's go." His voice was hoarse to the point that Taolong himself could hardly believe it. Xiaowan nodded slightly. She wished to console this genius who had brought change and hope to the village, yet was at a loss for words. "Oh dear, Xiaolong, come inside quickly. How could you be gone for over 20 days without a word? If you had delayed any longer." Aunt Zhang, entrusted with the care of old Jack, rushed out upon hearing of Taolong's return. She began to scold him, but abruptly halted mid-sentence, letting out a sigh instead. Standing at the familiar entrance, Taolong hesitated to cross the threshold as he had done in the past. The brief distance felt interminable, and he was lost in thought, oblivious to the words being spoken around him. "Go on, old Jack is waiting for you. It's been long enough. We all know he has been waiting for your return," Aunt Zhang urged, giving Taolong a gentle push. The others discreetly exited the room, creating space for this grandparent-grandchild duo. "Aunt Zhang, what is going on? Is he ill? I could fetch the best healing spirit master from across the continent." Taolong swallowed hard, hope evident in his voice as he asked. "Little rascal, what do you need a healing spirit master for?" "I'm perfectly fine," came a robust voice. "Grandpa," Taolong exclaimed, seeing old Jack emerge from the house, supported by a cane and followed by a few elders of similar age. "Little rascal, did it really take you this long to scout the area? If you hadn't returned, I would have gone to ask Master Su Yuntao for help." Perhaps due to anger, old Jack appeared remarkably energetic, his words echoing the spirit of when he had once struck Tang Hao with his cane. Taolong opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss, until he was playfully nudged by Xiaohua. Hey, there are some unforeseen circumstances that delayed me. What else with all the villagers gathered here? It's quite intimidating." Taolong quickly stepped forward to support the old man, wearing a smile as he inquired. "Unforeseen circumstances? Were you injured?" The elder took a few quick steps forward, concerned. No, rest assured I'm perfectly fine, lively and energetic," Taolong reassured him. Aware that it was not the right moment to discuss ancestral matters in front of everyone, old Jack tapped his cane and said, "These days mark the annual temple fair in the village. We had intended to hold it after your return, but who could have anticipated that you would be gone for 25 days? Everyone has their own affairs, and we could not delay any longer. Today is the final day, and we were just about to pay respects to our ancestors. It seems you've shown some conscience and made it back in time. Paying respects means visiting the graves, lighting incense, and offering prayers, right?" Taolong mused. "Then why does everyone look so peculiar? Dancing?" A cane came down, and though Taolong felt nothing, he still pretended to clutch his leg in feigned pain. "Paying respects is a matter of great importance. We pray for our ancestors' blessings, so everyone must maintain a solemn demeanor. Xiaolong, you too must refrain from jesting. Since you have returned, come with me," old Jack admonished, as it had become his habit as the village chief to oversee all matters, big and small. "Understood, Grandpa." Taolong composed his expression, emulating the mournful faces of the villagers around him. Old Jack gave him a glance and led the way outside. "Grandpa, take it slow. I'm not so old that I can't walk," he coughed lightly. "Shall I carry you? Let us discuss that when we reach a quieter area." Chapter 81. A first encounter. "Grandpa, I'm sorry. I thought I would be back quickly, but it took much longer than expected. At that time, I was boasting about making several trips in a day. You weren't laughing at me, were you? That Qin, A.O. Qin, is he the spirit saint from our village? Did he leave anything behind? A dragon. Can you believe it? I'll let you in on a secret. That dragon is quite significant and powerful, which is why I couldn't return sooner. Of course, your grandson surpasses even that, having slain a giant dragon and absorbed its spirit ring. I am now a spirit master. Look, this is my fourth spirit ring, a black one of 10,000-year caliber. Isn't it splendid? On the dirt road, old Jack leaned on Taolong's back, listening to his tales of adventure. At this moment, with Taolong deliberately quickening his pace, they had distanced themselves considerably from the rest of the group. Taolong summoned his spirit ring, a resplendent halo of yellow, purple, and black encircling the duo, prompting old Jack to nod in approval. I told you, our ancestor was a spirit saint. Surely he left us descendants with plenty of treasures. Xiaolong, you must continue to strive. I await the day you become a spirit saint. I know. Please take care of your health. Who knows, in a few years, I might become a title Douluo, and I could name my title Jack. What do you think, Grandpa? Old Jack playfully patted Taolong's head, feigning anger. You little rascal. Always spouting nonsense. I'm in great health and could live another 10 to 20 years. And who would name a title Douluo Jack? How absurd. Jack Douluo? Taolong pondered, finding the notion rather appealing. How about we go with Jack Ultraman instead? Chuckling, he recalled how he had previously boasted to old Jack that he was certainly stronger than a spirit saint, which the elder had doubted. Yet now, when he mentioned becoming a title Douluo, old Jack no longer refuted him. Ultimately, talent is undeniable, and the brilliance of pure gold cannot be concealed. As the grandfather and grandson engaged in conversation, they had already traveled 30 miles away, arriving at the village cemetery where the villagers buried their relatives. In rural areas, the funeral customs are extensive, involving banquets to entertain guests, mourning rituals, and according to custom, juniors must kneel at the entrance to welcome visitors. When Taolong first arrived, it was at such a banquet that he encountered Tang San. At that time, he was in a poor mood, withdrawn, and had been brought out of isolation by old Jack's insistence. Upon reaching the entrance, he noticed a group of children, among them a plump little boy of about 4 or 5, mimicking the older children's bowing to welcome guests. Taolong paused, amused, and inadvertently made the child cry, which lifted his spirits a bit. However, the brief joy was short-lived as old Jack, alerted by the commotion, dragged him away. Entering the farming household, at the round table in the corner, he spotted a cluster of children playing, including Tang San, who stood out with his upright posture and a sorrowful expression that betrayed his pain. If not for his incessant fiddling with the food, one might have thought he, too, was a child brought into this world against his will. Taolong found this intriguing and asked, Grandpa, what is that little boy's name? Oh, that's Tang San. His father is the village blacksmith. Huh. Speaking of that fellow, it irks me. He is always idle, doing nothing. Taolong barely absorbed the rest of the words, stunned momentarily before bolting towards Tang San. The latter, startled, instinctively hid the bag of various pastries behind his back. Hello, who are you? Taolong opened his mouth, but momentarily lost his words, pointing to Tang San's back. Your father is here. My father? Is he here to drink? Tang San had never anticipated that the boy before him, of the same age, would deceive him. Although they were strangers, the boy appeared unfamiliar, and truth be told, he seldom mingled with the other children in the village, making everyone seem like a stranger. As Tang San turned away, in a split second, Taolong seized the bag and dashed off. Realizing his hand was empty, Tang San hurriedly looked back, astonished to find Taolong had already sprinted a good 10 meters away. Ha, remember this. I am the one who snatched your belongings today. My name shall not change. And neither shall I, for I am Taolong. Leaving Tang San standing there in a state of bewilderment, utterly shocked. His worldview was irrevocably altered, and he would forever remember the name of Taolong. Stop. Don't run. As he reflected on this, Taolong couldn't help but chuckle. Old Jack, perched on his back, was perplexed by the sudden laughter. He had intended to give Taolong a playful pat on the head, but hesitated and instead tapped his grandson's shoulder, saying, Little Long, why are you laughing all of a sudden? We are at the graveyard. It's rather eerie. You haven't hurt your head on this trip, have you? The laughter abruptly ceased as Taolong smacked his lips, unable to continue. Grandfather, I assure you, I am perfectly well. It's just that I suddenly recalled something joyous. Be serious. Today is a significant day for ancestor worship. Behind the fields, the desolate sandy area had been designated as the village graveyard. In the past, it was quite rudimentary, with merely a small mound of earth and a wooden marker, uninscribed, serving as a mere identifier to aid in locating the deceased during ceremonies. In recent years, however, it had been refined. Most families now constructed brick enclosures around their ancestral graves and hired craftsmen to erect stone tablets inscribed with the names of their departed loved ones. Typically, when a family member passed away, the coffin would be placed in a hall of mourning, where villagers would solemnly grieve for 3 days before sounding the Susanoo, leading to a grand burial. Unlike the past, in this world dominated by the spirit hall, there was evidently no space for priests or monks. Instead, a few elderly men donned masks symbolizing spirits, lamenting as they accompanied the deceased on their journey. Old Jack was quite adept at these matters. When Taolong inquired about their lamentations, he explained that they were singing blessings for the soul's passage. Thus, the wailing was not merely a customary aspect of funerals, but rather a performance by the elderly. Well, as long as the old man is content. Gradually, the crowd began to gather. In the expansive cemetery, the gentle afternoon breeze brought a refreshing comfort to those who had departed. Countless souls lay here, living on in the hearts of their families. Many, however, likely left without even a name. Paper money floated through the air, and the ashes from the burning bonfire drifted away. Everyone arrived together, yet departed without forming groups, as the numerous tombstones naturally consumed more time. Suddenly, Taolong recalled a question. "Grandfather, where is Qin buried?" Old Jack shook his head. "That was centuries ago. Dust returns to dust, and no one knows anymore." Chapter 82. Leaving home once the ancestor worship concluded, Taolong enjoyed a few days of leisurely life at home. On the final morning of the holiday, Old Jack had already awakened him early, having prepared his belongings. "Grandfather, I must leave now. After this departure, I do not know when I shall return. If anything arises, do not fret. I will ask Aunt Zhang to help look after things." Old Jack stroked his beard, nodding as he said, "Go to school and study diligently. Your grandfather will await your return. Yes, take care of yourself. Next time, I shall bring you a potion that can restore youth." "I do not require any such potion. Stop speaking nonsense. Now off you go, do not be late." "Goodbye, grandfather." The youth turned, stepping out of the small courtyard, his back to the sunlight as his shadow was cast at an angle on the ground. In the next moment, he was enveloped by the darkness of the earth. Old Jack leaned on his cane, standing silently for a long while. The house felt eerily quiet, devoid of chatter. It's good that he has left. Within the Shrek Academy of Soto City, everyone was prepared to depart for the Tiendo Royal Academy. In keeping with the principal's customary frugality, they would, of course, travel on foot. Flender frowned, his sharp gaze occasionally glancing into the distance, and then at his pocket watch. "No, we cannot wait for that brat any longer. We cannot be late for the time agreed upon with Qin Ming. Leave a message to regroup at the Royal Academy upon his return." Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu seemed poised to say something, but were silenced by Tang San. "Little Long told me before he left that he might return a bit late, and advised us not to wait for him. Perhaps he merely wishes to spend a few more days with Grandfather Jack. Do you think Little Long might encounter any trouble?" Rongrong asked, her delicate brows furrowed with worry. Tang San shook his head. "Do not fret. Little Long never undertakes uncertain ventures. Moreover, given his intelligence, he might have gone directly to the Tiendo Royal Academy to await us." It must be said, Tang San understood Taolong well. Yet he did not anticipate that Taolong would not wait for them at their intended destination, but instead had arrived in Sylve City. Sylve City, the capital located in the southern region of the Sylve's kingdom, was far more prosperous than Soto City. The Grand Soul Arena established within was also more magnificent and brutal. With his newly enhanced abilities, he was eager for battle to test his skills, and moreover, to further develop his lightning attribute chakra techniques. At the registration desk for the Soul Arena, the fair-skinned attendant looked up at the young man, taking the gold soul badge he handed over. Her professionalism maintained an elegant and polite smile, though internally she was astonished, speculating about his age. After all, gold soul badge holders were exceedingly rare regardless of location. The reason for her speculation lay in the fact that Taolong wore an iron mask. "Esteemed Soul Master, which type of battle do you wish to register for?" Her sweet voice rang out, as those with strength always commanded respect. "One-on-one, life-and-death combat." "Are you certain it is a life-and-death battle?" The attendant expressed mild surprise, as such matches were relatively rare, primarily occurring during team battles. Individual life-and-death contests were the most uncommon. Naturally, for the arena and its spectators, such battles were the most thrilling and profitable. The reason for selecting a life-and-death match stemmed from Taolong's growing sense of urgency. Old Jack was eagerly awaiting the day he would become a titled Douluo. "Please hold on. I need to consult. Her delicate features twisted slightly, as this type of combat exceeded her expertise. By the way, I am currently at the Soul Master rank, and I have no opponents of the same level. Please arrange for a Soul King. Understood. Nodding obediently, she went to consult her superior. Before long, a portly man with a beer belly emerged, slightly taller than Taolong. His face adorned with a greasy smile as he approached enthusiastically. Greetings, esteemed Gold Soul Master. I am Wang Wanjun, the manager of this arena. I have been informed of your situation by Xiaomin. To be frank, individuals of your caliber, possessing a Gold Soul badge at level 40, are exceedingly rare, and those willing to participate in life and death battles are even fewer. If there are no opponents at level 40, find those at 50. If your arena truly lacks any, 60 will also suffice. Wang Wanjun paused, a smile fading from his face as he contemplated the audacity of the individual before him, declaring a challenge at the 60th level. If you are capable of accepting a challenge beyond your rank, then this will be much easier. Please follow me. Subsequently, within the grand arena of Silver City, a masked Soul Master emerged, engaging in a life-or-death battle against the Soul King. Initially, no one believed he could triumph, but after several matches, the ferocious Soul Kings fell one after another, leaving the onlookers in shock. It is essential to note that Taolong's opponents were formidable adversaries who fought with their lives on the line, each possessing exceptional strength within their rank. This newfound confidence propelled them to accept the challenge without hesitation, embracing the specter of death. Clad in lightning-infused battle attire, the bloodthirsty slayer captivated the audience's attention. The unprecedented clash ignited fervor within the arena, drawing an ever-increasing crowd. Each life-or-death match now carried immense stakes, raising questions about the nature of the combatants, whether they were mere novices or seasoned warriors. On this night, the atmosphere reached a crescendo as the arena announced not only individual battles, but also team confrontations featuring rank-defying challenges. The combatants were none other than Shrek Academy and the fearsome God Squad. Indeed, after several days of arduous travel, Flanders and his companions had arrived, with the master deliberately orchestrating this confrontation to allow the young prodigies to witness the thrill of battle. However, the overwhelming attention was something the master had not anticipated. Naturally, the presence of Taolong did not convince the masses that any random group could produce such extraordinary talent. The odds were heavily skewed against them. The identity of the Soul Master capable of challenging a Soul King remained shrouded in mystery, prompting the master to ponder the affiliations of this remarkable figure. Within the main arena, individual and team matches were scheduled back-to-back as the young prodigies prepared in the waiting room. Flanders took his place in the stands to observe the unfolding events. To their astonishment, as the host announced the commencement of the battle and the two combatants summoned their martial souls, one of them revealed 4 familiar foxtails, causing Flanders to gasp in disbelief. Taolong, this boy has returned home and become a Soul Master. Flanders was taken aback, his spectacles askew. The master beside him was equally stunned. Taolong's cultivation speed was indeed remarkable, and the nourishment he received from soul rings was exceptional. Initially, Flanders attributed this to the adaptability of his martial soul, but it now seemed more complex. What do you mean? Flanders adjusted his glasses, inquiring further. After a moment of contemplation, the master elaborated, Taolong's martial soul, the Nine Tails, may possess an extraordinarily high quality, coupled with formidable aggressiveness and an unparalleled capacity for absorbing soul ring energy. Despite his rapid cultivation, the quality of his soul power is rare in my lifetime. Even so, each absorption of a soul ring significantly enhances his soul power, suggesting he taps into energies we have yet to comprehend. Unknown energy? Not soul power? Flanders mused. I suspect it might be the residual energy from the souls of deceased soul beasts. Shaoxin mentioned that he overcame the backlash from the 8 spider lances with Taolong's assistance. His resilient body can withstand soul rings beyond the limits, and the dominance of his martial soul protects him from backlash, coupled with an exceptionally high efficiency in energy utilization. Flanders began to wonder about the true nature of Holy Soul Village. If this is the case, Taolong could very well become the youngest title Douluo in history. Even Shaoxin's father would pale in comparison. As he pondered, Flanders felt a twinge of envy for his student, realizing he had been stuck at the Soul Sage level for years, progressing slower than a turtle. He could only speculate how long it would take to reach the soul Douluo rank, and higher aspirations seemed forever out of reach. The master shook his head, adding, moreover, consider this. If such high energy utilization continues, his fifth soul ring will start at a minimum of 10,000 years. You too possess a 10,000-year soul ring and understand the vast energy contained within. Even after absorbing it, wasting a portion still yielded significant gains. For Taolong, it will be at least fivefold. Fivefold? Does that mean he scarcely needs to cultivate? Flanders exclaimed, his jealousy palpable. Based on my estimates, by the time he reaches the Soul Sage phase, he will be able to handle a 100,000-year soul beast soul ring. If you could procure one for him, the next day we might witness yet another title Douluo emerge on this continent. Come now, Xiao Gang, if you're tired, let us retire for the night. This is evening, not day, yet you speak of dreams. Those are not just any soul beasts, they are 100,000-year beasts. Even the average title Douluo would hesitate to speak boldly in their presence. In recent years, only the Spirit Hall has dared to claim the ability to acquire such formidable soul beasts. As he contemplated this, Flanders squinted at Yu Xiaojiang, aware of his friend's ambiguous connections with the Spirit Hall. However, after all these years, he had refrained from questioning it. The master recognized this notion as sheer folly. Not only Flanders alone, but even if the Golden Iron Triangle united, they would merely be offering themselves as fodder, unwittingly enhancing the opponent's strength. Returning focus to the arena, Taolong stood calmly, gazing at his adversary. The intense battles of the preceding days only fueled his excitement. The visceral clash of flesh and bone served as a potent outlet for his emotions. Not merely the spectators, but for Taolong himself, this was an exhilarating experience. The life-or-death struggle against the Soul King had imposed considerable pressure on him, given the substantial disparity of over 10 levels in soul power. It was precisely this challenge that rendered it intriguing and lethal. His previous education instilled a deep-seated aversion to such brutality. Despite past experiences, he struggled to embrace decisiveness. He often found himself retreating when others hesitated to strike. However, the past was behind him, and the opponents he would face in the future would only grow stronger. Whether by coercion or habit, he needed to undergo a profound transformation. His current opponent was Han Jing, nicknamed the Decapitating Blade, who had thrived in this arena for over a year, solely engaging in life-or-death matches. Wang Wanjun had informed Taolong that if this fighter participated in regular matches, he would likely advance to the Golden Soul Douluo rank in a few years. He was already one of the most formidable characters at the Soul King level within the arena. With a flash of crimson light, Han Jing manifested two 1-meter-long double-edged swords, devoid of hilts. Before the battle commenced, Han Jing's hands were already lacerated by his own blades, blood trickling down the edges. Yet not a single drop touched the ground, all absorbed by the blades themselves. Reports indicated that this individual possessed a martial soul unlike any other, inflicting self-harm before striking others. It was said that he had gone to great lengths to hone his hand bones, striking iron sand, alternating between hot and cold treatments, and investing most of his training resources into his hands, ultimately gaining the courage to wield a sword. This sword was bloodthirsty, without a hilt, born with an unwillingness to compromise. Either you perish, or I shall sever your life. There is also a belief that the sword itself bore no red glow. It became crimson merely from the blood it had absorbed. Han Jing initiated the assault, his third spirit ring illuminating as his form became ethereal. In the blink of an eye, he traversed the distance of several meters, appearing before Taolong, dual blades poised to strike at his neck. Cloaked in a 9-tailed garment, Taolong stood resolute, arms crossed defensively as he met the incoming attack with his claws, simultaneously unleashing his foxtails in a sweeping motion. Confident in his lethal prowess, he believed that a single grasp would seal his foe's fate. Instead of retreating, Han Jing advanced, his sword suddenly shrinking to half its size, piercing through Taolong's claws and driving forward. This was the reason he was dubbed the guillotine. Those who perished by his hand invariably met their demise in a most gruesome fashion. The blood-soaked spectacle was his ideal environment for honing his blade. As the glint of his sword approached, Taolong sharply turned his head, baring his gleaming white teeth, and bit down on the sword, while his 4 foxtails ensnared his opponent. In the next instant, a surge of lightning erupted from Taolong's body, coursing through the foxtails and toward Han Jing. Han Jing's pupils constricted, He recalled how Taolong had paralyzed his opponents with such electric force in previous battles, leaving them vulnerable and swiftly meeting their end. In a desperate moment, he unleashed his fourth spirit skill, causing his swords to explode into two clouds of crimson mist, a potent scent of blood wafting through the air. Taolong, unable to capture the mist and wary of inhaling it, sealed his mouth and nose, his claws imbued with dark energy, reaching for Han Jing. The speed of the lightning was astounding, especially at such proximity, rendering Han Jing unable to evade its grasp. As Taolong plunged into the crimson fog, it rapidly expanded, enveloping most of the arena and obscuring the audience's view, inciting discontented shouts. Flender and the master furrowed their brows. "Here we go again? What's the use of this red mist?" scoffed a balding man nearby. The master, overhearing, turned to him and inquired, "Excuse me, it's our first time here. May I ask what this red mist is? How long will it last?" The balding man was momentarily irritated, ready to unleash a tirade at the master's frail figure, but suddenly felt a chilling presence behind him. He noticed the bespectacled man standing behind the master, glaring intently while emanating a subtle yet oppressive aura. Clearly, he was not someone to be trifled with. This Han Jing always resorts to this red mist. This is the second time I've witnessed his battle. Last time, I saw nothing before it abruptly ended. What a waste of my ticket money. As for what it does, I have no idea. Is this how he fights every time? The master frowned, pondering. I've heard it is indeed so. Just then, a sharp, thunderous sound erupted from within the mist, capturing the attention of both the master and Flender, prompting the balding man to distance himself from them. On the stage, as Taolong entered the crimson fog, he felt the air around him grow viscous, restricting his movements. Unlike the gravity field he faced against Zhao Wujia, this mist felt akin to sludge, its primary component being blood. One could only wonder how many lives have been sacrificed to accumulate such a vast volume of blood. Vision obscured, Taolong activated his Sharingan, and as the Tomo emerged, they abruptly veered to the left. In the next moment, 5 blood swords shot forth, his third spirit ring igniting as one fox tail lifted to counter the attack. 3 blood swords embedded halfway into the blade, their force dissipating. This was merely the beginning. The ample blood reserves morphed into an onslaught of blood swords, assailing from all directions, compelling Taolong to activate his tail guard for protection. Han Jing's offensive was indeed formidable. In their initial clash, he nearly severed Taolong's 9-tail garment without even employing a spirit skill, a feat previous spirit kings had failed to achieve. The frequency of the blood sword assaults escalated, and under Han Jing's control, they began to target a singular point, forcing Taolong to continuously channel chakra to maintain his tail guard. At the edge of the crimson mist, Han Jing wore a victorious grin. As a seasoned combatant in the Grand Soul arena, the ability to conceal his spirit skills was often the key to his success, particularly for a maniac like him. Should his skills be unraveled, it could spell his doom. Clutching 2 double-handed swords, a relentless surge of blood energy poured forth, enveloping the entire arena. Within the mist, even if his opponent possessed defensive capabilities, locating him would prove impossible, and the depletion of soul power would inevitably lead to death. Moreover, Han Jing's 4th spirit skill allowed him to store the blood of slain spirit masters, forming the core of his overall strategy. Although the spectacle appeared grand, the actual demand for soul power was considerably lower. With this technique, he was even confident in facing recently promoted spirit emperors, let alone this mere spirit master. Han Jing estimated that within half a stick of incense, he would descend to collect his winnings. How amusing it is to see so many fools betting on the other side. Do they wish for my demise? Ridiculous. Amidst the tail guard, Han Jing remained oblivious to the fact that Taolong's right hand hung low, while his left hand clutched his right wrist. Strands of lightning twisting and intertwining like reluctant lovers. They clearly had no fondness for each other, yet under Taolong's insistence, they begrudgingly met, exchanged a few awkward words, and then hastily parted. However, the confined space meant that they soon encountered each other again, repeating their familiar yet despised courtship routine. From dissatisfaction to aversion, and escalating to hatred, the energy fluctuations grew increasingly volatile, causing half of Taolong's body to tremble. Eventually, this agitation reached a pinnacle, reminiscent of countless birds unleashing a collective cry, the cacophony piercing through the crimson mist and resonating throughout the arena. 1,000 birds, though still imperfect, merely a nascent form. Creating a breach in Han Jing's low defensive capability was effortless. As the 1,000 birds coalesced, Taolong's fox tails unfurled, exploding forth to swat away the blood swords. And in the next instant, he charged directly toward Han Jing's concealed location. The thunder of the 1,000 birds invigorated Taolong's body, propelling his speed to a terrifying degree, scattering lightning as it dispelled the mist. Positioned at the center of the crimson fog, the audience below could only hear the sound, yet remained oblivious to the unfolding events. But Han Jing was different. He clearly saw a bolt of lightning hurtling toward him. In a moment of desperation, he pondered how Taolong had discerned his position, embraced for a final struggle. Yet before he could utter the name of his spirit's skill, the searing, unrestrained lightning had already pierced through his heart. How could it be so swift? Han Jing stared in disbelief at the masked figure before him, the tides of victory having flipped in an instant. His meticulously crafted strategies and schemes, which he prided himself on and had never failed him, lay shattered before him, his dual sword still unraised. Han Jing found himself unable to offer them to the blood. With a swift motion, Taolong withdrew his arm, and without support, Han Jing collapsed to the ground, a pool of blood forming beneath him. As the crimson fog began to dissipate, the audience in the arena finally beheld the scene before them. Had he died? Did that spirit master win? He won. Ha ha, he truly triumphed. I've struck it rich. Oh. A girl, 2 girls, 3 girls, my ladies, here I come. Taolong's victory ignited a frenzy among the audience. Although they had seen nothing of the combat, the mere fact that they had wagered successfully rendered such details inconsequential. Naturally, there are individuals who, after losing, wear a pallid expression, weeping profusely, their sorrow flowing like a river. One might mistakenly believe that they have just lost a dear parent. The host refrains from announcing the results again. Such a spirit of combat cannot possibly signify the victory of the deceased. Taolong still stands upon the stage, and intriguingly, after Han Jing's demise, the twin sword spirit did not dissipate. Instead, it continued to absorb his blood until he was entirely drained, at which point the swords finally vanished. It must be said, this spirit is indeed malevolent. Shaking his head, Taolong turns to leave. He has heard that the next match involves Shrek's team, and intends to meet with his teachers first. It is reasonable to assume that Master and Flender are watching his battle from the stands. At that moment, a plume of black mist wafts from Han Jing's lifeless body, within which 2 sword blades are faintly discernible, silently merging into Taolong's being. This scene goes unnoticed by anyone, including Taolong himself. Chapter 85. Reunion. As Taolong exits the contestant passage, he is greeted by 2 familiar faces waiting outside. He casually removes his mask and greets them. Good day, Master Director. Flender, unable to contain his excitement, inquires, Little Dragon, how did you advance to the Soul Master rank? And how did you acquire your 4th soul ring? Even I would not dare to claim 100% success against a 10,000-year soul beast. Yet you managed to return alone. Master slightly nods, intervening to signal Flender to temper his eagerness. Let us discuss this later tonight. For now, let's watch Xiao San and the others in their battle. It shouldn't take long. Taolong glances at Master, understanding his intention, and nods in agreement as the 3 return to the audience seats. The scheduling for the battles is tightly arranged, evidently aimed at maximizing the excitement in the arena. On the way, Taolong suddenly recalls something. Master, Director, please go ahead and save me a seat. I will return shortly. He hastens forward, soon spotting the official betting odds displayed, and rushes to the front. Can I still place a bet? Well, now that both sides are on stage, technically, you can no longer bet on the Fierce God team, replies a staff member with a scruffy beard, gesturing apologetically. Since the opening, this place has been packed, with the majority betting on the Fierce God team to win. I cannot fathom the higher-ups' intentions. With such an obvious outcome, what profit could be made? I bet on Shrek. 5,000 gold soul coins. This amount represents all of Taolong's savings to date. What did you say? Shrek? Oh, that is no problem. The scruffy, bearded man snatches the gold card from Taolong's hands, fearing he might reconsider, muttering to himself about the wonders of the world. His face beaming as he praises Taolong's boldness in potentially winning big. Here's your receipt. Keep it safe. After placing your bet, bring this to collect your winnings, he advises, though he refrains from mentioning that Taolong might not have a chance to do so. Taolong pays little mind. He has already heard the sounds of both sides releasing their spirits from the arena and quickly makes his way back. If he lingers too long, he risks missing the action. Flender casts a sidelong glance at Taolong, who has just settled into his seat, and asks, "What were you up to, you little rascal?" Taolong sits up straight, "Just making some pocket money." "Oh, you want to place a bet? Confident in your little companions, are you?" "Director, you jest. We are all your students. How could we lack confidence in ourselves?" Flender nods in agreement, evidently pleased that, as the director, he holds considerable esteem in the eyes of the children. Master, maintaining a stoic expression, interjects, "If you possess the ability to help them win against such a significant disparity in soul power and rings, then I, Master, would gladly proclaim you the strongest on the Douluo continent." Flender's triumphant demeanor abruptly falters, and he coughs twice, shifting the topic. "Little gang, how effective is Tang San's hidden weapon? You must not joke with the lives of children. Rest assured, Director, Xiao San's hidden weapon has even caused trouble for Teacher Zhao. Against these minor adversaries, it is merely a matter of precision. As long as they don't fumble their shots, the rest will be trivial," Taolong responds, seamlessly continuing the conversation. Master says nothing further, focusing intently on the ongoing battle. Both sides have released their spirits and remain in a standoff, yet the match has not officially commenced. From a distance, Taolong observes Oscar skillfully hiding behind Dai Mubai, seemingly having asked something, only to be yanked forward and tossed out by Xiao Wu. TSK. This support-type soul master is truly feeble. It's one thing for a female soul master, but must the male comrades also become henpecked husbands in the future? As the host announces the start of the battle, Shrek lines up in formation, raising their arms, wielding the large Juga crossbow, aiming at the hulking figures across from them. The Fierce God team comprises entirely attack-type soul masters, a pure warrior formation, extremely extreme in nature, lacking overall coordination but possessing greater capacity for direct breakthroughs. Clearly, they favor brute force, as they do not form a lineup but charge headlong, shouting in a frenzy. Taolong observes keenly. Most have only activated their second soul skill, and it is evidently aggressive. They are finished. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of arrows slicing through the air rings out, with Tang San being the most accurate, piercing through the throat of his opponent and painting the arena with a splendid display of crimson. The battle concludes far too swiftly. Manifestly, most spectators, including Shrek's little monsters, are caught off guard. 5,000 gold soul coins, with odds of 20-1. I shall never worry again. As the scent of blood permeates the air, the members of Shrek appear to realize what has transpired. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, the two girls, are the first to react, covering their mouths as they flee the stage, leaving only Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Dai Mubai remaining. Taolong is slightly taken aback. Did even Zhu Zhuqing not kill anyone? He recalls that this girl's childhood was far from ideal. As for Xiao Wu, how many human soul masters can be deemed anything less than malevolent in her eyes? Even if she feels a twinge of discomfort with Xiao San present, she can quickly adjust. Outside the ring, the intense feelings of guilt, fear, and nausea after taking a life leave these mere 13 or 14-year-old children unable to stand upright. Here, eat a couple of green oranges. The scent of the peel will help you feel much better. A familiar voice prompts Ning Rongrong to suddenly lift her head, exclaiming along with the others, "Little dragon, brother." Taolong smiles as he hands out the green oranges. Oscar takes one, but appears quite dejected, being insightful. He thinks deeply and is troubled by his own internal struggles. Is what we're doing truly right? Taolong sighs. Xiaowao, do you perceive any difference between soul beasts and humans? Soul beasts? Oscar reluctantly raises his head. Taolong turns to the others. Perhaps you have grown accustomed to the presence of soul beasts and the act of hunting them. However, to me, soul beasts are indeed a remarkable existence. They consist of various species and bloodlines. The exceptional among them can refine their cultivation. Master has said that a 100,000-year soul beast can even articulate human speech, and there are rumors that they can be reborn as humans. At this point, Taolong instinctively glances at Xiao Wu. She is startled, but fortunately, Taolong merely casts a fleeting glance before turning away. They're also life. They can think and feel. So why is it that when we slay soul beasts, we do not question the morality of our actions? Oscar's attention is drawn in, feeling somewhat better. The bodies of soul masters are inherently more robust than those of ordinary individuals, and all adverse reactions stem from turmoil within their hearts. But they are soul beasts, and we are soul masters. Indeed, Taolong nodded, acknowledging the fundamental differences that set us apart. To put it plainly, the majority of soul masters regard soul beasts merely as prey and sustenance. What about you, little dragon? Chapter 86, Departure. Xiao Wu cast a glance at Taolong, her eyes shimmering with a mixture of 7 parts anticipation and 3 parts trepidation. What a quintessential pie chart that was. Taolong softened his demeanor slightly and earnestly stated, "It may be difficult for you to comprehend at this moment, but every species plays a vital role in this continent and for humanity. I refer to this as biodiversity. Not to mention, our clothing, food, shelter, and many mineral resources actually stem from various forms of life. Without their existence, humanity alone could not survive in this world." The group appeared perplexed. Ma Hongjun, cradling his plump belly, inquired, "Aren't we discussing the matter of the soul battles?" Ning Rongrong, Oscar, and Zhu Zhuqing suddenly recalled the earlier scene, promptly turning to continue their retching. A strange odor wafted through the air, effectively nauseating Ma Hongjun as well. Taolong shrugged, having exerted considerable effort to elevate the conversation, now rendered futile. However, the master in the back seemed intrigued, as this was the first time he had encountered such a perspective. Nevertheless, given the current situation, it was best to reassure the little ones first. Taolong stepped back, creating space for the master and Fland to engage in their verbal sparring. The two, renowned as the Golden Duo, effortlessly exchanged banter. Taolong pondered, what would happen if Lu Erlong were present at this moment? Would he give them a thrashing? Or perhaps another thrashing? Upon returning to the hotel where Shrek resided, Taolong hurriedly secured a private room, which he considered a stroke of overnight wealth. In all his lifetimes combined, he had never possessed such riches. The sheer quantity of gold soul coins could have engulfed Taolong. Fortunately, the Douluo continent had introduced bank cards. Otherwise, there would be no way to contain such wealth within his ring. Just as he settled in, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Taolong's heart stirred. Having chosen such a splendid room, perhaps there would be a special visitor? Peering through the peephole, Taolong's expression faltered as he leisurely opened the door. "Dai, what brings you here?" Dai Mubai barged in, his face a mask of astonishment. "Little dragon, I heard you've advanced to Soul Zone." "Oh, indeed, that is the case." "What of it?" Taolong replied nonchalantly, calmly sipping water as if discussing the pleasant weather. He then revealed his 4th soul ring. The 10,000-year soul ring made Dai Mubai inhale sharply. Gazing at the alluring darkness with a bittersweet smile, "I anticipated that you and Xiao San would eventually surpass me. Yet I did not foresee it happening so swiftly." Taolong patted his shoulder. "Dai, while you may falter in the arena, you thrive in matters of the heart. With such a splendid opportunity, why not comfort Zhuqing? It seems you truly cherish our bond." "Oh, I was just dismissed by Zhuqing. She said she wanted some solitude." "Solitude? Dai Mubai pondered, his expression shifting to one of surprise and anger as he realized that solitude was, in fact, a person's name. He promptly turned to leave. Taolong sighed in exasperation and closed the door behind him. Before long, another knock echoed through the room. Oh, the inevitable had arrived. Taolong, brimming with anticipation, opened the door without checking who it was. "Xiao San, what brings you here at this hour? Is this a midnight raid? You must have the wrong room. Xiao Wu is downstairs." Tang San, taken aback, did not respond. Instead, he casually entered, closing the door and settling onto the sofa. Taolong handed him his water cup, too lazy to pour another, merely offering a token gesture. Tang San noticed remnants of food clinging to the edge of the cup. His face twitched slightly as he discreetly turned the cup around, saying, "Little dragon, what transpired during your return home?" "The teacher mentioned you engaged in 4 life and death battles in the soul arena." Taolong reclined with his leg crossed, facing Tang San. "What could possibly have happened? I merely sought to hone my skills after advancing to Soul Zone. By the way, Uncle House still hasn't returned, nor have there been any updates." Tang San nodded slightly. Though he had anticipated this, disappointment lingered in his heart. However, now was not the time to dwell on that matter. "Little dragon, is there something you wish to conceal from me?" Even familiarizing oneself with soul skills is sufficient for ordinary soul battles. "What? Do you think I have transformed into a maniac?" Taolong teased. "Those fellows are akin to the Reaper team. their hands stained with countless lives. Their deaths are inconsequential. Tang San shook his head, furrowing his brow. Little dragon, I am concerned about your current state. Something must have occurred. Otherwise, you would not engage in such recklessness. Taolong fell silent for a moment before responding. There is truly nothing amiss. I simply do not wish to live with regret for a lifetime due to my own leniency. Tang San observed the youthful figure before him, whose demeanor shifted from jovial to profound, opening his mouth yet saying nothing. Although Little Dragon was wise, he remained fundamentally different from Tang San. In his past life, nurtured within the Tang sect, all skills were ultimately birthed for the purpose of killing. A reality Tang San had long grown accustomed to. Have you visited Xiao Wu? Xiao Wu is accompanying Rongrong. Taolong nodded. I wonder if you've noticed. Xiao Wu seems quite concerned about our views on soul beasts. Tang San hesitated for a moment before nodding. Taolong chose not to elaborate further and urged, all right, you should return to rest. We have a journey ahead of us tomorrow. What about you alone? Jingjing will keep me company. Tang San, perplexed, responded. But before he could gather his thoughts, Taolong had already nudged him out. Honestly, one after another, with a girl around, why did they come to disturb me? After sending Tang San away, Taolong flopped heavily onto his bed, having not enjoyed a proper rest in quite some time. The soft sensation enveloped him like a warm spring, allowing him to sink into a state of relaxation. Knock, knock, knock. Taolong sprang up in a fit of irritation, flinging open the door. You Rongrong? Standing at the threshold was Ning Rongrong, looking coy. May I come in? The girl's body trembled slightly. Taolong stepped aside to pour her a cup of hot water. There is nothing that a cup of hot water cannot resolve. If there is, then another cup will suffice. Weren't you with Xiao Wu? Ning Rongrong nodded. Sipping from the cup, Xiao Wu went to find Sange. So you came to find me? The girl hesitated, tilting her head slightly, and whispered, A lone man and woman, confined to a single room. Rongrong, are you perhaps coveting my good looks? Where do you think my beauty comes from? Rongrong retorted, somewhat exasperated. Just kidding, I am a man of great promise. A man of great promise? Tight on funds, tight on time, tight on clothing. They call me the 4 tights of promise. Ning Rongrong burst into laughter. Chapter 87, The Tiando Royal Academy. The next day, as the sun peaked over the horizon, everyone rose to gather. During this time, Ma Hongjun and Oscar trembled, watching as Zhu Zhuqing emerged from Dai Mubai's room, Xiao Wu from Tang San's room, and Ning Rongrong from Taolong's room. Heaven knows why. Initially, there were separate rooms for boys and girls, yet inexplicably, only the 2 of them remained. Though he is a boy, his heart is also fragile. Why is there no one to comfort him? Everyone just rushes outside. With a hint of fatigue in his eyes, Taolong covered his lower back as he stepped out of the room. He had worn himself out last night, keeping Ning Rongrong company until the wee hours, when she stubbornly refused to sleep. Eventually, he resorted to subtly activating his Sharingan to deliver a mental jolt, persuading her to finally settle down. Unsure of the current gender distribution in the girls' dormitory, he selflessly offered his spacious bed and opted for the sofa instead. Although the sofa was quite comfortable, Taolong longed for the bed, akin to a refreshing glass of ice water in the desert. Irresistibly delightful, yet there was someone indulging in watermelon, rendering it less appealing. One must compare goods to discern their value. Ning Rongrong, on the other hand, awoke feeling refreshed and deep in slumber, only to be roused by Taolong. Her first instinct was to tug at her collar and examine her attire. Taolong? Shunti, I have covered up? Ning Rongrong noticed the wrinkled fabric from sleeping and huffed in annoyance. Upon catching sight of her disheveled reflection in the mirror, she shrieked and dashed into the bathroom. What are you doing? It's early in the morning. Crowing like a rooster? Taolong inquired. Get away. I need to change clothes. You pervert. Don't look. Came her voice from behind the bathroom door. Taolong sighed, relishing the last moments of warmth as he lay back on the bed. The lingering warmth still held hints of a young girl's fragrance, quite pleasant. Yet, as he contemplated, he realized this alluring scent was merely a hormone that everyone secretes, forming a unique physiological aroma. It was also linked to sweat. A certain compound in sweat, butyric acid, could emit an unpleasant odor if present in excess. Only in moderation does it contribute to a woman's captivating scent. With closed eyes, Taolong twisted his body, attempting to snuggle into the unoccupied corner of the bed, only to tumble off. What are you doing? Laughed the girl who had just emerged, witnessing this embarrassing scene. Taolong sighed, reluctantly opening his eyes and rising to face the woman who had claimed his bed, now laughing triumphantly. Rongrong, do you know? Life is akin to angry birds. We're angry birds. Taolong chuckled softly, offering no explanation nor completing his thought. When you fail, there are always a few pigs laughing. Ning Rongrong frowned, bewildered. Let us go, the dean is calling for us. On the journey from Silv City to the Tiendo Royal Academy. Aside from the little monsters who were dumbfounded by Taolong's promotion to Soul Master, there was no further commotion as they pressed onward. As they neared Tiendo City, the group halted. The reason was simple. The leader, Flander, had lost his way. On the vast map, the Tiendo Royal Academy was conspicuously absent. A few teachers were huddled together, their postures reflecting their mutual disdain for one another, Master, Flander, and Zhao Wujia. A motley crew of soul masters who couldn't even find their way. Taolong cast a scornful glance at them and remarked, Teachers, Dean, if you can't find it, then stop guessing aimlessly. Why not ask Rongrong? Flander shot him an irritated glare and retorted. Are you implying that we haven't attended such a prestigious soul master school and lack knowledge? Master nodded. Xiao Gang, you. Enough of that. Rongrong, do you know where the Tiendo Royal Academy is? Ning Rongrong stepped forward, casting a sly glance at the sulking Flander, and smiled. Dean, actually, the Tiendo Royal Academy is not within Tiendo City, but rather outside it, much like our Shrek Academy is outside Soto City. Following Ning's guidance, the group meandered about, and, as dusk approached, finally arrived at their destination. The surroundings were picturesque, nestled between mountains and waters, accompanied by a small forest. After confirming they had gone astray, a wave of sourness washed over Flander. How absurd, to occupy such a prime location without making use of it. I refuse to believe their students can surpass the little monsters. Yet, Flander's statement held some truth. Shrek's prodigies were indeed unparalleled, continually setting new standards. However, the environment was undeniably splendid. Taolong surveyed his surroundings, paying no heed to the dean's childish grumblings. Suddenly, a few students approached, clad in matching yellow uniforms. As they neared the Shrek group, they opened their mouths to inquire, but before they could speak, they were met with a pair of blood-red eyes. Without even activating their martial souls, they could not fathom Taolong's decisive action. A group lacking even a soul emperor stood no chance of resistance. In the environment of the blue lightning tyrant dragoness skull, combined with the activation of a Sharingan, the feeble students found themselves enveloped in darkness. As if a storm cloud loomed, obscuring the sun, a black hole abruptly appeared before them, revealing a head adorned with damp, long hair. Two arms followed, striving to emerge from the void, marred with ghastly scars. It was a corpse, long-haired and female, clad in the Tiendo Royal Academy uniform, with a pair of red shoes that were particularly haunting. The shoes were old, their dark red surface marred with splotches and worn patches. The male students trembled, mouths agape, their minds blank, overwhelmed by terror, desperate to flee from this frightful place. Despite their state, they still failed to release their martial souls. Taolong could hardly be bothered to comment on this band of parasites among the nobility. However, this did simplify matters. Finally, the leader of the group shouted, "A ghost. There's a ghost," before sprinting away, abandoning his companions without a backward glance. The remaining individuals soon followed suit, shrieking as they stumbled away. Flander, Zhao Wujia, and the little monsters exchanged bewildered glances at the panicking students, while the girls looked on with disdain. Running away is one thing, but to do so ungracefully. Oscar scratched his head, glancing around. Where did this ghost come from? Dean, did you scare them? The owl-eyed Flander shot him an exasperated glare. I, the dean, am as graceful as a willow. How could I be associated with this? Oscar, are you seeking trouble?